Chapter 531 Demigod? Although the evil god is dead, there must be no problems this time. Just treat it as if the evil god is still alive. No, we can't just stop at this step. We have to treat the evil god as if he is not only alive, but also further. Wait until everything is ready before going in. Fong Bai has already made a decision in his mind and has some ideas. It just so happens that it will take some time for the portal to charge. No rush. No rush. At least we have to wait until the Mecha is born and use my field power with the Mecha. At that time, I will transfer Zhang Zhong and others back, and the extraordinary army will cooperate with armor, and then supplement it with permanent turrets. Mobile turrets are not good. Forget whether the permanent turret can hit the target. At least the power alone is enough to kill the legend. If you build a permanent turret, there is a nourishing array. It only takes time to nourish and the core components, and the overall array is engraved. The material requirements are also low, and the cost is also low, which is stronger than any mobile turret. When the time comes, prepare enough core components and enough people to set up the array. Use steady, and conquer this evil god plane with a large number of turrets covering the range. A permanent turret basically has no chance of killing a legend, unless there is a fool who insists on standing under the muzzle to withstand the full power of the artillery. As long as you can run, you can generally run, and you won't be seriously injured. Killing is not possible, but it is not a big problem to drive the legend away with powerful power and guard some places. However, this is only one or a few permanent turrets. If the same area can be locked by 10 permanent turrets, or even 100 permanent turrets, then Fong Bai doesn't mind seeing how many guns a legend can carry. How many guns a god can carry. Can't hit? That must be because the power is not strong enough. Fong Bai's mouth curled up slightly. But this is still secondary. He still pays more attention to the Mecha, because Fong Bai realized a problem. Whether it's a landslide or a tsunami, it all belongs to the authority of the gods. This is the authority of the gods to control the world. Generally speaking, if you can mobilize the power of the field to collapse, you can try to touch the authority. If you can touch the authority, you are a demigod. The collapse of the mountain and the tsunami of the sea belong to authority. So is the dusk exerted by my field power, with the help of the ritual field, considered authority? Does the power I exert belong to legend or to demigod? Fong Bai pondered for a long time and couldn't think of an answer. If it belongs to authority, it is a demigod. Fong Bai thought for a long time, and finally shook his head slightly. Forget it. Forget it. Don't think too much about it. My body is still too far away from the mountains, oceans, and rivers. The power of the field is not the same. Generally speaking, the authority of occupying a mountain can only be regarded as a small regional god. They are all weak among the demigods. The power of the field is the embodiment of one's own mass, energy, and other forces. I am only about 400 tons now. A small mountain does not have millions or tens of millions of tons. Plains, rivers, and oceans are tens of millions, hundreds of millions, or even billions of tons. My field is nothing. It can only be regarded as a younger brother. Don't think so much. Just build it first. Fong Bai thought so, but he overlooked a problem. That is, how could a tsunami trigger the entire ocean? Landslides are the whole mountain falling down. Earthquakes are the whole earth falling down. Tsunamis are the beating apart of the waves. Earthquakes are the vibrations of plate collisions. And landslides are just the collapse of part of the rocks. Whether it is mountains and land, rivers and oceans, they are vast and huge, and their mass is unknown to Fong Bai. So they possess the vast and boundless field power. They can succeed or fail. How can such a vast power be condensed? The ocean and the earth are not like Fong Bai. The terrifying mass of more than 400 tons is on this hollow human body of only 0.06 cubic meters. Can the changes caused by density, the magnetic field created by energy density, and even the power of radiation be ignored? Fong Bai has comprehended many mountains and rivers, and perhaps he has already ignored them. His field power is not in the field, but in the magnetic field. In the magnetic field that has completed a qualitative change. This magnetic field can not only shake other fields when it rotates, but can even plunder field power from other fields. If the power of the field is the power of authority, then what is Fong Bai? Demigod? In the capital, on the top of a white golden mage tower, there is a small platform on the top of the towering mage tower. It was night, and the stars in the sky were reflected on the crystal ball in front of him. The mage in front of the crystal ball frowned slightly, and the clouds in the sky were pressed down, and the air became solidified. Demigod? How can there be a demigod player? The mage frowned slightly, looked at the crystal ball in front of him, and stretched out his hand to brush it, causing a slight ripple on it. A moment later, a cold voice sounded. Come here. At this moment, Fong Bai and Tiangong Pavilion closed the virtual panel, then opened the inner space, stared at the two fire element crystal cores, pondered slightly, and then, according to the original plan, he loaded a large number of materials into the inner space and left Tiangong Pavilion. However, he did not go directly to the dust plain, but went to the direction of Thunder Valley. While on the way, Fong Bai's thoughts were all focused on the projection side. Although the overall design of a mecha was extremely difficult, and the workload was huge. But with all the theoretical designs already done, and the time flow rate being stable at 1,000 times, the design progress of the mecha was rapidly advanced. After all, with the experience accumulated from the first experimental model, Fong Bai first finalized the design of the overall skeleton of the mecha. Since this is a ritual field pointing to Fong Bai himself, referring to the similar principles and pointing principles of the ritual field, this mecha skeleton is still relatively close to the human form. It's like a super enlarged human skeleton. After the framework was completed, the corresponding ritual field material selection, rune array, interference shielding, and magnetic field access issues were also solved one by one. Although many things require a long time to design, with 1,000 times the time flow rate difference, progress can be seen every day, and the mecha drawings can be increased every day. For Tiangong Pavilion, which has a fantasy space, the most difficult thing in climbing the technology tree is always that little inspiration. And the most difficult thing is always a theoretical breakthrough. The actual technical problems and trial and error costs are not worth mentioning in front of the fantasy space, and are basically zero. In just over 20 days, not only the main body of the mecha, but also the weapons and equipment that were started simultaneously have been finalized. Chapter 532 Testing the Magic Staff. 27 days is basically equivalent to 27,000 days. 73 years. But in reality, there are not so many people, and so much time in the fantasy space. In reality, our project should have been launched for 20 or 30 years. Right? Fong Bai looked at the mecha projection in front of him quietly and said softly. Although it was only 27 days in the outside world, it was a few decades for Fong Bai and others. Especially Fong Bai, who had his own fantasy space, which was a real 73 years. Not a day less. For Fong Bai, a month is a lifetime for others. Although he has long been accustomed to it and adapted to it, the memory of 73 years surged in his mind, and he still had a trance of time and space confusion. Yes, at least 20 or 30 years. Chi Peng shook his head beside him and sighed. I feel like I'm cheating. Fong Bai's mouth curled up slightly when he heard this, and he laughed out loud. Cheating? Forget it. Whatever you say. Judging from the effect, cheating is cheating. Anyway, our decades of experience, decades of memory, and decades of knowledge are all spent by ourselves, learned by ourselves, and studied by ourselves. Not a cent is given by others. Not a cent is picked up. These are very, very solid, and nothing can erase them. Fong Bai smiled. Chi Peng also nodded beside him. And then Fong Bai continued. Which part is missing? The main control system. Chi Peng said directly. They have already entered the fantasy space, and it is estimated that they can get the results before lunch. Once the main control system is in place, we can try the first test machine in the fantasy space. Speaking of this, Chi Peng couldn't help but sigh again. It's so fast. It's only been 27 days. Fong Bai, who was originally thinking about whether these mages should be paid 27 days salary or 73-year salary if it were a company mechanism, said casually. Fast? How fast? Don't you see how long we have been researching armor, mecha, magic array, runes, and forging? You don't see how much technical and experience we have accumulated. It's like a plastic toy in reality. It may just go around the assembly line and come off. But in reality, you never know how many processes there are before, and how much time it takes to accumulate the technology required for these processes. And it took 73 years. Chi Peng nodded when he heard this, but didn't say anything immediately. He naturally knew this, but he was just a little emotional. watching the mecha take shape bit by bit in front of him, and personally designing the power system and the runes on it. He was inspired. At this moment, Chi Peng was full of a sense of accomplishment. At this time, mental power information came from the internet. The main control system is completed, and the relevant data has been uploaded. The moment he received the mental power information, Chi Peng turned his head to look at Fong Bai, and just found that Fong Bai was looking at him. The two looked at each other, their eyes full of joy. At the same time, in the laboratory, the eyes of the mages who received the news lit up, and they all looked up, looking at Fong Bai and Chi Peng. Feeling the excited and expectant gazes, Fong Bai's voice rang out. All sub-projects of the Dust Project have been accepted, and we have successfully completed the first phase of work. I declare that we will officially enter the second phase and start the test. Huh? As soon as the voice fell, the laboratory fell into a sea of cheers, and everyone looked excitedly at the projection in the center of the laboratory. That three-dimensional mecha rendering projection. At this moment, the projection distance seems to be one step closer to reality. The mecha seems to be one step closer to them. Of course, it is only one step. In the future, they still need to run in and test different systems, and solve and modify the conflicts, disharmony, internal friction and other problems exposed during the test. In this process, it is always normal to rework and demolish some systems. Before that, they pursued the strongest of each subsystem. But here, strength is not the only standard. Excellence is. At this stage, they will complete the matching problem and seek the optimal solution under various restrictions under the existing conditions. This process is relatively uncomfortable. It is extremely tiring. A huge monster with tens of thousands of parts and hundreds of thousands of runes. You can never imagine which two parts and which two runes have a conflict. You can never imagine which two small fields have collided and affected the formation of the overall field. If the first stage is the excitement and pleasure of research and design, then this stage is a constant torture. However, even so, the overall progress still makes them full of joy. And Fong Bai also knows that, counting the time needed to be consumed on the road, he has not much time left. Although no one would say anything if it was a few days later, Fong Bai's own pride would not allow him to do so. The main body was in the thunder of the Thunder Valley, and a crystal core sneaked into the card slot, and became red and golden under the continuous fire of the legendary thunder. Next to it, Fong Bai had already integrated all his mind into the field of the thundercloud. This step was difficult. It took more than a day to integrate it, and the state was very weak. If you were not careful, you might fall out. It took more than half a day from integration to control, and a full 2 days, and it took the opportunity to strike the first legendary thunder. Boom! The purple thunder struck down, and the purple thunder, as thick as an arm, seemed to be directly draped on the crystal core. However, if someone observed carefully, they would find that the moment before it was released to the crystal core, the thunder that was originally as thick as an arm instantly dispersed into thousands, and the thunder thinner than a hair fell evenly on the surface of the crystal core. Boom! 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 As Fong Bai controlled the energy in the thundercloud field to gradually tilt towards this side, the legendary purple thunder that originally needed a certain interval to strike down one after another struck down one after another. Boom! 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 The crystal core, which was originally red, soon turned red and glowed with golden light, melting little by little in the high temperature symbolized by the golden light. In this process, Fong Bai found that the entire crystal core had melted. However, only the crystal core melted, and its characteristics were lost. The fire element still poured out from it continuously, as if it was an infinite energy source. Each drop of crystal core liquid seemed to be a space channel connecting the fire element world, and the fire element poured out continuously, which was very magical. This fire element crystal core itself seemed to limit the instantaneous output of the fire element. Fong Bai carefully maintained this state, and then took out a piece of element metal and a ball of gold wire. The element metal was black, like a crystal, with a strong magnetic field on it. This was the element metal magnetic crystal they used to make the engine. The gold thread comes from the golden willow fiber of the metal willow tree. It is tough, has high element conductivity, and has strong binding force. Magnetic crystal is hard and brittle, with poor toughness. Fong Bai was very careful when melting it, and it took a lot of effort to completely melt it. The golden process on the side was different. Under the high temperature of thunder, The gold thread seemed to be melted but not melted, and was in an intermediate state. After all the materials were prepared, Fong Bai took a deep breath and moved his extremely subtle mental power. Under the subtle control of mental power, the liquid transformed by the crystal core turned into a red line flying in the air, and the liquid transformed by the magnetic crystal followed. The two rotated with each other, and during the high-speed rotation, gradually, the two merged into one. However, at the microscopic level, the two were still clearly separated. Feeling this state, Fong Bai couldn't help but take a deep breath. This was not easy for him. Then, while maintaining the state of this black silk thread, he pulled out a golden thread and directly inserted it into the silk thread. Then, other people's crystal cores and magnetic crystals could not be concocted. One after another, under Fong Bai operation. The three different elemental materials were almost perfectly integrated. The chi was integrated into one, and they influenced each other. But the original functions were all still there, without any loss, which was very magical. As more and more silk threads were melted in front of Fong Bai had an idea. Gradually, these silk threads were wound one by one. During the winding process, runes flowed onto the silk threads like water. Imprinting runes on the fine silk threads was like embroidering on the tip of a pen, which was very delicate. One by one, layer by layer, the runes were wrapped and stacked layer by layer. Just before half of the completion, a field was faintly formed. So strong? At this moment, Fong Bai couldn't help but be slightly surprised. And then he looked at Lei Ting. Yes, the state of the thunder was better when it was smelted just now. It was smelted perfectly, and a lot of legendary thunder power was also integrated into it. The field was originally strengthened, and the three of them all have thunder power. It's a pity that part of the field is not formed before it is formed. Okay, not bad. Fong Bai was quite happy, and this refreshing feeling made him understand. This equipment is rare even for him, and it will become his masterpiece. Seizing this state, the silk threads continued to wrap, and the runes were quickly imprinted. In this process, the legendary thunder was always continuous, and the material state was always maintained, until the last silk thread was wrapped up. Finally, boom! A purple thunder that had been accumulated for a long time, and was as thick as a calf suddenly fell. Thousands of tiny thunders instantly fell on this piece of equipment, and the lightning flashed, making Fong Bai squint his eyes, and couldn't see the appearance of the equipment clearly. However, in his mental power, Fong Bai could clearly sense that the thunder power in all the materials was penetrated by the powerful thunder at this moment. At this moment, all fields were integrated by the powerful domain force. At this moment, the silk threads composed of these three materials, and the equipment wrapped with these silk threads gradually turned into a whole. This is just the beginning. Boom! 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 Thunder was like rain, and the powerful thunder force was like a pillar that continuously tilted on this equipment. Under Fong Bai mental control, the thunder was like a hammer. 1 refining, 2 refining, 3 refining. The wind was howling, and the fire element and the thunder element quickly swept and continuously integrated into the equipment. Boom! 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 When it reached the 4th refining, boom! Thunder rolled, and a huge vortex slowly formed. Thunder pillars formed from the sky to the ground, and a continuous stream of thunder elements poured into the equipment from the thundercloud. The huge fire element vortex also madly plundered the nearby fire elements. The crazy element fluctuations spread out, and the surrounding professionals. Ah? Again? Some sleeping monsters raised their heads in doubt. However, after some legendary monsters and legendary professionals sensed it, they raised their heads and picked up their weapons. They turned into a long rainbow and flew towards the source of the element fluctuations at a high speed. Fong Bai didn't know these situations, but he was helpless to sense the crazy element fluctuations. He was not afraid of anything, but he was like you. It always feels awkward to make such a big noise and disturb so many people. It's mainly a personality problem. But as long as you forge equipment with more than 3 refinements, this is a necessary process. 3 refinements are fine. The scale is small. There are few elements, and it doesn't make much noise to use mental power to gather the elemental power in advance. But 4 refinements are different. Maybe it's because of the integration of the field. Or maybe it's too big a qualitative change. So the elemental power required is huge. It can often directly drain a certain elemental power in a large area, and the directional flow of elemental power caused by this is unknown to cover a large area. Such a huge elemental force cannot be concealed or prepared in advance. So Fong Bai could only squat helplessly, waiting for time to pass by, waiting for the equipment to take shape. Every minute and every second, a huge amount of elemental force poured into it. After more than half an hour, the elemental vortex slowly converged. However, because the fire elements nearby were all drained, they were still waiting for the fire elements from other places to flow over, or for the fire elemental power in the earth veins to be released. So the elemental fluctuations were still obvious. It may take more than 10 days to slowly return to calm. This is much faster than Fong Bai estimated. And the time to absorb the fire element is also much shorter. It should be the legendary fire element crystal core that provides a lot of elemental power. The output capacity of the legendary crystal core is still good. Fong Bai pondered for a moment, and then looked at the 4th level equipment that had already taken shape in front of him. 4th level equipment, not legendary equipment. This is what Fong Bai distinguished after going to the fire tower and reading the relevant records. There is a huge difference in power between 4th level equipment and legendary equipment, and the difference lies in the legendary degree. Often, only equipment with more than 10 legendary points can be called a true legendary equipment. So the 4th level equipment can only be called the embryo of legendary equipment, and only after experiencing legends can it become a legend. However, this is still a treasure sought after by countless people. Fong Bai reached out to use this slowly falling new equipment. This is a black and red staff that is slightly thicker than a thumb and about 130 centimeters long. Like a vine. At the top of the magic circle, the vine spread out like 5 claws inward. It seems that there should be a gem, but it is empty. Chapter 533 Top Equipment King Cobra. It's done. Fong Bai held a slender vine-like staff and looked at the empty claw on it. But at this moment, there were already wisps of red silk floating on it. In Fong Bai perception, after 4 refinings, the stronger magnetic field gathered at the top of the magic circle. The fire element crystal core continuously gushed out fire elements, flowing through its silk-like passages, passing through runes, making the non-threatening fire elements gradually become violent and gradually filled with the breath of destruction. When these elemental forces flowed into the claw, they had already turned into red silk. Fong Bai could clearly sense that each strand of red silk had the power equivalent to a high explosive fireball. However, under the strong magnetic field, these strands of red silk floated slowly like completely harmless fire elements. Under Fong Bai gaze, the speed of fire element gathering became faster and faster, and the red silk in the claw became denser and denser. After a while, the red silk had already filled the inside of the claw. Buzz! The thunder force integrated into it by the 4 refining methods suddenly strengthened the magnetic field and burst out. And the red silk was suddenly compressed. While being compressed, there was also a steady stream of red silk flowing into the staff. The two overlapped each other. And soon, a pure red diamond-shaped gem appeared in the buckle, fitting perfectly, looking like a fire element crystal core, as if it were real. However, Fong Bai could perceive the terrifying power that was enough to flatten mountains with his mental power. The power of the fireball should have exceeded the legendary threshold. Right? Fong Bai muttered. It should be here. Legendary fireball. No need for any operation by the mage. A legendary fireball can be condensed every once in a while, which can be maintained for a long time. But only one can be maintained at the same time. It should be powerful. And there are 3 legendary thunders that can recover by themselves, but they have single target killing and paralysis effects. However, compared to the fireball, there is a legendary fire element crystal core, which can be used continuously. When the thunder is used up, it can only wait for it to absorb the thunder element by itself or use something containing thunder element to replenish it. Well, if a legendary thunder crystal can be fused in this process, this problem will not occur at all. But I only have 1 legendary thunder crystal, and I can't refine it if I want to use it myself. Forget it. 3 legendary thunders that need long-term energy storage, and a legendary fireball that can be released continuously. This equipment is an absolute top-grade equipment no matter where it is placed. Even if it only has these functions, it is still a top-grade equipment. Fong Bai is quite proud. He is more confident in his forging skills than his strength. I won't talk about other things. It's not that there are no blacksmiths in the entire Yabang Kingdom who can surpass him, but they are definitely rare. And in terms of improving the strength of materials, he is definitely the best. No one else. And what makes him most satisfied with this staff is not the three thunders and the fireball spell. What really makes him satisfied and proud is its function. Fei Rui has been very fond of fireball recently, and has been studying it. This magic array refines magnetic crystals and fire element crystal cores. Internally, it uses the fire element crystal core to control the fire element. And externally, it uses a strong magnetic field to forcibly constrain the fire element structure. On the one hand, it allows Fei Rui to freely try the power of fire elements with different structures. And on the other hand, it allows Fei Rui to use some extremely unstable but powerful fire element structures in actual combat. In legendary and lower fireball spells, there is basically no risk of losing control. The stability is greatly enhanced, and the upper limit of the potential is greatly increased. The time required for condensation is greatly reduced, and the power is doubled, even if it reaches the legendary fire magic field. Its casting speed and spell controllability will be greatly enhanced. If converted into equipment attributes: name, unnamed. Type thunder. Fire element staff. Level, 4th level. Looking at these attributes on the attribute panel. Sex. Looking at the last name of the forger. Fong by raised mouth corners are harder to suppress than AK. For a mage, the control of spells means most things. And using elemental metal magnetic crystals to build a magnetic field. Using metal willows to stabilize the magnetic field. Using the 4th level thunder forging technique to strengthen the magnetic field. And using the fire element crystal core to add interference to the fire element particles. Combined with the rune array to simulate the field. The effect of controlling the fire element with a magnetic field is completely achieved. This ingenious thinking directly breaks the inherent idea that only strengthening mental power can strengthen control. The forging of this staff combines Fong by rune attainments, field attainments, fire element spell attainments, magnetic field attainments, forging attainments, and microscopic mental control, none of which can be missing. In this way, without any mistakes, this staff was perfectly forged. How can Fong Bai not be proud and excited? Let's not talk about whether it is functional or not. At this moment, Fong Bai wanted to post a circle of friends to let the whole world know that he had forged a top-grade 4th level staff. He wanted to tell everyone he met. How do you know that I just successfully forged a top-grade 4th level staff and successfully achieved the magnetic field to restrain the fire element particles? How do you know that my forging skills have become stronger again? In the Tiangong Pavilion, Chi Peng, who was discussing things with Fong by projection, suddenly heard Fong by projection say this. Hey! Fong Bai was happy and immediately packed the magic array that was still warm. This staff was given to Fei Rui. It is worth mentioning that the legendary fireball technique on the top of the staff, which was like a crystal core, still existed, as if it was a component of the staff. However, as soon as Fong Bai finished packing, he found that several strong auras were rushing towards him. The aggressive monster, the legendary professional holding a weapon in his hand. Fong Bai frowned slightly, grabbed the staff with one hand, and immediately prepared to pretend. I'm a mage. What do you mean by pretending? He used his mental power to lock onto the monsters and professionals that rushed over. The monster was one step faster, and rushed to Fong Bai with great momentum. Just as Fong Bai narrowed his eyes and locked onto the huge king snake. And when everyone who was attracted held their breath, thinking that a legendary battle was about to break out, the scarred king snake with scratches on its scales rolled up the stone on its tail and popped in front of Fong Bai. I want to refine weapons. I have a mine. Fong Bai was stunned when he heard this, and looked at the huge king snake, and suddenly raised his eyebrows and reacted. Oh, you are? The snake beaten by the little eagle. King Cobra, Why do you have so many wounds on your body? Some look like knife wounds, and some look like claw wounds. You were beaten badly by the little eagle. King Cobra, feeling offended. Are you here to forge equipment? Fong Bai looked at the ore that the Eye King snake had just brought over. This was an ore wrapped in a spider web. This spider web didn't look simple either. It was sticky and tough. Legendary level beasts couldn't stick to it. But if a master level monster got stuck in it, it would probably be hard to get out. He struggled to open the spider web and looked at the ore with golden stripes inside. Energetic gold. 3rd level ergodic gold. Oh! There's a 4th level one? Not bad. Fong Bai eyes lit up. And then he looked at the Eye King snake. Your ores are of good quality. But this 4th level fine gold ore is not as good as the one from Little Eagle. Nor as big as that one. And it is estimated that the content is not as high as that one. As Fong Bai was talking, he suddenly felt that the state of the King Cobra in front of him seemed to be a little wrong. What's wrong? How did you provoke him? Fong Bai was a little puzzled, and casually glanced at the legendary professional who rushed over, looking at a tall and thin middle-aged man, with a long knife slung diagonally behind his back. The handle of the long knife was very long, and the handle was very long. It was not a broad-backed broadsword, but slightly straight, like a straight knife with a slight curve. Is this knife called Miao Dao or Mo Dao? Fong Bai muttered. He could clearly perceive that this person's kung fu was related to this knife. I don't know what profession it is, Fong Bai muttered in his heart, and took a casual glance. This person was quite sensible, and stood aside waiting obediently. He did not take Fong Bai seriously at all, because Fong Bai was only a master. Fong Bai's sight returned to the King Cobra again. At this moment, the King Cobra still seemed a little indignant, looking at the King Cobra's huge body as big as a car. He looked at the ore on the ground. The 4th level fine gold ore was what Fong Bai wanted. So Fong Bai asked immediately, "What do you want to forge?" As soon as Fong Bai finished speaking, the King Cobra suddenly opened its mouth and revealed 2 ferocious fangs. I want the sharpest one, which can bite through the defense of the dead eagle's equipment. Braces? Fong Bai suddenly said, and the King Cobra was stunned when he heard the words. He was interrupted by Fong Bai and could only ask blankly, "What are braces?" Braces are something that is put on the teeth to protect the teeth. Oh! Then braces. Braces? My sharpest braces. Oh! I see. It's not a big problem to forge a pair of braces with these ores. But? Fong Bai pondered slightly, and looked at the scars on the King Cobra's body. Some holes had scratches, which were obviously caused by the legendary eagle. Some looked like marks of knife cuts. Fong Bai knew at a glance that they were caused by his own equipment attached to the wings, and he used the wings to cut. They all came from the legendary eagle. But it was not wrong to say that they were cut by a knife. But what? The King Cobra obviously had not experienced any social beatings, and asked immediately. The man, with a knife next to him, sneered in his heart. This snake had no social experience at first glance. And this forger was very poor, or had a quirk. He actually needed to trick the monster to forge equipment. It seemed that I could talk about some small items first, and then deliberately expose the demand. Let this forger take the initiative to promote it. And then I would cooperate to satisfy this forger's sense of accomplishment, pretending to be emptied by him. But this snake is probably really emptied. Fong Bai didn't know the psychological activities of this legend. Looking at the King Cobra, he said with a smile, "It's fine if the teeth are sharp enough. They can attack, but they are not good enough for defense. As snakes, it's troublesome if someone attacks our bodies. If they attack our hearts, it's even more dangerous. Look, I have 3 plans. The first one is that I will tailor a few heart guards for you to protect the most critical 7 inches and the vitals. This requires the least materials. The second one is a full-body light armor similar to the legend of the goshawk. The armor covers the whole body without any holes. With a sharp brace weapon, you can attack or defend," Fong Bai said while projecting magic into the air. The projection was the King Cobra in front of him. In the process of concealing, Fong Bai covered the King Cobra in the projection with a layer of light golden armor, which was shining with golden light and majestic. The King Cobra couldn't take its eyes away when it saw it. Not only him, but even the man, with a knife next to him, opened his eyes slightly and breathed faster. That dead eagle is wearing this kind of armor. Oh! Compared? Fong Bai was happy. Yes. This is it. But? Seeing that the King Cobra was about to agree, Fong Bai changed his tone again, making the King Cobra's appetite whetted. But what? But this set of light armor is only tailored for the goshawk after all, and it is a compromise for its high-speed movement and flight. In terms of defense, there are also significant compromises in the installation of accessories. It is very suitable for the goshawk. But for you, I want to customize it. Okay. Fong Bai clapped his hands, and the light golden armor in the projection suddenly underwent earth-shaking changes. In just a blink of an eye, the golden armor quickly rolled and evolved. After a while, wrapped in heavy armor plates dozens of centimeters thick, a huge and majestic mechanical giant snake looked up to the sky and groaned. The terrifying and ferocious heavy armor, dozens of centimeters thick, and the gorgeous and ferocious dark golden style instantly attracted everyone's attention, making them breathe rapidly. Fong Bai finished his last sentence. This kind of defense is definitely difficult for the goshawk to break even if it goes all out. As soon as he finished speaking, I want it! I want it! I want it! I want this! How much more do you want? I go back and dig it. A moment later, the king cobra took the metal token that contacted Fong Bai and left excitedly. Behind it, Fong Bai looked at the scratched scales on the king cobra's body, holding his chin with one hand and pondering slightly. So this is how the wear on its scales came about. Mining? Is there really a mine? Fong Bai muttered, and turned his eyes to the projection in the air. Chapter 534 Telgers. Since there is a mine, Fong Bai muttered a few words, looking at the heavy mechanical giant snake in the projection, and pondered slightly. Defense is available, but the attack can only be bitten with teeth and rolled with the body, which is a bit thin. For the tail, a heavy hammer can be added to assist the tail cannon. The armor on the body can be assisted by a lightning device. And in the mouth. Mouth cannon? Head cannon on the head? Do you want to add more modes to the armor? No. No. This set can only be used for combat, and nothing else can be added to it. Otherwise, if one set can achieve multiple functions, then it can only be sold once, and it will be easily damaged in combat. Well, I don't know if this snake is interested in buying a set of energy-gathering armor for training alone, or automatically adjusting the temperature. Fong Bai couldn't help muttering, this is really a very magical thing. When he heard that the king cobra had a mine, he suddenly felt that his subjective initiative was completely up. All kinds of inspiration came. As he was thinking, he suddenly realized that the man with a knife was walking in front of him and straightened his chest. Fong Bai frowned and looked at him. Seeing that the man with a knife didn't speak for a long time, he turned around and left immediately. Man with a knife? ? The man with a knife wanted the forger in front of him to actively promote himself so that he could agree to sell well. Just like the legendary Warcraft just now. But he didn't expect that he didn't say a word. This immediately made him feel a little unhappy, and he snorted coldly. Stop. While speaking, he took a step forward and grabbed Fong Bai's shoulder with one hand. Even if you are a master of casting, legend is still not impossible. Fong Bai grabbed the hand of the man with a knife and held it with both hands. The man with a knife just wanted to fight back when he found a powerful force crushing him, and his whole body froze. The sharp fighting spirit like a knife surged instantly, and his muscles tightened. The next moment, he felt an irresistible force surging from his hands, and then he dragged a tremor in his mouth, and his feet left the ground and were slammed to the ground. Bang! Good. Very good. Good boy. I let you see the power of the domain. Domain expansion. Before he finished speaking, the man with the knife felt a strong magnetic field pressing on him, and the domain was suppressed before it could be expanded. At this moment, the man with the knife's head was buzzing, and when he saw a fist rapidly expanding in front of him, he subconsciously shouted, Sir, spare my life. Bang! Fong Bai hit the man with the knife's head hard, and instantly made him see stars, and his brain go blank. Looking at the drowsy look of the man with the knife, Fong Bai was quite puzzled. He clearly did not use any legendary energy or rules to participate in the attack. So why was the power of this ticket so great? Fong Bai couldn't help but murmur in his heart. Well, that's right. Legendary armor and resistance rules only reduce ordinary damage in proportion. My simple ordinary attack does not involve rules and legendary power. But my own power is already strong enough. So strong that even if it is weakened by most, it can still break through the legendary defense. In general, the legendary defense has three components. The first is the armor and resistance rules that are born when breaking through the legend and strengthened during the practice. This layer of defense allows the legend to have a very high defense reduction ratio, and is the first layer to be judged. The second is the legendary energy defense, which generally depends on the legendary defense skills and techniques practiced by the professional. The third is the legendary physical defense. Energy defense and physical defense are both fixed defense values. The first type of defense means that no matter how much money or how weak the attack is, the legend itself must bear a part of it in proportion. The second and third types are that as long as the attack strength is lower than the fixed defense value, it will not break the defense and will not be hurt. The three are superimposed on each other. That is, after the damage reduction, the defense value cannot be broken, And the external performance is that the defense is not broken. Fong Bai can create such an effect, which means that Fong Bai can still exceed the defense value with pure strength after the large proportion of damage reduction of armor and resistance, and cause effective damage to him. So for now, if we stand and fight each other, I can beat him to death. Fong Bai thought expressionlessly, looking at the gradually sobering man with a knife. His eyes narrowed slightly. So what do you want to ask me? The sober man with a knife looked at Fong Bai with a serious look. He knew that he had underestimated the enemy just now, and the man in front of him definitely had the strength close to the legend. But as long as I get serious. The man with a knife suddenly stretched out his hand to draw the knife, and slashed forward with the knife and sheath. In an instant, the extreme gold element gathered on the knife to form a dazzling golden light, which was sharp and unstoppable. This knife. Gods and ghosts are afraid. Fong Bai narrowed his eyes, and took the blade with one hand. Seeing this, the man with a knife was stunned and subconsciously retracted 3 points of strength. But the next moment the knife was caught. Ping! With a harsh sound. The blade shattered. You? The man with the knife was stunned. And the next moment, he felt a sharp pain in his abdomen. He curled up like a shrimp, and was smashed into the sky. Fong Bai jumped up suddenly, and came to the top of the man with the knife, holding the hammer with both hands. Bang! The man with the knife was hit hard on the ground, his eyes full of confusion. He was beaten by a master, and he was beaten without any ability to fight back. Fong Bai looked at the stunned man with the knife and said lightly, "Are you convinced?" "I am convinced." The man with the knife said stupidly. "Are there any more words to say?" "No more." Fong Bai nodded after hearing this. "Okay. Don't be so impulsive in the future. You dare to be so impulsive without even knowing the opponent's strength. You are really not afraid of death. I am a legend." The man with the knife struggled to get up and defended. "So have you beaten me? Legend?" The man with the knife felt insulted. But it doesn't matter. He couldn't beat him. But he could endure it. But he couldn't help but say, "But I am really a legend. I can't even beat the master. By the way, what's your name?" "Don't ask. I don't have a name." The man with the knife was autistic. Fong Bai curled his lips. When he just started, the knife didn't come out. And he stopped at the critical moment. Although he was a little impulsive and weak, he didn't have any killing intention. Just beat him up, turned around and left. But after a few steps, the autistic man with the knife suddenly woke up. "Wait." As soon as the word wait came out, Fong Bai turned around unhappily, and the man with the knife was startled and said hurriedly, "Sir, wait. Sir, wait." As the voice fell, the murderous intent shrouded him disappeared, and the man with the knife breathed a sigh of relief. But there was still a trace of horror in his eyes. Fong Bai showed a trace of murderous intent to him just now, and he really seemed to be facing death. It was like a crushing blow from a higher life level. But he was clearly just a master. "Anything else? I want to ask you to help me forge a weapon." The man with the knife saw that Fong Bai was a little impatient, so he quickly finished his words and looked at Fong Bai expectantly. Fong Bai looked up and down at the man with the knife. The only extraordinary equipment on his body was a long knife similar to a Miao Dao. Fong Bai saw his aura, which was at the peak of the 3rd level. Besides that, he was dressed simply and had no valuables. Fong Bai was indeed not a person who judged people by appearance and despised the poor and loved the rich. But if he wanted him to forge, he would definitely have to pay a corresponding price. Otherwise, charity would not be done this way. In the past, seeing a legend might have paid several points. But now, Fong Bai was silent for a moment, and said after organizing his words, "What weapon are you forging? How much materials have you prepared?" "Forge a Telger long knife." "I have prepared the materials." The man with the knife quickly took out some ore from the space equipment. The Telger long sword. Fong Bai remembered it immediately after hearing the name. Telger. A nation on the border of the Yabong Kingdom. This nation is not large, but it is good at producing mercenaries and adventurers, known for its loyalty and a very good reputation. So far, there has not been a Telger mercenary who betrayed his employer. In other words, there is no Telger mercenary who betrayed his employer alive. They will spontaneously hunt down the Telger mercenaries who betrayed their master, and they will continue to fight until they die. This is a golden signboard forged in the past 100 years. This small tribe has produced many strong people, and their most famous weapon is a slender long sword, which can kill people and horses without any problem, and is extremely sharp. But today is the first time I have seen the real Telja long sword. It is very beautiful. Are you a Telja mercenary? Fong Bai asked curiously. What's the price for hiring you? 1,000 gold coins a day, starting at 10,000 gold coins. Do you want to hire me? If you help me forge, I give you a discount. The man with the knife asked with his eyes brightened. 1,000 gold coins? Fong Bai muttered. He vaguely remembered that at the beginning of the game, 5 copper coins were used to buy an edible French baguette weapon, and the exchange rate with real money was 1-to-1. Now the purchase price with real money has collapsed to an unknown extent, and the price of black bread has also collapsed to an unknown extent by the big farmers among the players. So it has no reference value. At the beginning of the game, everything was not interfered by the players. About 200 or 300 copper coins could be exchanged for 1 silver coin, and then 600 or 700, 700 or 800, or even 1,100 copper coins could be exchanged for 1 gold coin. It was so chaotic that it seemed to be related to the quality and type of the gold coins. After the players spread out, prospectors will explore, minters will mint, counterfeiters will counterfeit, and occasionally a few talents will come out to play a small-scale economic war. This gold coin market has long been played out, but I heard that players in different regions have begun to organize and establish a new gold coin order. But Fong Bai was not familiar with it either. He really didn't know how much 1,000 gold coins were worth for a while. After all, he never had money in his hand. He only knew that the most useless thing in his warehouse was gold coins. He often told the people in charge of trade procurement in the outer cabinet not to keep the money in their hands. Not to keep the money in their hands. And to exchange them all, high level and low level, by whatever you have. Anyway, it doesn't cost money. However, since you can hire a legend, 1,000 gold coins should be a lot. It seems that Kaming only took a few gold coins to treat me to a big meal. I won't hire. I don't need it. But if you go to New Red Maple City, maybe someone is willing to hire you there. As soon as Fong Bai finished speaking, the man with a knife on his back suddenly became alert. New Red Maple City? Player City? Player hiring? No. 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 I refuse player hiring. Players have no credibility. They have too many schemes. We, the entire Telja people, do not welcome player hiring. The knife-carrying man said a lot of things in an instant, blocking Fong Bai from saying anything. Seeing him so alert, Fong Bai suddenly became curious about what he had encountered. Such a big reaction. Which player played tricks on him? If you really won't die, you are not afraid of death. No. No. The entire tribe will not accept which group of players played tricks on the Telja people? Fong Bai could not help but mourn for the Telja people, relying on credibility to make a name for mercenaries. In this industry where life is exchanged for money, they encountered players with broken rituals and music. Fong Bai shook his head and did not lead to this tragic incident. It must be more than just losing money and getting injured that can make them react so strongly. For the human family group, this decision must have been made at the cost of many lives. After all, players are not a good thing. It would be impolite to discuss this. Although Fong Bai killed people, he was still very polite. Then Fong Bai looked at the ore that the man with the knife took out. Most of them were 3rd-level elemental metals, and there was only a fist-sized piece of dark blue 4th-level material, which looked quite dense. If the blade and spine were made of this 4th-level material, and the blade was made of the 3rd-level alloy, it would be enough. But all the materials are here? Fong Bai frowned slightly. All are here. Should it be enough? Fong Bai did not speak, but looked at the man with the knife quietly. The man was stunned for a moment, and then suddenly realized. This is the reward for you. Fong Bai looked over and saw that the man with the knife took out 3 crystal cores. 3 legendary crystal cores. This thing is indeed of great value. But it did not inspire Fong Bai to forge it at all. And it was not as enthusiastic as forging the Warcraft Goshawk and the Warcraft I King Snake. Forge them. The materials are top quality. And they are enough. I wanted to refuse. But thinking of the reaction of the man with the knife when he mentioned the player just now, Fong Bai felt a little embarrassed for some reason. Not because of what he did, but just because of the identity of the player. Whatever. I will help you forge. Fong Bai reached out and took 3 legendary monster crystal cores, and said casually, with a thought. Pieces of materials floated in the air and followed him up the mountain. Come over too. The man with the knife was overjoyed to see Fong Bai agreed, and said quickly, Okay. Thank you. Sir. You are a legend. I am a master. Is it not inappropriate for you to call me sir? It was a bit at first. But not now. It's more and more smooth. It's like. It should be like this. Chapter 535 Helicopter. Take it. Fong Bai casually threw a dark blue 4th level Miao Dao to the man carrying the knife. Dark blue blade. White blade. Holding it with both hands. Fighting spirit poured in. And the air in front seemed to avoid the sharp edge. The biggest feature of an ordinary 4th level Miao Dao, or tired long knife, is sharpness. Sharpness. In addition, due to the properties of this 4th level elemental metal, this knife also has a very simple characteristic. That is, in the constant collision, vibrations will accumulate in the blade. The stronger the collision force, the faster the vibration force accumulates. And after accumulating to the extreme, it can be released in the form of blade vibration. The external manifestation is high temperature vibration breaking armor, or vibration when weapons collide, to produce the effect of breaking the opponent's weapon or shaking off the opponent's weapon. Of course, the nature of the metal is not so strong. Even if this nature does not disappear or disappear due to the addition of other metals during forging, it is far from being so strong. This is entirely because Fong Bai tried his best to avoid the collision of metal forces when forging, perfectly integrated them, and then greatly strengthened them with the rune array, condensing this vibration force, and finally achieved such a strong effect. Let's call it the vibration blade, Fong Bai said lightly, and engraved 4 exquisite small characters on the top of the knife god. Vibration blade. There is also a small mark diagonally below the 4 characters of vibration blade. This mark is faintly a deformation of the Fong in Fong Bai name. And it is also a bit like a super simplified version of Fong Bai original rune real name. Okay. Let's call it the vibration blade. The man holding the knife excitedly held the knife with both hands, waving it. And the wind whistled. After trying to explore and test it. After a period of vibration and accumulation, the equipment's special effects burst out. Buzz. The ear can hardly catch the buzzing sound. And the dark blue long knife instantly cuts across a green boulder, without any resistance, when the man holding the knife turned around again, and fell with the knife. Boom! The originally condensed shock force burst out again, and the huge hard bluestone exploded. Thank you, sir. Fong Bai played with the 3 legendary crystal cores in his hand. This was the most unprofitable business he had ever done. With just 3 crystal cores, he was able to forge a 4th level weapon, a prototype of a legendary weapon. Fong Bai heard this and said with an inexplicable look in his eyes, I'm a player. Do you still want to thank me? The man with the knife did not show any strange color when he heard this. He had long known that Fong Bai was a player. No matter whether they were strong or weak, male or female, or high or low in status. In terms of temperament, players and them were very different, and they could be distinguished at a glance. This was a very unique temperament. There are many players. I have met bad ones and good ones. So I am not saying that I am hostile to all players. We refuse to hire all players because we cannot distinguish between good and bad players. But players generally have more ideas. It's just a helpless move. The man with the knife showed a bitter look on his face. Fong Bai saw this bitterness and remained silent, then nodded and left. The man with the knife stood there and watched Fong Bai leave. When Fong Bai left the mountaintop, several low-level professionals who came hurriedly saw Fong Bai back. But seeing that Fong Bai was very fast, they did not dare to say hello. Although they wondered why the other party did not fly away, they only stayed in their hearts. The strong are free to walk in any way they want. And as a weak person, you must have the consciousness of a weak person and don't seek death yourself. After watching Fong Bai leave, they continued to climb the mountain. And one of them asked, the source of the fluctuation is still above, but the thunder above can reach the legendary level. We can't go up. Everyone couldn't help but pause slightly and sighed when they heard the words. Some people thought about it and turned back. And a few people did not give up and continued to crash into the thundercloud. At this time, a man with 2 knives on his back walked out of the thundercloud. The man glanced at them, and they seemed to see a knife slashing down at them from above. They subconsciously took a step back and avoided his gaze. When they looked over again, the man carrying the knife had already flown into the air. Legend. Several masters' hearts trembled, and they reacted instantly, not daring to say a word. Inside the Thunder Valley, Fong Bai turned to look around the mining area. The mining array is operating normally, and even the occasional strong thunder explosion in the Thunder Valley cannot affect the normal mining work. Nowadays, the mine pit integrates automatic mining and automatic refining array clusters. Only 5 mages are needed to control it. And 1 to 3 cubic magnetic crystals can be stably produced every day. At present, we are still strengthening the design of the automated mining array, trying to transform the current semi-automatic into fully automatic mining and refining. In addition, the mine pit area is equipped with 9 4th level permanent heavy artillery and 1083rd level permanent heavy artillery, each with different attributes. A full 3-dimensional defense system has been successfully established underground, on the ground, and in the sky, which can effectively resist the attack of legends. Coupled with the automated warning array, the mine basically has the ability to protect itself. In addition, the cluster of self-destruct arrays in the base has also been arranged, integrating self-destruction and trapping the enemy. For now, the self-defense of the mine is no longer a problem, which is also the reason why we propose that there is no need for garrison. For now, it is enough to ensure that about 5 mages are stationed to maintain its normal operation. This is indeed the case now. Fong Bai heard the words and swept his mental power, and he also had an understanding of the situation of this mineral, and then nodded slightly. Okay. Good. Hard work. But we will continue to work hard, and on the existing basis, we will try to achieve completely unmanned automated mining, refining, and transportation. It is best to try to build a cluster of arrays that can be self-maintained and repaired. It has achieved complete unmanned operation, and fully exerted the greatest role of the Thunder Valley pilot. After all, you are also very clear about the development ideas of our Tiandong Pavilion. This will play a pivotal role in the future layout. If this step is missing, our future development will be seriously delayed due to the shortage of personnel. In this regard, you can write an application for any resources you need, and we will consider it. You don't have to feel too much burden. This is a pilot project, not just for you, Li Lei, but for the entire Tiangong Pavilion. Even if some materials are lost, it will be borne by Tiangong Pavilion, not you personally. Be bold and do it. Okay, I understand. Li Lei nodded heavily and agreed. At this time, there was a rumble in the air. Looking up, a simple helicopter was flying at high speed. The blades that looked like big knives, the rough steel frame, and the huge size made it look extremely visually impactful. In addition, the breath emanating from it made the monsters retreat far away. In the fuselage, there was a team of armored warriors waiting to escort the helicopter. Da-da-da. In the howling wind, the helicopter slowly landed, and finally had a little bump and almost bounced up. But before it jumped up, it was held down by a transformed armor with one hand. Looking at the posture, even if the helicopter fell down while flying, several armored warriors could lift it up. In fact, this happened before. Not once or twice. This happened often. After all, it was just built, although it can fly. But the technology is not mature, and there are still many problems, big and small. But how to say it? The flaws do not outweigh the merits. It has played a big role in long-distance travel and material transportation. Master. Pavilion Master. Several members of the outer chamber greeted Fong Bai, and Fong Bai nodded slightly in response. Li Lei, who was standing by, greeted Fong Bai and asked people to start handing over the refined magnetic crystal. First, the data was extracted from the array cluster and fixed and imported into a circular chip. And then, the magnetic crystal was inspected and weighed before handing over. After the handover, it was sealed and both parties left their spiritual imprints in the circular chip. The whole process was recorded and videotaped, and the internal data was preserved for a long time. After the handover, the magnetic crystal was moved onto the helicopter. And then, da-da-da, the engine hummed for a long time. But the wing did not turn. An armored warrior went up and grabbed the wing and turned it violently. Thursday, da-da-da. The wind was howling, and the helicopter waved its tail in the air to signal Fong Bai and others, and flew away. During the flight, it was shaky and up and down, but there was no crash. Looking at the flying posture of the helicopter, Li Lei was happy. The technology needs to be improved, but the speed is indeed much faster. After all, it is flying in a straight line in the sky, and it is not slow. From Tiangong Pavilion to here and back, you can go back and forth within half a month. Well, just make changes while flying. This is the good thing about the extraordinary world. If you have any ideas, you can go up and fly once you get up. Anyway, no one will die from the fall. And you don't have to worry about the plane falling from the sky. Just carry it. Unlike in reality, planes dare not take off without thousands of tests. Indeed, apart from other things, this alone can increase the speed of technological progress to a higher level. After all, no matter how many deductions are made on paper, they are not as good as flying in the sky once. Well, Fong Bai nodded in response. In this way, you are busy and I am in a hurry, so I will leave first. After saying a few words to Li Lei, Fong Bai took a step and shot out. In an instant, 2 ring-shaped clouds burst out in front of his body, and the whole person moved forward at a high speed, breaking the sound barrier with his body. The speed was enough to tear the plane apart from the inside, but Fong Bai controlled it directly with his body at this moment. However, a force spread out with the vibration of Fong Bai muscles, and the sonic boom disappeared without a trace. A few days later, at the gate of Tiangong Pavilion, tracked armored vehicles drove out from the interior of Tiangong Pavilion one after another. Every corner and every steel plate of the armored vehicle, which is completely forged by hand, is made by the 3-refining forging process, with the fuel purchased from the fire tower. The real 3-refining equipment was successfully forged using ordinary iron. The armored vehicle is a creation made with this technology. The armored vehicle is as big as a house, and the track beside it is taller than a person. When the track rolls, the scalp occasionally numbs. That is the elemental magnetic field storm that occasionally leaks out of the small magnetic crystal engine of the Mecha. Under the continuous injection of gold elements, the magnetic field engine rotates at high speed to provide sufficient power for the track. And such armored vehicles are one after another. Although Tiangong Pavilion can only forge armored vehicles by hand by forgers at present, it is purely handmade. But what can be done is that each forger can use the magician's hand and perform forging through the magician's hand micromedia. Although it is not as good as the one on the assembly line, it is not much slower. In terms of precision, it can be directly formed in one piece, and any modification can be directly changed without modifying the production line or the mold. But in terms of production, the forgers of Tiangong Pavilion may not be able to compete with the production line. But if we take into account the advantages in scientific research, the actual production line can't catch up at all. It is worth mentioning that in addition to a group of full-time forgers in the outer cabinet, every member of the inner cabinet is a qualified forger, and may not be worse than the full-time forgers in the outer cabinet. So much so that the full-time forgers in the outer cabinet generally only forge large quantities, or sell things to the outside. Ordinary experimental supplies, verification models, etc. are all produced by the mages of each project team themselves. Each humanoid printer also includes strength. Soon, 10 domineering and huge armored vehicles had already arrived at the door, and Zhang Zhong led 200 people in 2 pairs to get on 2 armored personnel carriers, one in front and one in the back, and on the troop carrier in the middle. You can see that in addition to dozens of mages, the 5 armored vehicles are full of long strips of elemental metal, filling them up. If it weren't for the 3 refined armor plates that isolated the internal and external element fluctuations, the element fluctuations of the 5 vehicles' 3-level element materials would be as dazzling as the sun in perception. It is worth mentioning that in addition to the personnel, the remaining 3 vehicles also carry a variety of high-precision experimental equipment such as the computing center, the mental power microscopic perception array, the rune engraving auxiliary array, and the detection array. All these equipment have built an element-free environment in the armored vehicle, and all are suspended and stored with a constant magnetic field to avoid environmental changes and precision losses caused by element changes. At this time, the ground shook slightly, and Zhang Zhong, Qi Peng and others who were waiting under the car were not surprised. The warning array of Tiangong Pavilion had long warned of the shock waves coming from there, and they had known it long ago. That was the direction Fong Bai came from. Not long after, the shock became more and more obvious, and gradually a black dot enlarged in front of his eyes. Not long after, the person rushing at high speed slowly fell in the middle of them. The one who couldn't fly was naturally Fong Bai. Although the Tiangong Pavilion cannot fly everywhere and cannot be used as a feature, only Fong Bai has such a speed. Pavilion Master. Pavilion Master. Yes. Qi Peng. Zhang Zhong. Fong Bai nodded slightly, greeted, and then looked at the armored vehicle in front and asked immediately, "Are you ready?" "Yes. It's good. I have prepared a lot of materials, and there is a certain amount of space. It should be enough. After all, it is just a core component. As for the main body and armor, they can be manufactured in the pavilion. There is no need to bring it all the way there. As for the equipment, it has been loaded and can be set off at any time. But there is something that can't be loaded. Pavilion Master, you take it yourself, Qipeng said, without waiting for Fang Bai to ask. He walked to the side and opened a wooden box. Among them, the gun barrel with a muzzle as thick as a thigh is dark inside, as if it can even swallow light. Chapter 536 Makeup Lesson. This is the core construction of the gun barrel, and this is the core construction of the rune array. Together, it is the first generation of permanent rune heavy artillery. Model Yuanling, also known as Yuanling Generation 1. Yuanling Generation 1 is divided into two models: the 4th order model and the 3rd order model. The 3rd order model occupies an area of about 50 square meters, and the 4th order model occupies an area of about 125 square meters. I will not go into details about the power, but it is enough to seriously injure the master and the legend. After the 3rd order model is deployed, it takes 10 days to warm up, and the 4th order model takes a month to warm up. If you directly use the 3rd order or 4th order elemental metal forging, you can use it immediately without the need for warming up. This generation of Yuanling is equipped with a mental power connection interface, with automatic standard functions, and equipped with a computing unit with a special algorithm. The detection radar unit can automatically connect multiple cannons in series to bombard an area or blockade a strong person. According to our previous experiments, 9 cannons in series can often completely lock an ordinary legend. Well, an ordinary legend like Night Crow. If 27 cannons can be locked in a step-by-step manner, basically the legend within the range will be killed. In addition, cannons have 3 attributes: fire, water, and earth. Earth is used underground. Fire is used on the ground and sky. And water is used in the water. There is basically no dead angle. And here there are 3 level models. That is, 500 Yuanling first generation guns with a caliber of 88 mm, and 4 level models, 60 Yuanling first generation guns with a caliber of 228 mm. If all are ranged, it should be enough. Fang Bai nodded slightly when he heard this, and this piece of black muzzle gave him enough sense of security. If all are ranged, it is not as solid as a rock, but it is almost the same. This is enough to arm a fortress. Don't look at the 27 guns to ensure the legend will be killed. 60 guns are only enough to form 2 arrays. That is the calculation made for the top legend data. For ordinary legends like Night Crow, 9 cannons are enough. 60 cannons means that 6 legends can be fatally attacked at the same time. And 1 legend is a deterrent force that is enough to control a force. Where can 6 legends attack at the same time? In fact, 9 4th level cannons with a certain number of 3rd level cannons are enough to guard a place, which is called a super fortress. And 60 cannons. It seems that they can only kill 6 legends at the same time. But even if there are 16 or 26 legends, they have to watch obediently. They really think that legends are cannon fodder, and they will go to their deaths one after another at the command. Even if there are more legends, the situation will change when the first 6 legends are killed by artillery. And if we don't talk about killing, just talking about blocking, 2 cannons supported by computing power are more than enough to block a legend. After all, 9 4th level cannons kill a legend not because the legend can withstand the cannon attack. It's just because the legend will run. If the legend really rushed forward and charged head-on, would he doubt that 1 shot wouldn't kill anyone? And 164th order cannons formed a whole line. Combined with dense 3rd order cannons, it should be enough. Fang Bai smacked his lips, and then put all the accessories, gun barrels, computing power units, radar units, solid elemental power, and other materials into the inner space, directly filling up a small gap in the inner space. After putting everything away, Fang Bai looked at Zhang Zhong and others who were ready, glanced at them, and then gave an order. "Let's go!" "Yes." As soon as the voice fell, the driver of the armored vehicle pulled down the throttle of the 2 tracks. The rich gold element was poured into the magnetocrystalline engine, and the magnetic field surged, driving the rotor to rotate rapidly. The power was transmitted to the transmission wheels of the 2 tracks through the power. Almost at the moment when the throttle was pulled down, the tracked armored vehicles accelerated little by little, and after the speed increased, they rushed away directly. Fang Bai tapped the ground lightly, and rushed forward quickly with one leap. His speed was no worse than that of the armored vehicle running at full power. Fong Bai ran casually, since no one could give him a chance anyway, so he didn't need to hide it. However, Zhang Zhong in the car watched Fong Bai running outside, and then looked at his own seats. Everyone is there. Zhang Zhong's voice echoed over the convoy, and the familiar command instantly attracted the attention of all the soldiers. Everyone get out of the car and run forward. The moment the voice fell, Zhang Zhong opened the hatch and jumped out first. Although the armored vehicle was running at high speed, Zhang Zhong landed steadily on the ground without any shaking of his body. But there was only a muffled sound on the ground. Seeing this, the others turned over and got out of the car, and formed two lines to run on both sides of the armored vehicle. And their speed did not fall at all. After unloading hundreds of tons of cargo, the speed of the armored vehicle could not help but increase by a few points. Zhang Zhong ran happily behind Fong Bai, and gradually matched Fong Bai's pace with his step-by-step. One after another. Gradually, everyone's frequency has reached the same, as if there is only one footstep sound in the ear, showing an amazing degree of tacit understanding. Such elite, even if Fong Bai does not take action, he can imagine how elite they are, and their weight generally reaches about 2 tons. Once they are fully armored, it is a terrifying weight of 4 to 5 tons, and the best among them can often reach 10 tons of self-weight when they are fully armored, and the strongest can even reach more than 10 tons. With such an army, Fong Bai does not know who can stop and who can break it once the clouds rise. Even if the clouds do not rise, their bodies, which are comparable to the second-level extraordinary equipment, and some are comparable to the third-level equipment, can also make their enemies' scalps numb. At this moment, the momentum exuded by running alone makes the surrounding monsters flee with their tails between their legs, and Fong Bai is very satisfied with this effect, and it is worth spending a lot of resources to train them. They are an invincible army. If the yuanling heavy artillery is the invincible shield of Tiangong Pavilion's defense, then the army that symbolizes the origin and initial army of the extraordinary army is the indestructible sharp spear of Tiangong Pavilion. However, compared with the enemies they will face in the future, they can only be regarded as unsatisfactory at best. However, they still have to continue to strengthen. However, their physical strengthening path has reached a bottleneck to a certain extent, limited by some natural materials and treasures that improve physical strength. And the price of such natural materials and treasures is often not cheap. It doesn't matter if you train a few or dozens of people, but it's not that Tiangong Pavilion can't afford to train 200 people at a time. It's more cost-effective to invest this money in research. In comparison, the army said, "Light, wait a little longer. I remember that the evil god's plane has fallen into the trial space and into the ancient battlefield. If nothing unexpected happens, that plane has become a part of the ancient battlefield. Even if it hasn't, I can go to the ancient battlefield under the trial space through this springboard. The dead air black spring, there is simply the best body tempering wonder. It is simply a body tempering holy object. As long as you prepare enough gold element, you can use the dead air black spring there to temper your body and increase the metal density of your body. I was there at the beginning. Through the dead air, the black spring has completed the density breakthrough and continues to increase. Although the death energy is not very useful to me now, it is very precious to them. The main reason is that the stock is huge and can be produced continuously. Zhang Zhong and his team only need to increase the density of their bodies to the extent that they can withstand the 4th refinement. And perhaps they can try to carry out the 4th refinement. This black spring of death energy is extremely precious in the outside world. A black spring with such an effect and continuous production must have been occupied by a large force in the outside world. Even if it is not occupied, it will definitely attract a lot of forces to compete after the world appears. This is not like the area outside the main material world. As long as they find it, it is theirs. At most, they just need to kill a few undead. It is easy and carefree without any disputes. This is the charm of opening up to the outside world. Not only are there opportunities everywhere because there has never been any land reclamation, but there is no competitor at all. No one place can support the army to continue to become stronger and work towards the 4th refinement standard. However, despite this idea, Fong Bai has a faint haze in his heart. The body of a mecha master that is not made of pure elemental metal may not be able to reach the standard of the 4th refinement. After all, the 4th refinement carries the rules, and it is not as easy to cast as imagined. General strength is as powerless as butter in front of a hot knife in front of the rules. Unless the density and strength are increased to the extreme, which is double than what I did at the beginning, and a field is formed, there may be a chance. Fong Bai's mind flashed one thought after another. The laziness and skipped classes at the professional and elite levels seem to have to be doubled up at the master level. It is very likely that this is the case. Although they broke through to the master level early by taking advantage of the convenience of the Mecha master profession, they still face many problems. Thinking of this, Fong Bai shook his head slightly and stopped thinking about this problem. Everything will be discussed after the Mecha is cast and enters the evil god plane. Fong Bai murmured. In fact, it is not just them. Fong Bai has no idea about breaking through the legend now. Although he has carried the power of legendary thunder in his body. Although his magnetic field has merged with the field and has strong power. Although his body can stand and let the legend hit him. Although his combat power can fight according to the legend. But he knows that he is not a legend yet. He has neither formed a domain nor accepted the baptism of armor and resistance rules. Even the attribute panel shows that he is only a master. The Mecha master is the route he opened up and the profession he created. He is the strongest. Others follow his route. Others are crossing the river by feeling their way. And others are relying on the experience he has summarized to break through. And he can only explore and try little by little. The most important thing is that because he is going further and further, he is now too far away from the mainstream profession. So far that other professions can hardly provide him with reference. After all, there is no peak energy, no mental power beyond the limit, and only a body that can carry the rules. How to break through. How to form a field. I don't know. Fong Bai's only clue now is the ancient wizard's manuscript he got from the fat man and the profiteer. When the Mecha is born, the next work focus must be placed on the legendary breakthrough. That is, the condensation of the inner space. The Mecha is born. And the evil god plane is of course the first to go. But that is the next step of the Tiangong Pavilion's outer pavilion. Even if he needs to participate in it with the projection, it will not interfere with the normal research work. Research, a steady stream of new knowledge, is his eternal focus. As for the inner space, Fong Bai's mental power could not help but look inward. Ever since he realized that the key to the inner space lies in the field, Fong Bai has made corresponding layout changes. Construct a small ritual field. And use small ritual fields to form a large ritual field that covers the entire inner space. In this process, the elemental power is continuously invested to enhance the power of the ritual field. In this process, the field power is gradually formed. But this is just the beginning. Fong Bai found that without the continuous influx of external power, this inner space can only be a rootless duckweed. And it will always be just a space with storage function. Just like a slightly larger storage ring. And the reason for this, Fong Bai also roughly understood after carefully reading the manuscript of the ancient wizard. There is no structure, no operation rules for building a complete logical cycle for it, and no complete elements of a complete world. This is just a deformed product born by coincidence when the fantasy space meets the huge power of faith. It is completely different from the fantasy space of the ancient wizard, which can develop into an independent world. This is just a deformed product born by chance. Yes. The residual life process of this inner space is a great opportunity for anyone. Even for the ancient wizard. It may be the same. And the inner space can be condensed directly. But the basis for achieving this is enough knowledge. Including but not limited to the knowledge of the world structure and the complete rules and cycles of the world's operation. If there is not enough knowledge, even if you encounter this opportunity, you can only use it as a storage space that can accommodate living things like Fong Bai now. And that's all. It's simply a waste of heaven's gift. Therefore, even among the extraordinary, knowledge is power. And because of the emergence of the extraordinary, the transformation of knowledge into power is more convenient, more diverse, and more direct. And the leverage multiple of its leveraging power will be greater. Fortunately, although this inner space has been condensed, it is still connected to the fantasy space, which is still possible to remedy. Not only does he have the opportunity to make up this step to the same level as the ancient wizard, he even has the opportunity to achieve the achievements that the ancient wizard has not been able to achieve according to the content of the ancient wizard's manuscript. Completing the regret of the ancient mage is not limited to mages, but completing the breakthrough of the legendary level in the most perfect manner. Achieve perfection in the true sense. Thinking of this, recalling a concept proposed in the manuscript of the ancient mage, Fong-Bai mouth curled up slightly. Chapter 537 Elemental World? Although the idea is good, it is indeed difficult to achieve. The so-called perfect breakthrough requires 2 fantasy spaces and a huge amount of belief power. Fong-Bai thought to himself. And the fantasy space requires a thorough understanding of the world structure. Only by initially mastering the world structure, mastering the rules of the world's operation, and successfully designing a set of logically self-consistent and recyclable rules. Only in this way can it be possible to form a perfect fantasy space. During this period, the computing power, resources, and world knowledge required are huge. Fong-Bai thought secretly. Although it is difficult, the condensation of a single fantasy space can make a legend, and immortality will definitely make one a god. Not to mention the perfect breakthrough of condensing 2 fantasy spaces at the same time. Although this is difficult, the benefits are equally huge. And the manuscript proposes that in order to achieve a perfect breakthrough, 2 fantasy spaces must be condensed. Regarding this, the manuscript only has some theoretical deductions, and is not complete. But it just so happens that I was born with a fantasy space, which means that the most difficult step has been taken by me. The future is promising. This is also one of the reasons why Fong-Bai is so concerned about this manuscript and this perfect breakthrough. If you are born with such good conditions, if you don't use them, I'm afraid that the ancient wizard who wrote this manuscript will have to climb out of the coffin and slam the coffin and shout that it is a waste of natural resources. Fong-Bai naturally would not accept such excellent conditions being wasted in vain. While thinking, Fong-Bai couldn't help but recall the previous trip to the fire elemental realm. Earth, fire, wind, and water are the 4 elements that form the foundation of the world. And the inner planes include the earth elemental realm, the fire elemental realm, the wind elemental realm, and the water elemental realm. In the elemental realm, the elements are extremely dense, and the nature of the elemental forces varies greatly. Take the fire elemental realm as an example. The deeper the magma seabed is, the more violent the fire elements are. Even the fire elemental life born in it is extremely violent. The higher it goes, the more stable it is, and the gentler it is. When it reaches the fire cloud in the upper layer of the fire elemental realm, these fire elements are basically the same as the fire elements in the main material realm. It is said that the earth, wind, and water elemental realms are also similar. It is hard not to make Fong-Bai think too much. If the 4 elements of earth, fire, wind and water are the source of the elements of the entire main material world, it is similar to the root system of plants, which continuously absorbs nutrients for the world, and then processes them into the nutrients needed by the world bit by bit. That is, it is processed into stable and gentle elemental forces, and then input into the world, becoming the resources for the growth and derivation of the world. Then many things seem to be understandable. Fong-Bai thought that the energy in the world is not endless, and the world cannot become stronger out of thin air. Since there is energy, there must be a source. Since it is getting stronger, there must be resources absorbed. The 4 elements absorb nutrients to feed the world. Is this a kind of infrastructure of the world? But what do the 4 elements absorb? Where is it absorbed? How is it absorbed? Is the above inference correct? What can prove these? Scientific research is not random speculation. Bold assumptions are indeed correct. But following bold assumptions is careful verification. Now that the conjecture has been put forward, I should confirm or disprove it through experiments next. Fong-Bai muttered to himself, and an idea emerged in his mind. One is to trace the source. The other is to track. A sphere representing the spatial coordinates appeared in Fong-Bai hand. These were the spatial coordinates of the fire elemental realm that Fong-Bai had collected before, when the cross-boundary portal pointing to the evil god plane in the mage tower was opened. And when the cross-boundary portal was idle, Fong-Bai could open a cross-boundary portal to the fire elemental realm and go to the fire elemental realm at any time. After entering the fire element realm, the magma sea extends downwards continuously, chasing the increasingly violent fire elements. Go to the most violent position of the fire elements to see what position and what force formed these violent fire elements. Continuously pursue the top of the fire cloud of the fire element realm upwards to see whether these stable fire elements are transmitted to the material world and whether they supply the elemental power of the entire material world. If so, then the conjecture I propose can basically be confirmed. And I only need to follow this and explore the 4 major element realms of earth, fire, wind, and water respectively. Then I can establish the most basic world structure. At least, I can use this to build a simple world that can continuously absorb energy and continue to grow. Fong Bai recalled that when he was swimming in the magma sea of the fire element realm before, he was always chasing the legendary fire elements and did not continue to dive deep into the magma. At that time, he could only go down again. But it was because he had gone down before. So Fong Bai knew that with his own body, he could completely take a bath in the magma at that time. And he was completely qualified to continue diving. While Fong Bai was thinking, he did not stop at all and always stayed on the side of the armored convoy. These armored vehicles, especially the 5 in the middle, were filled with heavy elemental metal cubes, precious third-order elemental metals, and even some fourth-order elemental metals, were calculated in units of squares here. These elemental metal cubes alone had already emptied out half of the inventory of the Tiandong Pavilion's treasury, which was a huge investment. So much so that the outer cabinet members had to raid farther cities and farther areas to sell and auction armor, using this as a stepping stone. They then participated in top auctions again and again, sweeping up high-order elemental metals on a large scale to replenish the Tiandong Pavilion's inventory of elemental metals. And because of the preciousness of elemental metals, especially the preciousness of fourth-order legendary elemental metals, these are often the raw materials for forging fourth-order equipment. This made the price extremely high, which directly led to the huge income from the sale of cultivation iron ingots, and the huge income from the sale of armor being used to auction these elemental metals. Regardless of the price, they bought at all costs. Often, you could only buy a piece the size of a watermelon, a winter melon, or a suitcase, and it may be an ore, not a finished elemental metal that has been smelted and pre-processed. From this, the value of these elemental metals can be seen, based on the price being basically the same. The density and weight are also very high. The power of these armored vehicles is a magnetocrystalline engine, which is a small mecha engine designed for small-class mechas. But even the smallest engine is used by mechas, and the height of the smallest mecha can reach more than 10 meters and weigh hundreds of tons. Some heavy mechas can even weigh more than 100 or nearly 200 tons. The power of the engine that can drive such a heavy mecha is naturally not weak. But even so, the armored vehicles carrying these elemental metals still slowed down the speed of the entire convoy. So much so that they traveled day and night every day. And it took them 5 full days to get from Tiandong Pavilion to the main road outside Hongfeng City. This is because there were many players and caravans who went to Tiandong Pavilion to buy iron ingots for cultivation at the beginning. And a dirt road had already been built in the forest. Having a road and not having a road are two completely different things. Finally, on the morning of the 6th day, 10 armored vehicles ran at high speed and rushed directly along the bumpy dirt road to the relatively flat dirt road. The heavy armored vehicles drove on the dirt road, leaving a track mark on it. This mark continued to extend forward as they drove. At this moment, in Hongfeng City, Hao Wei, surrounded by a group of people, and an old man in gorgeous clothes walked out of the gate of Hongfeng City. Standing at the gate, the old man smiled and said, "President Hao, you don't have to send me off. You've already sent me home." "Ha ha ha. That's fine. Then send Qi Suowen home. When the time comes, Qi Suowen will go out of the city to send him off. It may be a good story." The old man laughed when he heard it. Yes. What President Hao said makes sense. But President Hao has to manage the livelihoods of hundreds of millions of people in a city. And he is busy with work. How dare I delay President Hao for so long? President Hao will stop here. Next time. The next time we meet. That will be the time for me to bring good news to President Hao. You are so polite. I am also a favor from everyone. I will temporarily serve as the city lord. But there are indeed many things to do. So I dare not delay. Then, listen to Qi Suowen today. Next time, I will definitely make time for work and send Qi Suowen back to the tribe in a grand manner. Hao Wei and the old man talked to each other. And the people around them also responded. And both of them were smiling. After saying one sentence after another and exchanging greetings. Just when the two were officially preparing to separate, a strange sound suddenly came from the distance of the road. And the ground slowly trembled. In the distance, some black shadows slowly emerged. This situation made them slightly confused. And at this time, a tall professional next to the old man suddenly said in confusion, "Such a big commotion. Could it be a monster invasion?" As soon as the words fell, the aboriginals immediately became alert. But then someone said, "No, it can't be a monster. How can a monster walk along the road honestly? What is that?" It's so huge and looks weird. Everyone was surprised. And then, as the Black Shadow group approached, they gradually saw the appearance of the Black Shadow and the players running on both sides of the Black Shadow. The people running on both sides were players at a glance. And the huge monster in the middle, which was made entirely of metal, had wheels at the bottom, but was covered with metal. And such a heavy metal structure could move so fast. What is this? Chairman Hao. Is this your team? The old man asked in surprise. And Hao Wei saw clearly what it was and the person in the front, and said with an unchanged expression, "Yes, that's right. We call this an armored vehicle. A military vehicle used in war. It is very common in our players' world. So Chief Soen should not be surprised." "Oh, so that's how it is. It's so amazing." The old man was full of amazement. With his eyes, it was not difficult to see the war potential of this vehicle. After a round of praise, the old man left. And he, Hao Wei and his group, who had been calm, suddenly couldn't hold back their faces. Just now, when there were outsiders, they could still hold back their surprise and keep their faces straight to ensure that they would not embarrass themselves. But now that the outsiders have left, they really can't hold back. What the hell? Armored vehicle? Everyone was stunned. If this thing appeared in reality, even if it appeared in the city, it would just be a curiosity. But this is in the game. Who the hell made an armored vehicle? It's a tracked one. Armored vehicles with practical combat value? And there are so many of them. And they are already mass-produced. So the technology tree has already climbed to this level? Hao Wei let out a long breath, looking at Fong Bai and others who were approaching quickly, and said, "Technology tree?" Fong Bai took some attention and waved his hand. "Not yet. Ordinary steel armored vehicles can be made on an assembly line for fun. But this kind of armored vehicle based on the 3 refining process, which can withstand master-level attacks without damage and has a shipping weight of hundreds of tons, still has to be built by hand. The assembly line can't withstand master-level attacks without damage, and have a shipping weight of hundreds of tons?" Hao Wei's mouth opened even wider. "Hey, how do you know that the speed just now has exceeded 100 kilometers? Fong Bai looked at Hao Wei in surprise. Hao Wei's mouth twitched slightly when he heard the words. And it was this familiar taste again. Fong Bai is still the same Fong Bai, but still very exaggerated. What the hell? From Hao Wei's expression, Fong Bai had already received the emotional value he needed. He immediately waved his hand and ran away. "We talk again next time when there's something new." Hao Wei, who had just recovered and was about to ask for the price, saw Fong Bai running away. "Ah, why did you leave? I haven't asked the price yet?" President, it's not recommended to ask." "What's wrong? Is there any problem?" Hao Wei looked at a player next to him in surprise, and then heard him say, "As far as I know, the threshold for the 3 refinements of Tiangong Pavilion is elemental metal, or at least elemental alloys mixed with some elemental metals. After 3 refinements, it can become a 3rd-level equipment. Even the 3rd-level equipment of elemental alloys is for master-level professionals, and its effect, quality, and properties are stronger than the equipment forged by the Aborigines using pure elemental metals. Under the technology of Tiangong Pavilion, even the price of 3rd-level equipment of elemental alloys is much higher than that of the same weight of elemental metals. And the price of elemental metals, which are slightly better, is comparable to the same weight of gold. So, what you see is not an armored vehicle." But the player said faintly, "It's a running gold mountain. And that's just the result of the material value. If you add the engine, the internal supporting array, the rune array, and various effects." "President, listen to me. Don't ask. That thing can only be played with by Tiangong Pavilion, which has mastered the material technology and manufacturing technology. Only Fong Bai and Su Shiping can treat it as a big toy to show off." Hao Wei was speechless. With his original family background and his current power and status, he would definitely be a rich man and a leader wherever he went. But why did he feel like he was just told, "Don't look at it. You don't have money and can't afford it"? Hao Wei was stunned. And the key point was that he really couldn't refute it. For a moment, his eyes turned green when he looked at the armored vehicles. Chapter 538: The Next City. Unconsciously, Tiangong Pavilion has become a famous brand. Not to mention the price. The quality and effect of the equipment inside are not questioned. Even if a large chamber of commerce with a strong background among the indigenous people comes to us, they will definitely go to the Tiangong Pavilion store to purchase a large number of them. There are even strong clients who bring materials to Tiangong Pavilion to customize equipment. Add to that the consumption of iron ingots for cultivation, the sales of armor transformation devices, weapon chips, protective gear chips, and various functional chips. One store can support half of the city. Hao Wei only felt that his tone was full of envy, and the sour taste was extremely obvious. The most important thing is that as one of the builders of this city, Tiangong Pavilion has a 20% fixed share by nature, and has a series of privileges such as setting up a branch of Tiangong Pavilion and not paying taxes. No matter how much sales there are, he can't collect a penny of tax. It has nothing to do with him. Of course, Hao Wei also knew that because of the existence of this branch of Tiangong Pavilion, Hongfeng City attracted a large number of strong people who wanted to forge weapons. A large number of caravans with strong backgrounds joined the trade route, and a large number of players and natives settled there. The economic and political benefits brought by these combined far exceeded the tax of Tiangong Pavilion. If they really had to leave, Hao Wei would be the first one to be unhappy. But having said that, it's really sour. Technology is the primary productive force. Tiangong Pavilion has accumulated too much technology, and the realization of these technologies can bring them a lot of economic benefits. Of course, it is worth mentioning that since the beginning of Tiangong Pavilion, these guilds, voluntarily, supported the scientific researchers of their own guilds. So they actually have some share in these technologies. And they also have some share in the money after the technology is realized. Although the proportion is not high. Cough, cough, cough. Recalling the account that was calculated, if all of it was withdrawn, it would instantly make a person a millionaire. That is to say, they basically did not withdraw the money, but put it in the points account of Tiangong Pavilion, ready to be used to exchange for technical authorization or certain points exchange lists. Ahem. Win-win. Win-win. Yes. And they can also continuously invest this income into research. Unlike us, they have so many miscellaneous things to deal with. They only need to devote themselves to research wholeheartedly. For us, no matter what the meaning is, it is an absolute good thing. Otherwise, we would not be able to sweep the players and aborigines of Luoya City with absolute advantages in military quality, equipment and technology, and take another city. President, you should hurry up and prepare points to exchange for primary extraordinary city construction technology and train construction teams. In addition, before that, you still have to prepare materials and ask the construction team of Tiangong Pavilion to build a new city. Indeed, Hao Wei took a long breath and nodded after hearing this. After all the player guilds in Hongfeng City united and formed an alliance together, they would not play cards and mahjong every day. Only greater interests can make them ignore some contradictions and some interests. With such a great innate advantage as Tiangong Pavilion, their steps will naturally not be limited to the mere Red Maple City. Their journey will not stop here. The nearby Fallen Leaves City is their first target and victory. Their army swept through Fallen Leaves City like autumn wind sweeping fallen leaves. Let them know, or let them truly realize that the times have changed. However, it is easy to attack but difficult to govern. The security war, especially facing the undead players and the powerful aborigines, will definitely delay their time and energy and slow down their development. Only by developing Fallen Leaves City into a mature land can this be avoided. So that Fallen Leaves City is not only not a burden, but also their new helper. In such a strategy, the construction of the extraordinary city is an unavoidable link. To deal with players, you can cut off the firewood from the bottom of the pot and start a new stove. With a clean new city, you can cut off the economic benefits of the player guild. Without economic support, the players will not die, but their hearts will be scattered, and the players can be flattened. To deal with the indigenous strongmen, use the cloud of the extraordinary city to suppress them. The main army can be withdrawn immediately, and ordinary players can complete the encirclement and suppression work. This basically means that as long as the extraordinary city is built, the Fallen Leaves City will be completely under their control and can provide them with benefits. And to build the extraordinary city, Tiangong Pavilion has set a score level threshold, which is also a diplomatic threshold. In this regard, they naturally don't have to worry about this close relationship. After crossing this threshold, there are two modes for forging the extraordinary city. First, prepare all materials and manpower according to the catalog given by Tiangong Pavilion, and the construction team of Tiangong Pavilion will construct it. The price is 20% of the city's fixed shares, and a series of privileges such as the establishment of Tiandong Pavilion branches, tax exemption, and station guards. Second, the construction technology of the primary extraordinary city is in the high-level points exchange catalog. After the points level is reached, it can be exchanged with points. Tiandong Pavilion can assist in personnel training. After its own construction team is established, every extraordinary city built by Tiandong Pavilion will enjoy a series of privileges such as building an outer pavilion of Tiandong Pavilion, tax exemption, and stationing guards. But there is no need to pay the unchanged shares to Tiandong Pavilion. Of course, there is actually a third option. That is, the highest point level in Tiandong Pavilion. In other words, after the reputation of Tiandong Pavilion reaches reverence, you can completely exchange the authorization of this technology with a large amount of points. This point is a sky-high price. But as long as you pay this point at one time, then as long as this technology is not leaked, then building as many extraordinary cities as you want will not have anything to do with Tiandong Pavilion. Build it however you want. Of course, now let alone no one. The reputation level of the power can be reached. Even if there is no need for a reputation threshold, no one can afford this point alone. At present, the total points of all external forces in Tiandong Pavilion are not enough to exchange for the corners of this technology. Even within Tiandong Pavilion, only Fong Bai can afford this point. Only his contribution value is enough. Its price and premium are obvious. Outsiders don't even think about it. And Hao Wei won't think about it. He can't afford it. And there is no need. Isn't it just tax exemption? Setting up points and adding some privileges? He gave. As for the matter of setting up points and opening stores, he would not be happy if Tiandong Pavilion didn't come. He would invite them even if he was given subsidies, let alone refuse. He mainly thought about the second option. First, the shares can be saved. And second, there is no need to wait for the construction period of the Tiandong Pavilion's outer pavilion construction team. Their own can start construction at any time. And if there is enough staff training, they can even build 2, 3, etc. at the same time. The reputation level required for the second option is not low, but they have enough reputation level. And points? The alliance can also get together, although this amount of points is not small. Fortunately, they have people in Tiandong Pavilion who are constantly researching new technologies and can provide them with points continuously. Although each person's share is not much, the accumulated points are not a small number. Of course, in order to maintain the relationship with Tiandong Pavilion and the relationship with these dispatch personnel, they have made efforts behind the scenes and paid a lot of price. And they have done more things to find senior talents needed by Tiandong Pavilion. Invite them with their own connections and resources, and then send them to Tiandong Pavilion. It's just that I always feel like I'm selecting concubines for the emperor. Hao Wei shook his head. The situation in Luoya City. The preparation and construction of the city construction team. The operation of Hanfeng City. The diplomatic solicitation and suppression of the noble family, etc. all filled his mind. It was just that I just met Fong Bai and could follow my heart and have fun without so much pretending. Although I was happy, I could relax a little. After relaxing, I naturally had to return to my busy work. However, the realization of self-worth behind this, although busy and hard, also made Hao Wei happy. At least, he is now the real ruler of 2 cities, with a population of 1 million, with the army in his left hand and power in his right hand. In ancient times, he would be the king. And this is just the beginning. Hao Wei's eyes are shining, with a firm light in them. If Fong Bai is here, he will find that although Hao Wei's mental power is far inferior to his, but apart from the fantasy space, the anchoring of the inner space, the strength and firmness of his will are not inferior to his. It is not easy to control his will, not easy to be disturbed by illusions and spells, and not easy to be eroded by various extraordinary effects, except for the erosion of various wine, sex, money, anger and power. Extraordinary means can basically not interfere with his will. His will is not weaker than that of humans even in legends, and it will shine even in front of gods. In the battle for faith of gods and the soul trade of devils, such souls are as dazzling as gems, even surpassing legends. Hao Wei and his party went back to the city. On the way back, he suddenly realized a problem and couldn't help muttering. What is Fong Bai going to do with all this mobilization? An army and 10 armored vehicles. Hao-Wei recalled the huge armored vehicles that were 2 stories high and comparable to a small villa. One of them could carry hundreds of tons. Even if it was not fully loaded. It could be used with the extraordinary army to fight a small battle and sweep across a city. Who are they going to fight? What resources do they have to occupy? Hao-Wei thought of this, and felt a little worried. The more he understood Tiangong Pavilion, the more he hoped that Tiangong Pavilion would be a pure research institution. Purely for research. To sell technology. And continue research. If Tiangong Pavilion really began to deploy forces and occupy a place. Hao-Wei's heart skipped a beat. He even hoped that someone had provoked Tiangong Pavilion in Fangbai. And they were just looking for trouble. Please don't do that. Has anyone provoked Tiangong Pavilion recently? Has anyone infringed on the rights of others or robbed others? Hao-Wei asked hurriedly. I didn't notice this. And I haven't heard of it. Check it for me. And pay attention to what Fangbai is doing. Oh. Okay. I give you the news right away. The player nodded. Then sat on the ground with a dull look. And it was obvious that he was offline. Before Hao-Wei could react. He was online again. I found it. So fast? Hao-Wei was stunned. What channel is so fast? Oh. I called a friend in Tiangong Pavilion. Hao-Wei was silent after hearing this. And his lips moved slightly after a moment. What are they doing? I heard that Fangbai was looking for a place to build mechas. Because of the geographical location. They could only build them there. So they took the materials and equipment with them. And the army went to protect them. It was no secret that Tiangong Pavilion was building mechas. Fangbai had announced it long ago. But there was no news from these companies. So it was not difficult to find out. And it was not a secret. But as soon as this information passed through his mind, Hao-Wei was shocked. Wait. Build? Has Tiangong Pavilion made another breakthrough in technology? Have all those technical difficulties been overcome? Just started building? The existence of fantasy space was not unfamiliar to Hao-Wei. Although it was incredible. He had already accepted it after so long. He knew that if they had not tried thousands of times in fantasy space, and all of them were successful, Tiangong Pavilion would never be able to build it directly. In other words, mechas were really coming. Tiangong Pavilion could really give him a big surprise out of the blue. He just used equipment. Extraordinary army. An extraordinary city to tell others that the times have changed. Here, Tiangong Pavilion gave him another unexpected punch. Telling him that the times have changed again. It's getting better. It's getting better. Hao-Wei knew that he didn't have to think about anything. And the time to follow the footsteps of Tiangong Pavilion had come again. Follow Fangbai footsteps. Follow Tiangong Pavilion's footsteps. And continue to update the version. Of course. The most important thing is to say it 3 times. That is, save money, save money, save money. How many high-level elemental metals have we collected in our city? As Hao-Wei gradually walked away, his voice gradually became smaller. A strange player behind him looked at others in confusion and asked strangely, Is the Tiangong Pavilion really that awesome? I see the city lord is extremely cautious. I see they only have a few thousand people. Just a supernatural army of 200 people. Any guild can overthrow them. Right? What other technology? What other strong people can resist the suppression of the cloud? After this person finished speaking, he wanted to wait for others to agree. But as soon as he finished speaking, he waited for everyone's surprised and stunned expressions. Others didn't know what to say. They said he didn't understand the Tiangong Pavilion. But he knew a little. It was indeed ignorant to say that he understood. Isn't it? Well, you came later and didn't experience the era before the Alliance. So you don't know? But do you know that the supernatural city, the supernatural army, and even the equipment you use and the armor you wear are all developed and manufactured by the Tiangong Pavilion? Chapter 539 Spying on Tiangong Pavilion. I know. What's the problem? The player asked back. So what? Under the clouds. Everyone is equal. And everything depends on the strength of the army. I won't say anything else. I just say that there are 100,000 troops, and the mighty clouds are pressing over. What can Tiangong Pavilion use to stop it? Technology? If there is no one to realize the technology, it can only be something on paper. How can it stop these 100,000 troops? Have you never heard of a saying? Hoarding food instead of guns is my granary. This player has not changed his job yet. And it can be seen that he has just entered the game. But his words are powerful. After speaking in a rather tough tone, his tone changed immediately. Of course, I'm just giving an example. Not what I really want to do. I just think that we should respect Fong Bai and Tiandong Pavilion. Science and technology are the primary productive forces. And our future business development cannot be separated from Tiandong Pavilion. But I think the president is a little too flattering to Tiandong Pavilion. But also too afraid. This has seriously affected the interests of our alliance. Tiandong Pavilion is a research institute. And many of its personnel are sent by us. I think we can merge with it. Fong Bai loves research and likes research. So we solve their worries and let them concentrate on research. Technology realization and funding issues can be provided by us. Of course, Tiangong Pavilion was established by Fong Bai. So he can retain equity. If he doesn't want to do research in the future, it's not impossible to participate in management. In this way, technology realization is more direct. And Tiangong Pavilion is more focused on research. Isn't this a win-win situation? The player said excitedly. And the people next to him looked at Hao Wei's back in distance. They probably couldn't hear it with their ears. But they roughly estimated the distance. They silently walked a few steps away from the player, looking at him as if he were a fool. When the player saw no one responded, he frowned slightly, but didn't show it. He just smiled awkwardly and walked forward. What he didn't know was that Hao Wei, who was walking in front, paused and listened quietly with his mental power covered by normal warnings. The more he listened, the more he frowned. The other president next to him, who is currently the deputy city lord, also frowned. Seeing Hao Wei's face, he was interrupted by Hao Wei just as he was about to speak. The two stopped immediately, and he listened for a long time before he spoke. He just came and didn't know the situation. It's obvious that he wants to intervene in management and start work by handling the Tiangong Pavilion incident. Kick him out. Hao Wei interrupted directly. He is the regulatory representative said by Fong Haoyu Group, the lead investor in the first round of financing. How could I not know who he is? Hao Wei asked back. He is ignorant. And you don't understand? You have to write a novel. Considering his background, tolerate him for a while. And then let him make some trouble to anger Fong Bai. And then let Fong Bai show off. And then I will fire him? You have to offend Fong Bai again. And then let us apologize later. And let Fong Bai think that I am deliberately condoning and trying to test him. Some things can be done. And some things cannot be done. Is he really the only one who thinks about things? Is he really the only one who can find a breakthrough? I don't know if he is really stupid or wants to open up the situation against me. But I know he has hit a landmine. The deputy city lord shrugged helplessly. Then Haoyu Group specifically accused you of being a one-man show and arbitrary at the board meeting. I am. Hao Wei rolled his eyes and laughed and scolded. We are a unicorn. And the control is still in my hands. I won't give in to them. If they really push me to the limit, not to mention the representative, I will kick out Haoyu Group. If I can't even control this, Fong Bai will laugh at me sooner or later. It's so funny. You really think this is a company in reality? We are extraordinary. It's not the company of the past. What are we doing? Hao Wei looked at the city gate in front of him. The dozens of meters high city wall stretched to both ends, and there was no end in sight. Under the setting sun, this extraordinary city was like a ferocious beast from ancient times, crouching and suppressing the earth. And such a ferocious beast, and the millions of people in it are completely in his hands. And there will be another one soon. We are fighting for hegemony. We are conquering the world. Haoyu Group? Not only Haoyu, but all current groups are the same. It's not that we are doing business in their field and need their resources, and we will be affected or even blocked by them. We are exploring a new field and conquering the world. And it's not because of them that we have us. Find out the cause and effect. They are begging us to accept their money and their people. I am willing to take them flying. I am willing to give them a chance. If they can't change their thinking and still use the old thinking to do things, they even want to influence us in turn. Puff. Hao Wei couldn't help laughing. But the smile disappeared in an instant, and a cold light flashed in his eyes. Then, get lost. After Hao Wei finished speaking, his eyes changed freely, and then completely retracted. And he said happily, there are many idiots. You can take their money, but you can't follow their idiot temper. It's better to give them a big bag, so that they will be more willing to take the money next time. After Hao Wei finished speaking, he continued to move forward, and the deputy city lord next to him shrugged helplessly. It's certainly right to want to open up the situation, but trying to open up the situation without even knowing what abilities the extraordinary people have and how large the perception range is. To be honest, this is really stupid. Or the arrogance of empiricism. Still stupid. However, flies don't bite seamless eggs. Does the current strength of Tiannong Pavilion no longer match the huge benefits it has obtained? The deputy city lord's heart moved slightly. If it was before, he would definitely not take the initiative or refuse, pretending not to know, and let this person try it out. It became a fruit picking, and Fong Bai was angry and pushed Hao Yu Group out as a scapegoat. But after Hao Wei said this, his sensitivity told him to follow the chief officer's thinking and not to be smart and make random comments. Otherwise, either he will become a higher-level scapegoat, or he will not be on the same line with the supervisor, and finally go further and further away. So now, hello. Shi Peng? Nothing. Let's have tea together when we have time. Chat and chat. Ah. I'm very busy recently, and can't squeeze out time. I understand. Hey. It is precisely because of people like you who work day and night, and focus on research that our civilization can develop so fast and so steadily. I, Li Hao, admire people like you the most in my life. It is precisely because I can't do it. I admire you only when I see you. Hey, this is the truth. The truth from the bottom of my heart. Oh, by the way, there is something I almost forgot. I don't know who mentioned it just now. Maybe some people are eyeing you. I don't know what they will do. I ask around here. I'm just telling you a thing. You should be more careful. Hey. No thanks. No thanks. We are all family. After chatting for a while, Li Hao hung up the phone and went back online, looking at Zhang Zhong who had walked a distance away, and said, Hey, City Lord, we will definitely not be able to grab the first mecha, although I don't know the specific performance. I called Shi Peng and asked him. He said that this mecha must be good. It must be beyond our imagination. Should we try to buy the second or third one? Zhang Zhong, who was originally thinking about the problem, came back to his senses when he heard this sentence, looked at Li Hao and nodded. I've been thinking about this, but it's just like the armor before. I'm worried that Fong Bai and his team won't sell it in the short term. These few mechas may not be enough for their internal staff to take turns. After all, they have a lot of mecha enthusiasts and plastic guys. I'm sure you can't walk when you see the mechas. It's hard to buy. Do you have any ideas? We add money? Hao Wei couldn't help but fall into deep thought. On the other side, Fong Bai used his mental power to quietly watch the clown, and shared it with Zhang Zhong and others through the local area network on the armored vehicle. After a while, Zhang Zhong and his friends were very happy. And soon Zhang Zhong looked at Fong Bai excitedly. Master! Fight! Fight! Master! We are looked down upon. Let's fight. Otherwise, they will take the initiative. Fong Bai rolled his eyes. Don't keep thinking about fighting. With Hao Wei here, there won't be a fight. Just go back and investigate the background of this idiot. Be careful. But there's no need to cause trouble. Otherwise, if anyone comes and mutters a few words, will we intervene? Fong Bai suddenly laughed out loud while talking. Use their technology and equipment to beat them. This is simply the funniest joke he has heard in recent times. Do you really think that Zhang Zhong and his men have gained strength in vain? Do you really think that the armor sold abroad is the same as their military armor? Do you really think that their cloud-based cannons are a joke? Do you really think that their armored vehicles, helicopters, and tanks are all big toys? Do you really think that their refined equipment cannot break their shields under the cloud? Or do you really think that the cloud is invincible? The cloud is indeed strong. But do you know what the composition and principle of the cloud are? Under what circumstances is the cloud most effective? And under what circumstances will it be suppressed? Can the cloud conquer the world? Can the cloud really suppress everything? Yes. The cloud can suppress all spells, steel puppets, spell scrolls, mental attacks, etc. Why won't people be suppressed to the point of being unable to move under the cloud? Why can fighting spirit still flow in the body? And why can mental power still provide computing power in the mind? Why won't he be suppressed? It's hilarious. Tiangong Pavilion is definitely not invincible. Fong Bai knows this, and he doesn't dare to claim to be invincible. But he doesn't even have the slightest interest in those who want to beat him with his things. Even if he doesn't play any tricks beyond the scope, he will go alone. His body of more than 400 tons makes it impossible for 100,000 people to stand and fight for 100,000 years to break his oily skin. And the speed at which he consumes his physical strength when beating these people is not even as fast as his body recovers. Outside the cloud? Who can stop him? Inside the cloud? His strength performance has doubled again. Who can stop him? What's more, the Mecha is about to be born. If someone dares to show up now, then Fong Bai doesn't mind letting the world see the dominance of the Mecha. It just so happens that the current Mecha needs the power of faith. Since the armor collection is a bit slow, it is not impossible to show it directly in public and show it to the world in this way. It depends on the situation. We will act accordingly. Fong Bai's mouth curled up slightly. He hoped that someone could come forward to stir up trouble. The bigger the trouble, the more people would pay attention to it. Mecha needs an opening ceremony of its own. Thinking carefully, Fong Bai retracted his attention and said unhappily to Zhang Zhong, who was eager to try. Let's go. Let's go. Don't think about it. Okay. Zhang Zhong was a little dejected when he heard it. Isn't his fist heavy? Under the clouds. His talent and power burst 6 times. How could he be a weakling? That night, when Fan Hu received the dismissal notice, he was completely stunned. His head was full of incredible things. His attitude today was not concealed at all. He was not surprised that Hao Wei would know. He even expected Hao Wei to know, and expected others to know, because he understood that in such a large force and such a large alliance, there could not be no second voice. It is impossible for everyone to obey Hao Wei, and it is impossible for everyone to think that this is reasonable for Tiangong Pavilion. At present, it is not important to deal with Tiangong Pavilion, but with the background of his investors. He can openly confront Hao Wei and then reach a consensus on the idea of dealing with Tiangong Pavilion. Next, he only needs to take advantage of Tiangong Pavilion, and he can immediately gain a firm foothold and become a mountaintop in Hongfeng City, and openly play against Hao Wei. Then he can quickly expand the mountaintop through mutual restraint and exchange of interests. Suppress, win over, use carrots and sticks, and master the right to speak in Hongfeng City second only to Hao Wei, and even instigate Hao Wei's right to speak in the next step. Extraordinary. They know nothing. But no matter how extraordinary, they can't escape the human heart. For them, they don't need to compete with each other in the field of extraordinary. They naturally have rich experience in pulling people to the field of business, fighting, and mountaintops, where they are good at. Therefore, he is not afraid of Hao Wei's hostility to him. The more hostile he is, the better. There will always be someone in Hongfeng City who will protect him, and his background will always support him. This was not his own idea, but the conclusion reached after a unified meeting. So he was speaking publicly today, selecting supporters and supporters from those selected in the early stage. Today, he considered many ways for Hao Wei to respond, but he never imagined that this result would occur. A letter of dismissal. Hao Wei actually dared to make this decision, and it was actually passed and sent out. After Fan Hu reacted, an unprecedented anger enveloped his heart. Bang! The laptop was thrown to the ground. Hao Wei. Okay. 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 I want to see how tough you are. Fan Hu directly dialed a phone. Hello, Mr. Zhu. Half an hour later, in the office of Hao Yu Group's headquarters, at a conference table. How unreasonable. Who gave Hao Wei the courage? Kick people? Okay. Tell him that if he has the ability, he can kick our group out. Chapter 540. Do we have a chance to join the Red Alliance? Give me a call to Hao Wei. I want to talk to him. Director Zhu's fat face was so gloomy that it seemed like water could drip out of it. The secret technique next to him did not dare to delay at all and dialed the phone directly. However, as soon as the phone was connected, a male voice came from inside. After a few words, he hung up. The secret technique went to Director Zhu and whispered, Director Zhu, it's Hao Wei's secretary. He said Hao Wei is in a meeting, and it's not convenient to answer the phone. He will call back later. The secretary didn't say anything after he finished speaking, and the atmosphere in the meeting room suddenly became depressed. What is in a meeting? What is inconvenient to answer the phone? What will call back? These are the words they say the most. It's nothing more than not important enough. If it's important enough, how could it be inconvenient to answer the phone? And this kind of thing is definitely not something that a secretary can decide. It must have been Hao Wei's instructions in advance. Director Zhu, this attitude is already very obvious. Let's wait. I make another call. Director Zhu suppressed his voice and made another call. As soon as the call was connected, Zhu Dong's voice changed instantly. He smiled and chatted casually with the person on the other end of the phone. But after chatting for a while and hanging up, Zhu Dong, who was originally smiling, looked unhappy again. Zhu Dong. What do you say? Fan Hu asked carefully. Zhu Dong's face was gloomy, and he didn't speak. After a while, he spoke. In a word, reality can't control the game. We can only use our own means. Zhu Dong knocked on the table and said coldly, Fan Hu, didn't the players recruited by the company's security department say that they are very strong? Didn't they say that few people are their opponents? Okay. Take them with money. Dig people. And use some means appropriately. In addition, the players' extraordinary army is nothing more than the number of people. Hao Wei was afraid to move. So we went to find other people. To hire other guilds. We don't need to beat Hao Wei. We just need to beat Tiangong Pavilion with numbers. I think Hao Wei is very afraid of Tiangong Pavilion. But it is absolutely impossible for him to ignore Tiangong Pavilion. And it is impossible for him not to want Tiangong Pavilion. Gongda. So it is not difficult to take down Tiangong. But how to keep Tiangong under Hao Wei is the most difficult. Find a way to contain them. We use blitzkrieg. Except for rushing on the road. To break through Tiangong within 1 day. Kill all players. And take away all the technology, equipment, and materials that can be taken away. Destroy everything that cannot be taken away. After taking the technology and poaching people, we will lead this matter to Hao Wei. After that, we will start a new business. I want to see how much weight Hao Wei has. Yes. Fan Hu was shocked when he heard this and left excitedly. And Zhu Dong, who walked to the French window and overlooked the city, looked quietly into the distance. A bunch of naive, stinking gamers. Do you really think that you can have the final say after playing games for a while? Even if it is a game, it is built on the basis of players. And players still live in this society after all, with life in danger and huge wealth. Will your subordinates still be your subordinates? Can you recruit people? But I can't. In this society, people who have more resources still have the right to speak. Director Zhu showed a sly smile. The good show has just begun. At this moment, Fan Hu has come to the security department and to the innermost office. This innermost office is very special. The office chairs in front of the table are very luxurious and comfortable. During working hours, these people are lying on the chairs, squinting their eyes and looking like they are sleeping. If you count carefully, there are nearly 100 people. At this moment, only 2 or 3 people are awake, sitting in the leisure area drinking tea and chatting. This is a newly established office of the security department. The player management office. Hey, have you heard? Hallyu Group has officially signed a contract with the Red Maple City Player Guild Alliance. Hallyu Group provides financial support to the Red Alliance. And the Red Alliance provides a certain number of player training places for Hallyu Group. It is said that the first payment has been transferred. I heard about it a long time ago. If it weren't for this, I wouldn't have come to Hallyu Group. At this time, the third person said strangely, Hey, the Red Alliance now occupies 2 cities. And the resources it occupies are huge. Just taking out a little resource can be exchanged for an unknown amount of cash. Why do you still accept investment from Hallyu Group? To pay wages. But the Red Alliance can exchange an unknown amount of cash for a little resource. Isn't it enough to pay their members' wages? You also know that resources need to be exchanged. The Red Alliance has hundreds of thousands of formal members and peripheral members. The cash amount for paying wages every month is an astronomical figure. If you keep using game resources to exchange, how many resources will it take? Although the Red Alliance can afford it, compared with other guilds with sufficient funds in reality, isn't it just missing a lot of resources? If this resource is bought by the enemy guild with cash, how much difference will be created by adding and subtracting? Wouldn't it be easier to accept cash investment? Otherwise, how can the Red Alliance support these hundreds of thousands of players? Although they will allocate resources in a game, these players still live in reality, and need to make a living in reality. So, don't really treat these big guilds as fools. They are obviously extraordinary. But they are still willing to accept investment from these rich people and these companies. They are not short of money. But at the same time, they don't want to waste time and resources on these insignificant money. Is that so? The player suddenly realized, and then said with some expectation, I don't know if I can officially join the Red Alliance and become a formal member of the Red Alliance through this relationship. Speaking of this, the other 2 people suddenly became a little nervous. And the player who just explained also looked embarrassed. The threshold for formal members of the Red Alliance is getting higher and higher. It is really difficult to get in without a skill or a high degree. Although we can find a way to use the Hallyu Group's channels for referrals, the threshold may be slightly lower. But it still exists. And everyone holds this idea. And the competition is still fierce. At this point, several people's eyes dimmed. Don't think too much. We at least have a chance. And even if you don't go, you can get a salary here and go to the game every day to find resources. It's not impossible to pass. Although this player said so, the disgust in his eyes could not be concealed. In the eyes of ordinary people, this job at Hallyu Group may seem to have a high salary and easy work, which is very good. But in the eyes of players, a job that only finds real currency and does not issue any game resources. It's embarrassing to say it out. Okay? Any player force, even the lowest one, will issue in-game cultivation resources, cultivation techniques, cultivation secrets, and equipment exchange channels. And those who don't have these, nothing, are complete individual players, without any forces. What? Hallyu Group? Hallyu Group is a fart force. At this time, dong dong dong, there was a knock on the door, and then a man walked in. Fan who? Zhongshan recognized him. But a thought popped up in his mind. What is he doing here? Wasn't he sent to the Red Alliance? Is it possible that he is selecting his confidants, or deciding the number of players to be trained? Thinking of this, Zhongshan couldn't help but shudder, and his eyes looking at Fan, who suddenly became enthusiastic. Under his gaze, Fan, who didn't say anything, but clapped his hands, first called everyone offline, and then gathered everyone together before explaining his purpose. After saying this, he emphasized, "Don't worry. We will never do anything illegal or disciplinary. You are mainly here to support the scene, not to bully them or beat them." After Fan, who finished speaking, the crowd was silent, and everyone was stunned. Seeing that the atmosphere was too awkward, Zhongshan couldn't help but ask, Wait, Mr. Fan. You said we are not going to bully them or beat them? Yes, I promise. Absolutely not. This kind of thing will never happen. You don't need to worry about this. This? Zhongshan couldn't help but say after a long silence. Is it possible that we are worried about being bullied and beaten? Fan, who didn't react at once, and heard Zhongshan continue to say, Why do you think we are here? Is it possible? Is it possible? Is it because we can't meet the entry requirements of the Red Alliance and can't pass the Red Alliance exam? Is it because we are forced to come here? Huh? There was a dead silence. After a long time, Fan, who spoke, Are the most ordinary official members better than you? Definitely. Even those who join through special research are better than you? Definitely. Seeing that Fan, who still didn't believe it, Zhongshan continued immediately. Do you think these scientific research talents will be allocated a lot of training resources after entering the Red Alliance because of their abilities, so that they can quickly become stronger and surpass ordinary official players, directly reach the level of being able to sweep us without any skills or combat experience? If the profession happens to be a mecha master, then it is guaranteed to be beaten. Fan, who subconsciously wanted to add a sentence. What's the use of you then? But he swallowed the words as soon as they came out. It's not easy to recruit these players. If he forces them to leave, he will suffer. But just as the thought came up, he saw Zhongshan and his group walking past him and walking out. At this time, an ominous premonition enveloped his heart. Wait, what are you going to do? Oh, I'm resigning. I came here to find a way to join the Red Alliance. But now I can't join. And I almost became the opposite of the Red Alliance. Don't drag me down if you want to die. Do you know what the Red Alliance means? It's nonsense. Zhongshan complained speechlessly. And he was a little angry. It's okay that the plan failed, but it almost offended the Red Alliance. Next time I go to the Red Alliance to sign up, after the background check, won't I have experience working with the Red Alliance's hostile forces? Doesn't this simply double the difficulty of the review? Gone! I just know that money can't be taken carelessly. It's just a shot while lying down. Bad luck. Zhongshan couldn't help but open a Zhejiang province individual player group and directly posted all the things he encountered. Bad luck. Bad luck. It's really too bad luck. Zhongshan looked at Fan, who with disdain. But Fan, who was also panicked at this moment. The situation in front of him was completely beyond his expectations. It was just a name. And these players all left just because they showed a little hostility to the Red Alliance. Who did they offend? Red Alliance? Wait. It seems that I was just fired. Who did I offend? Hasn't it started yet? Subconsciously, Fan Hu breathed a sigh of relief. But the next moment the phone suddenly rang. A strange call. Fan Hu. You dare to attack any member of the Red Alliance or their family. I guarantee that you will be destroyed in every sense from body to soul. From soul to consciousness. Whether it is a game or reality. You can try. The cold and full voice made Fan Hu tremble all over. And the whole person seemed to fall into an ice cellar. After hanging up, he stood there in a daze. Now he was offended to death. The voice on the phone just now gave him a feeling. A feeling of indifference to life. It made him strongly believe that if he continued like this, he would die. Die. Really die. The change of the time slapped him in the face in this way. The times have changed. And the game rules and means he was familiar with before seemed to be wiped out in an instant. It seems that violence and humane destruction have once again become the mainstream game rules. Although it is still limited to the game now. It is not limited to the game. The original arrogance, rampant, and pride were swept away, leaving only the pale face. Ding ding ding. Ding ding ding. The phone rang again and was connected. Hello. Mr. Zhu. Come to my office. Mr. Zhu on the other end of the phone seemed to suppress his anger. Okay. Fan Hu's mind was blank. He didn't know how he walked from the security department to the chairman's office. He just felt dizzy and his feet were floating. He didn't wake up until Zhu Dong shouted. At this time, he heard the secretary next to him. Dr. Zhu. Huyuan Group has officially announced that it will terminate its cooperation with us. Huyuan Group, a giant group in Zhejiang province, usually has a close relationship and cooperation with Haoyu Group. Once the cooperation is terminated, both parties will suffer huge losses. It stands to reason that even if this level of cooperation is to be terminated, it will be divided and prepared in advance. It is impossible to cancel it at will, regardless of the losses, liquidated damages, and stock prices. The cooperation is terminated immediately. There is only one meaning: immediately cut off and not be implicated. In addition, being the first person, there may be a chance to be valued by the Red Alliance. Obviously, the CEO of Huyuan Group is more sober than Haoyu Group. At this moment, Fan Hu was completely sober and heard Zhu Dong asked, "Are there any other terminations of cooperation?" Not yet, but many companies have shown a trend of preparing to terminate. Hearing this, Zhu Dong seemed to have aged a lot, and he let out a long breath. The Red Alliance is too strong. We can't afford to provoke it. After the voice fell, Zhu Dong, who was originally a little decadent, flashed a ray of viciousness in his eyes. Then we will find a weak one. Chapter 541. Dusk again finally arrived. Fong Bai looked at the strange plane ahead that always maintained the sunset and dusk scene, and let out a long sigh. Under the surprised eyes of the players along the way, they arrived at the dusk plane smoothly. After arriving, Zhang Zhong and others looked over curiously and kept turning their heads. It was clearly just one step away, but on one side the sun was shining brightly, and on the other side it was sunset. This awkward feeling was like two photos being pieced together, with a strong sense of disobedience. Looking at the plane quietly, Zhang Zhong suddenly asked, "Hey, Pavilion Master, have you paid attention to the Haoyu Group?" "No." "What's wrong?" "What Haoyu Group?" Fong Bai asked casually. "Ah, didn't Hao Wei tell you?" "What? Tell me what?" Fong Bai was a little confused. Seeing that Fong Bai really didn't know, Zhang Zhong couldn't help but hug him. "You don't know? That's not right. Forget it. I forward it to you. The whole incident has been explained clearly on the internet. I forward it to you. You can take a look yourself." Fong Bai was slightly stunned when he heard this, and immediately went offline to see the chat records, screenshots, and chat sharing on his mobile phone. A standard set of gossip. A closer look shows that from Fan Hu's threats, his subsequent expulsion, to the explosion of this incident, the stock price of Haoyu Group plummeted. The whole process was complete and detailed. Fong Bai naturally knew the first part, and could even say, was at the scene. But Fong Bai couldn't help laughing after reading the latter part, and said online, "Isn't this Haoyu Group stupid? They just recruited a group of people, and wanted to attack Hao Wei and others. What are they thinking? It's absolutely asking for death. Who said it wasn't? Zhang Zhong shrugged slightly. But then Fan Bai sighed. But then again, it turns out that players are already so strong. Even a huge group is like a mantis trying to stop a chariot in front of a player force. This was incredible in the past. It was simply a reshuffle of all social resources. No. It should be that the new social resources are too large. And the original social resources account for a negligible share. The result is a redistribution of the weight of social resources. If you seize the opportunity, you will continue to sit in a high position. If you don't seize the opportunity and just keep the old capital, you will fall from grace in an instant. Fan Bai sighed, and Zhang Zhong agreed. Fortunately, we seized it. At this point, Zhang Zhong looked at Fan Bai and said softly, "All thanks to you." Fan Bai smiled and waved his hand, and didn't continue the topic. He deserved Zhang Zhong thanks, and there was nothing to be embarrassed about. Fan Bai knew very well how high his social status was now, and he knew very well what position he had brought Tiangong Pavilion to. From the past, recruiting a graduate student required resource promises, to now every professor is flocking to it. Professors from various universities and researchers, and even the shadows of academicians also appear from time to time. Tiangong Pavilion is extremely powerful in every sense and has a profound foundation. And Fan Bai also has a clear understanding of this. Reputation, strength, background, and foundation? Which one does Tiangong Pavilion lack? None of them are lacking. Not to mention his own status. Even if Zhang Zhong goes out, he will definitely be a guest of honor wherever he goes. Compared with the past, it is indeed a leap into the sky. Fan Bai looked at the dust plane in front of him happily, and did not rush in. Instead, he came to an armored vehicle, and took out a car-sized device with the cooperation of several mages. The equipment is square, hollow design, and the materials are very slender. There are many rhombus crystals inside. These crystals are separated from each other, but faintly form a disc shape, with a slight depression in the middle. And around the equipment, layers of crystal films are stacked on each other. With a thought, the sound of self-inspection came from the equipment. Take off. Accompanied by the command, the equipment slowly floated, and the height rose little by little. The ascent speed gradually increased, and soon the periphery of the equipment had reached 1,000-meter altitude. 1,000 meters. 2,000 meters. 3,000 meters. When the altitude reached 3,000 meters, the equipment slowly hovered, fixed its posture in the air, and remained motionless. The crystal film stacked on the periphery of the equipment just stabilized, slowly unfolded, little by little, and turned into a cross-shaped wing with a wingspan of more than 10 meters. At this moment, one side of the compartment of an armored vehicle in front of Fan Bai had been unfolded, revealing the dense rune array inside, and at the same time extending a complex operating table full of buttons. On the operating table, one virtual screen after another was projected, showing the height, energy reserves, operation status, fault self-test status, etc. of the real equipment. But the two large screens in the center were empty. However, as Fan Bai pressed a button, the projections of lenses in the center of the equipment in the sky emerged and overlapped each other. At this moment, a bird's eye view slowly emerged on the left screen. The next moment, silver light flickered slightly on the 4 crystal wings of the device, and ripples appeared on the right screen, gradually forming colorful, bright or dark pictures. One after another, split screens emerged, and one perspective after another was formed on the screen. Element perspective, material perspective, wave perspective, etc. A dazzling picture after another formed, one indicator after another beside. Fan Bai looked at the picture above quietly. This is a suspended satellite developed by Tiangong Pavilion based on the principles of optical projection and long-wave mental power scanning. Or it cannot be called a satellite. It can only hover at a certain height to shoot and sense, and cannot enter the satellite orbit. Perhaps it is more appropriate to call it a high-altitude reconnaissance drone. It is suspended in the air at an altitude of 3,000 meters, directly projecting all the pictures within a radius of tens of kilometers to the dedicated long-wave mental power receiver below, and has been connected to the defense system. At present, the technology of locking the enemy through a high-altitude reconnaissance drone, then calculating the trajectory with a fire control calculation unit, and finally mobilizing the running fire sniper has been realized. This is also an important part of the three-dimensional combat system of Tiangong Pavilion. Of course, The yuanling model rune cannon has not been installed yet, so it is naturally unable to automatically search for enemies and attack. Fong Bai is not raising it now for defense. Huh? Fong Bai looked up and saw a bird flying at high speed towards the foreign object that invaded its territory. However, there was a short burst of directional mental power when it entered the normal area of the drone. The bird's eyeballs were instantly filled with blood and exploded, and its body lost control and fell to the ground, smashing into a piece of meat paste. Fong Bai retracted his gaze after just one look. He was not surprised that the high-altitude reconnaissance drone had such performance. As a high-altitude reconnaissance drone, knowing that there are often birds and monsters active in the sky, they naturally cannot take any precautions. Although for the sake of endurance, the drone has no space to install attack-type weapons. But as a long-wave mental power unmanned detector, it already has a set of mental power generation and storage equipment. So on this basis, they installed a short-wave high-frequency mental power directional generator, using high-frequency and high-intensity mental power to shock the enemy's mental space, directly shock it to death in the mental field. With sufficient mental power storage, this short-wave high-frequency mental power is extremely strong, and below the master level basically means that it will be wiped out by exposure. However, because of the short-term high-frequency and high-intensity mental power output, the special emission crystals are very demanding. The crystals cannot meet the standards, and this special emission crystal made with Warcraft crystal cores as raw materials is basically a disposable item. If the emission crystal is consumed, the drone will lose its counterattack ability, unless you are willing to make this emission crystal based on the master level Warcraft crystal core. You can use it a few more times, but it's just a few more times, and the cost is also raised, so it's still a disposable consumable solution. After just a glance, Fong Bai retracted his gaze and looked at the projected picture again. The original inspiration for long-wave mental power comes from the mental power of plant-type Warcraft. The long wave makes it diffuse over a long distance and spread far, and its existence is very hidden. Basically, Fong Bai can hardly perceive the existence of this long-wave mental power. However, while having the advantages of long distance and concealment, long-wave mental power also has drawbacks that cannot be circumvented. That is, it is slow to react, basically unable to control the power of elements, and it is difficult to carry mental power. The energy intensity cannot be increased, and it is impossible to release spells directly from a distance. It is also difficult to control, and can only use the little feedback from it to reanalyze it to achieve the effect of perception. That is to say, it has found its perfect application place after it was made into a mental power radar. At this moment, a series of pictures appeared in front of Fong Bai. The side close to the dust plane is completely missing, and Fong Bai is very clear about this. The inside of the dust plane and the outside of the dust plane are completely two states. The dust plane is filled with the power of dusk, and the mental power cannot be deployed and cannot survive. Even the long-wave mental power, with extremely weak presence and energy, is no exception. Before Fong Bai entered the dust plane, he could only use the pupil technique to see, instead of actively sensing with mental power, and at most passively accept it. And Fong Bai didn't intend to use this to explore the inside of the dust plane. His main focus was still on the area outside the dust plane. Fong Bai looked at the pictures one by one, thought for a moment, and then tapped his finger on them, and constructed a projection technique again, using himself as a relay. He analyzed the video information, reorganized it, and then presented it in the form of a three-dimensional projection. After a while, a projection sand table slowly appeared in front of Fong Bai. In addition to the most basic terrain undulations on the sand table, the concentration, distribution, flow and circulation trends of various elemental forces were also presented in the projection. Fong Bai just watched the terrain of dozens of kilometers. The elements flowed. Zhang Zhong also followed and watched. But he couldn't understand anything, and he didn't dare to say anything. However, another accompanying mage asked, "Master, what are you looking at?" Zhang Zhong was slightly stunned when he heard this, and then he breathed a sigh of relief. He thought he was the only one who couldn't understand, but it turned out that no one could understand. Looking at the terrain, Zhang Zhong was stunned when he heard this, and then he found that the mage next to him suddenly realized, "Oh, looking for a forging furnace. Right? Have you found a suitable one?" Zhang Zhong, "Not yet." Fong Bai shook his head slightly, and the mage next to him also started looking for it when he heard this. The so-called forging furnace is naturally the forging furnace required for the 4 refinements. This is not a specific furnace, but refers to a type of terrain, because the basic principle of the 4 refinements is to integrate the power of heaven and earth into the forging process, and use the power of heaven and earth to forge. In this process, the material whose performance has been maximized will be sublimated again and given corresponding properties. To achieve this, the most basic condition is to gather the power of heaven and earth. This is like the top of the mountain in the Thunder Valley, which is covered by thunderclouds and naturally contains legendary thunder. With a little processing, it can become the best for refining forging ground. If there is no such terrain, forcibly arranging the rune array can also create an artificial forging ground. But without the cooperation of the field of heaven and earth, not only is the construction work extremely large, but also the continuous supply of energy after construction and the time required to maintain the field are all big troubles. So it is more time-saving and labor-saving to find a suitable terrain field, borrow the power of the original field, and then use the rune array to transform it. In the sky, reconnaissance drones took off and landed, and the energy blocks loaded on them were replaced again and again. Fong Bai and others kept moving around the dusk plain. Look at the undulating terrain, the elemental veins, and the power concentration in the dusk plain. When Fong Bai came to a slightly raised hillside on the second day of searching, his eyes suddenly lit up. Not long after, Zhang Zhong and others put on engineering armor and corresponding engineering modules, and they were busy in a corner of the dusk plain. A spell of light fell on the armor, and the ground was softened, then shaped, and finally solidified. The messy wilderness was sorted out at a speed visible to the naked eye. Grooves continued to develop, and pillars continued to be erected. Fong Bai led a group of mages to shuttle through them, and runes fell one by one, affecting the power between heaven and earth and the surrounding field. Among all the equipment, the first to start running was a small computing array composed of 81 computing units. Powered by stored mental power, it ran quickly in a faint silver light, providing sufficient computing power for the transformation project. The speed at which Fong Bai and others arranged the rune array increased by nearly 10 times. Runes were engraved on the stone slabs that were fixed with the warming array. If someone could see the field, they would find that the field here suddenly began to flow like a stream of water. The runes were stacked one after another, and each layer of runes was covered by a layer of stone slabs. The layers of runes slightly raised the terrain here. Fortunately, the rune array based on the stone slabs had been arranged. And then, stone pillars with a diameter of more than 2 meters stood up quietly, with the continuous integration of the elemental power of the warming array. These stone pillars shaped by magic gradually became crystal clear, like pure white and transparent jade. The runes the size of mosquitoes and flies flowed slowly. Chapter 542 Replacement. One after another, the white jade pillars were erected, gradually making it look like a magnificent temple. The runes flowed, and even if the overall magic array had not yet taken shape, it had already caused the field power to fluctuate. As time passed, this place had already turned into a forest of stone pillars. Looking down from a high altitude, a semicircle composed of dense stone pillars was formed, and the edge of this semicircle was closely attached to the border of the dusk plain. Fong Bai stood at this border, quietly looking at the interior of the dusk plain. In order to activate the power of the dusk for the 4 refining forging, the magic array must be connected to the dusk plane and must be arranged on the dusk plane. Once the dusk plane comes into contact with the power of the elements, it will cause a huge reaction. This adds great difficulty to the arrangement of the magic array, because even the rune magic array is operated by the power of the elements. Fong Bai let out a long breath. Although they have solved this problem, Fong Bai still tensed up when it was time to arrange it, because judging from the size of this rune array, once it is activated, the dusk storm it causes may not be less than the one when he got the ginseng doll. Fong Bai shook his head, cleared the distracting thoughts in his mind, and concentrated his whole body and mind on the array. With a thought, the rune array of the semicircular stone pillar forest quietly started. The power of the elements was quickly input, and even the power of the earth veins that were pulled in also erupted and poured in, rapidly increasing the size of the array. Under the influx of majestic energy, the stone pillars glowed one by one, and gradually, a magnetic field with extremely high energy density was slowly formed. At the moment the magnetic field was formed, even the original field here was disturbed, and the power of the field could not help but be incorporated into it. This process was extremely similar to the process when Fong Bai merged his own field with the magnetic field. After merging into the field, the intensity of the magnetic field reached its extreme. Fong Bai's body surface was slightly numb, and the light was faintly distorted. However, Fong Bai has not started yet, but continues to accumulate the magnetic field. This is the answer Fong Bai and others proposed for the power of dusk. Since the elemental forces cannot touch, it is simple. Just don't touch. Constrain with magnetic field. Ordinary magnetic fields cannot constrain it, or even interfere with it. But since there is no interference between the inside and outside of the dusk plane, the two are irrelevant and isolated from each other. It means that the overall field of the dusk plane can isolate the power of the dusk, which means it can be constrained. This means that the field can isolate the power of the dusk and constrain the power of the dusk. But the field is naturally formed, cannot be shaped, cannot be controlled, and is difficult to use. It is simply nonsense to want to use the field to interfere with the power of the dusk directly. The breakthrough of the field of the dusk plane alone is not realistic at all. In the end, Fong Bai's own special magnetic field that merged with the field allowed them to find the direction. The magnetic field can be controlled. The magnetic field can be shaped. As long as the magnetic field is integrated with the field, then their needs can be met naturally. Thoughts flowed in his mind, feeling the increasingly powerful magnetic field of power in the half-ring array, feeling the increasingly high energy power inside. Fong Bai took a deep breath. The magnetic field of his body was fully opened, and he took a step forward with the magnetic field of the array. He stepped across the boundary of the dusk plane, and the magnetic field approached. When he found that the field of the dusk plane was sunken, the solemnity on Fong Bai's face disappeared, and he was excited. He shouted immediately, "Hurry up! Infrastructure team! Rune team! Speed up! Don't waste time! Come on! Come on!" Without Fong Bai's call, they rushed forward when they saw that Fong Bai was not attacked by the power of the dusk. Stacking, rune engraving, stacking, rune engraving, stacking, rune engraving. Different people took turns to attack, under the control of the small computing power array. Each of them was like a tight gear, meshing with each other and rotating at high speed, full of beauty. In just a moment, a stone pillar as high as tens of meters was erected. With the activation, a strong magnetic field emanated from it, tightly wrapped around the surface of the stone pillar, completely isolating the elemental power surging inside it. After a stone pillar was completed, Fong Bai confronted the field of the dusk plane and took a step forward, approaching step by step. One stone pillar after another was quickly erected on the land belonging to the dusk plane. The stone pillars together turned into a powerful magnetic field and merged into the overall magic circle. One by one, when Fong Bai circled around and walked out of the dusk plane again, when the field of the dusk plane was restored, one by one, the magnificent stone pillars stood in the dusk plane. Under the dark yellow sunlight, they looked like the relics of the gods left behind in the previous era, long and ancient, under the wrapping of the power of dusk. Although the elemental power inside the stone pillars was dense and the magic circle was running, it did not cause any fluctuations in the power of dusk. Using the optical perspective of the high-altitude drone, looking at this huge forest of circular stone pillars, an idea came to mind. Buzz! The power flows. The magnetic field gathers, and the powerful power emits a buzzing sound. In an instant, the extremely strong magnetic field enveloped the entire forest of stone pillars, and at the same time, enveloped the dusk power in the dusk plane. Turn! Fong Bai shouted softly, and the magnetic field slowly turned. Gradually, all the dusk power in the dusk plane was moved out, and gathered in an area of only 1 meter in radius outside under the pressure of the strong magnetic field. At this moment, the yellow light was very strong. On the other side, the elemental power, the power of the earth veins, and the field power gathered from the outside world were all gathered and compressed, and condensed into a 1 meter square area in the dusk plane. In the rotation of the magnetic field, the two replaced each other, and the dusk power in the outer circle became more and more intense, and the elemental power and field power in the inner circle became more and more intense. And in Fong Bai's mind, a ball of fire ignited in the inner circle, emitting an extreme light, extremely bright, and spread rapidly the moment it appeared. But it was immediately restrained by the strong magnetic field and turned into a ball of fire again. Like fire, but not fire. In the outside world, under the accumulation of the endless power of dusk. The dusk-like light also ripples like water waves. And finally, tick! The sound of water drops rang in Fong Bai's ears. A drop of water. Inside it is like a sunset slowly falling. Just looking at Fong Bai, he felt a sense of old age. His spirit seemed to be decayed, and his body seemed to be rusted. Buzz! Fong Bai controlled the inner space to tremble slightly, and the fantasy space moved with it. And the powerful weight shook off all the forces that interfered with consciousness. Then he let out a long breath. Power of dusk. It's time to start. While Fong Bai was speaking, the accompanying wizard had already arranged all kinds of equipment and built a large laboratory directly between the stone pillars. The towering stone pillars, the magnificent buildings, and the drops of dusk light. If seen by outsiders, even if Fong Bai said that this was not a temple, no one would believe it. Fong Bai smiled, put aside his distracting thoughts, and took out the metal cube he carried from the armored vehicle next to him. The elemental metals of the 4th grade were piled up like a small mountain. The elemental metals were a terrifying wealth anywhere, and even if Tiangong Pavilion prepared them, it took a long time to accumulate them. Manufacturing mechas, even for Fong Bai, was not a trivial matter for Tiangong Pavilion, and the investment was huge. He stretched out his hand and took a square of the 4th grade metal into his hand. The characteristic of this elemental metal is adaptability, and its nature is relatively soft. Like gold, it can be integrated into almost all energy sources, and its conductivity is extremely high, and it has a very high affinity with the power of dusk. And next to it, there is a pile of sunfire refined iron, which is produced by the sunfire desert, where the power of the sun is extremely concentrated. It is the ultimate concentration of the power of the sun, and it has a very high affinity with the power of dusk. On the other side, a variety of different elemental metals are piled up, each with different properties and special effects. There are 4th grade metals, but there are also 3rd grade metals, 2nd grade metals, and even a part of 1st grade metals, with different properties. Fong Bai thoughts moved, and squares of different metals were directly thrown by Fong Bai to the dusk plane, under the support of the magnetic field. These elemental metals fly directly to the circle located in the dusk plane. If someone looks down from a high altitude, they will find that after the inner and outer circles are formed, this forest of stone pillars seems to have turned into a Tai Chi. The inner and outer fish rotate, and the power is exchanged with each other, and the inner power is the ultimate power. From a high altitude, it can be seen that under the control of the magnetic field, the metals that fly into the inner core circle quickly turn red. After turning red, the surrounding magnetic field focuses, and then fluctuates rapidly. The magnetic field containing powerful energy fluctuates rapidly. During the fluctuation process, the magnetic field energy oscillates inside the elemental metal, like a hammer hitting rapidly in the microscopic field. High frequency, and in different locations, the frequency of magnetic field oscillation is even different. Time and time again, the elemental metals melt rapidly in the magnetic field, and elemental metals of different levels, different properties, and different characteristics are continuously invested and slowly merged in the oscillation of the magnetic field. The fusion close to the microscopic field. In this special proportion of fusion process, a new elemental metal is quietly born. The same melting point, the same properties, the same characteristics. Under the fusion at the microscopic level, the elemental metal that was integrated has completely lost the ability to separate. When the new elemental metal was formed, it was launched like a cannonball in the powerful magnetic field orbit to the outer core, outside the dusk plane. Although it is outside the dusk plane, the power of dusk in it is more concentrated, and it has even condensed into liquid, forming a drop of liquid. When the still liquid elemental metal appeared in the outer core, this drop of yellow liquid, like a day containing the power of dusk, fell. Tick! The moment the liquid dripped onto the elemental metal, a terrifying shock swept the entire mass of elemental metal at the same time. The liquid was directly broken into the smallest particles. In the microscopic world, it was constantly corrected under the constant shock of the magnetic field and continuously integrated into the microscopic structure of the elemental metal. The liquid elemental metal, whose color was constantly changing, finally took shape. A touch of dusk color emerged and spread rapidly until the entire whole. At this moment, the microscopic structure of this elemental metal was completely finalized. Dusk alloy. Grade. Half-step 5th grade. Although he had known this for a long time, Fong Bai couldn't help but reveal a hint of surprise in his eyes when he personally turned it from an experiment in the fantasy space into a practical success today. Half-step 5th grade. The 4th grade corresponds to the legendary level, and the 5th grade naturally corresponds to the demigod. Demigod is both a life form and a level of strength. The demigod mentioned at this moment is the demigod of the strength level, and the accurate name is the 5th grade demigod. Although he wanted to complain, Fong Bai still had to admit the gap between the quasi-5th grade and the half-step 5th grade. Quasi-5th level, just like the quasi-4th level spiritual medicine before, is essentially still a 3rd level spiritual medicine. But the medicinal power of the spiritual medicine has far exceeded the normal 3rd level spiritual medicine, or the rarity is far beyond the normal 3rd level spiritual medicine. So it is called quasi-4th level. The same is true for the quasi-5th level, which is essentially still 4th level. But half-step 5th level is different. Half-step 5th level means that a key half-step has been taken. This material is essentially 5th level, and has certain 5th level demigod characteristics. But it is not half a step away. The reason why this alloy is half-step 5th level is that it is completely the mutual meshing of the metal properties of different precious elements, the final stacking that echoes each other, and the sublimation of the dusk power through 4 refining. The latter is particularly important, which means that in the 5th level field, this dusk alloy already has the most critical key, but it still lacks the accumulation of foundation and the last bit of authority. If it can be, Fong Bai pursed his lips and did not continue to speak, but his eyes were fixed on this ball of liquid metal with a diameter of 1 meter. Although this metal is still in liquid form, it has essentially solidified into the half-step 5th level material dusk alloy. Fong Bai always maintains the state of dusk alloy with the vibration of high-energy magnetic field. The next moment, the power of high-energy magnetic field flows, and after the shape changes, strands of dusk alloy are extracted and condensed into a fixed shape. The mental power that can penetrate into the microscopic field is used to split and shape metal, which means that Fong Bai can do it even if he wants to peel off a piece of elemental metal layer as thick as a basic particle. Of course, it can be done, but whether it can be maintained for a long time and at a low cost is another question. However, this has already highlighted Fong Bai terrifying precision that surpasses the times in the field of processing. And all this is done during the 4 refining process. In fact, up to now, the 4 refining has not been completed, or it has been completed. But Fong Bai uses his own skills to maintain this unfinished state to avoid further modifications after the dusk alloy is finalized. At that time, even if you want to do something again, it will have a twice the result with half the effort. It's like engraving a rune array, one after another. The precision parts that have not yet solidified but have already been shaped flew out from the outer core and flew to the experimental table set up by several mages. When the liquid-shaped parts touched the experimental table, they were directly taken over by the magnetic field control ability of the experimental table. Then, under the effect of the mental power amplification array, their mental power was surprisingly close to the microscopic field. And then, ouch! Buzz! 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 The high-frequency mental power burst out at fixed points in the parts again and again, leaving behind precise runes like mosquitoes and flies. And the high-frequency mental power, with an extremely short wavelength, dissipated directly after completing a rune, without causing even the slightest impact on the surroundings. Chapter 543 High-Energy Magnetic Field Cell. Buzz! 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 Accompanied by the full power operation of the rune engraving machine manufactured based on the principle of shortwave high-frequency mental power, and the full power calculation of the computing center. The extremely fine, seamless, but beautiful runes are engraved inside and outside each part. Some parts are a rune array, and some parts are only a part of the rune array. But the number of runes is no less than the number of the entire rune array, and the energy induced is no less than those rune arrays. Parts flow out one by one, thumb-sized, apple-sized, ant-sized, mosquito-sized, hair-sized, spherical, polyhedral, gear-shaped, camshaft-shaped, honeycomb-shaped, one after another. Dazzling. Each part is different. But the same thing is that each of them is densely covered with mysterious and complex runes. These rune arrays are connected to each other, respond to each other, and amplify each other to form one array after another. In addition, they all have one thing in common. All the parts contain extremely strong magnetic fields, which contain extremely high-density energy. They are the high-energy magnetic fields developed by Fong Bai, which integrate the field. Each one is like this. Fong Bai refines 4 times, controlling the overall situation. With the help of equipment, each magician engraves the already designed rune array with the top technology. Before the rune arrays are ready to enter the finalization stage, Fong Bai takes over again with magnetic fields and calibrates their accuracy again, so that they can achieve high precision at the basic particle level. The error value is extremely small. All the parts that have completed this step are thrown into the dust plane. When entering the dust plane and contacting the power of dusk, the parts that originally had no reaction are like small black holes, madly absorbing the surrounding dust power. Normally, the equipment will absorb the power of elements crazily during the forging process with the power of elements, and even cause huge fluctuations, thus attracting a lot of monsters and professionals with different thoughts and ulterior motives. Theoretically, this dusk alloy smelted and forged with elemental metals will also attract the elemental force to gather crazily when absorbing the elemental force. However, this was completely isolated by Fong Bai with a high-energy magnetic field, preventing the elemental force from directly contacting the alloy and avoiding violent elemental shocks. However, this is an indispensable part of completing the 4th refining. If it is forcibly isolated, it will only lead to the failure of the 4th refining. However, after the runes were engraved, these parts were moved to the dust plane as soon as possible, without the isolation of the high-energy magnetic field. The key process of the 4th refining finally began, and the violent suction force directly and crazily absorbed the surrounding dusk force. However, Fong Bai also noticed that while absorbing the dusk force, the elemental force in the dust plane, which was much more concentrated than the outside world, was also attracted and continuously integrated into each part. Fong Bai did not interfere with this step. The previous inability to remove the elemental force and the contact with the elemental force at this moment were not mutually contradictory, but just different stages. This is just like not being able to fall in love early in high school and college, and having children after graduating from college. There is no conflict. With the continuous flow of dust power and elemental power, the parts were completely solidified. With the continuous flow of dust power and elemental power, the high-energy magnetic field integrated with the field grew and expanded at an extremely fast speed. In the blink of an eye, it was 4 or 5 times stronger than the original strength. It also became stronger and stronger with the continuous absorption. At the same time, because dust power belongs to high-level energy, after absorbing dust power, the demand for elemental power of these half-step 5th-level parts is not so violent. The element concentration in the dust plane is far higher than that in the outside world, which makes the formation of these 4 refined parts not cause a huge movement. It can even be said to be very, very small. So small that even the element fluctuation of a 3 refined equipment in the outside world is larger than this. This saved Fong Bai a lot of trouble. At least it would not immediately attract the attention of the legends in the capital because of the huge element fluctuation. It was just that Dong Dong, who was arranging the permanent yuanling rune heavy artillery on the side, was a little surprised. He had already prepared for Fong Bai to make a huge noise, and then he fought to the death to guard. Fong Bai was forging and couldn't make a move, so he used his life to withstand the opponent's attacks again and again, and helped Fong Bai block the knife again and again. Finally, when Fong Bai finished forging, he died completely, leaving only his last breath, and fell into Fong Bai's arms. Ahem. Stop. Stop. Why can't I make a move when I'm forging? Why can you still have a breath after you die? Why do you fall into my arms? Fong Bai's voice sounded. Zhang Zhong was about to say something, but before he could say it, he suddenly shuddered. Of course. Wait. How do you know what I'm thinking? You have developed mind reading again? Fong Bai was slightly stunned, then helplessly pointed at the computing unit. Is there a possibility that the microphone connected to the LAN is not turned off? Zhang Zhong was stunned when he heard this, turned his head and looked over, and suddenly found that these mages and soldiers were staring at him one by one. The eyes were quite strange, looking at the computing unit in operation and feeling the silent LAN chat channel. The indestructible and iron-willed Zhang Zhong silently covered his face with his hands and squatted down. He was already considering going to other elemental planes or evil god planes for a lifetime, or exiling himself to the space cracks. This world can't stay. Fong Bai shrugged his shoulders at this, looked at Zhang Zhong with pity, and then moved his eyes to the parts in the dust plane. The power of dusk is indeed strong, and the grade is high enough. I don't know how much elemental power it has replaced. I didn't make the wrong choice at the beginning. Fong Bai watched the child's parts becoming stronger and stronger. The material level of each part has reached the half-step 5th level. And each part is already a 4th level equipment. If enough legendary points are accumulated, it can directly become a 4th level legendary equipment. Even if the actual combat value is excluded and the quality is calculated alone. Whether it is the armor of the Goshawk legend or the long sword of the Teldra legend. These two 4th level equipment forged by Fong Bai cannot compare with any of these parts. These parts just have no practical significance. No. To be precise, they are not without practical significance. If each of these parts is obtained and mastered by outsiders, it is very likely to trigger the dust power contained in them. If used properly, and with the right skills, its attack power will not be less than that of ordinary 4th level weapons. The device is poor, and can even play a strong effect in special fields. However, the inherent dust power is only such a short-term goal. And the more notable feature of these parts is the high-energy magnetic field that is beyond the ordinary, and is getting stronger at this moment. The high-energy magnetic field integrated with the field is the key to everything. Fong Bai retracted his gaze, and refocused his attention on the smelting of dusk alloy, the forging of 4 refined parts, and the precision calibration. Multitasking. Fong Bai even personally engraved runes on these parts with his mental power. The runes engraved by Fong Bai himself are even more accurate, more detailed, more mysterious, and more natural than those engraved by the mental power amplification equipment and shortwave high-frequency engraving equipment. Fong Bai even surpassed the various carefully designed and built by them with his own power. Equipment. This is like lifting more than a crane, or running faster than a supercar. Extremely terrifying. However, Fong Bai prefers to use another description. That is, just 2 laboratory equipment can make people reach a level close to my level in the field of perception and rune engraving? It's so amazing. This is not Fong Bai arrogance. The fundamental reason is that the core array of the 2 equipment is the equipment developed by Fong Bai in conjunction with Chi Peng, Su Shiping and others based on Fong Bai's own mental power. Fong Bai is the source. Therefore, the runes engraved by Fong Bai will not be worse than those engraved by them with high-precision equipment, and may even be better. However, Fong Bai usually only engraves core components, smaller and more important parts. Not all. Most of them. The rune engraving work is still handed over to other mages and equipment to complete. The elemental metal is melted like flowing water. The melted alloy is melted into the water droplets of dust power, and then forged 4 times to become a half-step 5th level dusk alloy. The dusk alloy is initially shaped by Fong Bai into parts, and sent to the constant rune array to form a high-energy magnetic field. Finally, after completing the precision calibration, it is sent to the dust plane to absorb the elemental power and dust power, greatly strengthening the high-energy magnetic field and completely forming. It is like turning into an assembly line. Elemental metals are continuously put into it, and a continuous half-step 5th level parts are born here, which is extremely smooth and smooth. The speed is very fast. When many parts and many steps are carried out at the same time, conventional parts can basically complete 90 to 120 in an hour. However, although the speed is fast, everyone knows that this will be a protracted war. Because although they only have some parts of the mecha here, the number of half-step 5th level parts that need to be forged has exceeded 200,000. To be precise, it should be 235,891 parts. This is just a part. You have to know that even the most advanced launch vehicles in reality, the launch vehicles that can break through the atmosphere, only have tens of thousands of parts. This is only a small part. The other parts, because they do not require the power of dust to participate in the reaction, have already begun to be produced in the Tianyang Pavilion with complete equipment and perfect magic array. 200,000. This means that even if they work all day, excluding the parts that are more difficult to process, even if they can produce 100 parts in an hour, they will need 3 months. And even if they just take a break, slow down, or have an accident, this time will need to be extended. So, this is an absolutely big project. Fong Bai has estimated that it will take 4 to 5 months to complete the forging of more than 200,000 parts. And if so many parts and such a complex creation can be completed within 5 months, the speed is extremely fast. It can even mean that the manufacturing cycle of high-level creations such as mechas in Tianyang Pavilion only takes about half a year. Which is terrifying. What a terrifying productivity. What a terrifying manufacturing speed. Guaranteed quality and quantity. At this time, the extraordinary productivity is also fully demonstrated. Once a person sits down and his mental power is unfolded, it is a universal large machine tool that can adapt to all types of process parts without obstacles and can carry out processing and production in multiple threads. As long as you can multitask. As long as your mental strength is strong enough. As long as you are equipped with enough equipment and computing power. One person can be a factory and can start production anytime and anywhere. The productivity it demonstrates is beyond words. If this method is fully implemented, then before the artificial intelligence technology is completely broken through in reality, the productivity represented by the players will directly surpass the technological productivity in reality. Of course, the two words if make this just an idea. If you want to fully implement it, you don't know how much time and energy it will take. Now Fangbai has only completed the full implementation in the inner cabinet of Tiandong Pavilion, turning most of the thousands of mages into mobile factories. And the outer cabinet is just a few construction teams, production teams, and a few relatively excellent mages who want to improve. But in this regard, with some industrial production equipment, Tiandong Pavilion has also obtained extremely powerful mass production capabilities. The various equipment produced are supplied to stores in large quantities and exported in large quantities, which has attracted a lot of funds for Tiandong Pavilion, which is equivalent to moving back one gold mountain after another. Time passed by. Batches of formed parts fell into the dust plane to absorb the power of dusk, and many completely formed parts were placed in it by Fangbai. In the activated state, the activated high-energy magnetic field slowly absorbed the power of dusk to strengthen its own magnetic field and increase the magnetic field energy level. It was very similar to Fangbai method of using magnetic field to plunder the energy of other fields. Although the absorption was slow, it was a subtle improvement on the performance of parts. In this way, Fangbai life was peaceful and everything was produced smoothly. But another voice came from the headquarters of Tiandong Pavilion. Tiandong Pavilion. Tangwen's office. Are you saying that the people of Hallyu Group are secretly contacting the people of Sirius and have secretly acquired Sirius? But which company is Sirius? Tangwen pondered for a while, and couldn't remember it after thinking for a long time. But he felt that it sounded familiar. A small mercenary group. The full name is Sirius Mercenary Group, with dozens of people, active in the Three Kingdoms area. The main source of income is hunting monsters and selling monster materials for a living. Occasionally, they also explore for minerals, dig for spiritual medicine, and do things like stealing from other gangs. Their business is very diverse, because there is no technical threshold. They can just recruit a few players, and their risk resistance is relatively low. They can only rely on the unlimited resurrection of players to support them. And the corresponding hunters and mercenaries of the indigenous people have all been killed. Chapter 544 Undercurrents. The indigenous mercenaries were killed. Tangwen found it quite funny to listen to it. But it was also true. Players will not die and are not afraid of death, which directly leads to a significant reduction in labor costs. Many times, indigenous mercenaries need to use time and materials to avoid casualties, and players directly gamble with their lives. If you win the bet, you can save materials. If you lose the bet, you can gamble again, and wait until you win the bet to save materials. In any case, these unnecessary materials can be saved, regardless of the strength. As long as the player hunts the monster with his life, the game is over, because the internal roll of a large number of players will lead to a gradual decrease in the selling price of monster materials. It doesn't matter between players. Everyone is on the same starting line. Everyone will naturally find the most cost-saving way to play. After a short-term profit, they will lower the price and kill their competitors. However, no player can kill anyone, and the indigenous mercenaries disappeared one after another. Either they changed their careers, or they quietly disappear in the wilderness in the process of forcibly lowering costs and following the players, and never appear again. This is a very cruel fact. However, this is becoming more and more common in today's situation. The advantage of players not dying is really too great. Even the fields of mercenaries have been quickly swallowed up by player guilds. Although the players are very chaotic, some of the presidents of player guilds have a long-term vision and have established their own credibility from the beginning, and have taken a piece of the mercenary cake. Often, the two sides of the natives fight together, hire players together, and then after a bunch of random hacks, the players happily take the money away. But many people on both sides die. It's not that the players are acting. The players really work hard. This is credibility. The main thing is that the players can't die. So both sides invite players together as if they didn't invite them. This is a bet on whose invited players are more powerful. You can't not invite them. There may be suspense if you invite them. But if you don't invite them, there will be no suspense at all. Although players have taken away a lot of jobs, they have also provided a lot of jobs because they have forced the society to develop rapidly and technology to advance rapidly. This is like farmers being forced off the land and entering factories. It is not that players have created a bunch of idle and restless street urchins, which has become a major safety hazard. Oh, the biggest street urchins and the biggest safety hazard are players? That's fine. Let's get back to the point. The player continued to talk to Tangwen. According to the survey, with the players' rampant hunting, the density of monsters in the wilderness has been greatly reduced. The sensitivity of monsters has increased exponentially, and the time required to find monsters and the difficulty of hunting monsters have increased exponentially. This directly leads to the fact that except for some mercenary groups that truly master the core technology, they can go deep into the wilderness and mountains to find and hunt monsters. It is difficult for most mercenary groups to hunt monsters, and the coincidence of exploring mineral veins and collecting spiritual medicine is too large, and it is difficult to maintain the normal operation of a mercenary group. In addition, because they were really rolling in the wind before, they were all hunting monsters crazily, although they did sell a lot of monsters, but the profits were not high. In addition to completely lowering the price of monster materials and expanding the human activity area again, basically no money was saved. All that should be used was used up. So these mercenary groups have reached the point of poverty, and Sirius is a very common one among them. And this is also the fundamental reason why how you group can use real money to acquire the control of the Sirius mercenary group and initially have the ability to command. Although it is difficult to buy game currency with real money nowadays, real money can at least maintain real life and improve the status of the real life circle to a certain extent. It is not that because there is no income in the game. There is no income in the real world. After all, although there are many players now, looking at the more than 1 billion people in the country, players are still only a small part. Real society is still functioning normally, and real currency still has meaning. Tangwen has also finished reading the brief report on the Sirius mercenary group at this moment, and his fingers tapped on the table again and again. A Sirius mercenary group is nothing. Just a few dozen players, some professional level, and a few elite level, let alone letting Zhang Zhong and others go. Just a master-level armored warrior can sweep them away. Moo! A 3-meter-tall armored rhinoceros swaggered past Tangwen, with two 2-meter-tall female rhinoceroses leaning on its left and right. Oh! No one is needed. This armored rhinoceros can flatten it with its harem. It didn't even struggle. The strength of these people is indeed not worth mentioning. And the incident itself is not worth mentioning. He was collected because Hallyu Group was on the Tiandong Pavilion's attention list, and the news about them would naturally increase a bit of weight. That's why this insignificant thing was passed to Tangwen. It's a small matter, but combined with the background of this era, it may be a big deal. Tangwen pondered slightly. How many players are there in the area where the Sirius mercenary group is located? And the player mercenary group is in a relatively poor state? This player has obviously investigated these data. And when he saw Tangwen asking, he spoke directly. Expand the scope and gather together. Tens of thousands of professional players can definitely be gathered. And they are all mercenary group players with good combat capabilities. Tangwen's face was slightly serious. From this point of view, this matter may not be a small matter. If tens of thousands of professional players can really be gathered, the blood will surge, and the clouds will surge. Then this is definitely a considerable force. It can even be said that if the command is good, it will definitely not be difficult to capture an indigenous city without players. Although whether it can be defended, and whether it can fight a good security war in the future is another matter. This is enough to show its strength. If such an army is going to attack Tiandong Pavilion, there is a chance that it can cause a little loss to Tiandong Pavilion. If Tiandong Pavilion does not respond in time. Of course, strength is secondary. But this power that is enough to hunt ordinary legends can definitely make people excited. Making people feel that they can do everything, and that no one can stop them. The expansion of this kind of power often reduces people's IQ. However, in order to achieve this effect, a crucial step must be completed. A necessary condition, and the most important condition, Check for me which forces have applied to exchange for the extraordinary military manual in the past month. In addition, from now on, every application must be told to me extra. Yes. After the voice fell, a long list was placed on Tang Wen's desk soon. Looking at this densely packed list, a rough glance, the serial number at the end of the list is 781 applications. These have all passed the preliminary review. And they are indeed sincere applications, and are preparing for it. Tang Wen thought of the reason at a glance. It's all Hao Wei. If Hao Wei hadn't killed 2 legends and captured another city, this elementary infantry drill manual wouldn't have become popular again. Tang Wen muttered, looking at the list. Are these all tasks? The precious infantry drill manual can be exchanged. But the price will naturally not be low. And the threshold will not be low. If you want to exchange, you can. Every day, Tiangong Pavilion will issue tasks. Some of these tasks are map drawing. Some are terrain transformation. Some are element data collection in various places. Some are the collection of certain materials. Some are the exchange of newly discovered materials. And the long-standing unlimited collection tasks of element metals and high-level spiritual medicines. These tasks can accumulate Tiangong Pavilions. Reputation while obtaining Tiangong Pavilion points of corresponding value. Points can be used to exchange infantry drill manuals. But the premise is that the reputation level meets the standard. In other words, Tiangong Pavilion can only exchange if it has good power. Otherwise, malicious actions will lose reputation. After all, as a major power, how could reputation never change or decrease? If you dare to do something big, your reputation value can be directly deducted to the bottom, or even negative. So if you want to exchange, you must do tasks for Tiangong Pavilion. Conversely, those who can do tasks for Tiangong Pavilion are basically those who sincerely intend to exchange. Yes, these are all doing tasks. Tang Wen nodded slightly when he heard this. Now he has known that this infantry drill manual is the key among the keys. Let's not consider the problem of leaking the purchased drill manual for sale. At this time point, those who have purchased the drill manual are all major forces. These major forces are large in scale, have good business conditions, and have close ties with Tiangong Pavilion. Once they are really doing tasks for Tiangong Pavilion, they accumulate points and wait to exchange for new technologies. Once these people leak the technology, they will be blacklisted. Their points will be scrapped, and they will face retaliation from Tiangong Pavilion. Hallyu Group should not have such great power. So let's not consider it for now. The main thing is to keep an eye on these new applicants. Has the Hallyu Group made any move? If so, which force would it be? Tang Wen looked at the catalog again. All those with large scale and good business conditions are excluded. The mercenary group is the focus. As soon as the screening conditions were announced, most of the forces on the list were directly screened out. Although many forces want to invest all costs to exchange for the manual and force a turnaround when they are desperate. But the fact is that even if they exchange all their assets for the elemental metals collected by Tiangong Pavilion in unlimited quantities, it is far from enough to exchange. They can only spend time honestly accepting tasks and accumulate points for exchange by doing tasks for a long time. This step directly eliminated all the forces that were not in good condition and were not large in scale. Those who could apply and were doing the tasks must be of good scale and good management. Therefore, Tang Wen directly locked on a small guild with only more than 100 people. The Imperial Guard Guild. This is a guild composed of all spearmen. From the information, it has not been doing well, and has been going downhill in whatever industry it is in. The last part of the change of career was to prepare for large-scale hunting of monsters, and catching monsters alive to make money. As a result, this industry did not work either, and the guild was directly beaten to the point of bankruptcy. From this perspective, the president of this guild has performed very stably. He has been performing stably until now, and has reached a stable cooperation with Hallyu Group. It must be this guild. How is the situation of this guild doing tasks? What tasks are mainly done? What is the scope of task activities? The player in front of him did not speak and directly transferred the task data. There are a series of data on it, such as the task location, the time to accept the task, the time to hand in the task, the voucher for handing over the task, the corresponding points flow track, the material storage track, etc. Tang Wen flipped through it and took a look. Wow! They do all kinds of tasks. Normal labor tasks, and donation tasks that simply collect materials. How can a guild on the verge of bankruptcy get the money to buy materials and complete tasks? So hard. And the scope of the task is so wide. Either the manpower is spread all over these areas, or they spend money to buy people to do the tasks. But where do you get so many people, and so much money to hire people for your small guild on the verge of bankruptcy? Tang Wen knew with his ass that the 4 big words Hallyu Group were written on the forehead of this Royal Guards Guild. It's definitely this guild. Tang Wen couldn't help laughing. And the player in front of him asked immediately after hearing this. Then I find a way to kick this guild out. Hey. Wait. Why kick them out? Tang Wen immediately stopped the player. You can't kick it. You can't kick it. Not only can't kick it, but you have to take good care of it. Ah. Then let them do the task? I saw that they are doing the task very quickly. If they keep this speed, and cooperate with some donation tasks, they may be able to collect enough points in 3 or 4 months. The reputation may be a little slower, but not for long. Then will they really let them buy it? Well, sell it. Sell it. What's wrong with it? Tang Wen shrugged happily. What are we afraid of if others want to buy it? We can also prevent everyone from buying it. If you think about it this way, those who are hostile to us have to do things according to our rules. Then what are we afraid of? Besides, don't you think it's impolite to keep the money of Hallyu Group in the hands of Hallyu Group? Tang Wen smiled. We can't even give them a chance to spend money. Right? Listen to me. Just treat it as normal. Don't do anything. If you have time for this, you might as well see what materials we have a big gap in recently. If there is a big gap in materials, send a task to the Royal Guards Guild, and send more resource-based tasks. I think Hallyu Group is also anxious, so we should help them a little. Of course, the price can be slightly higher. Oh, by the way, another point is that Hallyu Group may not be able to buy materials. So, you can operate it. Package yourself as a businessman, and transfer a batch of materials from the pavilion to trade with Hallyu Group. Before the transaction, we will issue tasks for this kind of material, and the task price will be higher. When trading, we will sell it at a higher price and settle it in real money. After all, we also need to save some real money appropriately, so that the operation will not lead to the loss of our extraordinary materials. In addition, if Hallyu Group's money is left in its hands because it cannot be spent, how sad it is. The player in front of him suddenly opened his eyes slightly wide when he heard the words, revealing an admiring look. Tang Wen smiled when he saw this. If Hallyu Group had known better and stopped after buying that Saodian, then this would only be a gamble. Although Tiangong Pavilion made a little more money, it also helped him. But if they really insisted on taking crooked ways to rob Tiangong Pavilion, Tang Wen shook his head slightly and began to deal with other things. Tiangong Pavilion was not a bad person and often did good things, but it had never been said that they were soft-hearted. Chapter 545 Cloud Countermeasure Technology. Buzz, buzz, buzz. Batch after batch of parts are formed and then thrown into the dusk plane to absorb the power of dusk. Fong Bai is conducting his own research in the fantasy space while completing the forging work with extremely high efficiency. One person can keep up with the pace of everyone. Everything is proceeding in an orderly manner. The parts of the first generation of Mecha, or Unit 0, are being produced at full capacity. Like Fong Bai here, almost every part used in Unit 0 is customized in the laboratory. Every part is refined, using the best materials, the most advanced technology, and the highest standards. The slightest flaw is sent back to the beginning. Every batch of parts produced will be scanned into the fantasy space for assembly and testing. And stage testing will be carried out. Such testing will run through the entire production process to ensure that every part of Unit 0 is the most perfect. At the same time, regarding the combat method of Unit 0, the combat system built around Unit 0 has also officially entered the deduction. Mecha is a creation that has never existed before, and it is the first time since the beginning of the world. The emergence of mechas is bound to be a shock to existing wars. The coordination and support between mechas and armies, mechas and fortresses, mechas and armored forces, mechas and infantry, etc. The uses and combat methods of mechas under different conditions. All of this is deduced based on the fantasy space. After all, it is impossible for mechas to be used only for single combat after they are built. Right? Can mechas really conquer the world? There is no such a completely invincible and impeccable creation. The King of Land tanks still need infantry cooperation on the battlefield. In addition, because of a report submitted by Tangwen. The scientific research trend within Tiangong Pavilion has changed a little. A special project team appeared and began to sort out the existing technologies of Tiangong Pavilion, conducting technical surveys and constantly trying. These theoretical technologies are transformed into various practical application technologies, and then produced into equipment. Among them, long-wave wide-range detection radar, short-wave monitoring radar, fire control radar, ballistic computer, interception array, over-the-horizon search and strike technology, third-order vehicle-mounted yuanling rune heavy artillery, infrasonic artillery, element interference artillery, anti-element wave tracking artillery, and other technologies were born one after another. In this era, Tiangong Pavilion, which created the cloud system, took the lead in proposing cloud measures for cloud, combining the fire element realm, Thunder Valley and other places. Some discussions on the applicability of cloud Su Shiping. The cloud is very strong, but this is after the cloud rises. In places where the cloud cannot rise, because of the existence of the blood cloud, the army will not lose all resistance. However, this also means that the cloud is no longer invincible. However, due to some factors, this paper was not included in the public technology library of Tiangong Pavilion, but was collected in a secret library after a few people read and verified it. And soon after, a technology came into being. Cloud countermeasure technology. As soon as this technology was born, Tiangong Pavilion started a project. After completing the layout, it immediately entered the accumulation stage. As long as someone dares to use cloud gas in Tiangong Pavilion. As long as we use cloud gas in Tiangong Pavilion, everything is fake. Everything is empty. And it will break if you rub it. In the meeting room of Hallyu Group, Zhu Dong said loudly. It must be said that Fong Bai is indeed a genius. Only a genius can develop a cloud gas system surrounded by strong indigenous people. Directly avoid the strong track of indigenous people. Open up another way. And overtake on the curve. We must admit this. But the stupidest thing he did was to make this technology public. If it is not made public, Tiangong Pavilion will be invincible. As long as Fong Bai relies on the extraordinary army established at the beginning. As long as he calls from a high place, he can turn around and summon 100,000 troops. It will definitely capture cities, and seize land, and split one side. But it must be said that although God endowed Fong Bai with unparalleled scientific research ability, he also deprived him of this sensitivity. This also laid the seeds for his subsequent sorrow. However, for Fong Bai, we can give him a chance. As long as he serves our group, we will definitely not repeat his mistakes. And I guess Fong Bai could not have thought that he would be defeated by the cloud system he created. After all, under the cloud, there is no personal heroism. The fat on Mr. Zhu's face trembled slightly in excitement. And then he looked at Fan Hu next to him. Fan Hu, how is the exchange of military drill manual? Is it going smoothly? Mr. Zhu, you can rest assured that I will do my job. Although I have experienced many twists and turns, I still found a channel to purchase extraordinary materials, which can be settled with real currency. It's just that the premium is a bit too much. Although there is no set price, I am afraid that it has fluctuated between 2 and 4 times. It is really my incompetence. When Fan Hu said this, Zhu Dong frowned slightly at first. But then he relaxed. 2 to 4 times? Okay. If you can buy it, it's your credit. As long as we can seize this precious opportunity. Take down Tiangong Pavilion in Fong Bai. What does it matter if we spend all our wealth? In that world, we can also conquer the world and occupy one side, like the Red Alliance. Build a country and become a well-deserved king. Extraordinary. That's the future. At that time, each of us will have strong strength, long life and endless wealth. So you let go. I will try my best to raise the funds needed. Yes. Hearing the future described by Zhu Dong, Fan Hu was shocked and immediately excited. At this point, they took this road, which is really the road to heaven. After discussing some matters, the meeting ended. When others left, Zhu Dong waved and asked Fan Hu to slip down. After everyone left, in the quiet meeting room, Zhu Dong lowered his head and asked faintly, Fong Bai, have you found it? Yes. It's in a small village below Longyuan City. He lives with his parents. Well, okay. Have you tested the strength that players can exert in reality? I tested it again. Just like I reported to you before. The master-level extraordinary people in the game are also like little Supermen in reality. 10 or 100 enemies are no problem. And they generally have a very keen sense of killing intent. But without elemental power, there is no extraordinary power. Although the transformed body is invulnerable to swords and guns, it can also withstand some small power pistols and submachine gun bullets. But it definitely can't withstand full power rifle bullets and sniper bullets. This has been tested abroad. But the long gun is very difficult to deal with. Zhu Dong didn't say anything after hearing this. He stood up and patted Fan Hu on the shoulder, turned around and left. And only his indifferent voice sounded. You are still living with your parents for a long time after you become an adult. You should be very filial. Right? Fan Hu didn't say anything else. He narrowed his eyes. And ideas quickly emerged in his head. This is not an easy thing. However, it is very feasible. Although the physical body of a superhuman without the power of elements, fighting spirit, and other superhuman powers can be very strong, it is also limited. A superhuman is a superhuman if he has superhuman energy. If he doesn't, he is just a mortal. And mortals, no matter how strong they are, they can't defeat guns and cannons. How can flesh and blood be compared with long guns and cannons? Fan Hu left with an inexplicable expression. Of course, he didn't go to Fong Bai right now. This step is very difficult. Even if there is a chance to do it, it will cause extremely serious consequences. Even for him. For Zhu Dong. And for Hao Yu Group, it's the same. If you can't do it, don't do it. So although Zhu Dong didn't say it clearly, he also knew that this is not to be done now. It's just a backup. A backup that plays a fatal role at a critical moment. It's not to do it now. Now we just need to be prepared. If the critical moment comes, this step can change the situation. And if everything goes well, it will be removed quietly without leaving any trace. So Fong Bai, your life is in your own hands. I hope you can be sensible. After all, it is better not to make it too embarrassing if you can avoid it. If the gun is fired, it will be a big deal. If it is not fired, it will have the deterrent power it should have. Thus plain. Fong Bai did not know everything that happened in Hao Yu Group. Although he has condensed the rune of his true name, and although the power of faith condensed in his 2 titles is enough to give birth to a god, but he still did not have the ability to sense when he was mentioned, and to sense when there was malice. At this moment, his main mind is immersed in the fantasy space to continue research, and part of his mind is in charge of the parts production line. But what is not known is that he still has a part of his mind left in reality. Usually, searching for information, answering and calling, going to the toilet, and eating are controlled by this part of the mind. However, when there is nothing to do, this part of the mind will control the blood and qi in the body to temper the body and increase the strength of the body. After the successful launch of the 4 refined mechanical armor in reality, it is also his daily work to fuse the extraordinary power in the 4 refined armor with the blood and qi power, and then lead this extraordinary power into the body to temper it. The 4 refined armor forged based on the power of heaven and earth is not as majestic as the 4th level equipment in the game, and it does not have the potential to become a legendary equipment. But under the concentration of the power of heaven and earth, a kind of extraordinary power other than blood and qi is born in the armor. The extraordinary power in the 4 refined equipment. The strength of this extraordinary power is not legendary, but it is already extraordinary. In the process of tempering the body, it also plays a huge role that is no less than the blood and qi power. This even leads to the topic of real extraordinary. But Fong Bai currently has no time and no intention to study this aspect. So he just writes it in a notebook and a memo. In addition, he will think about it and argue it in his spare time, and then study it slowly in the future. Nothing is urgent. In reality, you can take it slow, temper your body, forge armor, and refine the power of blood and qi. The extraordinary power of armor is just to ensure the safety of yourself and your family in reality. Slightly supplement the sense of security, and the secret of real extraordinary will come slowly. As for how strong Fong Bai body is now, how strong is his physical fitness, how strong is this 4 refined armor, Fong Bai has not tested it. Not his body, not his armor. Anyway, Fong Bai feels that they are all very weak. Even the body and the 4 refined armor combined are not enough for him to poke with one finger in the game. Let's practice first. With just this little bit of strength, Fong Bai feels that it is so weak that Fong Bai feels a gap. Not worth mentioning. The only thing worth mentioning is that although the supernatural power of this 4 refined armor is not strong, its own strength, corrosion resistance, Bending resistance and other properties are really not weak. Very solid. It can bring Fong Bai a good sense of security. Is this considered a legendary tool in reality? This doubt suddenly popped up in Fong Bai's mind while he was tempering his body. The raw material is also a special meteorite iron accumulated at home. My blood power is also integrated into the forging process. This step is similar to the blood sacrifice blacksmith. It has that taste. After thinking for a moment, he gathered his mind and continued to immerse himself in the tempering of his body. Although the body in reality is pitifully weak compared to the body in the game, it is a very comfortable thing to make the body stronger and more perfect bit by bit, which is easy to immerse. This feeling of the body getting stronger every minute and every second is fascinating. Time, like the white horse passing by, passed quietly. 2 months passed in a flash, and the 2 months were calm. Pieces of elemental metals turned into dusk alloys, and then into parts. More than 100,000 parts have fallen into the dust plane to absorb dust power. Parts of different sizes have piled up into a small hill in the dust plane. The forging speed is not much different from the plan. If nothing unexpected happens, the production and preparation of the entire part can be completed as scheduled. However, when it comes to nothing unexpected, it is likely to be an accident. A steady stream of parts are put into the dust plane to absorb dust power. Although the speed of absorbing dust power after forming is very slow, there are not many parts that absorb dust power quickly at the same time, and the number has always been maintained at a similar level. Although a lot of dust power has been absorbed in this way, it has also caused a large-scale flow and convergence of dust power. But basically no one will perceive dust power. And the dust plane is a human-restricted area. There are not many people living and moving in it. Scattered throughout the dust plane, the density is quite high, and it is difficult to happen to be in the same place as Fong Bai. So no outsiders have come to Fong Bai. However, when there are too many parts absorbing the power of dusk at the same time, the speed of absorbing the power of dusk will reach a critical point. Once the speed of absorbing the power of dusk exceeds the critical point, it may cause a vortex of the power of dusk to gradually develop into a dust storm that sweeps across most of the dust plane. However, Fong Bai did not let it develop, and directly took out a bunch of parts that were slowly absorbing the power of dusk. They don't have to absorb it. Chapter 546 Prophecy. A batch of parts were put in, and a batch of parts were taken out. The speed at which they absorbed the power of dusk was always kept below the critical point, and the dust storm would not be set off due to the excessive fluctuation of the power of dusk. Otherwise, it would definitely alarm the powerful people from all sides in the capital. Fong Bai was not stupid, and he would naturally avoid these problems. After all, this was all predictable and avoidable. Zhang Zhong was very disappointed, holding the cannon barrels, his face full of frustration. These cannons have been arranged for a long time. Before, I thought that there must be many enemies with so many cannons, and they would definitely be able to fight to their heart's content. But I didn't expect that Fong Bai had arranged projections and shielding arrays and optics, infrared fields, and elemental fields respectively. Even the elemental power used by the array was supplied by elemental blocks brought here specially, and no external elements were absorbed at all. All were hidden tightly, and the only thing that might be exposed was the parts that were absorbing the power of dusk in the dust plane. But it was obvious that Fong Bai was also guarding it well. Zhang Zhong lay on the barrel, looking at the starry sky, his face full of helplessness. Alas, although Zhang Zhong knew this was a good thing, he couldn't help but sigh in frustration. At this moment, on a hill outside the capital, a young man in a white suit and a face as pale as gold paper coughed twice in a wooden house, and blood was faintly visible on the handkerchief covering his mouth. The prophet frowned, and his intuition was clearly jumping just now. Is it an illusion? No. It's impossible. It's absolutely impossible to be an illusion. The prophet thought about it, and immediately took out a volleyball-sized crystal ball, and gently placed his hand on it. After a while, the prophet opened his eyes slightly. Can't predict? Is this a countermeasure by colleagues, or is the existence of the high-level pavilion blocking the prediction? The prophet made several random predictions without any results, which made him curse. Damn fat man. He dared to steal the treasure house of our prophet lineage. I will take back the star trail sooner or later. The white-clothed prophet gnashed his teeth and even couldn't help coughing again. If he had the star track in his hand, he would not be unable to calculate anything even if he was blocked by his peers and high-ranking beings. He wanted to chop the fat man into pieces. If it weren't for this fat man, He wouldn't have fallen into this situation if he hadn't been tricked when tracking the fat man. His injuries wouldn't have been healed until now. At the beginning, with the help of the relationship with the Star Trek, he calculated that the fat man had found a semi-divine medicine, which made him famous and forced him to hide his identity and escape from the capital. Although many of them were not directly caused by the fat man, they were caused by his own improper handling of things and his poor planning. But these are definitely related to the fat man stealing the Star Trek, the inheritance of their lineage. Fatty! The white-clothed prophet gritted his teeth and slowly calmed down after a long time. At this time, a picture appeared in the white-clothed prophet's mind. Damn! I'm discovered again! The white-clothed prophet's breath was restrained in an instant. Although he was still standing in the same place, he seemed to have disappeared, without bothering to pack up. He opened the door and went down the mountain. Just as he was about to go down the mountain, a feeling of death suddenly enveloped him. The white-robed prophet paused and immediately walked to the side. Just standing on this mountain, he had a strong sense of crisis, and some directions could reduce this sense of crisis, while some directions would strengthen this sense of crisis. The white-robed prophet immediately changed his direction quickly according to his most primitive intuition, and went down the mountain without encountering any enemies along the way. However, if someone looked at it from a god's perspective, they would find that the white-robed prophet was like opening the whole map, walking out of the gap in the encirclement again and again, and even passing by the pursuers again and again. It was clear that the white-robed prophet was within their perception range, but they still seemed to have noticed nothing, and quietly wiped it upward with full vigilance. The white-robed prophet coughed from time to time and quickened his pace to walk down. His eyes were full of contempt. Even if he was seriously injured, even if he could not play out all his abilities, he was still not someone that anyone could touch. The profession of prophet is not strong in combat power, and has extremely high requirements for qualifications, inheritance, and difficulty in cultivation. But correspondingly, once the cultivation is successful, it will be an extremely difficult target. A bunch of trash. Before the voice fell, a loud shout rang out just before the white-clothed prophet was about to go down the mountain. No need to go to the top of the mountain. He ran to the south. Everyone goes south, and attacked the empty position on a large scale. The white-clothed prophet, who was going down the mountain, paused and immediately felt a chill in his heart. The next moment, the white-clothed prophet did not hesitate and soared into the sky. Even if it would greatly increase the sense of existence, it would not matter. He understood it from the moment he was discovered. This was different from the usual pursuit. This time, there were colleagues involved in the pursuit. At least, they had sought the corresponding means. Otherwise, it would be impossible to find his position. It was also impossible to think of this way to break his hiding. In this case, if he still hid in the original way, he would definitely be discovered in a short time. There was just one thing. Even if there were colleagues, how could they lock him? These thoughts turned in his mind in just a moment. And the white-robed prophet, who soared into the sky, felt that the effect of reducing his presence was getting worse and worse, as the fluctuations of the flight spread completely, and as one person after another looked up at the sky. It was only a moment before the white-robed prophet appeared in front of them. The appearance of the white-robed prophet was not abrupt. He seemed to be there, but no one had seen him before this moment, and everyone subconsciously ignored him. At this moment, on the hillside near the top of the mountain, an old man with a gloomy complexion looked coldly at the white-robed prophet, who suddenly appeared in the sky with a sneer on his lips. In his hand, there was a drop of blood and a hair inside a fist-sized crystal ball. The blood and hair were fixed in the lake as if they had fallen into it. At this moment, the crystal ball, which was originally glowing, was rapidly dimming, and at this moment, a wisp of blood danced on it and drifted in the direction where the white-robed prophet flew away. Go. Catch him alive. A young master next to him spoke directly. The old man of Ingio had no expression on his face when he heard it, and floated up. But he did not have any intention of chasing. The young man showed a trace of displeasure in his eyes, but he still endured it when he looked at the old man of Ingio, and immediately ordered several masters next to him to chase quickly. There was no way, even for him. Legends could not be insulted, at least not on the surface. However, the master had no qualifications to show off in front of the young man. Hearing the young master's words, he immediately rushed out, and the young man immediately followed. At this moment, the white-robed prophet instantly sensed the sense of crisis behind him. His intuition warned wildly. And the white-robed prophet's heart immediately sank to the bottom of the valley. Legend. There was only this possibility. This made him completely fall into the haze. His position was locked by the careful calculation of his peers. In this case, the legend came out. It can only be said that the ability to predict the position of the divine medicine and the semi-divine medicine is too outrageous. It is so outrageous that these big families are crazy about it. And it is so outrageous that he is guilty of holding a treasure. If he really has this ability, it will be fine. He will immediately become the top celebrity in this capital. And he can easily win the worship of any force and family, and cause many families to pursue him crazily. Unfortunately, he doesn't have it. The prediction of the semi-divine medicine is just a coincidence of things that just happen to happen together. Although he can get some things for free and use some people in a pretentious way, but he deeply understands that if you don't have the virtue, you will suffer. As long as he dares to do this, he will definitely face the biggest backlash. So he decisively escaped and ran away. But he still underestimated the attraction of the divine medicine. And he was also touched by the clues when he escaped. And then he began his escape. Time and time again. He regretted that he shouldn't have played with fire. If he had been more cautious at the beginning, he would not have ended up in such a situation. If he had been more cautious at the beginning, the rare master-level prophet would have been very popular wherever he went. However, all this is understandable. He blames himself. It was caused by himself. He played with fire and burned himself. It was his own fault. He could accept this consequence. But today, he really couldn't accept it. A prophet got my medium. This was definitely premeditated. The white-clothed prophet had a gloomy face. He himself was a prophet. So he was naturally very careful about the medium. There was no such thing as accidentally dropping a few hairs or shaving a piece of skin and being picked up by others. He had special spells to prevent this from happening. There would be no accidents. And he would not lose it accidentally. There were only two possibilities to obtain his medium. 1. Someone close to him betrayed him. 2. Someone close to him was caught and suffered. In the latter case, the white-robed prophet showed an extremely ugly smile, turned around, and stared at the master professionals who surrounded him, and stared at the legend that was slowly floating over. There was a feeling of death in all directions. There was nowhere to escape. There was nowhere to live. There was no way to survive. Come back with us, and you will have gold, silver, treasures, glory and wealth. As long as you are willing to serve us, we can even find a way to help you break through the legend. The young man floated in front of the white-robed prophet, looking down at the prophet, and said lightly, "Don't try to escape again. There is no chance. Give up. Our people are everywhere, and the space has been blocked by us. There is no chance." The prophet in white looked at the young man with contempt, then looked directly at the old man Ingio floating behind him, and finally looked at the crystal ball in his hand, at the drop of blood and a hair coagulated inside. Seeing the blood and the hair, the prophet in white felt a slight pain in his heart, and then he let out a faint sigh. The ignored young man showed a trace of anger, and just as he was about to say something, he saw the prophet in white put his hand on a crystal ball, and the next moment, the murmured like a bell echoing in the air, "Follow the direction of destiny. Break it." Ping. Accompanied by the sound of glass breaking, the crystal ball exploded into crystal powder, and the block space was also broken. Without waiting for the old man Ingio's domain to fully unfold, the prophet in white fell into the broken space. But even here, the prophet in white, the death crisis that the master felt was still not gone. Looking coldly at the old man Ingio, the white-robed prophet let the power of fate wrap him up. Fate will take him to the most advantageous position, which is where his glimmer of hope lies. A random teleportation is so fancy. Chase it, the young man shouted angrily. And on the other side, the fist-sized crystal ball was still suspended in the hand of the old man Ingio, never leaving it. The white-robed prophet stared at it many times, but the old man Ingio never let go, never gave it to others, and never gave him a chance. At this moment, the crystal ball was still flickering slowly, and they slowly found the direction where the white-robed prophet was at the moment according to the frequency and intensity of the light flickering. It is worth mentioning that compared with the previous flickering frequency and change frequency, the current flickering of the crystal ball is the frequency of flashing and the amplitude of light change are very weak. It takes a long time to move before some deviation occurs and the change of direction can be seen. Obviously, Although this crystal ball can continuously lock the position of the white-robed prophet. The farther the distance, the longer they need to move to test the position. After a trial, they suddenly looked up and looked forward, and then broke through the air in the strong wind. Bang! The white-robed prophet appeared out of thin air and fell to the ground. The impact made him cough violently. He looked around and tried to identify his position. The actual function of the crystal ball is a powerful random teleportation portal that has broken the ban. It will break the space ban and teleport it to a random location, which may be in the sky or underground, or anywhere within the three-dimensional transmission range. Everything is random and cannot be locked. For normal people, to say this is a life-or-death struggle is suicide. But when the prophet profession spends a huge price to choose his own destiny, then this random teleportation will fall to the most favorable position within the random teleportation range. But dust plane? The white-clothed prophet looked at the nearby dust plane, the area that brought a great change to his life, and his face couldn't help but become ugly. Is it only possible to survive by escaping into the dust plane? Indeed, with the help of the dust plane, you could avoid being hunted down. But the white-clothed prophet was full of bitterness. But if I suffer the backlash of the forbidden number in a restricted area like the dust plane, I will definitely die. Am I really going to die here today? The white-clothed prophet stared at the dust plane in front of him. Going in means death, but not going in. I'm afraid it's worse than death. For a while, the white-clothed prophet's heart sank to the bottom of the valley. But at this time, the white-clothed prophet's eyes swept across the open space next to him, and his intuition jumped, making him feel a little wrong. The white-clothed prophet didn't care about the dust plane, but stared at the wasteland next to him. He suddenly felt that this ray of hope might not be the dust plane. Chapter 547 The Prophet's Inheritance. Fong Bai frowned slightly, feeling something was wrong. The feeling was fleeting. But what's the reason? Fong Bai immediately traced back and investigated. With his strength reaching this level, he was aware of his level, and could already capture a lot of information and signals. No matter what the reason was, it was definitely impossible for him to have an illusion. With Fong Bai's personality, it was impossible for him to regard it as an illusion, because anything that could trigger his induction would definitely affect him. The next moment, Fong Bai's overwhelming mental power spread out. Tiangong Pavilion. The side of the dust plane. It expanded with the structure of the microscopic field. Observed the outside world in the microscopic field, and finally compiled it into the picture seen in the macroscopic field according to the formula. Fong Bai's mental power was like an invisible net, with a concealment level far exceeding that of the same level, and the coverage area spread out overwhelmingly. No one noticed the whole process. Only a few devices specially used to monitor the mental power in the microscopic field issued an alarm, and others only then discovered Fong Bai's abnormality. They all looked at Fong Bai, but Fong Bai did not speak for the time being. The mental power on the side of Tiangong Pavilion was gathered back, and the energy was focused on the side of Dust Plain. He felt that it was here. However, after scanning the whole page, he did not find any abnormality. However, Fong Bai did not say anything, but scanned again and again. While scanning, he used more than 1,000 times the time flow rate in the fantasy space to analyze every picture and every pixel scanned by the mental power. In the strong sense of something wrong, while checking inch by inch, a person suddenly appeared in the position where he had not noticed anyone. Fong Bai felt something was wrong when he saw him, because he subconsciously ignored it. Only by checking inch by inch over and over again could he confirm his existence again and again. Because there is no sense of existence, it is also existence. It can be ignored if you don't pay attention. But when checking inch by inch, it can't hide. Fong Bai turned his head to look to the west, and the next moment he marked the existence of the man in white in the mental power land. Looking at the man in white, who had approached the edge of the projection, everyone was stunned. And Zhang Zhong, who was responsible for security, jumped up directly. How is it possible? How did he avoid detection? Zhang Zhong's face turned pale, and the next moment he activated all the 4th level yuanling rune cannons and all the 3rd level yuanling rune cannons in the shooting world, and gave the highest level of attention to this white-clothed man who suddenly appeared but could not be found without Fong Bai. Blast him to pieces. At this time, Fong Bai also recognized this embarrassed white-clothed man. Prophet, Fong Bai said softly. Compared with the time when he was in the dust plane, the prophet's aura and temperament changed too much. And his appearance was completely different. Even with his memory and ability, it took a lot of effort to distinguish him. Why is he here? And he looks like he is fleeing? While Fong Bai was just thinking, the prophet, who appeared at the edge of the projection, stepped into the projection area. The white-clothed prophet felt something was wrong, although his mental power and eyes did not detect anything wrong. For a prophet, intuition is the best weapon. Without any hesitation, he took a step forward. In an instant, it was as if the world had changed. A huge development was suspended in the air, and the runes flickering and flowing on it were extremely mysterious. Looking at it for a few more times would make people dizzy. It was indeed different here. And there was indeed another world. And inside, the endless flow of elemental power was surging. And the most concentrated position was about 100 meters in front of him. The white-robed prophet looked over and immediately saw a dark red light suppressed in a black hole in the muzzle. In an instant, he was covered in cold sweat, and the omen of death was shrouded. There was nowhere to escape and no chance of survival. It was even more terrifying than facing the legendary pursuit before. Numb. The white-robed prophet was completely numb. He even felt that the backlash of forcibly increasing his luck had come. He felt that his spell was completely wrong. But he still suppressed his fear. He cast a forbidden technique to bring him from a place where he was dead and had no chance of survival to a place where he might have a glimmer of hope. But whether this glimmer of hope can be grasped depends entirely on his ability. It is better to be strong here. The stronger the better. How could he possibly keep a glimmer of hope for him if he wasn't strong enough under the pursuit of the legend? This terrifying arrangement here should be able to save his life under the legend. Right? Without any hesitation, the prophet in white raised his hand. I am a prophet. I can help you find a magic medicine or artifact through prophecy. The prophet in white didn't say anything meaningless. Didn't say anything to show that he had no hostility and asked for help. He understood that the spell structure in front of him might launch an attack in the next moment. And he might only have a few seconds to speak. Even wasting a single word could mean his death. Inside the layers of magic arrays, Zhang Zhong looked at Fong Bai, asking with his eyes whether he should fire. As long as Fong Bai gave a signal, even if the man in white was a legend, he would be instantly reduced to ashes under the concentrated fire of the cannon. Fong Bai did not rush to express his opinion, but looked at the man in white quietly. Ever since he knew that it was Fatty who first stole the astronomical device, he had no ill feelings towards the prophet. If there was a problem, it was Fatty who had the problem first. And his character was not good. This was undeniable. Although he had a good relationship with Fatty, he could not defend Fatty with his 3 views. Of course, Fatty was not a player, but a local in this extraordinary world. They had their own 3 views. Although Fong Bai did not agree, he would not demand others with his 3 views. He was looking at the prophet now, with only one doubt in his mind. How did you hide your breath? Why did I almost not find you? Hearing the voice that came out of nowhere, the heart that had been jumping to the throat finally slowly calmed down. The prophet knew that he had caught a glimmer of opportunity. This is the secret skill of our prophet. The white-robed prophet did not wait for Fong Bai to ask, and took the initiative to explain. We prophet believe that everything has its own destiny, and destiny is intertwined with destiny, and together they make up this world. If we cut off our destiny from the destiny of all other objects and people, then our destiny will not have any intersection. So although I exist here, you just can't find me. You can't notice me, because our destiny does not intersect. If our destiny does not intersect, naturally there is no such chance. Speaking of this, the white-robed prophet's heart beat violently again, because he suddenly realized that he was discovered. Discovered by a stranger, not an acquaintance, who was deliberately plotting. This means that this person could not have made any preparations in advance. And it is impossible to prepare his blood, hair, or other media in advance. This means that this person discovered him by force. The white-robed prophet was shocked, and suddenly remembered his previous prophecy that he had nothing to gain. One of the conclusions I came to was that there was a high-level existence blocking his prediction. If that was true, the white-robed prophet's heart beat violently. Now he knew that he had really bumped into a big guy by accident. Realizing this, the white-robed prophet did not dare to play any tricks and continued immediately. If your majesty is interested, I can offer the prophet's job transfer method and the corresponding secret skills inheritance to your majesty. But now there are many legendary forces and families chasing me, and one of them has even got my medium. They can lock my position. At present, They are chasing me, but I am temporarily leading them with a method of instant transmission. Currently, there is a warrior legend, 5 masters, and several elite professionals in their team chasing me. I am willing to serve your majesty for free, and I hope your majesty will protect me. Prophet. Fong Bai pondered for a moment. The curiosity in his heart could not be avoided. But looking at this prophet, he couldn't help but speak out. Serve me? Help me find the artifact and the magic medicine. Yes. Crown. The prophet in white had just agreed. And the next sentence that came out of nowhere instantly made his legs go weak, and he almost fell to the ground. Is it like the search for the magic medicine that others found by using the connection with the astronomical instrument? When the prophet in white heard this, his head was buzzing instantly. No one had told him how he locked the magic medicine. And he couldn't expose the news of the star track to others. Otherwise, others might not only rob the magic medicine. So, the person who knew this news must be the one who was in the same team with Fatty at the time. From the sound, it was not Fatty. So it should be the devil-like figure at the time. Recalling the record of that person at the time, the prophet in white felt that the current situation was easier to accept. It's just that he and Fatty were in the same group. The prophet in white was beating in his heart, and his face turned slightly pale. But he still stabilized. Since I'm not dead yet, I still have a chance. Your Majesty, please forgive me for laughing. I just wanted to take back the important heritage of our lineage. I had no ill intentions. That's between you and Fatty. You guys should compete among yourselves. It's none of my business. I just want to say, you don't seem to have the ability of language magic medicine or semi-magic medicine. You are bluffing me. Fong Bai's tone was flat, and no emotion could be heard in it. However, such a flat word made the white-robed prophet sweat profusely, and his face turned pale. However, considering that you did not hide the fact that you were hunted by the legend, you are still honest, and did not have any intention of deliberately harming others. I can save your life with your prophet's professional heritage and related secret skills. Up and down. Up and down. The heart of the prophet in white was beating violently at this moment. Just like a roller coaster. Intense excitement and happiness surged into his heart. And at the same time, a strong impulse surged into his heart. Follow him. Follow him. The prophet originally needed to rely on the existence of a higher status to better complete the promotion. Since it is necessary to rely on and follow, why not just rely on and follow the person in front of him? The prophet in white took out a crystal ball without any hesitation. There were some mysterious patterns drawn on the crystal ball, in which the elemental power and mental power flowed at the same time, which was very exquisite, directly blocking the mental power and elemental power that communicated inside and outside. Obviously, this is a seal. A lock. The prophet in white made a few simple movements. The elements and mental power surged. The pattern disappeared without a trace. And the sealing array it symbolized also disappeared without a trace. The information stored in it was like it was completely defenseless. And anyone with mental power could read it. Your Majesty, this is the full-time way and professional inheritance of the prophet's profession. Yes, as long as you don't leave the coverage of the projection. I guarantee your safety. After the words fell, the crystal ball in the hand of the white-robed prophet passed over the cannon and floated into the depths. He immediately spoke. Your Majesty, can I follow you during this period? So that I can answer your doubts in the field of prophecy at any time. After a slight pause, the white-robed prophet waited anxiously. And a moment later, a voice sounded. Yes. Before the word fell, the white-robed prophet suddenly found that the forbidden effect of his body had dissipated. And then the backlash swept. The backlash was not an injury, nor was it a shortened life. And it didn't even consume a single bit of vitality. But it made the white-robed prophet's heart throb. The next moment, a rune cannon next to it had been storing energy for a long time. And a rune with some deviations on it flickered slightly, affecting a structural failure that caused. The magic circle was interrupted. A series of accidents occurred. And the dazzling dark red light bloomed in the black muzzle. Boom! With a loud bang, the terrifying power covered the white-robed prophet. And the place where he stood was filled with smoke and dust. Fong Bai was stunned, and turned his head to look at Zhang Zhong. His eyes seemed to say, I just promised to save his life, and you used the cannon to bombard him? Are you trying to show me your displeasure? Zhang Zhong, who was also stunned, interpreted this meaning, and immediately widened his eyes. Unjust? Pavilion Master. I am wronged. I didn't fire the cannon. Then I fired it? No. No. We didn't fire it. It was an accident. I checked it. It was a misfire. Fong Bai raised his eyebrows slightly. Misfire? You are fooling me. This yuanling Type 1 rune cannon is not only equipped with a gathering magic circle, but also has more than a dozen cards on the energy storage magic circle that restrict and constrain each other. More than a dozen rune strings work together. And if even one rune key is not matched, the cannon cannot be fired. You mean that because of an accident, more than a dozen rune strings all malfunctioned at the same time, causing this shot to be fired? Are you kidding me? How could anyone be so unlucky? Is it the reincarnation of a jinx? Zhang Zhong was speechless after hearing this. He didn't believe this statement himself. But it was indeed the case after he had just checked himself. Just when he was about to say something, coughs were heard. Everyone turned their heads and saw the prophet in tattered white clothes walking out of the smoke. Although he was in a mess, he didn't seem to be seriously injured. But just as he walked out of disgust, the next moment, the white-clothed prophet tripped over a stone and fell to the ground. He coughed violently because of his difficulty breathing. A stone that was just blown away fell and hit the back of the white-clothed prophet's head directly. A crow flew over and excreted on his white clothes. Suddenly, another unexpected element vibration blew him into the air. Zhang Zhong pointed at the prophet and said tentatively, "The reincarnation of a jinx?" Chapter 548 The Price of Prophecy. Looking at the unlucky white-robed prophet, Fong Bai couldn't help but be stunned. This is not just bad luck. This jinx reincarnation is just like this. Right? Fong Bai even felt that if this white-robed prophet was not a master, he would not be able to survive for a few minutes and would die on the spot. But it can be seen that although he did not die on the spot, he was hit by a heavy artillery of a 3rd-level yuanling rune. And he was not far from dying. Normally, people with such luck would not be able to live to make a sound, and would have died long ago. So, is it because of the secret skills of the prophet profession? In order to escape, he released some secret skills that are conducive to escape. And now the effect of the secret skills is over. And the backlash is coming? It can actually affect luck. Fong Bai became more and more curious about the profession of prophet. Huh? Wait. Luck? Fong Bai thoughts flowed. And then he looked at him in surprise. He probably didn't find the projection. Didn't find us just now. So, he didn't really rely on good luck to find me. And then find a glimmer of life. This Fong Bai became more and more surprised. Looking at the white-robed prophet, who was barely holding on under various unfortunate events. And couldn't help asking, "How long will your state last? How to solve it?" Normally it will last for more than 3 months. But the impact will continue to decrease with the passage of time. Now is the strongest time. And it will become weaker and weaker in the future. And my own luck will continue to increase. However, if I can follow His Majesty, the effect will be greatly weakened. And it will be fully restored in less than 3 days. Follow. The difference is so big? So you follow me just to let me take the blame for you? The damage will not decrease for no reason. If you don't bear it, it must be on me. Your Majesty. No need. Worry. Your status is noble. The backlash that is very scary to me is as easy as the wind blowing on your face for you. Then there must be something reduced. But Your Majesty, your status is enough to bear the backlash of these fortunes. It's like an extra pound of weight on your body will not have any effect on you. And in the case that it will not cause any impact, my prophecy can also be blessed by Your Majesty's status, so that it can play a stronger effect. From this perspective, the improvement of status can avoid the backlash of prophecy. Fong Bai listened with relish and enjoyed it. The career information and fortune of the prophet are things he has never come into contact with. And it happens that these things have magical effects. How can Fong Bai not be curious? However, when the white-clothed prophet proposed to follow him again, Fong Bai still refused without hesitation. Straightforwardly. Just kidding. Fong Bai didn't want to accept the prophet as a follower before knowing that there was a price to pay. Not to mention now that he knows this. What? The prophet in white said it would not cause any impact? It's so funny. If you believe whatever someone says, isn't that just courting death? Also, even if what he said is true, he can handle it. But you have to know what to prophesy. Right? Is there any difference between predicting an ordinary person with no power and predicting a powerful person with legendary power? He can handle ordinary prophecies. But what if this prophet is so desperate as to predict a country or a real god, with him bearing the price? This prophet won't be so extravagant. He really doesn't know how he died. Don't think he is powerful, and not afraid of bad luck. What if he is so unlucky that he gets hit on the head by a meteorite? And this meteorite happens to be a demon beast? Or what if a floating city breaks through the air and hits him on the head? Not only does Fong Bai not accept it at this moment, he also makes a decision immediately that he must maintain a pure stranger relationship with anyone who is engaged in the profession of prophet in the future. And he must never get involved with him. As for the prophet in white in front of him, I hereby declare that I only have a transaction relationship with the prophet in front of me. The prophet uses his inheritance to exchange physical and mental protection with me. After the transaction is completed, we will no longer have any relationship. In addition, I do not have any protection relationship with him in terms of status or fate. The prophet in white was silent. Fong Bai carefully paid attention to the status of the prophet in white. Seeing that the prophet in white did not become more unlucky, Fong Bai was relieved. From this point of view, he should not have been touched by this prophet in white. Status or fate. However, Fong Bai was still worried, and he immediately calmed down and sensed with his soul and consciousness. He believed that as long as it was related to him, as long as it really affected him, he would feel it in the dark. After calming down and sensing for a while, he found nothing unusual. So he slowly breathed a sigh of relief, and then spoke. Just stay here. I will protect you physically and mentally during this period. In addition, we will provide you with some drinking water and food supplies as usual, so you don't have to worry. Feeling Fong Bai disdain. It was as if getting close to him would bring bad luck. He never thought that a master-level prophet would be disdained one day. You know, he is a master-level prophet. Even if he can't predict the location of the magic medicine. Even if he can't predict the location of the artifact. But this is not because he is bad. This is entirely because the magic medicine and artifact are too precious. And their status is too high. So high that he can't predict it at all. But what about the third-level spiritual medicine equivalent to the master level? What about the second-level spiritual medicine? What about the first-level spiritual medicine? What about the fourth-level spiritual medicine equivalent to the legendary level? And what about the glimpse of the overall situation in the future? Having such a master-level prophet, it is a great improvement for the entire force and the foundation. Only the truly powerful forces with a strong foundation can cultivate a true high-level prophet. However, for this profession, even those large forces with strong foundation will only cultivate a few high-level prophet. On the one hand to prepare for emergencies, on the other hand to maintain the inheritance. How can there be such a ghost-like look as Fong Bai? However, the white-clothed prophet's heart suddenly rang, and suddenly remembered something, or a situation he accidentally discovered, which had not been connected before. But at this moment, the white-clothed prophet's heart was a little drummed. It seems that a small force that recruits a prophet can usually soar into the sky quickly, and its strength grows rapidly. However, once the strength stops growing, the force will generally fall apart and disappear. And even if a large force cultivates a prophet, it will only cultivate one or two, and he won't predict easily. A possibility suddenly emerged in the mind of the white-robed prophet. Prophet is like. The white-robed prophet thought of this, and recalled what he had just said, and couldn't help but feel a little guilty. At this moment, he couldn't help but wonder if his bad luck during this period was also related to his frequent predictions before. The white-robed prophet's heart couldn't help but beat violently. It's true that he is a prophet with inheritance. But there is no such thing as a wild prophet in the profession of prophet. Any prophet has inheritance. Otherwise it is impossible to become a prophet. But his master once accidentally. Wai Zhong died. Although he received the education and inheritance of the prophet, even he himself did not dare to guarantee that he had received all the education of the prophet. From now on, this aspect may be lacking. This led to him speaking quite a lot, and even to the point where he felt something was wrong, and had to use the prophet to predict someone. The white-clothed prophet felt bitter. Suddenly, he felt that the theft of the star track, his pursuit, and betrayal all seemed to have reasons. And in the end, it might be that he was more responsible. The white-clothed prophet was silent for a long time, unable to say anything. Suddenly, another thought popped up in his mind. Where should I go? I don't know. Let's predict, and see what I will do in the future. The white-robed prophet had just taken out a crystal ball to predict. And suddenly, he was shocked. He had already made predictions a habit of life. The white-robed prophet didn't know how many times he had predicted more than ordinary prophets. All the gifts of fate have been marked with a price. This thought completely paralyzed the white-robed prophet. In desperation, the white-robed prophet could only give up. Sit on the ground, sigh and start practicing. At least without talking about the backlash. His number of predictions and proficiency directly surpassed the total number of predictions of several generations of other people. Right? Bang! The power left by the underground yuanling rune heavy artillery combined with the underground elemental power exploded. And the huge shock wave directly knocked the white-clothed prophet into the air and spit out blood. And then suppressed it. This luck made Fong Bai, who was paying attention here, speechless. What kind of luck is this? Fong Bai couldn't help muttering. Even such a thing can happen. The residual power of the yuanling rune heavy artillery gives characteristics. And the underground structure provides conditions for the gathering of elemental power. A semi-natural mine array was directly formed underground. And it would explode if the balance was destroyed by one time. Fong Bai couldn't help laughing. This is a situation that has a chance in theory, but is absolutely impossible to accomplish in reality. Normal people wouldn't even think about this. Fong Bai didn't know whether he was lucky or unlucky. This can't be accomplished at all. Fong Bai's mind suddenly burst into a flash of lightning. Wait! How can it not be accomplished? This only requires residual power, the right terrain structure, and the gathering of elemental power to form a fragile balance. It doesn't need to be perfect or strong. Just a balance. Fong Bai's eyes flashed with surprise. If you design it based on this principle, you can use the rune-heavy artillery to complete the large-scale deployment of elemental mines. Not only on the ground, underground, but also in the sky. Yes, there is a chance in the sky, but it is wind and thunder relying on the flow of wind, which can be realized. This sudden inspiration made him very excited. He ignored the unlucky prophet and told Zhang Zhong to stay away from him and ensure his safety. And then he immersed himself in his thoughts. Underground, ground, sky, if it can be realized. It is actually using the elements of heaven and earth as thunder. Use the residual power of the rune-heavy artillery to detonate the elements within a certain range. The amount of elements is the amount of charge. Theoretically, this is almost unlimited, and the power is gratifying. Moreover, using the elements of heaven and earth as materials, and the soil or airflow between heaven and earth as the support of the magic circle, it naturally has a strong concealment effect. Even this master prophet did not notice it. Although there may be other reasons, it still shows its powerful concealment effect. If this step-by-step can be completed, then in the future, one shot will block the sky and the ground. Those who don't know will be killed if they directly break into it, and those who know will be terrified and unable to move. Moreover, it can be done. Once this cannon is formed, it can perfectly block the defense line or snipe the strong. Defense is not discussed for the time being. This cannon is used in the offensive field. One shot blocks the displacement space, and one shot snipes. The trapped enemy will die if they don't run away. Even if the mines arranged in a hurry have low power, they are huge in number, and a little accumulates into a lot. And you can try to transform this mine from lethality to functionality. Slow down, freeze, entangle, etc. Fong Bai was tempted. Theoretically speaking, once this mine cannon is formed, a 4th level mine cannon and a regular 4th level rune heavy cannon will cooperate. The two cannons are enough to snipe regular legends. Of course, this cannon is still just a theory at present. No, it's not even a theory. It's just a budding inspiration. Whether it can be done, and to what extent it can be done will require a long period of scientific research and experiments to get the answer. If it is handed over to an ordinary project team, it will take at least a few years. 1 or 2 days. Fong Bai blinked. That's too long. In a good mood, Fong Bai projected this inspiration and some specific information and technical requirements to the local area network inside Tiandong Pavilion, and released it after setting the project limit and funding quota. If there's a project team interested in it, they will naturally take it directly for research. And Fong Bai naturally doesn't have to worry about these things. Whether it is feasible or not, whether it is successful or failed, Fong Bai will be given a definite response on the local area network. Thinking about the application of this kind of cannon, Fong Bai couldn't help but look at the white-clothed prophet a little more pleasing to the eye. Of course, pleasing to the eye is pleasing to the eye. Fong Bai will definitely not have any thoughts of recruiting him. At least before he has a clear enough understanding of the profession of prophet, and is sure that it will not cause harm, and what harm it will cause. He will definitely not consider it. After all, Fong Bai is not afraid of the real things. But he is a little scared of the fake and fancy things. However, at this moment, a sense of being watched loomed. And he shouted immediately, "Who?" At this moment, time went back to a few minutes ago. And the white-robed prophet, who had withstood another wave of bad luck, took a breath. After a little breath adjustment, he suddenly felt something in his heart. Chapter 549 Resurrection Coin. Fong Bai's strength doesn't seem to have reached the legendary level yet? The white-robed prophet couldn't help but feel moved. Then how did he become a high-status being? He knew that there were generally two types of high-status beings. One was a high-status being that became a high-status because of strength. The lowest strength of such people was demigod level. When the strength reached, the status naturally improved. The other was a person with a high innate status and noble blood. They were called demigods, or even gods. This Fong Bai strength obviously hasn't reached demigod level yet. So his status was born? Hasn't reached the strength of demigod yet? The white-robed prophet suddenly became curious and subconsciously reached for the crystal ball. Do you want to try to predict? Anyway, your strength hasn't reached demigod level yet. So you can't find it. Try it. The white-robed prophet hesitated, and it felt like 100 cats were scratching in his heart. Itching. Although he has not become a legend yet, his strength is definitely close. He is a master. And I am also a master. If he becomes a legend, it will be even more impossible to predict. This may be the time when the gap between him and me is the smallest. And this may be my only chance to speak. Just try. Take a look. Just take a look at the fate line. The heart of the white-clothed prophet was pounding. Most of the high-ranking ones are demigod-level strength. If he dares to touch it, he will be courting death. This kind of natural demigod, who is still wandering outside, is rare in the world. If he can take a look, it will be a great improvement for his professional ability. I just take a look. It's okay. I just take a look. The anxious white-clothed prophet slowly reached out to the crystal ball, getting closer and closer, and put it on. Buzz. With a silent wave, a stream of energy flowed into the eyes of the white-clothed prophet and evolved in his eyes. If Fong Bai saw it, he would find that this was similar to the evolution process of his pupil technique. But his pupil technique was simpler and less mysterious. He was here. Close. With the name as a guide, the prophet in white made a very smooth prediction and quickly locked Fong Bai. However, just as he was about to take a look, a loud shout rang in his mind. Who? The prophet in white was shocked by the huge sound and felt a fatal crisis before he could reply. He wanted to escape, but the connection had been established and the link had been formed. He needed time to withdraw the knight. And at this moment, the opposite side even had power spreading over to reinforce and widen the link, allowing it to slowly form a channel. Horror, fear, and regret filled the prophet in white's mind. And the next moment, he felt a world smashing from the opposite side. No, it can't be smashed. A world and a person. It should be said that a world rolled over and bumped into him on the way. That's all. The prophet in white lost consciousness. On the other side, Fong Bai was slightly stunned and suddenly realized something. He just felt a sense of being spied on. But his body didn't react at all. And his mental power didn't react either. But his consciousness reacted instead. So after a loud shout, he subconsciously suppressed the other party's prying eyes. Then grabbed the inner space and swung the fantasy space over. It was really a subconscious reaction. But Fong Bai projection appeared next to the white-robed prophet. At this moment, the white-robed prophet's heartbeat, breathing, pupils are all normal. And the mental fluctuations are also normal. There was no reaction even when he waved his hand. Oh! It's not that there was no reaction. The pupils still reacted. And he was definitely a living person. But, what's wrong with him? Why does he look stupid? Zhang Zhong came over. And the projections of other mages also came over, asking in confusion. Fong Bai felt a little embarrassed. He just collected protection money from someone. And it would be fine if he didn't save the person. But he accidentally killed the person. Although there was a reason for the incident. And the other party was asking for death. It still felt weird. How to explain this? His eyes were not right. He was looking around, peeping at me, and then I subconsciously fought back. He was killed? Zhang Zhong was surprised. And the look in his eyes when he looked at the prophet in white was suddenly wrong. And he became curious. How come he didn't look like a dead person? A living dead person? A living dead person? Ah. Yes. It should be said that the consciousness in the soul was directly shattered by me. Fong Bai couldn't describe what he had just done. Hit? It can't be counted. Bump? It can't be counted. Anyway, he felt that when the inner space and the fantasy space flew over together, it seemed to have touched something. But it seemed that nothing was touched. How to say it? That's right. The weight of a space. Plus the knowledge that was so heavy that Fong Bai consciousness could no longer bear it, and needed the help of the inner space to carry it. If I had to use a metaphor, it would be like a modern aircraft carrier hitting a swimming fish while sailing on the sea. It hit it hard. But did it really run over it? Who told him to aim randomly? He deserved to be killed. Didn't he? As a superhuman, mental power is standard. But some are strong and some are weak. A profession with strong mental power can spread thousands or tens of thousands of meters, while a profession with the same level that is more physical may only cover a few meters around, and may not even have a refined spirit. Only the physical intuition or instinct after being completely integrated into the physical body. Intuition is fine. But if there is no resistance when scanning with mental power, or the clothes cannot block it, then others can see through it. Including anything on the body will be seen through. This is unacceptable to anyone. So they understand very well what Fong Bai meant by taking a look. This is pure provocation. Either relying on secret skills to peak, or pure death. Yeah, that's right. I didn't expect him to be so weak. And he was beaten to death before he could react. Before Fong Bai finished speaking, there was a sudden abnormality on the white-clothed prophet in front of him. He looked carefully, and saw that a coin on the white-clothed prophet's neck slowly floated up. And the light of the coin floating in the air fell on the white-clothed prophet, and then drifted away with the wind and sank into the white-clothed prophet's body. The unconscious prophet in white slowly woke up. But as soon as he woke up, he heard what Fong Bai said. I just didn't expect him to be so weak. He was beaten to death before he could react. Hearing this, the prophet in white felt a black screen in front of his eyes. But he had no way to refute it. Let alone refute it. Because he was just looking for death. Wait! Suddenly realizing that he was not dead and his body injuries had completely recovered, Bai Yi was shocked and immediately grabbed the pendant around his neck. But there was nothing on the pendant. This made Bai Yi's heart shrink. So, you know this is a resurrection coin? Fong Bai's voice sounded slowly. And the words he said surprised everyone. Even Zhang Zhong and others. Resurrection coin? Zhang Zhong and others were surprised. They had only heard of this kind of thing, but had never seen it. They didn't expect to hear it at this moment. The prophet in white was also full of surprise. As if he was very surprised that Fong Bai knew this coin. Fong Bai's heart was also quite uneasy. And he recalled the appearance of the coin just now in his mind. He had also received a resurrection coin. Although he had used it up, and it only stayed on the attribute panel. He remembered the appearance and pattern of the resurrection coin clearly. The ancient coin just now was exactly the same as the resurrection coin. And the effect was exactly the same. It looked the same as the resurrection coin. And the effect was the same as the resurrection coin. So this was the resurrection coin. Fong Bai stared at the white-robed prophet quietly. And the white-robed prophet hurriedly said, Your Majesty, I didn't know it was called a resurrection coin. I only knew that it was a treasure left by the ancient wizard civilization. I heard before that the effect was to resurrect after death and directly restore to the heyday. But we didn't believe it. And just wore it as a talisman. Because it was given to me by my master. It has special meaning. So I have been wearing it. There is only this one. The white-robed prophet hurriedly explained, not daring to hesitate or hide anything, for fear of angering Fong Bai again. Otherwise, he would not be able to kill as many lives as he could on the spot. Not to mention that he has no resurrection coins. Even if he has some, what would happen? For Fong Bai, there is no big difference between killing him once and killing him 10 times. And the previous actions are already considered a provocation. So the white-robed prophet is very honest at this moment. Fong Bai looked at him quietly after hearing this, and saw that he was still a little doubtful and surprised. But he didn't think that the white-robed prophet was lying. But he said after a moment of silence, Does your master have any remaining resurrection coins? No. Are you sure? Because my master told me that he got one by accident and gave it to me. I believe my master. Where is your master now? Dead. Fong Bai raised his eyebrows when he heard this. And now he believed it. People are dead. Even if there are resurrection coins, they have been used up. After all, these resurrection coins are resurrected on the spot, not at the resurrection point. This is a little different. But resurrection coins only resurrect, and do not have the function of positioning and determining the resurrection point. The resurrection of the player's resurrection point is a function given by the system. However, without the resurrection point function, the resurrection coin directly resurrects on the spot. So the space that the resurrection coin can be applied to is much smaller. However, being able to resurrect the natives is ordinary for players, but it is a god for the natives. However, this game coin actually exists, and it is a prop from the ancient wizard civilization. Fong Bai thought slightly in his heart, and immediately continued to ask, "Then where did your master get the resurrection coin?" "It was in an ancient wizard ruins," the white-clothed prophet continued. "This ancient wizard ruins is not in the main material world, but in a layer of abyss, and can only be entered through a space crack. However, this space crack is closed all year round, and it will only open for a period of time every few decades to allow people to enter. Because few people go there, the ancient wizard civilization ruins in this layer of the abyss have basically not been completely plundered. As long as you go in and find the ruins, you will gain more or less. Your Majesty, are you interested in this relic?" the white-robed prophet said respectfully. Fong Bai did not hide it, and nodded directly. "Yes, I am very interested. It will take several years for the space crack to open again. These are the coordinates of the location of the space crack. Just thank your Majesty for your magnanimity." The prophet in white held a jade pendant in both hands and handed it to Fong Bai. As he spoke, he couldn't help but recall the horrible scene he felt before his death. The suffocating feeling that came directly over him made the prophet in white feel that he had no ability to fight back. No, let alone fighting back. The other party didn't even feel a trace of resistance. No wonder Fong Bai said he was weak. The prophet in white never wanted to experience that feeling again. Fong Bai looked at the prophet for a few times, and with a thought, the jade pendant with information flew directly into his hands. After taking it, he felt it slightly, and a complicated map appeared in his mind. The map has the capital as a reference, and the specific location seems to be in an underground cave. After confirming the map, Fong Bai nodded and asked, "Okay, by the way, were you predicting me before?" The prophet in white collapsed, and then nodded. "Yes, no need to explain. Next time, think carefully. Not everyone has my good temper. A prophet who likes to snoop around will not live long." The white-robed prophet was shocked, and only felt relieved when he found Fong Bai and others had left. Only then did he realize that his back was soaked with sweat. He understood that this was the way to save his nickname. It was a close call. "I can't do such a naughty thing again." Fong Bai was right. A prophet who was too curious would not live long. Fong Bai was kind, and I also gave him something he was interested in. Otherwise, I would be doomed. The prophet in white took a deep breath and touched the crystal ball on his waist, but suddenly found that the crystal ball had disappeared, leaving only some crystal powder on the ground. After a brief recollection, he remembered that the crystal ball was directly shattered into a pile of crystal powder when Fong Bai counterattacked because of the great force it bore, and there was no larger piece. Seeing this, the prophet in white could only use his mental power to collect all of them and put them in a bag. He sighed, but couldn't help but recall the situation when his master gave him this resurrection coin. The rumor about the resurrection coin was told to him by his master. He thought it was a story before, but now it seems that it is true. The master who told the story probably knew this, but still gave it to him. "Master," the prophet in white whispered softly. What he said to Fong Bai before was the truth that could not be more true, without any falsehood. But there is one thing that Fong Bai did not ask, and he did not say. His master had entered this space gap, and there was no news after entering this layer of the abyss. Then the sensing array left behind showed death. He was not calculating Fong Bai. He just suddenly thought that he had really died just now. But he was alive again. If the master was in this situation, then maybe his master was trapped in this layer of the abyss. Fong Bai didn't need to be rescued after entering. He just needed to make a noise. He believed that his master would seize the opportunity to come out alive. Of course, this premise is to be alive. The white-clothed prophet sighed slightly when he thought of this. Chapter 550. This cannon should be able to block the legend. Right? Status. Resurrection coin. Fong Bai couldn't help but ponder. The player's resurrection coin comes from the success of the trial, And the trial comes from the Mage Tower, which comes from the ancient Mage civilization. This prophet's resurrection coin is probably also from the remains of the ancient Mage civilization. This is not surprising, since the ancient Mage civilization has it. It must have survived. Fong Bai was only a little surprised at the beginning about the existence and appearance of game coins, because this thing is generally understood to be exclusive to players. But if you think about it carefully, it is not worth being surprised, because according to the current information, the entire player system is derived from the ancient Mage civilization. So this point is very easy to understand. There is another point. Fong Bai asked this prophet. According to the prophet, he was curious about Fong Bai's high status, so he used the prophecy method to take a look. But he didn't see anything, and was killed by Fong Bai counterattack. According to this prophet, Fong Bai can not only block the prophecy, but also automatically counterattack. At least he is a demigod. Demigod? This was the first time Fong Bai heard someone say this about him. But he was only slightly surprised. Is my demigod status because I have mastered a certain amount of field power? Or because I successfully materialized the fantasy space into the inner space? Or both? Fong Bai couldn't help muttering. He thought both of them gave him the ability to have the status of a demigod. According to him, after having the status of a demigod, there will be great advantages in prophecy and being prophesied. The former can easily prophesy about people of lower status. The latter can block everything related to the prophecy and himself, and can even counterattack and lock the prophet along the connection of the prophecy. This kind of thing is like breathing instinct. No active control is required. In addition, it will also have a great advantage in other things that require status judgment. For these others, the prophet couldn't tell what the others were for a while. But the point he said about being prophesied and counterattack made Fong Bai quite interested. If prophecy is to spy on consciousness, then the so-called status may be the strength of consciousness itself. This is different from the soul, and has nothing to do with the body. So the reason why my status is raised is probably because of the embodiment of the fantasy space. That's true. In the ancient wizard civilization, the embodiment of the inner space itself is a symbol of breaking through the legend, and it can directly reach the gods. Isn't this an improvement in status? Fong Bai pondered and pondered. In fact, he was more interested in the use of consciousness and prophecy. He has a strong consciousness now, but he can't use it easily. If there is a prophet's means to use it in a simple and active way, then Fong Bai means will be greatly enriched. But because the cultivation of the prophet has special requirements for the body, soul, and even consciousness, generally speaking, it needs to be cultivated from a young age with specific exercises, spiritual medicines, and cultivation environments. Only in this way can they be able to spy on the power of destiny. For this, it is basically impossible for the prophet to make up for it halfway. And Fong Bai can't do it either. But although he can't change his job, with the inheritance in hand, and the secret skills in hand, Fong Bai will naturally find a way to get involved in the rune field. Even now, Fong Bai thinks that his unique rune, that is, his real name, may be an important medium for him to get involved in the field of consciousness. Of course, there is no rush for this at the moment. Just take your time. Now Fong Bai is very curious about his own consciousness. My consciousness carries an inner space that has already materialized. The inner space also carries a fantasy space, which basically carries the public papers and knowledge of various majors and fields in reality. It also carries some books I collected in the Fire Tower. All the experiments and communications of thousands of people in the Tiagong Pavilion at a time flow rate that was dozens of times the original, and now thousands of times, as well as the new knowledge born in this process. In addition, there are my memories, experiences, and knowledge. These are all in the consciousness, and are all part of consciousness. Regardless of the weight of matter, the weight of knowledge and memory is also heavy. In a sense, this can even be said to contain the essence of real civilization. Whoever carries it knows the weight. As far as I know now, I can only passively activate the power of consciousness when others spy on me in the field of consciousness, and then give the other party a big bag in return and lock the other party's position. And the weight of my big bag. Fong Bai grinned and immediately looked forward to it. Who wants to predict my fate? I will definitely hit you once. Just once. Fong Bai smiled slyly, but he was stunned before he could smile for long, and cast his eyes on the projection screen in front of him. On the screen, dozens of people walked in from the video border on the west. Although Fong Bai didn't know them, and could only see the screen, He couldn't sense their strength, but based on their position and appearance, combined with the previous prediction of the prophet, he immediately locked their identities. They were the group that was hunting down the prophet in white. Fong Bai stared at them for a while. He was not worried that such a direct gaze would trigger the other party's intuition. If it was ordinary perception, ordinary real-time video would definitely lead to this situation. But Fong Bai and his team had considered this problem at the beginning of the design, and made a wonderful design. That is, the screen delay of 10 seconds directly cut off the other party's intuition perception with 10 seconds. As for whether it is possible that people can still detect it after 10 seconds, for such a big guy, how long it takes is not important. It is beyond the scope. So Fong Bai can now look at the other party unscrupulously and observe his every move. I didn't notice it before, but now I see it. I suddenly feel familiar. This clothes? This uniform? Big families and big forces will involve special uniforms for the children of the family. And the family will raise soldiers and guest officials. In this way, disciples, soldiers, and guest officials can show their identities, and others can also see the class at a glance, so as to prepare the corresponding etiquette. Fong Bai didn't think anything of it before, but just thought it was pretty. But later, the more I looked at it, the more I felt it, and the more familiar it looked. Finally, I found this uniform in the corner of my memory. In the Twilight Plains, the forces wearing this uniform also attacked me. Fong Bai slapped the table and suddenly remembered. At that time, I was busy beating people. But I didn't pay attention to the division of forces and people. They actually came too. But it's normal. The prophet took them deep into the Twilight Plains to find the semi-god medicine. Now the semi-god medicine has not been found. And the loss was so great at that time. They will definitely ask the prophet for compensation. It's normal to chase and kill after quarreling. As the saying goes, the protagonist of a novel is often chased by a bunch of people with a treasure in his hand. Now it seems that this is not the protagonist's problem. It is clearly a problem of this era. In this era, the strong are the biggest rule. The 7 contracts and all the rules are messy. And their execution depends entirely on the compassion of the strong, not other things. Thinking of this, Fong Bai shook his head slightly. His eyes were inexplicable. And then he cast his eyes on the crystal ball in the hands of the old Maningio. According to the prophet in white, they relied on this prophetic crystal ball to successfully lock him and force him into a dead end. Otherwise, he would have run away long ago. Combined with the emotion of the prophet in white at that time, Fong Bai estimated that the prophet behind the pursuer probably had some deep entanglement with him. While he was talking, the fire control radar connected to the high-altitude drone had already calibrated the crosshairs. The so-called calibration is to evenly distribute the aiming points of all cannons around the target, and the power of all cannons just cannot attack the target. This is to prevent the locked target from noticing the crisis of death and then being alarmed. In this calibration stage, all the muzzles have been programmed with moving trajectories. As long as the launch button is pressed, all the positions where the muzzle should be aimed will be locked and aimed. At that time, the completion of locking and firing is almost at the same time. Calibration completed. Fong Bai looked at the red font that appeared on the screen, and the launch button was in his hand. As long as he had a slight thought, these cannons would be fired instantly. However, Fong Bai did not rush to press the button, but waited silently. He had already asked someone to investigate what the prophet in white said, and estimated that the results would be out during this period. So Fong Bai was not in a hurry. Wait a little longer. While watching their live video, analyze the relationship between them based on their standing distance and expressions, etc. But not long after, the mailbox that had been open rang, and a new message was prompted. Fong Bai clicked it and took a look, roughly browsing it. This prophet didn't say anything false to me. It was all true. So if that's the case, in the game, Fong Bai materialized a red button in front of him, and then slapped his raised hand. Snap! In an instant. Buzz! 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 The matching engines of the 4th level yuanling rune heavy artillery were running at high speed, and they were locked at the fastest speed according to the established procedures. Almost at the same time as the lock was completed, the thick and condensed light column had already broken through the air, when Fong Bai discovered the other party. Not long after, the heart of the prophet in white also began to beat, and an ominous intuition enveloped his mind. After resurrecting from the dead and recovering from all his injuries, The White Robe Prophet's professional abilities were fully utilized, and his perception ability was much stronger. If he had been in this state before being discovered, and if he had recovered, he would not have reacted so slowly, and it would have been so difficult to escape. It is not impossible to escape completely with a little effort. The White Robe Prophet was in a complicated mood, and at this time Zhang Zhong appeared beside him. People are coming. Yes, I feel it. Zhang Zhong looked at the White Robe Prophet in surprise. He didn't expect that he could actually sense it. He knew how far these people were from here. Discovering Zhang Zhong's difference, the White Robe Prophet immediately explained. The main reason is that their target is me. And I also know how they lock me. Since they can lock me, there will naturally be a link. I can also sense their location through this link. It's not that I can sense so far. Oh, so that's it. But it's still amazing that you can sense the pursuers from such a distance. As Zhang Zhong said, he waved his hand to form a projection. In the projection, the young master, the old man Ingio and others were moving forward at high speed under the guidance of the crystal ball. After hearing Zhang Zhong's words, the prophet, who was originally quite proud of this perception distance and was about to say a few humble words, was stunned. He knew how far this group of people were from them. But now, at such a long distance, they can actually see directly and clearly. Even their facial expressions can be seen clearly. This. So Zhang Zhong was mocking him just now. Is it true? The White Robe Prophet was silent, but reacted the next moment. Can't watch. They have legends. Watching will cause them to react. Oh, no. Watch casually. We have solved this problem. The White Robe Prophet paused for a moment after hearing this, and saw that the people in the projection did not react at all, and then looked at Zhang Zhong blankly. He was speechless. At this time, the White Robe Prophet heard the movement behind him, and looked back, only to see that the equipment similar to the magic cannon began to slowly turn the muzzle. As if aiming at the people chasing me? The White Robe Prophet thought and shuddered, and immediately became energetic. But after counting carefully, he found that only 9 cannons and several small cannons were turning and began to accumulate energy, and the other cannons did not react at all. This? Are you going to test it with a few cannons first? The White Robe Prophet was a little confused, and the atmosphere was a little awkward at this time. After thinking about it, the White Robe Prophet spoke up, ready to liven up the atmosphere. I see there are so many cannons here. Yeah. Zhang Zhong nodded and looked at the White Robe Prophet. I can feel that these cannons are really powerful. I'm afraid they can hurt me before they enter the door. The White Robe Prophet thought about it, and didn't dare to think too high. But he couldn't say too low. So he said immediately, I can feel that if these cannons are fired at the same time, they should be able to stop the legend. Right? Zhang Zhong heard this, and suddenly didn't know what to say. Can't stop the legend? That must be possible. But saying that it can stop the legend? Wait. It seems that there is no problem. Thinking of this, Zhang Zhong nodded immediately. Well, it's okay. Our cannon is still very powerful. It's no problem to stop the legend. Look. It has been calibrated and will be fired soon. The prophet in white looked at the cannon behind him curiously. The barrel, shining like fine iron, was covered with tiny runes inside and outside, mysterious and profound. At this moment, it was flickering with a red light, which became more restrained and deeper with the passage of time. But then the restraint stopped. The dark red light turned into the brightest brilliance, breaking through the air in the palpitation that made the prophet in white feel like death. This palpitation gave the prophet in white great confidence, making him think so. It should be able to stop it. Right? Chapter 551. Isn't this considered an obstruction? Marriage. The old man Ingio, who was following the direction of the crystal ball, suddenly frowned. The next moment, in the puzzled eyes of others, the domain was fully opened. The fighting spirit burst out, and the equipment shone with light. An unknown ferocious monster phantom enveloped it. The 4-winged monster phantom flapped its wings and took the old man Ingio away in an instant, without caring about others at all. The young man who was the young master was the second to react, and his eyes were horrified. But just as the fighting spirit burst out, the shining light column had arrived. Old Dong. The young master cursed, and as soon as he said the words, he was swallowed by the rapidly expanding fireball. From the bird's eye view, The light columns stopped after reaching the designated position, and were instantly restrained, turning into light balls that began to expand instantly. The diffusion speed exceeded the speed of sound by many times, and the first to be swallowed were the master-level professionals and elite-level professionals. At this moment, there was no difference between the master level and the elite level, but they were involved in an instant. Only the young master's body shone with one elemental light after another. The whole person flashed several times and appeared out of thin air in the distance. The person also turned into a dark stone statue. However, after escaping this expanding light ball, the young master suddenly found that another fireball was expanding from the opposite side. Boom! On the other side, the old man Ingio fled madly, and the whole person turned into a black rainbow light and flashed madly. The four wings vibrated, and the wind whistled, enveloping him to avoid one expanding fireball after another. After dodging 1, 2, and 3, the old man Ingio felt that all his potential had burst out at this moment, and his speed was 3 levels faster than the fastest speed at ordinary times. The whole person's spirit was also highly concentrated, and his reaction was extremely fast. But he was horrified to find that the more he ran, the more fireballs covered him. It was as if he ran headfirst into the opponent's attack. There was nowhere to escape, nowhere to hide, and the fear of being calculated to death instantly turned into despair and covered his mind. There is actually someone who can calculate everything. Looking at the fireball that has completely covered his escape route, the face of the old man Ingio is full of despair. At the last moment, his body curled up, wrapped in layer after layer of domain, covered in layer after layer of fighting spirit, and shielded by piece after piece of equipment. The whole person flashed the last glory. The next moment, boom! A series of explosions took place at the same time, and only a loud bang rang out, and the flames in the sky had filled the entire field of vision. The perspective slowly stretched, covering the earth, the flames in the sky, and the dust slowly rose under the shock wave. A dark red mushroom cloud thousands of meters high rose up, and the black and red thunder flashed around it, like a terrifying doomsday scene. The next moment, a ring-shaped shock wave swept across the earth and sky, destroying everything within the range. The white-robed prophet stared at this scene with wide eyes. He seemed to see the rules of destruction in front of him, and he seemed to see the god symbolizing destruction coming down. At this moment, he even forgot to breathe. Boom! The shock wave spread to the projection, and immediately a cluster of magic arrays lit up. The shock wave, which had been weakened by the distance, was stopped on the ground, underground and in the sky. But the white-robed prophet still felt the earth shaking, like a dragon turning over. Seeing this, he hurriedly looked back, but saw that the cannon stood still in the vibration, like mountains growing closely together with the earth. The white-robed prophet swallowed his throat and looked at the projection screen again. On the screen, the shock wave that connected the sky and the earth had already reached the edge of the dust plane. Boom! The shock wave hit it, and countless dusk skeletons and dusk vines were torn apart in the shock wave, and continuously swept deep into the interior. Epsilon Eta Theta Lambda Epsilon. Suddenly, a grand and shocking voice, like a divine voice, sounded in the dusk plane, and the white-robed prophet widened his eyes. A one-eyed giant slowly took shape. His feet trampled the ground, his head held up the sky, and a short spear in his hand was like the dim afterglow of the sun. A single glance would taint him with a rotten smell. Lambda Epsilon Lambda. Like the wrath of a god. Like the blooming of the afterglow of dusk. The short spear in his hand actually broke through the air and hit the shock wave. Silently, the shock wave disappeared, and the dust plane that had been broken and swept was completely restored in an instant. The white-robed prophet did not dare to move at all. His whole body was stiff, and the next moment he actually found that the giant raised his head, as if looking at him through the projection screen. Huh? The picture on the projection screen disappeared silently. But in a moment, another high-altitude drone took over the work of the destroyed predecessor. In the new drone, it can be seen that all the materials that made up the original drone have decayed and gradually broken in the wind. At this moment, the giant in the drone's picture has disappeared without a trace, leaving only the dust power that dissipated all over the sky. The dust plane that had just been blown up has returned to its original appearance, with no difference from before. There is a strong sense of separation between the edge and the outside world, and the place where the mushroom cloud rose. The ground was flattened and turned into magma. The dust and fog are still rising slowly. The violent elemental environment at the original place has swept, making it unsuitable for living and cultivation. It is unknown how long it will take for this violent elemental force to slowly calm down. In the magma sea, a human-shaped coke suddenly moved, but no breath leaked out. This coke just sank into the magma in the slow vibration under the cover of the violent elemental force. Occasionally, a piece of coke fell, revealing the embarrassed face of the old man Ingio. But at this moment, the old man Ingio is no longer Ingio. His face is full of fear and relief. I survived. I survived. Before old man Ingio could be happy for long. While he was celebrating, beams of light broke through the air again, and the terrifying power swept over. Old man Ingio was completely vaporized in fear and happiness, and disappeared without a trace. A mushroom cloud rose slowly again, and the scene just now reappeared. The prophet in white was stunned, and Zhang Zhong next to him laughed when he saw this. Oh! A cannon fire may kill some legends, but according to our experimental data, some powerful legends will only be seriously injured and will not die. So although we cannot sense the situation of the bombardment site, based on the previous judgment and some experience, we will choose 3 bursts, 6 bursts, 9 bursts and other packages. Make sure no one can jump out of it, and make sure that even the corpse will be blown away and it will be impossible to get up again. This group of people, based on their previous performance and some information, we gave him the lowest package, which is 3 bursts. While speaking, 9 more beams of light broke through the air and landed at that position again. The mushroom cloud rose again before it dissipated. The white-clothed prophet swallowed slowly. At this moment, his mind was blank, and he just subconsciously asked the doubts in his mind before. Didn't you say that you can stop the legend? Zhang Zhong pondered for a moment, and then pointed to the mushroom cloud in the projection screen. Are they coming? The white-clothed prophet shook his head subconsciously, and Zhang Zhong clapped his hands when he saw this. So, you see, isn't it blocked? If they have the guts, come over. The white-robed prophet was completely silent. He always felt that something was wrong, but it seemed that there was indeed no problem. And Zhang Zhong patted the white-robed prophet on the shoulder and said earnestly, "So you can stay here with peace of mind. As long as we are still here, no one can hurt you at all." The white-robed prophet had no objection at all. He thought for a long time and really didn't think that anyone could break through such a defense and hurt him. He himself is a prophet, and he is the most difficult existence to sneak attack, which means he can only attack hard. But this kind of hard attack under firepower. He saw that there were only 27 cannons in the meeting just now, and they were not fully fired. The white-robed prophet even wondered if a demigod could break through. Wait, this is formed by demigod power? Does this count? If not, what does it count? The white-robed prophet was completely confused, and Zhang Zhong next to him looked at the projection screen for a few times, and then leaned next to the white-robed prophet. Are you relieved now? Hey, you are a prophet? Yes. Then can you? Zhang Zhong suddenly said quite implicitly, and the white-robed prophet understood before he finished speaking, and nodded immediately. I understand. Tell me, do you want to predict treasures or strength breakthroughs? I will do my best to predict. Not these. I don't lack these. My way has long been lit by our pavilion master. I just need to follow his steps, and the corresponding treasures and materials can be obtained in the process. There will be no shortage. Zhang Zhong laughed. The white-robed prophet listened, and suddenly didn't know what to say. It's just that a sour taste suddenly appeared in his mouth. This, damn it. You don't lack these. So what are you predicting? The white-robed prophet said sourly. He had predicted for so many people, but this was the first time he heard such a statement. Marriage, Zhang Zhong said quietly. The white-robed prophet was confused. He even suspected that he had heard it wrong. He was a master-level prophet. He was an extremely noble existence wherever he was. Every prediction he made was of great value, and could even help the master level pursue the opportunity to break through the legend. Such a precious opportunity. He actually predicted marriage? Marriage? The white-robed prophet subconsciously flew into a rage. In the past, he would definitely scold the other party to death, and then completely blacklist him. But the next moment, seeing the black muzzle behind him, the prophet in white smiled when he recalled the slowly rising mushroom cloud. Okay. No problem. Don't predict marriage. Right? Easy. Besides, you helped me so much this time. Not to mention you alone. Even if there are a few more. Swish. 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 200 players appeared behind him in unison. They were not interested in predicting treasures or breakthroughs. But predicting marriage was not fake. And it was predicted by a genuine professional prophet. Then they were interested. Looking at the densely packed heads. The prophet in white was silent. And gritted his teeth after a moment. Okay. No problem. Line up. One by one. The prophet in white was secretly angry. It's just 200 people. Isn't it? They helped so much. Fong Bai spared my life. What if I predict a few more? It's just 200. Isn't it? It's not going to tire me to death. Just grit your teeth and it'd be over. Just as he was gritting his teeth, Zhang Zhong couldn't help but send a message in the Tiandong Pavilion public group. In reality, there is a genuine master-level prophet in Dust Plain who can predict marriage. And everyone is welcome. Come quickly. What prophet? I'm not interested. Wait. What did you predict? Marriage? Wife. Got a wife. Me. 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 Count me in. Count me in. I want one too. After a while, all the lurkers in the group were blown out. At this moment, the white-clothed prophet, who was about to start predicting, was slightly stunned. Suddenly, an inexplicable sense of foreboding came to his mind. While the excitement was going on here, Fong Bai and the others were also busy, because the dust storm caused by the shock wave has not subsided yet. They temporarily stopped the forging of parts. However, none of them were idle. Fong Bai used the pupil technique to reflect all the several shots of the dust titan projection in the fantasy space. The rich dusk atmosphere and the reflection of the attacking magic power made Fong Bai overjoyed. And he wished that the entire dust plane could be reflected in the fantasy space. Although this made the fantasy space heavier, it was still within the carrying range of consciousness. So Fong Bai was not in a hurry, because the information carried is also part of the strength of consciousness. These are all good things. All good things. While he was doing this step, other mages used the sensors launched one by one to collect all the data of the 4th level yuanling rune heavy artillery during and after the bombardment. The explosion intensity. The shock wave intensity. The explosion. The diffusion speed of the explosion shock wave. The dust plane reaction. The dust gas information. Etc. Every bit of information was not missed. For them, these explosion data and energy collision data are the most valuable wealth. It is also the real resource that can promote the continued development and progress of their technology. All these data are invested in the computing power unit, with a continuous flow of pure spiritual power. One computing power unit after another is connected in parallel, with tens of millions and hundreds of millions of precise numerical calculations per second, and fuzzy concept calculations that fully demonstrate its ability to surpass real supercomputing. Build the entire explosion data model directly in the internal space of the computing power unit, and then push it from the beginning and start it. Deduction begins. Countless data emerge in several connected computing power units, accompanied by more and more data input, accompanied by mental deduction at all costs, and running at full power. On the projection screen connected to the computing power unit, the simulated mushroom cloud slowly rises. Chapter 552 Prophecy Fong Bai. The dark red mushroom cloud symbolizing destruction rises again and again in the projection. Each deduction will add a few more details, and each deduction will produce some new data. In the process of continuous deduction, the data they master is more comprehensive and specific, and the process is more and more clear. Of course, the data of the violent elemental force after the explosion is still a mystery that cannot be solved. The expansion of countless elemental forces and the collision of rule-level forces have created a chaotic system. Just like the turbulence problem in controlled nuclear fusion, they are unable to analyze the problem of violent elemental force. Of course, although this data cannot be solved, the existence of fuzzy computing ability still allows them to deduce to a certain extent. The difference is the difference between 100% truth or 60%, 70%, 80%, or even 99%. Complete control, omniscience and omnipotence. That is naturally 100%. As long as it is a little worse, it cannot be 100%. Of course, if we use a real experiment to verify it directly, it will be 100%. Reality is 100%. So, now their deduction results are getting closer and closer to reality, which is of great significance to their future development of rune cannons, other elemental weapons, and experiments. In this case, they even began to try to simulate the process of deducing the dust titan and the aftermath of the explosion, trying to analyze the mystery of the dust power. However, they have too little data on the dust power to simulate, so deduction is naturally nonsense. In the end, they can only deduce through the data collected when the two collided in reality, trying to peek into the mystery of the power of the dust titan. Then, relying on the fact that the dust titan phantom has no intelligence, they occasionally blast out an aftermath to collect data. Of course, they still dare not do such things as directly bombarding the dust plane. Although the results look similar, the instinctive reaction of the dust titan phantom cannot be ignored. While they were deducing, Fong Bai was also collecting bits and pieces of data from the dust titan phantom in the fantasy space, trying to continue to improve the data model of the dust power. Besides, what the hell? Why have so many people applied to come to dust planes recently? Fong Bai looked at a large number of applications, muttering in his mouth, somewhat confused. Has anything happened recently? In the capital, a gorgeous manor was full of murderous atmosphere, and well-equipped soldiers appeared around the manor in unison. At the same time, magic arrays lit up one after another. Arrow towers rose one after another, and even the walls rose and thickened. But in a blink of an eye, a gorgeous and luxurious manor turned directly into a solid fortress, and it was in a state of war. Other forces around were shocked and almost entered the battle state. Although it did not reach this level, they also raised their vigilance and began to secretly inquire about what happened to the Fink Count's family that caused such a big commotion. It actually entered the highest state of combat readiness directly. After a long time, a piece of news came out. A legendary worshipper of the Fink family suddenly died, and before his death, this legend seemed to be leading people to carry out the task of hunting down the original master prophet. Everyone was happy to hear the news. Everyone knows that the prophet is an extremely difficult profession among all professions. Not to mention the prophet, who can predict the semi-divine medicine at the master stage. No matter what means he used to predict, at least it shows that he has this means, and everyone can foresee how difficult it is. In this case, Count Fink actually wanted to eat alone, and he deserved to be killed. Many forces gloated over the misfortune, but at the same time, they also increased the threat level of the prophet in their hearts, possessing the ability to threaten ordinary legends, suspected of being killed. Under this premise, they will naturally be more cautious when they find this prophet again. And it is impossible to send a legend to hunt down the prophet alone. It must be that multiple legends join forces and carry treasures that restrain the prophet before taking action. At the same time, their value for this white-clothed prophet has risen again. Since he can kill legends across levels, does it have a higher possibility of predicting semi-divine medicine? TSK. The last point is, apart from this offering, it seems that only the previous generation of Earl Fink is still a legend? In the blink of an eye, many malicious eyes appeared outside the Fink family. If the fortress had not been raised in time, if the warning magic circle and the attack magic circle had not been fully opened, there would probably be tentacles reaching into it by now. After all, the previous generation of Earl Fink had not appeared for a long time. At this moment, in the fortress of Earl Fink's family, Earl Fink's face was extremely ugly. The accidental death of a legendary priest was enough to shake the foundation of their family and his position in the family. He might even be directly deprived of the title of Earl Fink, although he is the current Earl Fink, although this is not allowed in law. But in legends, especially when this legend is still the previous Earl Fink, the law will be ignored by others. Although legends cannot ignore the rules and the law, no one will interfere when cleaning up the house and managing their family affairs. Have you investigated it clearly? Is there any other force behind it? Earl Fink suppressed his uneasiness and asked coldly. A person below shook his head tremblingly. No other legends have been found approaching the dust plains. According to our verification, the young master, the legendary worshipper, and other accompanying personnel died almost at the same time. It should be impossible for a few ordinary legends to do this, unless they are demigods. But this is really impossible, and the final direction is in the direction of the dust plains. The man hadn't finished speaking, but Earl Fink already knew what he was going to say. Unless a demigod took action, even if several legends besieged it, it would not have such an effect, and demigods are rare, and the entire kingdom is only suspected of existing. Once they are dispatched, the entire kingdom will be shocked. This is basically impossible, or the probability is too small. And in the direction of the dust plains, what is the greater probability? It is nothing more than being lured or deceived into the Dusk Plains, and then being destroyed or killed together by the Prophet with the help of the terrain. Only the power of the forbidden area of the Dusk Plains can explain why so many people, even a legend, died in an instant. Idiots! A bunch of idiots. Self-righteous idiots. Count Fink suppressed his anger, based on his understanding of his son. He could even imagine what the situation was like. It was nothing more than the Prophet once again tricking them into entering with the news of the semi-divine medicine. As long as he said that time was urgent and fooled his son a little, his son would definitely be fooled. In this regard, he absolutely believed in his son. This time, he thought that there would be no problem with the legendary worship, so he could take credit. But he didn't expect that the sure thing would turn into this situation. Idiots! Count Fink couldn't help cursing again, and then suppressed his anger and said, "Please ask Master Green for me." The trembling man below finally breathed a sigh of relief after hearing this. Yes. After the man retreated, he walked in with a middle-aged man in a gray robe. The cuffs and collar of his gray robe were decorated with a delicate hexagram with gold thread, and there were faint stars flickering in the hexagram. The hexagram carries the stars, which is the emblem of the Prophet's profession, and therefore, this profession is sometimes also called a stargazer. Mr. Earl. The middle-aged man bowed slightly to Earl Fink, and he already knew why Earl Fink asked him to come. He was the first to sense the shattering of the crystal ball he made. There must have been some accidents, and it may even be. My son is dead, and the legendary worshipper is also dead. No one survived, and they all died at the same moment. Sure enough, Green thought to himself that this was within his expectations and did not make him react. And from the previous position, this should have died in the Dusk Plain. What does the Earl need me to check through stargazing? Green was not opposed to using stargazing. To a certain extent, his profession is prophecy, and the more times he observes the stars, the better. Of course, the premise is not to bear the cost yourself. Otherwise you are just a fool. What does it matter if you hone your stargazing skills? If you do it too many times, you may end up pitting yourself. Only a wild person who has changed his career halfway dares to do this kind of work. I want to know whether the Prophet is dead or alive now. I want to know how my son, the legendary worshipper, died. Green groaned slightly. This is not a big problem, but there is a price involved. Just predict these two questions. Just go ahead and do it. My Fink family is not a small family without background, so this price is naturally affordable. Upon hearing what Earl Fink said, Green took the materials and began to arrange the ceremony site without saying a word. Why do Prophet like to join big forces? This is the reason. As long as someone bears the price, he can predict with confidence. No matter what the result of the prediction is, the fate of Earl Fink's family is in the way. Unless the price can directly break through the legendary Earl Fink, he will always be an outsider. But how is this possible? This thought suddenly emerged in Green's mind, although it made him a little uneasy. He suppressed it immediately. How is this possible? It is impossible that he has to predict a god. Right? How is it possible? Besides, after all, he is a servant of Earl Fink's family. Without actual basis, a little uneasiness will not allow him to directly refuse the prediction. A mere master prophet of wild ways. He was defeated by him, and was directly locked by him using astrology. Green sneered and stood directly in the center of the altar. The temporary ritual field arranged with precious star attribute materials around it gradually lit up. Not long after, beams of starlight shone down from the sky and landed on one node after another in the ritual field, causing the power accumulated in the entire ritual field to surge instantly. Feeling the surging power, Green felt a sense of peace, improving the ritual field by one specification. There should be no problem. Right? Feeling this power, Green laughed out loud. I am a little too cautious. At this moment, the starlight phenomenon of Count Fink's family also attracted the attention of other forces in the capital. They all looked at the pillar-like starlight and sensed the information in it. Then they all sighed. This Fink is anxious. It's serious now. A pair of eyes immediately stared at the direction of the Fink family, not daring to move away. When the result of the Fink family's prophecy came out, they might be able to eat meat. After all, there is only one legend left in the Fink family. Do you dare to go out? It depends on them. If they can go out, it will be better, and they will enjoy the meat. At this moment, among the top scholars of the Fink family, under the gaze of Count Fink, Green stood on the altar, and the bright starlight of the stars gathered in front of him, turning into a star map corresponding to the shining stars above the 9 heavens. The next moment, Green followed the connection given by the starlight, and placed a trace of his mind on the starlight. On this starlit land, he followed the medium that locked the white-robed prophet on the altar to perceive. Is he still alive? Still. Beside the dusk plane, Fong Bai, who was considering how to stabilize the power of the dusk as soon as possible and continue the production of parts, suddenly let out a light exclamation. In the dark, he seemed to sense that there was a power similar to the previous prophet's prediction approaching. But it didn't seem to act on him, nor did it have a direct relationship with him. His perception was very weak. He just knew that it existed and had been here, but he didn't know the specific target and source, and he couldn't intercept it. This feeling made Fong Bai frown slightly, quite unhappy. And in the Fink Earl family, Green also came to a conclusion. Still alive. Crack! Fink Earl clenched his fist instantly. Green also immediately began the second stargazing. Cause of death. On the side of the dust plane, Fong Bai cursed, and was in a very bad mood. Damn prophet. Don't let me find a way to interpret the power of consciousness with runes. Otherwise I will kill you. Fong Bai clearly sensed what the prophet predicted. And then he withdrew. The object of this prophecy must be related to him. Otherwise he would not have felt it in his heart. And although he felt it, he was completely powerless. And he didn't even know who the other party predicted and what the prediction was. This feeling made Fong Bai extremely angry. But no matter how angry he was, he couldn't win it. If he can't do it, he can only watch no matter how powerful he is. Unless someone predicts him directly. But how can it be so coincidental? Huh? Fong Bai was stunned. He clearly sensed that the power appeared again. And this time the target was him? Fong Bai couldn't help but be stunned. And confirmed again and again. And finally found that the target of this power was indeed him. Chapter 553. Fong Bai probably guessed who was predicting. If nothing unexpected happens, it should be the force that is chasing the white-robed prophet. The first prediction should be for the prophet. As for the second prediction, it should be for the people who killed the chasing team. In this process, this power was directed directly to me. After all, the yuanling rune heavy artillery is just a tool, and I am the one who controls the tool. Fong Bai smacked his lips and let the power lock on him. When the power completed the connection, Fong Bai consciousness power traced back to the source, stabilized the connection, and anchored the connection. Unlike the first time, Fong Bai was much more skilled this time. He directly grabbed the inner space and the fantasy space, just like grabbing a supergiant brick, and swung it hard. During the swing, the other side seemed to transmit a regular vibration through the link, which might contain some information. But Fong Bai didn't understand. So he didn't answer and continued to swing. Die for me. No. The brick. Fong Bai seemed to feel a little resistance during the swing of the inner space. This resistance was very mixed, but it was unexpectedly unified into a whole to block the prophet. This was not the case when swinging the white-clothed prophet. So this is the force that the opposite prophet has joined. And the force is used to block the gun. Well, it makes sense. The prophet helps the force to predict, and the force blocks the gun for the prophet. Easy to block. Fong Bai smiled, and the inner space fell without any delay. The seemingly thick resistance was like a layer of light mist blocking an aircraft carrier in front of the inner space. It was instantly blown up, and then it hit the prophet himself. At the moment of falling, Fong Bai vaguely saw a luxurious and strict war fortress, a grey-robed prophet standing on the altar, and nobles of different ages wearing gorgeous clothes. He even faintly saw an old professional underground through the ground. Legend? Fong Bai felt that this perspective was separated by a layer of fog, but it seemed that he could break it with his hand. He was about to try, but the opportunity was fleeting. The picture disappeared directly, and the originally anchored link also disappeared. Fong Bai suddenly realized, yes, the opponent was killed by me directly. One of the two sides was missing. The structure was missing, and the link could not be maintained. If I need to do something in the future, then maybe I can be less direct and let the other party live a little longer. It completely serves as an anchor point for my will, allowing my will to descend. In addition, I still need to try what I can do after my will descends. I didn't seize the opportunity just now. Fong Bai tried to reach forward. Just now, he felt that the barrier seemed to be breakable, But what could he do after it was broken? Very curious. But Fong Bai also got some information. Although the power of this consciousness field is invisible and intangible, it is extremely concealed, functional, and professional. But once a fight occurs, its cruelty is far beyond normal battles. The strong is the strong. The weak is the weak. The strong crush the weak. As long as the link is formed, the distance can be ignored and the link can be anchored directly. The weak can't run. One blow decides life and death. The weak against the strong. That is death. The cruelty in it made the excited and curious Fong Bai calm down. If you often walk by the river, you will get your shoes wet. I have a consciousness strength of at least legendary level at the master level. And there is no upper limit. Who dares to say that there are no other exceptions in the world? Let alone, what if there is a second fantasy space talent in the world? Rise here. Must die here. If I use this as a reliance for a long time, then one day I will capsize in the gutter. Fong Bai's face was slightly solemn. At least if he faced an enemy with such a strong consciousness, he would definitely find a way to kill him with a stronger consciousness. But if you study it and use it occasionally, as long as you don't become dependent on it, it's a good way to fight the enemy. And this method can really satisfy people's fantasies about great powers and big men. While Fong Bai was thinking, there was indeed an uproar on the other side. Royal capital. Well, it was man-made instead of Dusk Plain? Green's calm eyes showed a hint of surprise. As far as his astrology is concerned, if the object is a piece of land, not a willed individual, there will be no reaction at all. Of course, it doesn't mean that astrology can't predict non-individual existences like Dusk Plain. It's just that Green clearly understands that predicting in a restricted area like Dusk Plain is a dead end. And he can't get away at all. And because Earl Fink didn't agree with him to predict Dusk Plain, he didn't even have anyone to block the knife. So he naturally couldn't do such a thing. From the beginning to the end, they used the differences between different astrology to verify a result. After all, not everything needs an answer. No answer is also an answer. But now there is an answer. It's troublesome, Green muttered. And at the same time, a thought popped up in his mind. Could it be that a demigod really came out? How did they provoke a demigod? Incredible. Green couldn't help but exclaim, and disconnected calmly. So what if it's a demigod? He is a prophet. Unless he is unlucky and encounters a demigod in the field of prophecy. Otherwise, even if the demigod of the magic profession has the ability to counterattack, it will be blocked by the Fink family. He has enough time to disconnect and evacuate. Even the ritual field under his feet has a corresponding arrangement, which is specially used to disconnect and resist reverse perception. Otherwise, if it would endanger his life, no matter how much Count Fink ordered him, he would not do this kind of work. After all, the dead legend was a worshipper. So he was not? But just as he was about to disconnect, he suddenly felt something was wrong. And the next moment a majestic consciousness traced back. The use of this consciousness power was very crude. But it was so powerful that it pressed him to the ground and anchored him. Green's eyes widened instantly. And his eyes, which had originally been free of any emotion, were full of fear of death. Demigod of the prophecy field? Spare my life. I have a divine treasure to offer you. The universal communication language of the prophet system must be mastered by any prophet, which means that the other party must understand this. And as long as the divine treasure makes the other party's action a little delayed, his chance of survival will be rapidly magnified. But the next moment, Green found that it seemed as if there was a world crushing in front of him. It crushed the Fink family without any hindrance and fell firmly on him. Ping! The light column descending from the starry sky broke. And he also broke. At this moment, Earl Fink had no feeling. Just seeing Green's face change drastically. He didn't know what happened. At this moment, in an underground secret room of Earl Fink's family, the previous Earl Fink, who sealed all the breath in the intention to prolong his life and protect the family, suddenly opened his eyes wide. He didn't know what he had done. He didn't know what enemy he had provoked. He actually provoked such a terrifying enemy while sleeping. And he died without a sound. At this moment, the people of Count Fink's family fell to the ground one after another, silently, leaving some of the surviving servants at a loss, standing there in a daze. And there was also an uproar outside Count Fink's family, under the gaze of the people around. The starlight column that connected the sky and the earth reflected a virtual world out of thin air. The virtual world quickly enlarged and pressed down overwhelmingly. And then with a ping sound, the starlight column shattered. At this moment, everyone was stunned. From a distance, the figures defending the fortress fell down in unison at the moment when the virtual world fell, and many even fell directly outside the castle. The war fortress transformed from the huge manor became dead silent at this moment, and there were few breathing sounds. What happened? It's over. Something terrible has happened. The Fink family is all dead. Some people in the crowd were happy, and some were worried. And after a short pause, some people were even happier. Sure enough, the spy from my Fink family also died suddenly. The body was still alive, but was directly wiped out at the level of fate. Hey, a few people from my family died too. Fuck. What happened? My disciple died? One person said with an ugly face, and the others laughed as soon as they saw him. Ha ha ha. Didn't you remember that your disciple was from a commoner background and didn't have an aristocratic background? Ha ha ha. I'm dying of laughter. A group of people laughed together. There are advantages to having an aristocratic background, and the quality in all aspects is relatively high. But there are also disadvantages to having an aristocratic background. Sometimes it is difficult to distinguish the position, and sometimes it represents the team, and the position and other issues are not so easy to deal with, especially some members of the more powerful aristocratic families. And the purpose of a noble family member disguising as a commoner to become a disciple is obvious. It is impossible that he is angry and wants to become a disciple privately. You have to know that the person who died is a member of the Fink family. He is a Fink family member in all senses. Those who are married out or expelled from the family do not count. In this way, he can neither enjoy the benefits of the family nor be implicated by the family. Since he is implicated, there is no need to say what the situation is. Ha ha ha. A group of people laughed together. But in addition to the dead disciple, there was another person standing there stupidly. An acquaintance of his saw him and asked immediately, Clay, why do you have such an expression? Did you also lose your disciple? You don't have any disciples. Hearing the word disciple, the person whose disciple died looked over, and there was clearly some anger in his eyes. But before he could speak, Clay turned around and flew away with a gloomy face, which surprised the others. When the others were confused, someone suddenly said in surprise, What? Mrs. Clay is dead? When the voice fell, everyone's tone stagnated. Wait, I remember Mrs. Clay is not from the Fink family. Right? Everyone's eyes suddenly became weird, and even the face of the one whose apprentice died could not help but ease a little. Everything is afraid of comparison. And suddenly, he didn't feel so sad. After all, his wife is not dead. Hey, do you think his son is dead? When the voice fell, the atmosphere became even weirder. The air was suddenly filled with a joyful atmosphere. But soon everyone's smiles were all restrained, and they looked at each other and saw the seriousness in their eyes. Have you confirmed it? It has been confirmed. And they are indeed dead. When the voice fell, they all felt cold. A huge Earl family, 2 legends, and a lot of background. Although this is not the top force in the capital or even the entire kingdom, it has already made a name for itself. Some of them may not be much stronger than the Fink family, but such a huge family. In an instant, all the people, including the clan members, the spies sent out, the lovers taken into the clan, etc., died at the level of fate. Not a single message was left. Not a single bloodline was left. No matter old or young. All died. Obviously, this is an annihilation at the family level. And if the Fink family can be wiped out, then they can be wiped out. For a moment, they suddenly felt like ants, and their life and death were in the hands of others. Chilled. What kind of existence can have such great power? A god? How did the Fink family offend such a person? The prophet diverted the trouble? Or did he make friends with such a strong person? How is it possible? If he made friends with such a strong person, how could he be in such a mess for such a long time, and be hunted down like this, and survive the near death? In fact, to know this, just predict the life and death of the prophet. Before he finished speaking, this person suddenly noticed a lot of eyes, and the meaning in those eyes was very clear. That is, okay, good idea. You go and deliver it. Oh no. You go. Don't take it too seriously. I'm just joking. Huh. Ha ha. Everyone silently looked away, and fell silent again, and spoke softly after a long time. Okay. If you don't want to die, just stop here. Don't make predictions. Don't investigate. Don't provoke. Big people like this won't take us seriously. As long as we don't take the initiative to provoke them, they won't even bother to kill us. If he needs something one day, we can just offer it. As for the rest, the man turned his head and looked at the palace. At the 9-story wizard tower standing tall in the palace. This is not something we need to consider. Someone will naturally solve this problem. After saying this, the man turned around and left without any hesitation, while the others looked at each other and sighed slightly. Then he looked at the Fink family fortress with fear in his eyes. Although all the background and treasures of the Fink family must be hidden inside, and although this fortress has no defensive power except for the continuously running offensive and defensive magic array, although all the members of the Fink family, from the old to the young, are dead, but no one dared to cross over. Some things could be taken, and some things were left. Let's go. Let's go. Such a big thing doesn't need us to deal with it anymore. After the voice fell, people dispersed one by one, leaving only the empty fortress of Earl Fink's family. The high-level magic circle absorbed the power of the earth veins at a low power level, and the elemental power maintained its operation. But it was silent. Just like that dangerous place. Chapter 554 Run. Has a demigod appeared? The chief wizard mentioned a few months ago that a demigod was born among the players. But due to the interference of the position, it is impossible to accurately predict, and only the approximate location is known. Now a demigod has appeared in the Dust Plains. 2 demigods appeared in a short period of time? I don't think so. I'm afraid that the player demigod came to the outside of the Dust Plains and happened to run into the Fink family's worshipper, who was hunting down the prophet. After all, some players like to meddle in other people's business. A demigod who likes to meddle in other people's business. This is not good news. There are not many players around the Dust Plains, and those who come from the direction predicted by the chief wizard can narrow the range. With a little screening, it should be possible to lock on to the exact target, although there is no way to kill or knock down the demigod. Through more specific information, we can grasp its whereabouts and often make preparations in advance. This room, located in the core of the capital, representing the highest authority of the entire kingdom, fell into silence. After a while, a long sigh was heard, which was full of solemnity and helplessness, encountering a group that will never die in the true sense. This group is huge, and there are many geniuses, elites, and masters appearing one after another. That's fine, because they will not die. As long as they break through the master level one day, they will always be masters. And if they break through the legend level one day, they will always be legends. If they are enemies, they will die together with a professional of the same level in one day. And one person can kill 365 people of the same level in a year. It can be compared to a master or a legend. But can the entire kingdom give birth to a legend in a year? Even if there is such a person, it is the source of chaos. And there is no telling how many such people there are. There are millions of them. How can he, as a ruler, not suffer? How can he not worry? Although the strength of these players does not pose a threat to him, he dare not offend them. Otherwise, it will be a disaster for the extinction of the clan. But he also understands that as the ruler of the entire kingdom, even if he does nothing, helps and subsidizes players every day, he will still be hostile to players in the end. This is directly caused by the mismatch between the strength and resources and status of the player group. 1 or 2 players may not do this, but as a whole group, this is inevitable, and no one can stop it. So if there is still no way to deal with the players, a hint of cruelty flashed in this man's eyes. Then he will really make a fortune. At worst, he will slaughter the capital and plunder it, abandon the entire kingdom and run away. If you can't stay in the material interface, then go to the outer interface. If you can't stay in the outer interface, go to the inner plane. If you can't stay in this material world, then go to other material worlds. With strength and money, where can't you stay? The speed of players attacking cities and plundering land is faster than him. Thinking of this, the man sighed slightly again. But if there is no other way, who is willing to abandon such a huge foundation and flee to a foreign land? Thinking of this, he asked aloud, what is the progress of the chief's research on players? According to the information in the hands of the escaped wizard before, there has been some progress. There has been some progress, but no specific results. That is, there has been no progress. The man waved his hand. Tell me as soon as there is progress. Yes. After the others left, The most majestic man in the kingdom quietly entered the treasury. And when he came out, he kicked a bunch of rings into his pocket. Then, he changed all the trigger equipment and scrolls on his body into defense and space displacement spells, and changed the end point of the ultra-long distance space displacement spell from the capital to another coordinate known only to him. After completing all this, he began to secretly dispose of some assets to ensure that he could make a profit at the fastest speed anytime and anywhere. At the same time, a palm-length black iron token was also placed on the table where he could easily pick it up, with a string of numbers vaguely written in small seal script on it. Time passed by minute, and just like this, the major forces in the capital found that there was no sound in the palace, as if nothing had happened, and directly ignored the war fortress that had become an empty city. This attitude of knowing something made them think about it with horror and horror. Suddenly, no one dared to mention the Fink family, and the nobles living around them also moved as quickly as possible, as if they were escaping for their lives. In a short while, the area around the Fink family manor was completely emptied, and even passers-by did not pass by here, and it became a complete emptiness, except for the various magic arrays activated by the fortress, which were running at low power and making certain sounds and fluctuations. There was no movement in this area. Not long after, rumors about this area being an extremely dangerous place, with great ominous and indescribable things spread quickly, except for some petty thieves who tried to get something from the exterminated Fink family. No one dared to approach. When these petty thieves were killed by the Fink family's automatically operated defense and attack array, their bodies were scattered and blood flowed out of the fortress, which added a bit of credibility to the rumor. But only those who really know the details know that this is much more terrifying than any ghost or legend. And for the fat man who has been in the capital, what the hell? There was a demigod level prophet behind that idiot at that time? The fat man was stunned and didn't believe it at all, but suddenly took out the 5-layer brass ball in his hand. Now he knows the name. This is called Star Trail. Its permanent giant version can be compared to the wizard's wizard tower. Only legendary prophets have the ability and financial resources to build it, and this obviously more advanced and more powerful Star Trail. It seems that it is indeed the legacy of that idiot, and it seems that it is not impossible for a demigod to pass down the sacred object of the prophet. The Star Trail. Drops of sweat poured out from his forehead, one drop after another. This time, he was sweating profusely. The more he thought about it, the more possible it was. His calves became weak and began to tremble. He pressed his right leg with his hand. The right leg stopped shaking, but the left leg began to tremble. He pressed his left leg with his hand, and the right leg began to tremble again. He pressed his legs with both hands, and the fat man's chin trembled slightly. "Pa!" The fat man suddenly slapped himself. "Damn it. How dare you?" Aye. The fat man didn't even know where to run. Where could he run? Facing a prophet in the demigod realm. Where could he run to? Especially since he had stolen his holy objects and smashed his inheritance place. With such a big connection, how could he run? He would be chased back in a minute, even if he ran to the ends of the earth. He would be pulled out even if he hid in heaven or hell. He had nothing to resist the predictions of the demigod-level prophet. This, even if it's okay to offend the demigods in other fields, why do you have to offend the prophet field and steal other people's inherited holy relics? How dare I? The fat man slapped himself hard again, and then lay on the ground decadently. This time he really felt a little powerless, and felt that death was imminent. He even guessed how he would be treated after being caught. He even felt that maybe committing suicide decisively now was the best way. But he was unwilling. The fat man gritted his teeth. Of course, he wanted to struggle against the irresistible demigod. Even if it didn't work, he wanted to let the demigod test his strength. He racked his brains to think of ways to break the situation and think of ways to survive. Suddenly, a flash of inspiration came to the fat man's mind, and his eyes lit up when he recalled when Fong Bai taught him to learn to condense the fantasy space. Yes, Fong Bai. Once the condensed fantasy space is materialized into a small world, there may be a gap in strength, but the status must be the status of a god without compromise. As long as you have the status of a god, you can resist the language from the demigod prophet. This way I have a chance to survive. The fat man immediately became excited, and regardless of the fact that the hole leading to the Archer Association's treasure house had been dug halfway, he fled directly to the dust plain. He vaguely remembered that Fong Bai seemed to have said that he was going to the dust plain before. and if there was anything, he could go to find him. Although he didn't know where Fong Bai was exactly in the dust plane. It was not a big problem. He had a simple magic circle to contact Fong Bai. You only need to use this simple magic circle to send a message to Fong Bai within a certain range, and wait for a reply before confirming it. The fat man hurried on his way, faster than ever. On the side of the dust plane, the factory hidden in the projection has started working again. The power of dusk inside the dust plane has been calmed down, and parts are thrown into it to absorb the power of dusk and completely take shape. Fong Bai grabbed the meaning of the Twilight Titan, and the parts grabbed the power of the Twilight. They were responsible for each other, and everything was in order. The spiritual text progressed. On the periphery of this area, one after another excited players came to the White Robe Prophet to predict their marriage. Every time the White Robe Prophet took the initiative to predict the treasure, the opportunity was rejected by others. In desperation, he could only look dull and mechanically predict the marriage of one person after another. After the public opinion was raised, more and more applications were sent to Fong Bai, and some people even asked Fong Bai if he had ever tested it. This even included Fong Bai's mother. Fong Bai couldn't help but remain silent. He wanted to test it, but this White Robe Prophet dared to do it. He didn't dare to test it again even if he was given 10 lives. And even if Fong Bai allowed it, it was not something he could test with Fong Bai's status. After repeating it several times, Fong's mother asked several times in the trembling expression of the White Robe Prophet before leaving in a huff. Fong Bai was relieved. The Prophet in white was relieved. At this moment, Fong Bai suddenly received a message. The fat man is coming? Fong Bai was slightly puzzled, but he didn't think much about it, and sent the coordinates directly. The fat man who got the coordinates rushed to the outside of the dust plane at the fastest speed, and came directly to Fong Bai's side. As soon as he came over, he saw a huge magma sea. This magma sea is huge and extremely hot, and the elemental power in it is extremely violent. It is a dangerous place, which makes the fat man feel a little bit of crisis. Looking at this magma sea, the fat man was a little uneasy. But then, he restrained himself and rushed directly to the coordinates sent to him by Fong Bai. The coordinates given to him by Fong Bai were empty. But the moment he flew to the coordinates, a huge heavy artillery appeared in front of him, and densely packed players also came into view. The fat man then realized that this area was hidden by an illusion, and he couldn't help but sigh at the reality of this illusion. And he didn't find anything unusual. In fact, this large projection array cluster is connected to a computing unit. The huge computing power of the computing unit is used to calculate the environment in real time, and then project it out. The entire projection is completely dynamic. Even if a gust of wind blows into the projection area, the grass on that part of the projection will shake a few times under the huge sensing array and computing power unit. Even if someone invests a stone from outside, it will still exist, and it will also show the picture of the grass being pressed by the stone, combined with the array to deal with mental power. If no one enters, this illusion is almost perfect, and with enough computing power resources invested, this degree of reality can continue to rise. If there is no upper limit on computing power, it can even project a truly perfect appearance, exactly the same as the original, ensuring that no one can see the difference, which is perfect. However, the demand for computing power is too great, and the cost effectiveness is not high. Unlike now, it is enough. At least legends are easily deceived. After sighing, the fat man looked forward, and the densely packed players seemed to be gathered together, which made him quite confused. Hey, what are you doing? Is Fong Bai in there? When the fat man thought it was Fong Bai, he did not use mental power to scan. This is very impolite, especially when facing Fong Bai. So he walked over, relying on his body's skills to squeeze forward, squeezed to the innermost, and then opened his eyes and saw the person clearly. The fat man seemed to be struck by a bolt from the blue. His eyes widened instantly. Countless thoughts emerged in his mind. Countless guesses were born. The last guess appeared in his mind. Fong Bai was originally working here in the dust plane, and at this time, he met the revived demigod and was finally caught. Then he took the initiative to ask where Fong Bai was. And Fong Bai told him directly. Gone, 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 gone. The white-clothed prophet looked at the fat man, slightly stunned, but not surprised. After all, he had long known that Fong Bai and the fat man were quite familiar with each other, and it was normal for the fat man to come. And the next moment, he saw the fat man turn around and run. without any hesitation, running all the way. However, just when he came to the edge of the projection, the fat man found that a black shadow instantly enlarged in front of him. Bang! The fat man bumped into the man head first. As if he had hit a steel plate, the man didn't move, and the fat man fell to the ground. The fat man opened his eyes, and saw Fong by looking at him in confusion. Fatty, why did you run away just after you arrived? You made me eat you. The fat man was out of breath when he heard this, but his voice rang in Fong Bai mind. Fong Bai. Demigod? There is a demigod. There is a legendary Earl family in the capital that was directly exterminated by the prophet demigod of the Dusk Plains. Chapter 555 Cannons or Justice. Oh! Fong Bai nodded, standing still and letting the fat man pull him without moving. Is it called the Fink family? Yes. 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 The Fink family is. The fat man nodded repeatedly. But seeing Fong Bai still motionless, he suddenly stopped talking halfway. The doubt just now emerged again. He was a man of quick thinking, and at this moment he suddenly reacted, and his doubts were strung together like drops of pearls. Although the idea that was born was very incredible, he swallowed his throat slightly, and said with shocked eyes, You are the demigod? You protected the prophet? You cultivated the fantasy space? Fong Bai smiled slightly, said nothing, but seemed to have said everything. At this moment, the cold air around was sucked away by the fat man. The next moment his eyes were bright like a light bulb. The fat man stared at Fong Bai with a sharp gaze, and after the shock, he was ecstatic. Demigod? Demigod? The one who has the support of the demigod is not the prophet, but him. The fat man was so excited that he couldn't speak for a while. After a long time, he patted Fong Bai on the shoulder. Fong Bai, we are brothers, right? No, you are going to knock me out at first. The fat man's face fell suddenly, as if he was changing his face, which was particularly brilliant, and Fong Bai was amused. The fat man was also amused by this, and looked back at the crowd, squeezed in directly, and sat in front of the white-clothed prophet. Come, you who look at the stars, tell me your marriage. The white-clothed prophet's eyes turned red when he saw the fat man, and he wanted to stand up, but then he saw Fong Bai behind the fat man, so he sat down, gritting his teeth. Okay, I'm done. All the people are lonely. Ah, you can curse me, fatty, but you don't want to open this stall anymore, right? The fat man wrote one a day, and slapped his palm on the table. Fong Bai was also happy to see this, and then turned around and left. The fat man came, and his breath was flustered, so he showed up to meet him. Now that he had met him, the fat man's mentality had stabilized, so he naturally got busy with what he had to do. But before leaving, Fong Bai glanced in the direction of the capital. This time, he might just walk to the stage directly. It can't be hidden. The main reason was that he didn't expect that this would cause such a big impact. He didn't know that breaking through that layer of defense would directly wipe out all the members of the power it symbolized. He originally just wanted to kill the prophet who maliciously predicted him. In the end, the entire power was killed, and a family extermination case that shocked the entire capital was created, which shook the entire capital's top management and indirectly created a rumor of a dangerous place in the capital. So much so that Fong Bai felt that there was a faint power of faith gathering, and the spread rate also increased. This was not intentional. He was also helpless, and he didn't want to do it. If you want to blame someone, blame the Fink family for being too weak. They were so weak that they dared to let people predict him. It made the white-robed prophet laugh to death. He never thought that he would die before he could avenge himself. It was not just one or two people who died. The entire force was wiped out, so that he couldn't find two small fish to kill to vent his anger. He would laugh when he was sleeping. Fong Bai didn't feel anything at that time, but just felt that this consciousness was really useful. It was just useful to wipe them all out directly at the level of a force. Those who did not belong to this force would not be injured by mistake, and those who belonged to this force could not escape. But there was a funny problem. That was the problem of dual identity. Take the Fink family as an example. When the Fink family was wiped out, the spies sent out by his family were essentially still part of their force. So they died. The spies sent by other forces to his house also died because they belonged to his family. So for spies, they would be affected and miserable. However, it is still quite demanding to achieve such conditions. This time it was just a coincidence. Fong Bai estimated that from now on, all the prophet masters would have to be honest during this period, and all forces would not dare to promise the prophet a prediction. Otherwise, it would be a disaster to wipe out the family. Although as long as they are smart, understand the rules of hiring a prophet, know the scope of protection, keep their mouths shut, and keep their warrants strict, they would not help the prophet to take the blame. But I am afraid that some people will be careless, or simply don't understand, and then be fooled into protecting the prophet, and be directly dragged down by the prophet to die together. Thinking in his heart, Fong Bai went directly back to the center of the magic circle he had arranged, and all the noise from the outside world could not disturb the tranquility of the dust plain. When it was speculated that there was a demigod here, especially when it was known that this was a prophet demigod, no one dared to try to offend. Maybe the people you sent out will be used as a medium to let people directly attack your forces. Although this sounds incredible, isn't there a precedent of the Fink family? Would ordinary families dare to move? No. As for the palace of a higher level, they dared not move after knowing that this demigod was a player. They didn't even dare to send people to investigate, for fear of angering this player demigod before finding a way to deal with it, let alone fighting. He hasn't even made full preparations for run. Just like this, in the silence, time passed by minute by minute. 40 days passed quietly like a glance back. And during these 40 days, all the remaining materials have become parts with the power of dusk. These parts are as long as more than 10 meters, and the small ones may only be measured in microns. They are neatly stacked in the armored vehicle and in Fong Bai inner space. The parts measured in 10,000 units are all real refined equipment forged with elemental metals. That is, 4th level equipment. Even because the quality of the dust power integrated into it is too high, each of them surpasses ordinary 4th level equipment, which means they are not as good as real legendary equipment. Each piece contains extremely strong energy, and the energy fluctuations emitted by them are even more shocking. The field formed spontaneously by their accumulation makes people feel as if they are standing under a towering mountain. And all of these are just parts of a structure. Fong Bai looked around and looked at these parts. Some of them are parts needed to manufacture mechas. Some are consumables for replacement and maintenance. And some are consumable parts for maintenance. Fong Bai has prepared all of these. Standing in place, he did not forget to count them one by one when his heart was surging. After all the taps were completed, the carriage was closed, and all the breath was sealed inside. After completing this step, Fong Bai threw all the waste, and some leftovers generated during the forging process into the forging array. The power of the forging array was reduced, but it was not completely shut down. Instead, it was maintained at a level where it could automatically absorb the elemental power to maintain operation. It was allowed to run for a long time, which was considered as accumulating power and warming the array. Dusk alloy has extremely superior performance in corrosion resistance and toughness. Although it cannot stimulate the dust power after adding dust power, the elemental power with dusk breath is also extremely superior. This alloy is a very good high-level artificial material. Not to mention that it is also used as a logistics base for the repair parts of the first mecha. And the value of dusk alloy has been increased again. Now that the forging base has been built, it is naturally impossible to give up. On the other side, Zhang Zhong also led people to arrange the warning array, and defense array circle, and edited the attack logic and attack range in the computing unit. After completion, these 3rd level and 4th level yuanling rune heavy artillery will automatically search for enemies and attack in defense mode, since the defense array and warning array were set up on the periphery. As long as others did not break the array and force their way in, as long as others did not ignore the warning issued by the warning array, they would not be bombarded, and there would be no accidental injuries. As for those who still forced their way in after the warning, it would not be unfair if they were bombarded to death. Finally, after designing an array that could send information remotely after someone broke in, the defense system was also arranged. During the whole process, the projection spell always covered this area and did not expose it to the world. After a series of steps were completed, everyone came to Fong Bai and came to the giant armored vehicles that were already in the starting state. Fong Bai did not say much and looked around. The same armored vehicle, the same people. The only difference was that the materials had become parts, and the rest of the structures in Tiagong Pavilion had also been produced. They were only one step away from the first mecha that could truly walk out of the laboratory. Fong Bai took a deep breath, and his mood could not help but become surging when he thought of this. He did not say much, but just waved his hand. Let's go! The moment the words fell, the armored vehicle's huge magnetocrystalline engine roared, and the surging power was continuously transmitted to the transmission wheel, driving the entire track forward. The armored vehicle, which was like a two-story building, slowly moved forward and strung out in a very short time. Like a tiger, the smoke was like a dragon. Looking back, the entire forging base had disappeared. The only two outsiders next to them were full of emotion and envy when they saw this scene. The fat man muttered to himself, "My goodness, so handsome. I heard that Fong Bai is already studying how to put a gun on it. No, I must buy one from Fong Bai when I get this deal. Where to go in the future? Walk sideways, and shoot anyone who makes you unhappy. Lift up the graves of people." The fat man wiped his mouth as he thought about it, and his saliva was about to flow out. The white-robed prophet's eyes lit up when he heard it, full of envy. If there really is such a chariot. Hiss. The white-robed prophet's body trembled slightly, and he couldn't help it. He couldn't help it at all. Ever since he saw Fong Bai 27-gun powerful bombardment legend, which directly flattened a mountain into a sea of magma, and the dust plain was briefly torn open. And since he saw the mushroom cloud that seemed to symbolize destruction, the white-robed prophet lost interest in everything. Only that big guy. It can attract his attention. Now what he wants to do most is to ask Fong Bai to buy cannons. 1 is not enough. 2 is not enough. 10 is barely enough. If there are hundreds or thousands of them, that would be true romance. The prophet in white trembled all over just thinking about it, and couldn't calm down for a long time. Now in his opinion, everything is fake. Only cannons are real. There is nothing that can't be solved by cannons. If there is, it must be that there are not enough cannons. The prophet in white felt that the image of the mushroom cloud rising at that time had been deeply imprinted in his heart. I am afraid that I will never be able to erase it in this life, and I will be deeply affected by it. But he did not intend to erase it. Why erase it? Is it because there are not enough cannons? And the cannons are not beautiful enough? What prophet? What? My main method is prediction? Bullshit. He has found a brand new way. Prophecy? No. 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 That should be called a prediction of cannon accuracy. Don't predict anything else. Just predict where the cannon will be fired accurately. In the future, where others go, he will fire his cannon. Fong Bai can use dense artillery blockade to create the illusion that others are hitting his cannon muzzle. Then he will use a cannon to create the myth that others are hitting his cannon muzzle. The white-clothed prophet felt that he had found the truth. This also allowed him, and the fat man, to quickly find a common topic. Although he still disliked him, at least they had a common topic, a common hobby, and a common goal. Everyone's goal is to get cannons. Although the first person to be fired after the cannon is in hand may be the other party, it does not affect the present. Fatty. Let's go. I feel that now is the best opportunity. It might be too late if you are late. Feeling. Don't you make a prediction? Fatty. Don't doubt the intuition of a prophet. Don't doubt it. Okay. Okay. You are the prophet, and you have the final say. Come on. Come on. The two of them were arguing and left in another direction. The place where they were originally located also returned to peace. It was empty, and the breeze was blowing. A blade of grass blown in the air slowly turned over, fell to the ground, and finally floated into the dust plain and disappeared. Everything seemed to enter a new chapter tonight. And unknowingly, Fong Bai felt a gathering of faith. This faith seemed to point to him, but it didn't seem to point to him completely. In the end, it was discovered that this faith seemed to point to Tiangong Pavilion. However, because he was the head of Tiangong Pavilion, he was holding it on behalf of the pavilion and was blessed by it. Fong Bai, who was walking on the road, was slightly suspicious, confused. How can the power of faith gather in Tiangong Pavilion? What has changed? What impact has it caused? Fong Bai thought carefully. Isn't Tiangong Pavilion changing something and influencing something every moment? It seems that the power of faith gathered in Tiangong Pavilion is also quite objective. If it is the pavilion master, and there is a career path that can break through the legend, then this power of faith may not be unable to make the pavilion master break through the legend. However, Fong Bai feels that after breaking through the legend with the power of faith of Tiangong Pavilion, his own domain and the way of legend seem to be closely connected with Tiangong Pavilion and cannot be separated. He shook his head slightly and strode forward. The tracks of the armored vehicle rolled forward beside his ears. Chapter 556, Armored Vehicle, Unit 0. Master, we are home. Zhang Zhong said, as he looked at the signal on the display screen in front of him, that the connection had been made. This signal was connected, which naturally meant that the armored vehicle had been connected to the unified dispatching system of Tiandong Pavilion. After accessing the system, Tiandong Pavilion could make one-to-one high-precision deployments. Even high-precision deployments such as the armored vehicle moving 5 meters forward were not a problem. At the same time, the armored vehicle could also use the link to call up the information resources and data computing power in Tiandong Pavilion to achieve enemy target identification, skill analysis, combat-specific analysis, blockade methods, sniping methods, intelligence information analysis, and other tasks. Of course, the more direct effect at this moment was that they were only half a day away from returning to Tiandong Pavilion. Because Tiandong Pavilion's current progress in three-dimensional networking using high-altitude drone base stations, ground base stations, underground base stations, etc. has only reached this point. If the network is further down, there will be higher requirements for network delay and mental power transmission technology. Otherwise, if it is farther away, the network delay and the loss during mental power transmission will be somewhat unacceptable. When Fang Bai heard Zhang Zhong say this, he couldn't help but think about this question subconsciously in his mind, then shook his head slightly, full of emotion. Yes, we are home. Half a day later, Fang Bai brought Zhang Zhong and others to the Tiandong Pavilion. The periphery of Tiandong Pavilion has evolved into a three-dimensional building complex built on the main mountain of Tiandong Pavilion, underground and ground. It has become a department and a functional building, which together form the outer pavilion of Tiandong Pavilion. Here, valuable goods are swallowed and spit out every moment. But what is swallowed is the rough embryos of simple processing, and what is spit out is various finished products with extremely high added value, including but not limited to transformation devices, second-level Armor Warrior Series armor main body projection chips, various weapons, armor, fashion projection chips, cultivation iron ingots, magic array modules, various civilian magnetic crystal engines, etc. Making a fortune every day is an insult to the outer pavilion. However, these are isolated from the outside by the heavy gate of Tiandong Pavilion. The purpose of the outer pavilion is to make money for Tiandong Pavilion and create a good development environment in the area outside Tiandong Pavilion. The original intention of Tiandong Pavilion was research. The Wei and Jing were clearly separated, and there was no interference at all, which made Fang Bai particularly proud. Among them, his contribution was quite outstanding. And obviously, the people of Tiandong Pavilion also kept this in mind. Fang Bai's return was not notified to anyone, but at this moment, a large number of people spontaneously came to the outside of Tiandong Pavilion to greet him. Fang Bai looked around and found that they were all the backbone of the Mecha research project. That is, the essence and backbone of the entire Tiandong Pavilion. But at this moment, they completely put aside their research to greet him. The Pavilion Master. This is too bureaucratic. No. Has the cabinet of Tiandong Pavilion been corrupted? No. It can't be left like this. It must be severely criticized. Although Fang Bai was secretly happy, he still frowned and prepared to severely criticize Qi Peng and Su Shiping, who took the lead. This kind of unhealthy trend must be nipped in the bud. Looking at the people coming head-on, Fang Bai was about to speak when Qi Peng and Su Shiping bypassed him, still saying, "Make way. Make way. Pavilion Master. Make way." He walked around while talking, and soon came to the front of several armored vehicles, with fiery eyes, as if he was looking at the spider spirit in the Blacksmith Yukong, leaving Fang Bai standing in the wind. His Tiandong Pavilion is still the same Tiandong Pavilion, and these people are still the same people. With a slight twitch at the corner of his mouth, Fang Bai walked to the side of Qi Peng and Su Shiping, patted their shoulders, and said loudly, "Go home. Go directly to Laboratory Number 1, and start the experiment." "Yes!" Everyone shouted excitedly at the words, and the armored vehicles drove directly to Tiandong Pavilion, with the automatic scans of the magic array system falling one by one. The door opened after the identity was fully verified, and armored vehicles drove in one after another, and the road was smooth, and they came directly to an experimental base located deep in the earth, hundreds of meters high, and trucks of parts poured down. In an instant, the terrifying energy fluctuations spread, and on the side, the parts piled up in boxes one by 1 also emitted powerful energy fluctuations. The moment the two energy fluctuations came into contact, there was no collision, and they merged together without any hindrance, and then swept across the entire experimental site. The chaotic energy spread recklessly, and even formed energy radiation faintly. If an ordinary person was exposed to this environment, it would probably collapse and die in a short time. Its horror can be seen. However, no one who was qualified to be present would be hurt by it, either ignoring it or becoming more excited because of it. Fong Bai looked at the equipment on the scene and the excited members one by one, and said directly without delay, "Start." Yes. As soon as the voice fell, everyone was boiling, without saying anything more, and ideas were quickly communicated and exchanged in the local area network. In a blink of an eye, a complete preparation plan was freshly produced. Fong Bai took a look and found it was indeed feasible, so he authorized the execution of the preparation plan. After Fong Bai agreed, the experimental site instantly became hot. One after another, specially customized equipment started to operate. Cranes, robotic arms, fine packaging arms, magnetic field blockade vacuum places, high-temperature packaging places, and other equipment started quickly one after another. Batches of parts were directly suspended in the air. However, the most eye-catching thing in Site Number 1 at this moment was the golden spine. The spine formed by the fusion of other elemental metals based on refined gold, and the skeleton made of various precious elemental metal alloys directly supported a simple human skeleton. The skeleton of more than 50 meters high stood on the ground, and even if there was no surging elemental power in it, it would be conquered by it. And on this magnificent skeleton, runes were connected together continuously, and the rings were wrapped around the skeleton like chains wrapped around and bound, adding a bit of mystery and a bit of fierceness to it. At this moment, under the control of various equipment, parts flowing like a river continuously poured into the skeleton and piled on it. Although the most difficult design and forging problems have been solved, the connection of runes during assembly, the seamless connection of parts, vacuum installation, element-free field installation, magnetic field stability, etc. are all great challenges. However, although Chi Peng, Su Shiping, Fong Bai and others did not personally operate, they always watched and guided, and solved the problems one by one. In this way, Fong Bai, who forgot to eat and sleep as soon as he returned to Tiangong Pavilion, devoted himself to it. His attitude was admirable. He even passed by his home 3 times without entering, and even Fong's father and mother were unable to meet him. The preparations for urging marriage could only be held back helplessly. The greater Fong Bai achievements and the farther his ambitions, the more worried they were about Fong Bai marriage problems. They were really afraid that Fong Bai would choose to follow the truth alone and be lonely for life. In this regard, Fong Bai said, "Isn't it good?" He was watching the parts being installed on the skeleton one by one at this moment, and it was so comfortable. The frame is the skeleton of the human body, and the installation of these parts makes it more and more perfect. In Fong Bai's opinion, it is like the legendary rebirth. The body has been completely shattered, and even the bones have been completely renewed after being destroyed again and again, like a divine iron, under the powerful force. New blood vessels, fat, muscles, membranes, etc. grow on the skeleton bit by bit, step by step, step by step. Gradually, this reborn giant is covered with muscles and skin. With Fong Bai's full participation, this nearly month-long assembly did not have any accidents or problems. There were hundreds of thousands of parts, and none of them failed to be installed, and none of them were damaged. They were all perfect. And when the last part was installed, buzz, with a slight sound, the chaotic energy that was originally spread throughout the venue, the energy radiation intensity instantly increased several times, and it was unknown how many times it had become. At this moment, many people present felt a slight tingling in their bodies. The surge in energy radiation can even cause effective damage to the body of a master mecha master. This does not include other simple energy radiation. If an elite or professional level player comes in, it will not take long for the body to collapse, and the mind to collapse and die. This energy radiation itself has become a weapon with extremely strong lethality. However, this situation only lasts for a moment. The next moment, both the energy fluctuations sweeping across the field and the violent energy radiation are unified. From chaos to order, the original internal friction disappears, and the orderly power strength surges, and then all converges inside the mecha. without any exposure. At the same time, the parts that were originally regarded as individuals finally lost their individual identities at this moment, but completely merged together to become one. Hundreds of thousands of fourth-level equipment, that is, hundreds of thousands of legendary equipment, are integrated into one. Fong Bai can no longer describe this energy intensity in words. The final complete body, 60 meters high, with a majestic metal armor style and a yellow and golden overall design language, makes people think of the incarnation of the gods descending from the sky the moment they see it. Majestic. Perfect. At this moment, everyone couldn't help but hold their breath. Although this was designed by them, and although they had seen various finished product drawings a long time ago, but there has never been a time as shocking and silent as it is now. And in this silence, Fong Bai took a deep breath and stepped forward. In his hand, he held a transparent diamond crystal that was larger than his body. The diamond crystal that was purified to the extreme was pure and flawless, and everyone could see the Titan God in it like a dream. This rhombus-shaped crystal is like a kaleidoscope, reflecting the Titan gods in different states from different perspectives. There are walking, standing, holding spears, and piercing like thunder. And no matter what posture, it is full of endless majesty. Fong Bai held it carefully. This crystal was made by him, referring to the way the ancient wizard civilization condensed the fantasy space. It has some characteristics of the fantasy space. He also failed countless times, and consumed a huge amount of crystal cores before he succeeded. And there is only one finished product in the end. If this one is damaged, Fong Bai will not have the confidence to make another one in a short time, because it not only requires relevant technical knowledge and mental power in the microscopic field, but also requires excellent state and feel. During the manufacturing process that lasts for several days, he cannot have any distracting thoughts or any additional influence. Otherwise it will inevitably fail. The difficulty is self-evident. And it is also the crystal core with the properties of the fantasy space that can be entrusted with the reflection of the dust titan that Fong Bai moved from the fantasy space. Otherwise, how can ordinary matter carry a fantasy in the fantasy space? Walked to the front of the mecha, looked up at the mecha that was as high as 20 stories, stretched out his hand and dragged it slightly, and the huge crystal core flew to the mecha immediately. Click! A series of mechanical sounds. The chest of the mecha slowly unfolded, revealing a groove full of interfaces. And then the crystal core floated into it. Click! The slot closed. Buzz! The mecha hummed, and a yellow light flowed through the gap between the mecha parts. This light started from the chest, and then spread out in circles. During this process, the parts of the mecha were running at full power, making various abnormal noises. Everyone was tense and nervously watched this scene, fearing that some parts or structures could not withstand the pressure, and then they would really fail. The divine breath and the construction of hundreds of thousands of legendary equipment. The former is the quality of the high god, and the latter is the quality caused by extreme quantitative changes. Although they have done many theoretical calculations, and there is no problem in theory facing the legendary god, it is only a tiny force. But they still have to be prepared to face all situations. However, buzz! The yellow light that spread to the outermost edge bloomed completely, turning into a Titan phantom standing on the mecha. Buzz! The phantom was restrained and completely integrated with the mecha, and the terrifying pressure burst out. The pressure of the gods made everyone except Fong Bai retreat. Fortunately, it was only a moment, and the onboard system successfully took over, restraining all the power. And the mecha stood in place, like a dead object. But even so, it still gave people an unparalleled sense of oppression. Did it work? Chi Peng's soft whisper sounded in everyone's ears. No one answered, just cast their eyes on the entire Tiangong pavilion, and was the only person in the world who had the qualification to drive so far. Fong Bai? Fong Bai looked up, quietly looked at the tall mecha, took a breath slightly, but his hand touched a chip pendant on his neck. The pendant was a crystal clear yellow color, with dense information inside to form a miniature mecha, and a specific frequency inside slowly reverberated. This looked like a chip for armor projection storage, but its function was completely different. It stored the mecha's real-world anchor coordinates and the mecha master's unlocking key, which was unique. Fong Bai probed his mental power into it, and the mental power key matched. Buzz! A beam of light shot towards the mecha and landed on a piece of armor on the mecha's chest. Buzz! A yellow beam of light with a diameter of about a meter rose from the mecha's chest and enveloped Fong Bai. Chapter 557 Integration, Mecha Master. Buzz. After a humming sound and a brief pause, Fong Bai opened his hands, and his body slowly rotated and rose in a cross shape. Feeling the feeling of his body suspended in the air, Fong Bai couldn't help but burst into tears. Since the dragon scale armor, he finally flew again, although it was only suspended in the air for a short time. But who could understand his feelings? After being a walking chicken for almost a year, Ghidorah knew that it would be more and more difficult to take off if he continued to gain weight. But for the sake of strength and career path, he still had to continue to gain weight. This feeling that he didn't want but had to have. This joy of seeing others flying. Fong Bai only felt absolutely refreshed at this moment. So, he directly adjusted the speed of the light column to the slowest level, and moved almost inch by inch towards the chest of the mecha. At this time, a mage in the weapon module couldn't help asking, "Is this armor module so slow? If it was an animation with invincibility frames, I could accept it. But this is reality. If this is done, will a mecha master ever have the chance to put on armor in battle? I'm afraid anyone will know to interrupt it if they see it." Chi Peng's eyes looked a little strange when he heard this, and he said, "Don't be surprised. The summoning process will be slower, and the slowest level may take more than 10 minutes to complete the summoning." Ah? This mage was confused, and quite a few mages were also confused. But they noticed the strange looks in the eyes of other mages, and also noticed a word from Chi Peng's mouth. The slowest level. Wait, what do you mean by the slowest level? When everyone was confused and curious, Su Shiping next to him laughed. It's very simple. The speed of armoring and summoning mechas are adjustable. The slower the speed, the more special effects there are. For example, the slowest summoning mecha level is not only equipped with array projection, dark clouds, and phantoms, but also equipped with summoning postures, array formation process, and background music. You can regard this as a bit of bad taste. Just use the small menu. In fact, this thing is useless except that it looks better and more handsome. And it can be interrupted at any time. And summoning and armoring can be completed at any time. It's not really invincible frame. How can it be played like this? If there is such a huge design flaw, how can it be said that the mecha is successful? Real summoning and armoring do not require time. And there is no concept of interruption. Su Shiping smiled, although he also felt that this was not a serious job. It was really cool. Besides, not many accessories were added, and no array was added. The original array and parts can be completed. So why not add it? Even Chi Peng did not refuse this point. On the one hand, it is really cool. On the other hand, who said this thing has no practical significance? Music. After Su Shiping said this, they suddenly realized. So that's it. I learned it. They nodded, and the others who didn't speak heard that Fong Bai, Su Shiping, Chi Peng and other big guys were so cautious, and immediately remembered this in their hearts. In fact, they felt that they should learn more than just this. They couldn't just learn this, but should explore, understand the spirit, and carry it forward. When they understood, it took so long for Fong Bai to slowly float to the chest of the mecha, where the mecha unfolded, allowing Fong Bai to rotate and float into it. Here, considering the defense strength, the water-like integration entry method was not adopted, but the mechanical deployment method was adopted. But this is harmless. Ka ka ka. In the mechanical sound, Fong Bai body was completely buried deep in the mecha. In this way, Chi Peng, Su Shiping and others couldn't help but stop discussing, and their eyes converged on the screens. The data on the mecha was transmitted in real time and scrolled on this screen. The dense data fully displayed the current status of the mecha. On the other side, these data were analyzed in real time into status bars, among which only the energy bar was a touch of red. Energy was an urgent need. The elemental power originally stored in the mecha could only be said to have more symbolic significance than practical significance, and could only be used to maintain the operation of some systems inside the mecha. Nothing more. So the current energy status of the mecha was 0. They were waiting. At this moment, inside the mecha, after Fong Bai body entered the cockpit, the flexible metal casting interface covered Fong Bai whole body, and there was no gap between the two, and they merged into one. And the magic arrays made of runes on the flexible metal also aimed at Fong Bai eyebrows, and slowly fell. The whole body felt cool. The rune magic array on the eyebrows took effect, and a channel slowly took shape. Not only that, One rune magic array fell one after another, surrounding the brain, and dense channels took shape. In this process, Fong Bai felt that his existence was being completed, and his incompleteness was becoming complete bit by bit. A vital part of himself was being integrated. In this feeling, the purest liquid spiritual power slowly flowed down in each channel, covering the brain, and even gradually penetrated into it, flowing directly into Fong Bai's spiritual space. In this way, a pool of water slowly formed, and under the continuous gathering of pure liquid spiritual power, it gradually formed an ocean in this spiritual space. There was no wind or rain in the spiritual space, and the pure spiritual power ocean was as calm as a mirror. Fong Bai condensed self-symbol feet landed on the sea, causing a few ripples. He stretched out his right hand, and the spontaneously surging liquid spiritual power flowed in his hand, and gathered, and formed into a short spear. Buzz! There was a buzzing sound, and the mecha trembled slightly, as if it began to breathe. It was indeed Fong Bai on the spiritual sea, who was breathing subconsciously. At this moment, Fong Bai felt that he and the mecha were no longer separate. Whether in the field of spiritual power, or the field of material flesh, no difference. At this moment, Fong Bai felt that the incompleteness of his own Tao was complete. Mountains have landslides, and landslides are the authority of mountains. Seas have tsunamis, and tsunamis are the authority of the sea. Before this, people had nothing, and even if they condensed the field, they had no authority. The field seemed to have taken shape, but it was incomplete. But now, I have a mecha, and the mecha is my authority. Fong Bai, who was in a complete state, slowly activated the field, and the terrifying but ineffective power began to flow. Buzz! 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 A system prompt sounded in his ears. But before Fong Bai could check it, it was immediately covered by the mechanic inside the mecha. The mechanical sound echoed in Fong Bai's spiritual space, and its information flowed, and streams of water surged upward. Combined with informationization, 3 screens appeared on Fong Bai application, showing the status information of the mecha and the situation outside. Ding! The spiritual power ocean is condensed successfully. Ding! The spiritual power connection is successful, and the control is transferred. Ding! The physical body is integrated successfully, and the energy channel is connected successfully. Ding! Energy is loaded. The mecha is starting up. Buzz! With a buzzing sound, the channel connected to the previous Titan crystal core is opened. Silently, Fong Bai reflection in the spiritual power ocean was covered by the yellow Titan Phantom. The Titan Phantom moved with Fong Bai movements, but the yellow color seemed to break through the mirror surface and infect upwards. At the same time, the majestic field power was stained with a faint yellow color as it flowed through the Titan crystal core in the mecha. The surging power flows through the entire mecha. Clang! The golden light in the mecha's eyes bloomed, dazzling and dazzling. The whole mecha seemed to have a soul and came alive completely. Ding! Energy loading successful. Ding! Mecha started successfully. At the same time, the progress bar on the panel in front of Qipeng, Su Shiping and others, which symbolized energy, was instantly full. Instantly, Qipeng, Su Shiping and others looked at each other, and the ecstasy in them was clearly visible. As for the situation of the mecha, Fong Bai, who was integrated into it, knew it more clearly than anyone else. At this moment, he felt the power of the mecha in his body. That is, the power formed by the field, which was called authority. This authority is nameless, but it is at the same level as landslides, tsunamis and other authorities. This authority does not have very special attributes, but it can be combined with various powers, because various equipment shapes its characteristics. And at this moment, he might call it dusk. Fong Bai's attention was withdrawn from the power itself and placed in front of him. At this moment, Fong Bai was walking like a normal person. Fong Bai was walking in the ocean of spiritual power. And this behemoth that was 60 meters tall and comparable to a 22-story building also moved forward flexibly. During the walking process, the short spear in his hand shook, dancing out a flower of guns, and the strong wind shot out, leaving grooves on the ground one after another. Seeing the mecha's flexible performance, which was truly comparable to their own body, everyone cheered. Everyone knew that this would be a scene that created history. They spent an unknown amount of time, and finally successfully created the first mecha in history today. A huge thing that is 60 meters tall and weighs more than 10,000 tons. A truly unique weapon. The behemoth moved in their hands. What a feat! What a technological quintessence! The mood at this moment is simply indescribable. Everyone cheered for it. While driving the body of the mecha, Fong Bai had the mecha's eyes and ears to perceive. Naturally, he also heard and saw their cheers. And he couldn't help but get excited. And the entire mecha couldn't help but bloom with Fong Bai excitement. As a mecha master, the mecha is the body, and its power will naturally bloom with the emotions of the mecha master. Even the mecha master's power can burst out like human adrenaline, making the mecha performance burst out. As long as the machine can withstand such an explosion, it can even burst out performance beyond the design. This point was already mastered by Fong Bai in the mechanical power armor stage, and there is no problem with using it instinctively at this moment. Not long after the excitement, everyone was in an excited state and worked passionately. There is simply no better stimulant than making a mecha and successfully operating it. Absolutely not. They were like chicken blood, looking at the mecha with red eyes excited. They were divided into groups according to different responsible directions, and the real-time operation data from the mecha was synchronized to one screen after another. Complex model code. Operation data scrolled quickly. Everyone's mental power was directly connected to the computing unit. With the support of surging and unlimited computing power, their abilities were exerted to the extreme, and they kept a close eye on every piece of data. In their eyes, errors were as eye-catching as marked with red light, and they could be seen at a glance. Under the passion, a steady stream of inspiration burst out, and they wrote code directly on the spot, tested it, and then solved it. Some people monitored the energy system and transmission field of the mecha. Some people monitor the mecha's mental power consumption, the connection with Fong Bai, the delay of action transmission, etc. Some people monitor the erosion of the Titan crystal core on Fong Bai body and soul, and check the operation of the isolation array. Some people monitor the mecha's defense system to avoid loopholes. Some people monitor the mecha's operating system and test the delay, as the self-check of each system is completed again. Finally, with Fong Bai order, the mecha test begins, walking test begins, running test begins, the first hovering test begins, the first defense test begins, the first shield test begins, the first attack test begins, the first defense test begins. Start to strike. The first attack test begins. Please attack the target. Erosion degree record. Please ask the master to conduct a mental state test. Body self-check begins. The dense tests are carried out in full swing, and this underground test site is boiling like on fire. There is a constant noise here, which makes people extremely excited. However, under the isolation of various magic arrays, the movement here did not leak out at all. The continuous movement was completely isolated from the outside world under the effect of the dense magic array, and no one leaked out. And the prophecy method was also completely isolated under Fong Bai command, and no one knew what kind of terrible thing was happening below. Obviously, once the movement here was known to the outside world, it would inevitably cause an uproar. Instantly made this place a pilgrimage site for countless players. The intensive and non-stop testing lasted for more than a month, day and night, and they were still extremely excited after 24 hours of continuous testing. Finally, on the 47th day, they finally completed all the tests, and they also achieved a great achievement. 47 days of sleepless work, and even so they still contained passion, until Fong Bai announced, "The test is over. I declare that the development of the first mecha in history has been a complete success, and the mecha number is 0. Fong Bai gave an order, and the whole audience cheered immediately. Everyone was shouting to vent their fatigue and incomparable excitement in the past few days. After a long time, they gradually quieted down. Fong Bai looked over and saw that the people who were energetic just now were sleeping all over the floor. Fong Bai smiled lightly and floated down from the mecha. The mecha also disappeared quietly in a magic circle. In the end, only a sci-fi mechanical pistol and a crystal chip were left in his hand. Chapter 558 Legendary Mecha Master? Mecha Summoner. Armor has Armor Summoner. So does Mecha. Although this thing is optional, Fong Bai thinks it must be there. This thing is more important than the mecha itself. He blew gently at the muzzle of the gun, as if to blow away the invisible smoke, and then hung the chip on the pendant again, and pinned the summoner on his waist. At this moment, Fong Bai was full of passion. As the saying goes, when you have a sharp weapon, You will naturally want to kill. Others are tired and resting. But Fong Bai is not tired. How can he sleep with such a big mecha? How can he sleep? Fong Bai doesn't want to sleep at all. His mental energy is full and can overflow. He just wants a blind person to jump out. And then let him deal with it personally. Punish evil and promote good. Show your skills. But it seems that there is nothing blind? Fong Bai was silent slightly. I made such a big fuss back then. But the kingdom didn't send anyone to investigate? I'm just a master-level player. Wouldn't the kingdom's envoy be arrogant when he sees me? After I kill him after being arrogant, wouldn't the kingdom be furious and use all its strength to strangle me? This shouldn't be the case. Fong Bai muttered, not only thinking about it himself, but also taking a look at the intelligence information from the outer cabinet. Well, it really seems that there is nothing. Then look at the players. Let me see what the Hallyu group that was jumping around a while ago is doing. Didn't they take a big breath before? Look. I won't destroy him. Fong Bai opened the intelligence and took a look. Oh. You're still accumulating points. What? Are you still using the seemingly most time-saving local tyrants method of accumulating points? The things shipped to Tiangong Pavilion every day are counted by car? And it is estimated that more than half of them have not been delivered? Fong Bai made a quick calculation. Calculated the value of these things. And pondered slightly. They are just accumulating strength. Just talking. Just thinking. We should judge by deeds rather than by intentions. Money is a small matter. But we must not hit people randomly. If we want to hit them, they must have prepared everything and know that it will be difficult. Fong Bai muttered, and casually assigned confidential tasks to strengthen the monitoring of Hallyu group. Both reality and game should strengthen information analysis and capital flow analysis. Finally, according to the situation of Hallyu group, a targeted magic array should be designed to ensure the formation of a restraining relationship. After a series of arrangements, Fong Bai happily closed the intelligence page. He did not intend to fight Hallyu group now. But he would not be soft-hearted and would not let it grow at will, since they wanted to sell their assets in reality, exchange them for game assets, and then send them to him. Fong Bai would not stop them. If they change their minds at the last minute and develop in the game seriously, this may not be a brilliant move or a gamble. It works, and there will be a place for them in the extraordinary era in the future. If they lose, at least they can keep their extraordinary essence, which is not a big loss. As for if they still can't change their thinking in the end, it depends on whether Fong Bai Dao is good or bad. If all the assets are in reality, Fong Bai will not know how to deal with it, because it is not a violent area. In other words, it is still a safe zone. And Fong Bai, a high-level player, is still limited. Even now, most of the assets of Hallyu group are in reality, and Fong Bai has no good way. But if in the future, with enough time, all the assets are transferred to the game, to this dangerous zone where PK is not prohibited, then Fong Bai will laugh. Not taking action now can be either Fong Bai kindness or his cruelty. Entering the game before other capitals is a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity, whether it is to move towards a bright future or to have no chance of turning over. It depends on themselves. So, Evil God Plane. Here I come. Fong Bai looked in the direction of the Mage Tower, but then retracted his gaze. You can't just go to the Evil God Plane. Fong Bai doesn't believe that there are only evil gods in the Evil God Plane, and that everything will be peaceful after the evil god dies. It's not that good. This is a plane war that is about to start, and it is also the first plane war of Tiangong Pavilion. It is worth their patience to prepare, at least to let the main force of Tiangong Pavilion recover. Fong Bai himself returned to the Mage Tower and turned to open the attribute panel. In the previous test, in addition to the various prompt sounds that the mecha itself came with, he also received the system prompt sound, which was the moment when he and the mecha completed the fusion. But he never paid much attention to it. Click on the system prompt column, and a system prompt appears in front of Fong Bai. Ding! System prompt. Congratulations to the player for successfully breaking through the legend. Ding! System prompt. Title level increased. Legend? Fong Bai was slightly stunned when he saw this word. When did I break through the legend? Fong Bai immediately opened the attribute panel, and then saw in the occupation column. Occupation. Legendary Mecha Master. Fong Bai took a deep breath, and suddenly recalled the sense of complementation when he merged with the mecha. And this system prompt just came at that time. So, after putting on that mecha, Am I already a legendary mecha master? Fong Bai said softly. If I wear a mecha, I am a mecha master. Then what if I don't wear it? If an ordinary person drives a mecha, can he also be called a legendary mecha master? Also, where is my domain? Where is my rule refinement? Fong Bai was slightly puzzled. And the next moment, his mind was determined. Wait. Fong Bai sensed something. The domain has been born. And the domain is called mecha. The changes in the mecha domain are concentrated on the field, which is different from the increase when other domains are opened. The mecha domain itself is unfolding, which is an increase in the field. This has increased my field capacity by at least 20 times. And the field strength has also changed by at least 20 times. After calculating the increase, Fong Bai couldn't help but take a breath. The domain of a single word is often limited no matter how strong it is. But Fong Bai didn't expect that the word mecha, which was fused into many of his keywords, would have such a terrifying increase. Although this has little effect on my own combat power, it has increased the endurance and burst strength of the mecha several times in terms of mecha control. In addition, the erosion of the dust power and dust meaning in the mecha is the rule tempering of the mecha master profession. With the strength of the dust titan, its effect is definitely beyond the ordinary armor and resistance rule tempering. In addition, after the tempering is successful, some characteristics of the dust titan may be obtained, forming the physique of the little dust titan. However, if you can't hold it and are directly tempered and destroyed, there is a risk of death. But for the mecha master's tyrannical body, this is the rule tempering method that can best play the mecha master's physical advantage. The mecha master's already extremely strong physical strength at the master level will not be caught up by the legendary body of other professions at the legendary level, but will continue to play the physical advantage and further amplify it. Fong Bai's eyes gradually brightened. His long-term preparation and accumulation finally gave birth to a good result. For me, fighting in a mecha is one of the best ways to practice. This will promote my practice in the legendary stage. When the power and intention in the mecha are completely infected and tempered, I am equivalent to a small mecha, and I can control the armor at will without being affected by it. Before that, I must grasp it and exit the control state before my body or soul is completely eroded by the power of dusk and the intention of dusk. Otherwise, I will become a puppet of the power of dusk. As for the soul, the fantasy space and the inner space can help me suppress and anchor it. That is, Fong Bai frowned slightly. The erosion of the intention of dusk and the power of dusk is inevitable. The former symbolizes the fusion of the mecha master and the soul of the mecha, ensuring the migration of the soul level of the mecha master in the control stage, avoiding the soul from not being able to keep up with the body, and avoiding the former from directly attacking the soul to bypass the mecha and kill the mecha master. This is the policy that has been determined in the research stage of the Violent Bear mecha. This is one of the foundations, and cannot be modified. Once modified, the mecha master's soul will have shortcomings. The same is true for the erosion of the power of dusk. This is the way to transform the power of the field into authority with the power of dusk mecha. If the field power and the power of dusk mecha are blocked, they will be clearly separated and isolated from each other. Then the field power will always be the field power and cannot be erupted. Both of them cannot be circumvented. If you want to solve them, you can only rely on the strength of consciousness and body to resist. The stronger the consciousness and body, the longer the mecha master can control the mecha to fight. If ordinary people or low-level mecha masters directly control the legendary mecha, they will die when the mecha starts. And if you want to anchor the body and consciousness as much as possible to avoid being infected, it is not completely impossible. Thinking about the idea in his mind, Fong Bai's mouth curled up slightly. Now the fantasy space and inner space can anchor my consciousness to a certain extent. What about the real fantasy world that has turned into a small world? If I can materialize the consciousness and the two small and large worlds of the physical body, I can be a legendary wizard and a legendary mecha master in one. Fong Bai's mouth curled up slightly, and he knew what to do next. But before that, Fong Bai immediately connected to the dusk mecha remotely, and began to restrict the dust power in it, editing the limiter. The power of the field is integrated into the dust power and turned into authority. The stronger the dust power, the stronger the power of authority transformed by the field power, and the stronger the dusk mecha is. At the same time, the consumption of field power and the erosion of dust power will be stronger. These are all mutually influential. This means that the stronger the power of driving the mecha, the shorter the time of driving the mecha. and this mecha bursts out with all its strength. And with the overload means of the mecha master profession, Fong Bai doesn't know how strong the strongest power can burst out. But Fong Bai knows one thing. That is, the legends he met in the past. They are like ants, and can be destroyed at will. That feeling is as if the world can be broken at will. However, even Fong Bai can't withstand the explosion of that state for long. The mecha can withstand it, but Fong Bai can't. In that state, even with Fong Bai hundreds of tons of body and the semi-god level consciousness strength, he can only barely withstand it. How many days can it fight? Fong Bai underestimated it. He didn't know how much other legendary mecha masters could resist. Anyway, he felt that it would not be a problem to keep the strongest state open for 2 or 3 days. Although it was a bit short. It was enough to fight a few battles. It can only last for such a short time. It's better to limit it. Fong Bai pondered for a moment, and immediately divided it into 3 levels according to his impression of general legends, powerful legends, and instant kill legends, forming 3 limiters. Limiters 1, 2, and 3. Each level of limiter can gain corresponding combat power when it is turned on. Simple and clear. Fong Bai tested the written program several times, and loaded it into the mecha after confirming that there was no problem. There is no need to worry about problems. The system of the mecha was created by them. At most, they can change it later. As creators, they are least afraid of problems. However, this limiter has a relatively small effect on Fong Bai. It is useful, but not big. But Fong Bai deeply understands one thing. That is, he is a pioneer in the mecha division profession. And his Dusk mecha is also the first real mecha and a model for future mechas. Meaningful designs and meaningless designs will be imitated and learned by future mechas. As a pioneer, he cannot just rely on his special case. He needs a professional mecha master who can be promoted on a large scale and has universal applicability, which requires him to be stable. The route he chooses must also be moderate and peaceful enough, inclusive and basic enough. Otherwise, wouldn't this be a waste of his title? Title: Mecha Pioneer, Legendary Level 1. Mecha Master's Professional Strength plus 200%. The increase range includes, but is not limited to mechas and the person himself. The additional increase effect depends on the number of mecha masters, and the increase multiplier depends on the professional level. That is, 200%. 2. Automatically obtain the experience of mecha master training, transformation, etc. in this world, including but not limited to mecha driving and professional development. 3. When the title has the expansion domain, all mecha masters in the domain that are hostile to the title owner can seal the mecha master's ability. 4. When the title has the expansion domain, it automatically obtains the trace results of the mecha master's training in the domain. The terrifying title greatly increased Fong Bai's strength, but also meant that all mecha masters lost the ability to be hostile to Fong Bai. It also means that as long as there are enough professional mecha masters, as long as he opens up his domain, then he will definitely be pushed to the throne of God. Therefore, for him, the mecha master profession does not need any maverick, only universality. As long as the number of mecha master professional transfers is enough, it will definitely be invincible. This is the qualitative change brought about by the legendary title, which even involves part of the authority of the mecha master. Or each of these effects is a manifestation of the authority of the mecha master. Legend is already like this. What about the demigod level? Or even the god level? A powerful authority that does not need to be fought with anyone and is naturally in your hands. Chapter 559 Across the Heavens. Divine Authority. Fong Bai whispered softly. Create an unprecedented profession, and then turn it into the mainstream, with hundreds of millions of job changes and hundreds of millions of supporters. This is indeed a ready-made divine path. When it takes shape, the environment and influence formed by all mecha masters is his divine field, and the power possessed by all mecha masters is his authority. As long as the mecha masters have enough job changes, and as long as the mecha masters are strong enough, he can push all the way. Fong Bai's mouth curled up slightly. He has another road to the gods. Rune Pioneer. This is also a ready-made divine authority. As long as it is widely used, he can still become a god on the spot. In addition, if the way of clouds is common enough, it may not be impossible to gather the power of faith for it. Every influence must have the power of faith. The impression caused by the spread of the way of clouds is naturally included. Thinking like this, Fong Bai suddenly muttered, It seems that gods are not very valuable anymore. Forget it. If you have time to think about this, you might as well spend more time on research. After all, becoming a god means you will have one more magical research material, which will make research a little easier. It's no big deal. Fong Bai muttered, and also relaxed his suppression of fatigue. The feeling of exhaustion surged into his heart, and he fell asleep quietly when he fell on the bed. And in the process of falling, the constant small spells such as cleansing, stripping, and covering the bed on the bed quietly took effect, making Fong Bai fall into a deep sleep. In reality, he also fell into a deep sleep like this, without the mind to stay awake, and without the mind to study. A day and a night passed quietly, and the consumed mind quickly recovered and was cultivated in this process. Fong Bai, who was immersed in deep sleep, opened his eyes. His eyes were full of energy, without the haziness of just waking up from a long sleep. The god is powerful, and he is naturally fully awake the moment he wakes up. With a slight feeling, Fong Bai knew how long he had slept. 1 day and 1 night. I haven't slept so comfortably for a long time. Fong Bai let out a long breath, feeling that his exhausted mind had been fully restored. Even if he fought for another half a year, there would be no problem at all. And with a sweep of his mental power, he found that Qipeng, Su Shiping and others had also come, and were discussing the various functions of the Mecha with great interest. Fong Bai also found that they were already discussing the construction of a cultivation array to speed up the cultivation speed and increase the body density. There is no way. The prerequisite for driving a Mecha is that the body density is high enough and the mass is large enough, until it is large enough to give birth to a special magnetic field. This is considered the peak of the master level, and only then is it qualified to drive a Mecha and qualified to break through to become a legendary Mecha master. It's okay that there were no Mechas before. Everyone was playing with all kinds of armors. Whether it was Armor Warrior or Ultraman, fighting and playing could also relieve boredom. The main reason is that everyone is the same, and the Mecha is still in the research and development stage. But now, the Mecha is suddenly built. Fong Bai started to play with the Mecha, while they are still playing with the small armor. The most important thing is that it's not that Fong Bai doesn't want them to play. It's just that he's not good enough and can't play. How can he bear this? Isn't this a life-threatening situation? Seeing this, Fong Bai's mouth curled up slightly, and he pulled out the sci-fi pistol from his waist, waving it in front of Qipeng, Su Shiping, Xiao Ling, Ding Xiu and others. From time to time, he held the gun and gestured. For a while, several people's eyes turned green. Don't look at it. Don't look at it. It's not yours even if you look at it. One side, you can't beat me, and I can't take it. The other side, even if you take it, you can only watch. TSK. You can only watch. You can't drive it. Hey, do you know how comfortable and refreshing it feels to control the Mecha and directly transform into a giant? It feels like you can grasp the world in your palm. It's invincible, and everything looks like an ant. That feeling is simply indescribable. Do you know? Oh, you haven't driven it. You don't know? Crack. 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 Hands clenched. Teeth clenched. And they seem to be muttering something. It seems like I can beat him. But I can't beat him. I can't beat him. I can't beat him. 30 years in the East. 30 years in the West. Don't bully the poor young. Etc. He seems to be younger than me, more talented than me, and works harder than me. Fuck. 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 Fong Bai's mouth curled up slightly, and he suddenly jumped away after a while of boasting. I saw that the place where he jumped away suddenly had a divine light blooming, and dense and tiny runes were rotating in it, emitting amazing divine glory. Obviously, although this group of people were muttering, they did not hesitate or slow down at all. Little guy, you are showing off your skills in front of an expert. Fong Bai was happy, but the next moment, he was covered by countless divine lights. He just mocked not only Qipeng, Su Shiping and others. There are hundreds of elite researchers here, and none of them are mediocre. They are all elite among elites and geniuses among geniuses. However, when the dust and smoke cleared, Fong Bai still stood there and smiled with his big white teeth. Don't you know the law of smoke without injury? Su Shiping, Qipeng and others were really confused. With extremely high density, and the rule defense entanglement, extreme strength, and extreme defense, only a ghost could hit him. Just now, the legendary was also blasted by the attack. And even Fong Bai's oily skin was not scratched, which was simply outrageous. Fong Bai smiled at this, but after a joke, he put the sci-fi pistol on the gun bag on his waist and clapped his hands. Seeing Fong Bai like this, everyone gathered and looked at Fong Bai. Fong Bai looked directly at Xiao Ling as soon as he opened his mouth. Xiao Ling, how many mechas can our Tiangong Pavilion's public treasury inventory build? As a new member of Tiangong Pavilion, Xiao Ling was a halfway monk. He was slightly weak in all aspects and was slightly inferior to his competitors. So he took into account some administrative management functions. The public treasury, that is, the treasury of the Tiangong Pavilion, is one of his responsibilities. Xiao Ling, who was covered in machinery and filled with a skeleton as flesh and blood with a mechanical tough guy style, raised a finger. One is not enough. After the voice fell, the crowd became quiet for a while, and they all looked at Fong Bai. There was no noise, but they were slightly stunned. Fong Bai smiled slightly and said, "We at Tiangong Pavilion sell elite armor warriors, various projection chips, cultivation iron ingots, and magnetic crystal engines. Each of these revenues is an astronomical figure. In addition, we issue tasks to the outside world, and we sell points through technology exchange. Each point corresponds to a huge fortune. Every technology has brought us a huge fortune. Finally, the shares of the extraordinary city Hanfeng City, the army's exploration in the Longwei area, and the wilderness mountains also provide strong support for our finances. It can be said that the wealth of our Tiangong Pavilion is absolutely a terrifying figure. We use this to maintain our various scientific research activities. But, a mecha, 60 meters high, more than 10,000 tons. 7 words. Everyone deeply felt the weight of it. Every ton of these 10,000 tons is pure elemental metal, all of which are elemental metals calculated in grams. And there are many third-order and fourth-order elemental metals among them. Everyone knows this. This is the pinnacle creation that has been condensed after hundreds of days and nights of accumulation since the establishment of our Tiangong Pavilion. This pinnacle is technology and cost. It is too big. It is worth the price. This is recognized by everyone. What do I want to express? What I want to say is that in addition to research, our road to outward development will also begin. Fong Bai said indifferently. Some people may raise questions here, because the purpose of our Tiangong Pavilion is not to fight, but to take a win-win approach to profit? Then what about development? This is not a conflict. The development I am talking about here is not to open up the market and compete for interests among players and indigenous peoples. Don't talk about you. Fong Bai. Don't even bother to do this kind of thing. After Fong Bai finished speaking, everyone below raised their chins slightly. What Fong Bai said also hit their pride. They are indeed proud of this. They are transcendent. What do I mean by development? Go to places where there are no people. Go to places that have never been run by anyone. If there are people everywhere in this world, then we will go to places outside this world. Going to the world outside. Our goal is the sea of stars. Everyone's eyes are shining, just like the stars in the sky. Fong Bai's mouth curled up slightly. This scene completely hit his pride. The most valuable wealth of Tiangong Pavilion is not technology, not a treasure house. It is this group of people, and the positive and proud atmosphere here. Proud Fong Bai continued. I have been to the fire tower before, which is the territory of the mages. I gained a lot there, and I found that they have a good habit. They like to recruit servants and use them to harvest what they need through the fire elemental realm. They use servants to make up for their shortcomings and allow themselves to play freely. I think this is very good, and we can learn from it. Why? Because I want to see a situation. In the future, everyone who is doing this will bring their own project team and study what they are interested in. Each project team spans several worlds, even across several world communities. You can create worlds as experimental fields, or observe the destruction of worlds as research information. You have powerful fleets under your command, and the fleets are full of mechas. The prison god network captures evil gods and throws them into the land of conferred gods, where they are cut up and carried to your laboratory. The mysteries of the gods are all unfolding before your eyes. In the process of research, you have mastered more and more mysteries of the world, and you have become more and more powerful, and you have taken steps towards more and more worlds and planes, so as to shine the glory of mankind in the endless starry sky. Everyone held their breath, as if immersed in the picture described by Fong Bai. A project team covering several world communities. researching with the world as a laboratory. This picture is simply terrifying. Fong Bai smiled slightly and continued. This is my preliminary idea of the future structure of Tiangong Pavilion. I will continue to deduce the details. But I think this will be a good idea. Spread out. Each person is a project team. And together, we are the Tiangong Pavilion across the heavens. Anyone who has ideas about this can communicate with me. Of course, you have to eat one bite at a time and walk one step at a time. Since we lack resources now, let's expand outward first. What? Outside the world. As he spoke, Fong Bai held up 2 light balls full of information flow and spoke out. These are the coordinates of 2 evil god planes. One is where the evil god has been annihilated. The other is where the evil god still exists. Before, due to energy constraints, we could not build a space channel to these 2 planes through the Mage Tower. Now that we have built the element pool, with this important building, we have the ability to open a cross-border portal. First, we will open up this evil god plane where the evil god is dead. Here, I set a small goal. Fong Bai raised the sci-fi pistol in his hand as a mecha summoner. Mecha. 1 for each person. As soon as the voice fell, cheers rose. Amid the cheers, the giant Tiangong Pavilion rotated at high speed, like a sophisticated machine. Advanced technology turned into extremely high productivity. And the automated magic array was even more efficient and more powerful than the assembly line in reality. The highly automated clusters of various magic arrays allowed Tiangong Pavilion to achieve a small number of people, but huge productivity. Only a week later, the prepared materials had filled up warehouses. On this day, they gathered again under the Mage Tower. After Fong Bai words, they all changed a little compared to before. That is, they all prepared some puppets or some unique combat equipment. When they were researching, they slightly tilted their knowledge towards the field of war application. Under the time flow rate of more than 1,000 times in the fantasy space, a week was enough for them to get some results. After all, weapons are one of the fastest growing fields. Each project team has been much more active, although they are still very immature. But they obviously have the intention to develop into the behemoth described by Fong Bai. When all the applicants arrived, Fong Bai didn't say much, but stretched out his hand and tapped lightly. The majestic power in the element pool gathered and flowed, and the magician tower lit up layer by layer. The patterns on it made the power flowing in the element pool change rapidly. After a while of accumulating power, a beam of light was dotted in the center of the open space. Buzz! In the violent space fluctuations, a circular space channel slowly opened. However, at the moment the hole was opened, the terrifying elemental fluctuations were set off, and hundreds of light beams instantly blasted out from all parts of the Tiangong Pavilion and sank into the space channel at the same time. The next moment Fong Bai closed the space channel. The space channel is also a hole, and it is too dangerous to drill out of the hole. Or what if you are attacked by surprise? This is indeed a problem. After Fong Bai, Chi Peng and others discussed, they finally felt that, since being attacked by surprise is very dangerous, it is better to strike first. After all, 104th level yuanling rune heavy artillery fell together. No matter what danger there was before, it should be gone now. Right? Fong Bai shook his head, and after a while, when he estimated that it was about the same, he opened the space channel again and stepped into it. Chapter 560, Evil God Plane, Mist Tentacles. Woohoo! Fong Bai stepped into the space channel and saw a huge pit that was being filled with magma. It won't be long before this place becomes a magma sea, and the chaotic and violent elemental forces here gather to maintain the existence of the magma sea. It will take many years for such traces to disappear naturally, and the agitation of the elements will slowly calm down. Apart from the magma sea, Fong Bai saw nothing. There might have been something originally, but now there must be only magma. 104th level yuanling rune heavy artillery is no joke. No matter what it is, it can be fired on the spot. Absolutely safe. Fong Bai stood on the magma, and his mental power spread out instantly, covering the surrounding area. Behind him, one after another azure blue light beams passed through the space channel and fell into the magma sea. Ping! The azure spread, and the water vapor in the sky turned into steam and soared into the sky. In the blink of an eye, the magma sea turned into a flat and hard rock surface. Then, armored vehicles that could isolate the violent elements drove into the space channel one after another. One after another. They formed a queue in a short while. In this process, The soil was piled up, and the heavy artillery of yuanling rune began to be deployed. The runes were quickly deployed under the action of various machines. At the same time, a specific magic array took effect, and the violent elemental power was quickly and stably restored under human action. In this process, one after another high-altitude drones soared into the sky in a stealth state. In the blink of an eye, the three-dimensional combat system was established. As for the space channel leading to the interior of Tiangong Pavilion, it had been closed long ago. Unless it was opened again, no one could directly counterattack Tiangong Pavilion through this space channel. In this regard, Fong Bai and others did a good job. Not only should they obtain the benefits of exploring the evil god plane, but they should also try their best to avoid the hidden dangers. When the undead skeletons like the ocean were clad in second-level armor comparable to elite combat power and surged forward, Fong Bai had already come to the edge of the magma sea and stood there looking out. Different from the magma sea, the outside world is full of fog, which not only blocks the sight, but also makes it difficult for the spirit to penetrate. And the restriction is very strong. Mist. Fong Bai has not forgotten that the power of this evil god is fog and tentacles. Now seeing such a thick fog directly, Fong Bai immediately raised his vigilance. This must involve the power of the evil god. This is not a joke. Maybe he will really fall here. The fog that connects the sky and the earth is only absent in the magma sea. But the wisps of fog are also spreading towards the magma sea. And the scope of the magma sea is shrinking every minute and every second. If nothing unexpected happens, these fogs were originally all over the world. At least all over this area. Until just now, the continuous bombardment tore the fog apart and obtained a clean space. Fortunately, we bombarded directly. Otherwise, if we came in directly and touched the fog, or let the fog drift into the Tiangong Pavilion, who knows what would happen? Fong Bai muttered, and at the same time, he used his mental power to perceive. Although the perception range was greatly limited, Fong Bai did not notice any other discomfort. Within the range of mental power perception, Fong Bai found that the concentration of elements here was extremely high, except that it was not as good as the elemental world he went to at the beginning. This was the place with the highest concentration of elements he had ever seen. Fong Bai even felt that if this elemental power was a little more concentrated, it would turn into mist and liquid. No, it already has. Fong Bai noticed a slowly flowing stream on the ground, in which the stream water was completely composed of liquid elemental power. However, Fong Bai frowned slightly. No, that's not right. Although this elemental power is concentrated, it has not reached the standard of direct liquefaction. The most important thing that Tiangong Pavilion does in terms of energy is to compress pure elemental power to create solid elemental blocks. Liquid elemental power is one of these states, which is a part of the process. The concentration of elements in the fire element realm did not reach this critical point at the beginning. Although it is extremely concentrated here, it is still not as high as the concentration of fire elements in the fire element realm, and it has not reached the standard of direct liquefaction. Fong Bai immediately focused his attention and carefully sensed it. After a moment, a familiar force entered the perception range. The power of faith. Or the power of belief? Fong Bai sensed this very familiar, but different power. It is different from the power of belief, but it is exactly the same. It is roughly the path of faith. Although Fong Bai has never touched it personally, he is sure of it, and traced the source of this power of faith to the fog. The endless power of faith spreads with the spread of the fog. Under the effect of the power of faith, the rich elemental power becomes viscous, and after liquefaction, it flows on the earth, nourishing the world, nourishing the flowers, plants, trees, and the spiritual medicine veins. Sensing these scenes, Fong Bai's mind was slightly shocked. Sure enough, the evil god is not so easy to deal with. Use the power of faith to blend into the mist and spread it, covering the entire plane. And then use the power of faith to fuse the power of elements to liquefy it, so that it can be absorbed by spiritual medicine, spiritual objects, and the earth, so as to complete the construction of the kingdom of God. Fong Bai figured it out. This plane should not have belonged to this evil god. This evil god just occupied this plane. Only in this way does it need to continue to temper with the power of faith. After all, if it is a kingdom of God created by oneself, then the kingdom of God itself will be the carrier and conductor of the power of faith. So why does it need to be covered and conducted by fog? Kingdom of God. Fong Bai's eyes saw through some things, but there are still many hidden in the fog. shaking his head slightly. Fong Bai refocused his attention on this land. First level spiritual medicine. Second level spiritual medicine. Second level spiritual medicine. Third level spiritual medicine. Third level spiritual medicine. Earth vein energy. Elemental stone veins. Wow. After a closer look, Fong Bai eyes lit up. There are many spiritual materials here. From the weeds and shrubs to the soil and rocks at the feet. Many of them emit an elemental fluctuation. And these are all money. I knew it was right to come to the evil god plane to explore. This is simply full of gold. And next is the evil god's treasures. The evil god's entire family assets. The evil god has a long life. Strong strength. And a long life. So he has enough ability and time to cultivate many things. In addition to the worship and sacrifice of the entire evil cult year after year. And the things that this plane itself breeds. The value of itself. Fong Bai doesn't know how much he will gain. Slurp. Fong Bai's saliva can hardly be stopped. But before he spit again, his eyes looked at the last obstacle of all this. That is, this fog. The evil god is indeed dead. But the authority he holds will not disappear. Because the evil god is only the holder of authority. Not all authority itself. The demigod level evil god is just the power that can drive authority. The evil god is dead. But the power of authority still exists. Just like this fog. Fortunately, the evil god is dead. And this authority has lost its controller. At most, there is a little bit of the evil god's remnant trend of authority sitting on repetitive work. Otherwise, if the evil god is in charge of the plane, and he drives this authority in the home field that he has been operating for who knows how long, Fong Bai can't believe how terrifying the power will burst out. This is a bit similar to his mage territory. Well, maybe the mage territory was originally created to learn from and imitate the mechanism of the kingdom of God? Fong Bai thought. In such a home field similar to the territory and the kingdom of God, the evil god is probably enough to fight higher level enemies? Fortunately, the evil god is dead. Although he had just entered the evil god plane, Fong Bai had already deeply realized how difficult this task would be. Thinking, he stretched out his hand forward, and the mage's hand grabbed the fog. But Fong Bai immediately found that the mage's hand only disturbed a few ripples in the fog, and did not grab any fog. The fog seemed thick, but it was not very substantial. Fong Bai immediately increased his strength upon seeing this. But although the disturbance of the fog became a little louder, it still did not move it. In this way, Fong Bai could not help but use various methods to stop the fog from spreading. Suddenly, he found that the fog could not be stopped at all. Cannot be stopped? Fong Bai frowned slightly. And after a moment of silence, he threw a punch. The terrifying force shook the fog, causing ripples, and the fog recovered in just a moment and continued to move forward. After trying many methods, Fong Bai found that it was possible to repel and tear it apart like the yuanling rune heavy artillery. But as long as it stopped, it would definitely continue to spread forward, and nothing could be found to stop it. The rune heavy artillery was too powerful and consumed a lot of energy. If they wanted to continue to repel the fog with continuous artillery bombardment, they would have to do without the harvest of the evil god plane, unless they planned to evaporate everything with the artillery. But this was obviously impossible. Therefore, it should be inevitable that the fog would spread and cover them. It is inevitable that they will come into contact with the fog. Fong Bai groaned slightly, then immediately opened the field and stepped into it. His own powerful field can slow down the spread of the fog to a certain extent. Perhaps this is related to the fact that the field itself is similar to Fong Bai authority. This is a struggle at the first level of authority. The light fog still permeated in and finally touched Fong Bai's body. But this is at least much better than the thick fog directly covering Fong Bai. The field cannot block it, and the body naturally cannot either. The fog permeated, and the next moment Fong Bai found the erosion of the fog. At the same time, every inch of the body itched. That was Fong Bai instantly understood. That was the impulse of muscle fibers trying to turn into fine tentacles. That was the muscle fibers twisting and rebelling as if they had their own life. Good fellow. I said before that the two powers of fog and tentacles are not related. I'm afraid they are forced together. But you actually used this trick on me, Fong Bai said softly, with the unstoppable fog spreading and eroding. The longer you stay in the fog, the more you will be eroded, until the body turns into tentacles bit by bit, and is controlled bit by bit. And the birth of each tentacle will strengthen the power of tentacles, thereby enhancing the power of this evil god. Fong Bai let out a light shout, and his body made a sound like metal collision. The body that tried to turn into tentacles immediately returned to its original state. How could Fong Bai's body be so easily eroded? Just now, Fong Bai just let go completely, and did not make any obstacles. As long as he does not stay in this fog for a long time, Fong Bai's physique will have no problem resisting it. As long as the physique is strong enough, the power can also be resisted. It's just that if they want to explore this evil god plane and develop the evil god plane, long-term residence is the most basic. And this is him. If other people follow the speed of the fog spreading, it will only take less than a day for this magma sea to be shrouded by fog again. Fong Bai pondered for a moment, and immediately transmitted all the collected data back. The evil god plane is not so easy to explore. Even if the evil god is dead, the remaining authority is a huge problem. And this is normal. After all, the Gold Mountain cannot wait for Fong Bai to pick it up. They have already made relevant preparations. When Fong Bai data was transmitted back to Tiandong Pavilion, a large number of mages sank directly into the fantasy space, at a time flow rate of more than 1,000 times. With the joint efforts of dozens of people, it took only 10 minutes to come up with a corresponding response. Fong Bai's mental power was seen flying quickly, and mage models were formed one by one. The spell was released, and the spell developed based on the principle of resisting the fire ring bloomed. Since the fog can be torn apart by the power of the yuanling rune heavy cannon, then other strong elemental attacks can also be torn apart. As Fong Bai whispered, a spherical fireball of resistance spread and expanded. If you perceive it carefully, you will find that there is no external resistance in this fireball of resistance, and its power is completely exploded and swept in the flame shield transformed by the fireball. It can be seen with the naked eye that the density concentration within the range of the shield transformed by the fireball has been reduced a lot. But at the same time, during the spread of the fireball, its explosive power exploded on Fong Bai, and also blew out large and small pits on the ground. It is useful, but the explosion intensity is not enough, and the restriction on the explosion power is not enough. Fong Bai captured the data and immediately passed it back, and a new round of development began again, and Fong Bai's body trembled, shattering all the fog that had corroded his body. Although the shock of the power bursting out of Fong Bai's body was not as powerful as the terrifying power of the yuanling rune heavy cannon, it could also tear apart the fog. And that strong physique is enough to withstand the erosion of this part of the fog without changing its essence. After one cycle after another, only 1 hour later, the latest version of the flame shield was formed. There were violent explosions and annihilation on the surface of the flame shield all the time. It was like blowing bubbles. At the moment of explosion, the energy intensity on the surface of a bubble was incredibly high. Inside the flame shield, the concentration of fog has been reduced to an incredible level, and this concentration is enough to withstand. At this moment, it is still 20 hours away from the fog completely covering the magma land. 6 hours later, the 4th level array base of the magic array based on this spell was forged, and several armored vehicles of solid fire elements were transported into the evil god plane. The 4th level array base fell, and the solid fire elements piled into a small hill were poured into it. Buzz! The huge explosive shield to restrain the fog was propped up, and at this moment, it was only 7 hours since entering the evil god plane. What's outrageous is that 6 hours of it was because Fong Bai didn't want to casually set up the magic array, but chose to forge a luxurious 4th level array base. Otherwise, 1 hour would be enough. Chapter 561 Statue. Buzz! After the 20th hour, the thick fog swallowed up a red shield like a big mouth, but the continuous high-frequency noise showed its existence. High-intensity but low-energy explosions continued in a small area without stopping. The surging fog was blown away again and again, unable to invade it, thus separating a small world in this foggy sky. And this small world has turned into a steel fortress, and the black muzzle is enough to scare any one of them. But in a moment, drones rushed out under the cover of the flame shield. Although the coverage of mental power has been compressed to a great extent, it has not completely disappeared. The range is small, so it is compensated by quantity. A steady stream of small drones rushed out, and then flew back again with the information they discovered. But not every drone can come back smoothly. The strength of the mobile small flame shield is far inferior to the fixed large burst flame shield. It can't completely block the fog. It can only filter most of it. Once it is completely eroded by the fog, even the mechanical structure will turn into tentacles. Although this is inconsistent with some stereotypes, it is indeed true. Under the distortion of the power of tentacles, the machinery will also be alienated little by little, and finally turn into tentacles. Mechanical tentacles are even more difficult to deal with than flesh and blood tentacles. This made Fong Bai a little surprised, but he understood it immediately. Tentacles are tentacles, and flesh and blood are flesh and blood. They can be separated. It can't be because flesh and blood are more easily alienated into tentacles that this stereotype is formed. It would be good if the machinery would not be alienated into tentacles. Then the Mecha Master could pass through it smoothly. Unfortunately, there is no such good thing. From time to time, drones come back, accumulating in number, testing little by little, and there will always be drones that can return. In this process, a sand table map with the forward base as the center is gradually improved, and on the sand table, small flags fall one after another, marking various valuable elemental spiritual materials. On the sand table, flags of different colors are densely packed, making people excited from the bottom of their hearts. This symbolizes huge wealth. However, they are not blinded by wealth, nor are they blinded by pride, and they are careless and reckless. They are like ants moving, passing back information from the outside world bit by bit to replenish the sand table. During this period, a large number of drones were even used to build a slightly stable communication route. A steady stream of drones poured into the fog, and the communication link was built by connecting drones to drones, and by constantly replenishing and replacing them. The drones on both sides can directly transmit data back through the mental power link, and the mage can also control the exploration of the drone through this link. There are no defects except that more drones are consumed, and after bringing enough materials and enough mages, these are not any problems at all. Every mage is a qualified forger, and every such forger is a living assembly line. It is still highly intelligent, highly automated, automatically swallows raw materials, and then directly produces high precision, high-tech finished products. From hardware to software, everything is covered. If it were a sci-fi system, this kind of assembly line would have a nice name. Universal Factory. Multiple universal projects are underway. As long as the materials are sufficient, what consumption can't be sustained? Especially when the fire tower purchases that special fuel. Ordinary iron ore can also be temporarily transformed into secondary element metals to complete the third refining. The material consumption is even more of a problem. It's like playing. Link number 1 is normal. Link number 2 is normal. Link number 3, segment 53, was attacked by a flesh and blood tentacle monster with elite strength, and 13 drones were lost to kill. Link number 3 is back to normal. Number 4 is normal. Number 5 is normal. UV number 6 was attacked by a plant-shaped tentacle monster with elite strength and has been cleared, and the link is normal. The self-destruct drone has been finalized and production has begun. The drone will start the self-destruct program when the mental link is disconnected. The fog test report is being tested, and it is being tested. Test the degree of resistance to the self-destruction function after the tentacles are transformed. The base's flame shield is under attack. Strength, master level, number 18, number 27, number 38, number 47. The third level Yuanling rune heavy artillery completed the trajectory calculation and fired automatically. Boom! The crisis is resolved. The information flow quickly flows in the computing array of the forward base. Based on the communication of mental power, the entire forward base is like a high-speed precision instrument, with fine gears meshing with each other, completing one work after another with extremely high efficiency. Docking. It seems that there is no need for time here. The relationship between each person is like the relationship between different organs in the same body, with a high degree of tacit understanding and high degree of cooperation. In this way, the surrounding environmental data, spiritual material data, and monster data quickly gathered, and gradually the sand table gradually took shape. Gradually, one database after another was established, and the information contained in it became more and more. Based on this information, the exploration plan for the entire evil god plane entered the deduction stage. In addition, the design of new weapons and equipment has been finalized, and even the targeted pendants of the Dusk Mecha against the fog and the Tentacle Authority have entered the manufacturing process. Under normal circumstances, the equipment they manufacture is highly applicable, because it is suitable for facing emergencies. In most cases there will be no problems. and it will not directly lead to a great degree of strength decline. But when facing a specific target and having enough time, using universal equipment is simply the biggest insult to them in Fong Bai. If they do not take restraint measures, and do not use the same materials to play twice, 3 times or even 10 times the effect, it will be a shame for them. Without others, Fong Bai will tear down this Tiangong pavilion himself. What is that saying? Never make an appointment with Batman? Sorry. This saying is also applicable to them. While they were busy, Fong Bai was not idle either. He was standing on an altar at this moment. There were runes all over the altar the size of 2 basketball courts. And the runes were bent and gathered, like eyes looking at the sky. Even the shape of the entire altar was like an eye. If you look closely, you will find that this rune is very similar to the rune in Fong Bai pupil technique. At this moment, Fong Bai stood in the center of the altar and reached out to take out a crystal ball the size of a head. The crystal ball was oval in shape, and a group of rune eyes were suspended in its core. Fong Bai stretched out his hand and gently dragged it, and the crystal ball floated in the air, standing in the center of the altar. Feeling the changes and mimicry of the field, Fong Bai tried to release his magnetic field and interfere with the formation of the field with the interference force of the magnetic field on the field. Gradually, a huge field slowly formed, and Fong Bai mind was immersed in it, sensing the power in it, and whispered softly, "The ritual field spell is indeed very magical, directly leveraging the power of heaven and earth through the ritual field. No wonder it is said that the mage cannot be given enough preparation time. No one knows what the mage will come up with after having enough preparation time. Ritual field spell. This is a kind of legendary spell. To be precise, it should be a legendary spell for mages below the legendary level. A legendary spell released below the legendary level. This description can only be born in the profession of mage, through various ritual structures and various symbols. The power of the ritual field is connected to the power of heaven and earth, so as to bloom with brilliant brilliance. And Fong Bai developed this ritual field spell himself. The object of the symbol is naturally Fong Bai himself, and the power borrowed is also Fong Bai own power. Fong Bai already has power, so naturally he does not need to borrow from heaven and earth. It is worth mentioning that this ritual field is not only for Fong Bai to use. If others strictly follow the rules and make some improvements, others can also use it. But you can use the ritual field to point to Fong Bai, and then use the ritual field to borrow the power of Fong Bai pupil technique, as long as Fong Bai allows it. This feeling of pointing at himself made Fong Bai exclaim in wonder. In this thought, Fong Bai agreed to his application for borrowing power, and directly started a more sophisticated pointing. Pupil technique. The moment Fong Bai opened his eyes, runes shone in them. The power of runes was amplified and magnified in the ritual field. The activated ritual field turned into a field like an eye, and Fong Bai mind was immersed in it as if he had directly turned into the owner of this eye. And when the power of pupil technique descended into the field, dense runes quickly spread and gathered in this field like an eye. Finally, runes spread throughout the field. Finally, the field turned into a gaze and shone out, and the fog in front of Fong Bai quickly became virtual in front of him, and all kinds of scenes in front came into Fong Bai eyes. At the same time, the power of the entire ritual field was consumed like a dam bursting. This made Fong Bai dare not look around at all, and he stared directly at the front, trying to penetrate the fog as much as possible. In front, he had a sense of something. There seemed to be something in front. In the end, I don't know how far I looked, before the energy was about to run out, a ruined palace came into Fong Bai's sight. The palace seemed to be pierced by a pillar of heaven, and the whole palace was almost split in half. The fog was extremely thick. For the last time, Fong Bai seemed to see a pedestal in the ruins and a twisted statue standing in the fog. The statue was broken, with cracks all over it, just like a broken porcelain trying to be repaired. In addition, there are gaps on it that are not complete. The moment he saw the broken statue, the dead eyes seemed to flicker. Fong Bai was immediately awed. Did the broken statue seem to glance at him? Is this evil god still alive? Is this evil god not dead yet? Or has the evil god, who was originally dead, begun to revive under the support of the evil cult? All kinds of thoughts echoed in Fong Bai's mind, and his face immediately became serious. The evil god is alive, and the evil god is dead. These are two completely different things. This means that he has to use two completely different strategies to face this exploration of the evil god plane. Although this evil god is only a demigod level evil god, Fong Bai will never treat it as a demigod in this absolute home field of his own plane. Fong Bai does not refer to anything else, but directly refers to his own mage territory to understand. In his absolute home field, not to mention the same level, high-level enemies may not be unable to fight. And the same level of the demigod. The higher level of the demigod is in front of Fong Bai. Take a deep breath to calm yourself down and think. First, is the evil god still alive? First of all, he was indeed dead. The collapsed palace and the broken statues should be able to prove this. Fong Bai made it clear. And this was also the reason why he did not consider retreating now. Second, what is the state of this evil god? The cracks on the statue, plus the statue with more than half missing. Although the whole is still standing, it doesn't look very good. And I looked at him blatantly. And he hasn't hit me yet? Fong Bai put himself in his shoes and thought. If a stranger in his own mage territory glared at him very offensively, it would be absolutely inevitable to slap him on the spot. They are all in the territory of the mage. They have already fought in the territory of the mage. Why should we endure it? It can be inferred that I have already fought in the evil god plane. But can this evil god still endure it? He has a better temper than me and accepts everything? How is it possible? If that's the case, is it possible that this evil god can't take me down even in the evil god plane? Or, this evil god hasn't woken up yet? Fong Bai took a deep breath. Without any hesitation, without even looking at it again, he immediately gave the order. Everyone, move the camp. The entire forward camp stagnated, and everyone looked at Fong Bai and confirmed the order. The next moment, the entire camp followed Fong Bai will and started to operate at high speed. Only 10 minutes later, the 4th level customized version of the Yuanling rune heavy artillery that had been charged was charged. The moment it fired, boom, 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 a fiery red beam of light broke through the air, and the next moment a dazzling light bloomed, and the flames swept. When the flames receded, a fog-free passage as wide as 100 meters stretched forward, accompanied by a blue light column falling. The magma turned into a smooth road, and the chariots in the forward base raged, directly jumped out of the edge of the tunnel that was sunken by the explosion, and landed with a bang. Bang! 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 The heavy chariots roared forward at full speed, and above them, a fiery red light column broke through the air again and landed in front of their team. With a burst of explosions, the passage extended deeper again. The chariots roared, and when various tentacle monsters of various colors continued to pour out on both sides of the passage, a huge number of armored warrior skeletons also continued to pour up. They also held various weapons in their hands, and fought awkwardly under the control of the automatic combat system developed by Zhao Ling. However, due to their own strength and the strength of their armor, these armored warrior skeletons did not fall behind at all, but continued to press out to maintain the situation of the passage. Chapter 562 The Man Who Walked Out of the Mushroom Cloud. Charge! The shout echoed in the spiritual world, and in everyone's mind. The next moment, one chariot after another rushed at high speed amid the roar of the engine, like an unstoppable torrent of steel. Above the torrent of steel, the fire of cannon shone, falling on the ground in front, shaking the earth. The violent vibration also attracted a large number of tentacle monsters of various colors. These monsters formed a torrent hidden in the thick fog. Under the cover of the fog, they launched attacks again and again, but were repelled again and again by the equally large number of steel-armored skeletons. And behind them, soldiers driving 4-meter-high armor were ready to go. The blood-red mecha full of mechanical style was extremely visually impactful, and the occasional golden lines made it even more dazzling. A large-scale military combat armor developed based on the original Violent Bear mecha technology. Although it is far inferior to the real mecha, it can only be called armor. But the size of the armor far exceeds that of normal armor. And the armor that sacrifices portability and uses a lot of fixed technology also gives it extraordinary combat power. In addition, the blood and chi in their bodies flow into the pillars and soar into the sky. Although no clouds have been formed at present, anyone with a discerning eye can see it at a glance. For such an army, it only takes a moment to form clouds in this state, and they can attack at any time. But at this moment, Fong Bai turned his head and looked to the left. At a very close distance on the left, the fog surged and gathered, and a legendary twisted momentum moved quickly towards Fong Bai. The existence of the fog still had a serious impact on their combat system. In the absence of a full-scale war, although there are many tentacle monsters that will attack drones, It is far from the current situation where they will be destroyed immediately after being sent out. At that time, drones could be used to build a perception network and control the network. But now it is not possible. There are too many tentacle monsters, and the three-dimensional attack threats in the sky, underground and on the ground make it impossible for drones to fly out, let alone build lines for perception. In this case, Fongbai can only use his mental power to perceive. But under the suppression of the fog, it was very difficult for him to sense with his mental power. When he sensed a strong enemy, he often rushed to the front before he could use the combined artillery of the yuanling rune heavy artillery to kill him. At this time, if multiple yuanling rune heavy artillery were used to jointly lock and bombard, Fongbai and his team would be directly involved in the bombing range. With this kind of powerful ground-washing bombing, their entire team would not be able to survive for more than a few people. Invisibly, this fog directly blocked one of their most powerful weapons, the 4th level yuanling rune heavy artillery. And more importantly, this directly formed an information gap. The various tentacle monsters in the fog can not only be directly sensed, but some can even be sensed with the help of the fog. With one increase and one decrease, the perception range of these tentacle monsters is even much larger than theirs. And losing the information advantage is a fatal failure in both ancient and modern wars. And the same is true for Fongbai and his team. They have always come to the whole map to fight others. It is really uncomfortable to be opened up by others in the whole map. Someone actually opened the whole map. How shameless. Fongbai cursed righteously. Opening the whole map is fine, but you actually open the fog of war. But in the blink of an eye, the legendary twisted momentum had already rushed in front of him. The fog in front of him was violently surging, and a gray tentacle more than 10 meters long swept towards Fongbai in the fog. And Fongbai threw a punch. Bang! The circular fist wave spread out, directly sweeping the tentacles and the body hidden behind the fog. Puff! With a dull sound, the monster, the entire tentacle, and the body hidden in the fog were directly crushed by the terrifying force. But after the monster was crushed, there was no blood at all. Only wisps of strange fog. Fongbai frowned slightly when he saw this, looked at the rapidly dispersing fog, and suddenly took a step forward, stretched out his hand to grab the gray tentacle that stretched out from behind and threw it forward. Bang! 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 Fongbai smashed the tentacle monster into a ball of mist again and again. But the tentacle monster reassembled again and again. Fongbai attack did not cause any effective damage to it. Instead, the mist after the tentacle monster was defeated tried to erode Fongbai body again and again. Although he failed, he still frowned. A tentacle monster made of mist? The combination of mist power and tentacle power? It's really troublesome. The combination of mist power and tentacle power makes this tentacle monster immortal and can't be killed at all. The characteristics of the mist allow it to continuously erode the enemy after being broken up, allowing the enemy to join in and become a part of it after the tentacle power gives it substance. The normal method of using the explosive shield to attack the mist is completely useless. If Fongbai ignored it, it could use its tentacles to forcibly tear the explosive shield and invade. That is, after combining with the tentacles to form a tentacle monster. These mists have lost their difficult-to-touch characteristics and can be defeated. Otherwise, they cannot be dealt with at all. However, Fongbai also found that although this kind of mist tentacle monster is difficult to deal with, its hard power is not high, and it is not difficult to deal with, even if there are a few more. Fongbai suddenly found that within his perception range, one legendary aura after another appeared one after another. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Fongbai was suddenly stunned. And at this moment, he suddenly wanted to slap himself twice. Let you slip your tongue. 5. Fongbai took a deep breath and immediately became serious. The next moment, Fongbai did not dodge, and rushed directly towards the newly appeared tentacle monsters with the existing legendary tentacle monster. The moment of contact, he grabbed the tentacles with his big hands, just like grabbing squid tentacles, and rushed directly into the depths of the mist. Although the mist tentacle monster's spiritual perception was chaotic, its fighting instinct was still sharp. It immediately turned into a virtual form and dodged without Fongbai help. Want to run? Fongbai showed a sneer at the corner of his mouth, and the magnetic field of his body rotated and gathered. With one hand, he grabbed the mist tentacle monster that had completely turned into a mist. Do you think I can't catch or hit something without form? Fongbai sneered, and the special magnetic field force gathered in his hand. Its power was directly added to the invisible field, and nothing could escape. Although he only cultivated pure power, when the amount reached a certain level, it could undergo a qualitative change and break the rules. Not to mention his more condensed and more terrifying power. The power of the mist is illusory. Is the way of power and the way of quality weak? However, the next moment, after these mist tentacle monsters found that they could not leave, they directly enveloped Fong Bai with pure mist and directly attacked the magnetic field that enveloped Fong Bai, trying to erode it. Fong Bai laughed happily and stopped immediately after reaching the designated coordinates, while strongly restraining the mist tentacle monsters. At the same time, a voice sounded from his mouth. "Fire at me!" Before the words fell, a series of light columns emitting terrifying energy broke through the air. None of the directions were blocked, and all the light columns were unprecedentedly locked at the same position, the same place, just to release all the power thoroughly. The ultimate power. Almost instantly. Boom! The dark red mushroom cloud symbolizing destruction slowly rose, and the extreme explosion flames tore apart all the mist within the range. The violent elemental power. The strong pressure. The shock wave tore apart and destroyed everything in the direction. In the convoy, Zhang Zhong and Zhao Ling shook their heads. This power. It's cool to see it every time. It's really cool. Sure enough. Equivalent is justice. Indeed. But is the pavilion master okay? Zhao Ling agreed at first, and then said with some concern. Although he was executing the order given by Fong Bai before he left, he always felt strangely cool when he really blasted it down. Shouldn't he die? Zhang Zhong was originally quite confident in Fong Bai, but looking at this terrifying power and this outrageous mushroom cloud, he suddenly hesitated. With this kind of power, many legends can be blown to pieces. Although Fong Bai has strong defense, he is not even a legend after all without the Mecha. Thinking of this, he was a little excited for a while. Maybe he is seriously injured? Zhang Zhong couldn't help but speculate. Seriously injured and dying? While speaking, a voice suddenly sounded in Zhang Zhong's ears. Even if you die, I can't die. Hearing the familiar voice, Zhang Zhong was slightly stunned. Under the terrifying power of the mushroom cloud, the entire fog has been completely torn apart. And this is why they can see the mushroom cloud directly with their naked eyes. There is an endless front, and all kinds of resources can be directly seen. And at this moment, hearing the familiar voice, they looked directly at the mushroom cloud. In the dark red mushroom cloud, in the place full of thunder and lightning, a complete and intact figure walked out. Surprisingly, intact. Who else could it be but Fong Bai? His. The two of them took a breath of cold air at the same time, although they had expected it, and had guessed that this bomb would not kill Fong Bai at all. But when they saw Fong Bai really walked out of the mushroom cloud intact, they still couldn't help but take a breath of cold air. This scene was really shocking. A figure calmly walked forward, and the dark red mushroom cloud behind him slowly rose. Thunder and lightning filled the air, like a doomsday scene. This visual impact is simply unparalleled. Never look back at the explosion. The clothes on his body were rustling, and the clothes were fucking intact. Zhang Zhong and Zhao Ling slowly looked at each other, and the next moment Fong Bai's voice sounded again. You seem to be looking forward to my death? No. No. It's just Zhao Ling who thinks so. No. It's all Zhang Zhong idea. The two stared at each other in shock, as if they couldn't believe that the other could say such shameless words. The two then turned their heads silently and looked at Fong Bai. The dark red mushroom cloud was still rising slowly, and the extremely violent power could tear a piece of sky in this foggy world. But even with such a terrifying power, Fong Bai was in the center, the most powerful position, and nothing happened. Even his clothes were intact, although his clothes were completely made of flexible metal material constructed by Jin Su, and he also constructed them himself. It didn't mean anything, but this relaxed feeling still made their fluctuating emotions unable to calm down for a long time. When Fong Bai came up to them, they couldn't help asking, Master, is your defense so strong? How many legends have the power to kill you? And you haven't messed up a hair. Fong Bai looked back and said casually, Isn't this a breakthrough to legend? On the one hand, the basic quality has increased, and on the other hand, the damage reduction ratio has also increased. So it's a little stronger. A little stronger? But other legends can't stand it even if they risk their lives. Zhao Ling couldn't help but say, How should I put it? Legends play with multiplication. Or we can say it plays with power. If the free attribute points of the peak master are 100, then the average master may have defense 20, attack 20, soul 20, speed 20, and skills 20. The breakthrough at the gate of legend increases the basic value by a square. The square of 5 20s added together is 2000. And what am I? Simple. Defense? That is. Physical strength 100. What is the square? 10,000. And my master level free attribute points are really only 100? And the increase in my foundation when I broke through the legend is really only a square. In addition, when I broke through, I was tempered by the rules of the Dust Titan. And the damage reduction ratio was also high. Fong Bai was also quite emotional at this moment, and spoke out. If I was working hard to add up the defenses at the master level and below, and I was able to achieve invincibility in the same level of defense, and even the legendary level could not break the defense, then I have really made it to the end now. Legendary attack? It is not even worthy of tickling me. And it can't break the defense at all. As for how strong it is exactly, Fong Bai recalled the time when he opened the space channel and tried to break the space fragments with his hands. And his mouth curled up slightly. Then I don't know. Outrageous. Very outrageous. No way. I paid a heavy price for it. Even at the legendary stage. No. At the master stage. My attack ability and flying ability are rare in the world. This is the price of extreme addition of points. Unless they are really stupid to fight me. Otherwise, I will be helpless, and can only watch them jump around. Fong Bai said to Zhang Zhong in a lonely tone. Then you bombard them with cannons, and crush them with mechas. Right? Hey. 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 How can you say that? What cannons and mechas? How can that be the same as mine? Fong Bai said, and the two rolled their eyes. And Zhao Ling next to him also said it was outrageous. Because he found that even if he turned on his talent for injury resistance, he might not be able to withstand this outrageous pavilion master. In the future, I'm afraid that there will be gods, who will blow up your mechas, but won't kill you or hurt you. They can only stare at you, immortal and indestructible, and can only find ways to seal you. Fong Bai didn't say anything else after hearing this, but just laughed. The mecha was blown up? Hey. Then it's time to explode. Do you really think he doesn't have a backup hidden energy source? A body of this strength is not only useful for defense. Chapter 563. Summon the Dust Titan. Backup hidden energy activated. Fong Bai couldn't help muttering. So what if the mecha exploded? Once it exploded, it's hard to say how strong it will be. I don't know if there will be such a day. It would be best if the mecha can push all the way. Fong Bai was thinking while chatting with Zhao Ling, Zhang Zhong and others. But although they were chatting, they were not idle at all. Zhao Ling armored skeleton was the absolute main force supporting the front, constantly resisting various tentacle monsters. Wolf-shaped, leopard-shaped, fish-shaped. All kinds of monsters were eroded and corrupted by the evil god, and turned into various tentacle monsters. In addition, there were many human forms among them. In addition to the different degrees of tentacles on them, some of their bodies were also faintly virtual and spread, as if they were about to become part of the fog. When Fong Bai looked at the field, it seemed to be integrated with the field of fog, as if it was about to become a part of the field. In essence, the fog field was also a part of the power of the evil god. The fog eroded the alienated monsters, and the demon plants gave birth to tentacles, strengthening the power of the tentacles. After that, as the degree of fog erosion increased, these monsters gradually became part of the fog and strengthened the fog field. From this perspective, there is no essential difference between me and increasing the number of mecha masters who change jobs. However, well, the efficiency of this evil god may be a little higher. After all, although the conversion of killing the chicken to get the eggs has no subsequent potential, it is fast. I just changed jobs and relied on influence to gain the power of faith. How can this be compared with the evil god swallowing the body, soul, and energy? No wonder it is said that the blackening is 3 times stronger. Fong Bai curled his lips. Things that I thought were outrageous before. Now I think that energy conservation is indeed true. That is, this kind of existence that is only about destruction and distortion really makes people hate it from the bottom of their hearts. The displeasure in Fong Bai's eyes was extremely strong. The fog that was torn apart by the mushroom cloud had not gathered again. He could clearly sense that legendary auras were swarming in from all directions. But even though Fong Bai's strength level was as high as legendary, He did not find any spirituality or any wisdom. There is only destruction and distortion here. And everything here is just the food for the existence of evil gods. In front of the convoy that was moving straight forward, the light of light on the two functional vehicles fell, and the soil and gravel in front were directly flattened and hardened. And even if they encountered the impure soil, they would grow and pave it over. On both sides of the convoy, countless armored skeletons carried elemental spears and continued to advance. And combined with the electromagnetic cannons and small elemental cannons they carried, they advanced step by step with the help of the chariots. In this battle array built by Yuanling relying on his talent and computing power array, all the skeletons were like well-trained soldiers, cooperating extremely tacitly, and when they dropped their elemental spears and raised their fists, they could also burst out with powerful fighting power. In such a front, even the swarming tentacle monsters and the master-level tentacle monsters mixed in them could not move forward at all, and were crushed and destroyed by the steel torrents fired by the skeletons. The convoy continued to advance, and for the legendary auras that had been exposed, a beam of light broke through the sky behind Fong Bai and others and fell in an instant. Boom, boom, boom. The sky was full of fire clouds. The earth was shaking, and one legendary aura after another was annihilated, until the convoy came to the fog again. The guns are still not enough. If there were 1,000 guns, I could completely wash the entire area. I can dig your ground completely down 10 meters. Zhang Zhong couldn't help but say it out loud. And Fong Bai shook his head slightly when he heard it. Then we really won't gain anything after coming in. The ground was washed, and all our gains were washed away, except for elemental metals and other mineral veins. Basically no spiritual materials can survive under bombardment. We can only forcibly destroy our own gains, and we are the ones who suffer the loss. That's true. Zhang Dong shook his head. He still had a very strong sense of ownership for this plane. After all, this plane was still theirs. Moreover, it is too expensive to install modular cannons all the time. Although we can now use secondary element metal modules forging, which is a little cheaper than element metal forging. But the price of a hill-sized turret made of secondary element metal is still not low. We are not rich now. So how can we do this? The main body still needs to be cast into a permanent turret using the warming method. In this way, only the barrel and a few core components need to be cast in advance, and the others can be directly replaced with ordinary metal or ordinary stone. The cost is less than 1% of the original at most. The power is not bad at all. If there is a disadvantage, it may be that it needs a month of warming time. But normally, 1 month is not a big deal. Fong Bai said slowly. Normally, this is true. Compared with the cost reduction, this time is worthless. Their original plan was to quickly deploy artillery batteries and build a forward base. Then, based on the forward base, they would build permanent artillery batteries in a radial manner within the range of the yuanling cannons in the forward base for warming. After a month of warming, they would continue to build permanent artillery batteries in a radial manner within the range of these permanent artillery batteries to start warming. With a monthly cycle, they would spread out once a month. In the later stage, if the area is too large, they could spread out once every 2 or 3 months. In this way, the range of their yuanling cannons would be like sunlight, gradually illuminate the entire plane. Each permanent turret group is like a node in a network, with artillery fire protecting and supporting each other, ensuring that any position in the entire plane can be covered by the dense artillery fire of 3 permanent turret groups, assisted by high-altitude drone voice control monitoring. The entire plane is completely and thoroughly controlled, and every inch of land is in its own hands, so that it can be slowly cultivated and developed. This is definitely the most secure and powerful way. Range coverage is the truth, whether it is during the process or in the future. If a cult or evil god's followers enter this plane, it will not affect Tiangong Pavilion's control over this place. And the construction cost of the permanent turret is very low. If the elemental metal veins in the plane are excavated and developed during the process, and the accompanying magician forges on site, then it can basically be supported by fighting and eating the enemy, without the need for Tiangong Pavilion to support in the rear. And such strong control can also facilitate Fong Bai and others' research on this plane, the research on the evil god plane, and the removal of the marks left by the evil god. However, the reason why this is called the original plan is that it has been changed. The existence of the evil god sculpture made Fong Bai feel a little bit. The evil god is still alive. Or the evil god can come back. Don't give him time. Strangle him now. Can't give him a chance to sit up. Looking at the fog in front of him, Fong Bai couldn't stop the disgust in his heart. He didn't plan to use this slow method anymore. His right hand was on his waist. Zhang Zhong and Zhao Ling suddenly realized something and turned their heads to look over. They saw Fong Bai holding the handle of the sci-fi pistol with his right hand and the transparent chip on the pendant around his neck with his left hand. For some reason, Fong Bai, who accidentally touched the switch, projected the video above the large laboratory of the Mecha project team through the connection with the projector. Hey, why did you click on the video? In the project team? Fong Bai said casually. Forget it. Since it was accidentally clicked, let's all take a look. It's also the first actual combat of the Mecha. Chi Peng, Su Shiping, Ding Xiu and others looked at Fong Bai, and a question mark slowly appeared above their heads. Accidental touch? Forget it. If you say it is, then it is. After I can drive the Mecha, I accidentally touch it every day. Not only do I not accidentally touch it in the project team, I also accidentally touch it outside and in front of other players every day. No, it can't be called accidental touch. This is called collecting the power of faith, accumulating legendary degrees, and testing the Mecha's gathering of the power of faith and the related effects of reaching the legendary degree. After all, the Mecha is composed of hundreds of thousands of 4th level equipment as parts. After all, when the 4th level equipment accumulates enough legendary degrees, it will become legendary equipment, and it will undergo another qualitative change. Right? Isn't it worth testing the impact of all the parts of the Mecha becoming legendary equipment on the Mecha? Yes. Yes. That's it. It was decided happily. She stared at Fong Bai for a few seconds, then looked at each other and reached a consensus. In this way, the slightly comfortable talents looked at the projection with the others. In the projection, Fong Bai pulled the transparent chip off the pendant with force. There seemed to be a yellow fire flashing inside the chip. Fong Bai grabbed it and slapped it into the sci-fi pistol. After slapping it into the pistol, he held the gun handle with both hands and pulled the trigger in front of him. Bang! Under the gaze of everyone, the round chip broke through the air wrapped in a yellow light. The upright chip rotated forward at high speed in the void near the ground, and its light left a trail of yellow light behind it. Like a pen mark imprinted in the void, the chip flew and rolled at high speed, and a slight angle deviation made it become a ring. In a blink of an eye, it drew a huge regular circle in the void near the ground. In the circle, the hexagram quietly emerged while the chip was flying and rolling. Then, the seemingly irregular and random rolling left traces and imprints between the hexagrams, like runes, making it complete and mysterious. Finally, it seemed to be exhausted, and the chip just fell in the middle of the hexagram. When it fell, strands of energy flowed. Buzz! The hexagram on this plane made a buzzing sound, and the light burst out. Originally, the ground below could be seen through the lines. But at this moment, when these lines shone brightly, the ground below turned into darkness and was shrouded in shadows. Under the illumination of the yellow light on the lines, the shadow world at the bottom was extremely deep. At this time, the trembling hexagram energy flowed and gathered on the core chip. Swoosh! A beam of light rushed from the core chip to the sky, and in the sky it seemed to hit a plane, spreading rapidly, and in an instant it formed a hexagram corresponding to the ground. In the sky and on the ground, the two hexagrams rotated alternately, and the yellow energy like a gauze slowly fell, seemingly shrouded in the middle of the two hexagrams. And there was divine music surrounding the world. Gone! Chi Peng, whose eyes were red, couldn't help but slap the table. Fong Bai, you are so special that you actually turned on the full special effects. Red eyes seemed to be contagious, and the entire Mecha project team was full of red eyes. Fong Bai raised his chin slightly and said proudly, "We worked so hard to build it. If we don't open it fully, wouldn't it be a waste of our previous hard work? And since we have summoned it and seen it, we should see it in its entirety." In the picture, in the deep shadow below the rotating hexagram array on the ground, a yellow Titan mecha slowly floated up, and runes flowed on the shadow on its surface. When all the mechas emerged from the shadows, a beam of light shot out and enveloped Fong Bai. Buzz! Fong Bai floated up and slowly flew towards the mecha, and finally fell into the cockpit. Click! 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 The cockpit closed, and its own field was embedded. Ong! After the field was embedded, the mecha's eyes instantly glowed. and Fong Bai consciousness slowly emerged on the surface of the Mecha's spiritual sea. Standing in it, in a trance, Fong Bai seemed like the protagonist Xiao Du in an anime he saw when he was a child. The only difference was that one was standing on the head of a dragon, holding the dragon's horns with both hands. One is standing on the surface of the spiritual power ocean, holding a short spear in one hand. It is also like the Mecha control mode in the Super Beast armed. But, Xiao Du Dragon God. The 3 words Dragon God stirred up a ripple in Fong Bai's heart. And then he shook his head, and put this idea aside for the time being. However, once the idea was born, it has left a trace in his heart that cannot be erased. In the outside world, with the completion of the Mecha summoning, the 2 relatively rotating hexagrams in the sky and on the ground shattered quietly. As the hexagram fragments turned into light spots and fell, the Mecha made a clanging sound that belonged to the metal coming alive. And a thick mechanical hero sounded between heaven and earth. Clang. Dusk. Titan. Roar. A Titan phantom appeared behind the Mecha, and the short spear stretched forward, responding to the sound between heaven and earth and roared. At this moment, heaven and earth were pure. At this moment, everyone who saw the scene couldn't help but tremble all over. That was the extreme loss of control and madness of the soul. The next moment, the Dusk Titan rushed towards the fog. When the fog wanted to erode, a magnificent voice sounded between heaven and earth. First limiter. Open! The moment the voice sounded, a layer of golden light phantom enlarged on the Mecha. And after leaving the Mecha, it exploded into golden light in a few breaths. And the momentum of the Mecha instantly became much stronger. Second limiter. Open! Third limiter. Open! Full open. 2 voices sounded in succession. And the golden light on the Mecha bloomed one after another. In an instant, the momentum of the Dusk Titan reached its peak. After the terrifying field power was integrated into the Dusk Titan Phantom, the extreme strength made it gradually flow out of the Mecha and condensed on the surface of the Mecha. It made it stand like a Dusk Titan. Chapter 564. The Great Sacrifice of the Evil God. Roar! The Dusk Titan seemed to have transformed into a Titan descending into the world, with divine power like a prison. The terrifying field turned into a Titan phantom around it, and the encroaching fog was directly blocked outside. Power against power. Field against field. High level, high energy attacks naturally require the same level of response. Standing in the fog, holding the short spear in one hand, the terrifying energy gathered in it. Before, the Dusk Titan Phantom thrust out a spear, and the shock wave raised by the mushroom cloud dissipated instantly. At this moment, the reflection at that time was shown again with the help of the Mecha, and the terrifying energy gathered at the top of the short spear. The short spear seemed to become heavy, and Fong Bai felt the exact weight in the sea of Mecha's mental power, and thrust out a spear. The elephant was silent. The world seemed to become quiet, and a sunset at dusk leaned forward, shining, and everything melted like snow in the sun. Fog. Tentacle monsters. The world was refreshed for a while, and at this time, a magnificent voice sounded from all directions between heaven and earth. Sure move. Dusk sunset piercing. The world was quiet, and an electric current went directly from the coccyx to the top of the head. Everyone was stunned. This is what a real man should do. With one spear, the world was cleared. All the tentacle monsters that had fought before disappeared without a trace. It is worth mentioning that even the armored skeletons that were fighting with the tentacle monsters, even the fragile spiritual medicine here, the terrain was not affected at all. This is like the power of dusk in the Dusk Plains. It will not damage anything in the Dusk Plains. But for the invaders, it means that there is no body left. The next moment, unprecedented cheers rang out. The master is awesome. The Mecha is awesome. Fuck. Awesome. The voices came one after another. Fong Bai smiled slightly, although the terrifying energy that was taken away in this instant made him feel a little empty. But at this moment, he still felt it was worth it. The effect of this Mecha's ultimate move was originally to be tested, and now it also boosted morale. Everyone couldn't help but get excited. But to be honest, this consumption is indeed a lot. Even he can't use it many times. At the same time, this move consumes a lot of reflections of the attack on the Dusk Titan. This is a consumable material, which is not easy to make and expensive. And in this process, in order to release this move, it is inevitable to strengthen the synchronization rate with the Dusk Titan's phantom. Just this one move can make the Dusk Titan's erosion of the driver's consciousness advance a lot. These are destined to make this attack impossible to be used as a normal attack. If used well, this is enough to kill the same level. So whether in terms of power or consumption, this name is not wrong. Ultimate move. Fong Bai recited these 3 words in his heart, and looked down. Under the surface of the sea of spiritual power, a towering dust titan phantom was reflected, and the pair of indifferent and ruthless eyes stared at Fong Bai quietly. Fong Bai did not avoid it at all, and looked at it. During this process, the fantasy space and the inner space flowed, like a stabilizer to suppress Fong Bai consciousness, in order to resist the erosion of the reflection of the dust titan. He immediately raised his head and looked at the direction of the core of the plane. The Mecha with a large pupil rune looked at it with his eyes, and it seemed that there was a dead evil god standing in that direction. Incomplete. Twisted. Fong Bai even felt a twisted feeling coming along his sight just by looking at it. The evil god itself is a kind of pollution. Seeing it, even knowing it will cause pollution. However, before the fantasy space and the inner space resist the pollution, the Mecha itself isolates it from the outside. The Mecha controls more than just the physical body? When the soul is integrated into the Mecha and needs to resist the erosion of the dust, meaning the Mecha's spiritual power ocean and the dust titan phantom as its core have become the outer garment of Fong Bai's soul. Any external material or energy attack that needs to hurt Fong Bai body must break through the body of the Mecha. Any mental attack, curse, pollution, and consciousness attack that wants to hurt Fong Bai must tear open the Mecha's mental power ocean and the dust titan phantom. Even if there is damage, the Mecha will bear it first. So Fong Bai glanced and retracted his gaze, listening to the cheers and discussions in his ears. Fong Bai pointed the short spear in his hand forward and spoke calmly. Forward. Yes. One chariot after another roared, and the entire convoy seemed to turn into a long sword and slash forward fiercely. And Fong Bai drove the dust titan as the spearhead, facing the front like a hungry beast, baring his teeth and claws. And the rolling fog penetrated into it and tore it apart, and even the swarming tentacle monsters in it. And the legendary tentacle monsters were directly torn apart, except for the incomplete and twisted evil god sculpture in the center. There was no existence in the entire evil god plane that could resist his edge. Straight to the center, just as Fong Bai entered the evil god plane to conquer. In the fire tower, Fei Rui glanced at the 2 people in front of him. One of the 2 was a fat man, and the other was a professional dressed in white who was reluctant to show his face. Without waiting for the 2 to speak, Fei Rui proudly raised his chin and looked at them with his nose. Are you here to follow me? Tell me, what are your abilities? Fei Rui, don't accept just any cat or dog. The arrogant breath rushed straight to people's heads, not to mention the 2 people in front. Even a player standing behind Fei Rui's car couldn't help but cover his face with his hands. Fei Rui is indeed not a bad person, but it's a pity that he has a big mouth. This is more obvious after the master broke through the legend and became a legendary mage. He is not targeting anyone. He just thinks that everyone here is trash. Trash? And he looks down on them equally. What? Follow him? Is he a trash collector? But the fat man in front of him is not stupid either. I am. No need to introduce myself. I have heard of you. One is a fat man who digs graves everywhere and is wanted by countless families. The other is a prophet who predicted the demigod medicine before, but was suddenly hunted by Ren later, and was inexplicably suspected of having a relationship with the demigod. Just tell me what you are capable of, and why you came to me. Fei Rui raised his chin and said, without blinking when he mentioned the demigod. What do you mean by suspected of having a little relationship with the demigod? Others are afraid. But he is not. It's just suspected. But he is genuinely related to the demigod. Direct disciple. Who doesn't know that he is the direct disciple of the legendary wizard? Who doesn't know that the legendary wizard is directly comparable to the demigod? Demigod is equivalent to the living gods. In other words, he is a disciple of the gods. So who else is there? The fat man smiled when he saw this. Don't talk about tomb robbing. How can I be a tomb robbing? I am digging for buried treasures. These people are just squandering natural resources. Isn't it a pure waste of resources for good treasures to follow the dead? I can only use them reluctantly, the fat man said righteously, without any guilt or humility on his face. This made the white-robed prophet stay away from him. Although he has been exploring historical traces with the fat man recently, and although he has been very happy to get this good thing, he is still a little embarrassed. The fat man despised the white-robed prophet's distance. Why are you leaving? You have taken less than me. After the fat man finished speaking, he looked at Fei Rui again and smiled. Master Fei Rui, you will definitely look down on us if we follow you. As the fat man spoke, he looked at the staff in Fei Rui's hand and the gem headband on his head. The staff, judging from its quality, is a 4th-tier top-grade equipment, and it has the potential to become a legendary equipment. The gem headband is even more outrageous. If he is not mistaken, it is the famous equipment of a legendary wizard 100 years ago. That is, a legendary equipment, which is extremely terrifying in terms of spell control and spell power amplification. This has just broken through to become a master-level wizard, and it is a top-grade 4th-tier equipment, and it is also a legendary equipment. The fat man couldn't help but want to pinch a brick, but then he said it from his heart. Good guy. Robbing the disciple of the legendary wizard with the most means. Even if this is not as good as robbing a demigod-level prophet, it's almost the same, right? Anyway, there is no way to go up to heaven, and there is no way to go down to earth. The guy is looking for death with a lantern in the toilet. Restraining himself, the fat man continued. After all, with your ability, people who want to follow you can line up from here to the capital. The fat man said aloud. But Fei Rui was not moved at all. Obviously, he had heard this kind of talk for a long time, and the fat man saw that there was no effect, and immediately got straight to the point. Since you know something about us, you should know the relationship between us and Fang Bai. When Fei Rui heard the fat man talking about Fang Bai, he subconsciously glanced at the staff in his hand. The staff that was almost snatched away by his master made Fei Rui very precious. It also made him really understand the value of this staff. But Fang Bai gave it to him, so he felt at ease to accept it. And this made him look at the fat man and the white-robed prophet again. It was indeed heard that they seemed to have some relationship with Fang Bai before. Thinking of this, Fei Rui had an idea and asked someone to verify it. His face eased a little, and he spoke out. Go on. I guess you should have heard about my relationship with the Church of Light, the only church of the true God that has not issued a wanted order for you. This time it was the fat man's turn to be slightly embarrassed. And he smiled. It doesn't matter. It doesn't matter. Since you know it, it's easy to say. Recently, the judges of the Church of Light have a big action. Before he finished speaking, Fei Rui's eyes lit up when he heard it. The Inquisition knew clearly that what the Inquisition called a major operation was really an angry major operation. And it was definitely related to cults and evil gods. And he was very interested in this. Evil god? Hee. It is still the highest level secret. Can't be spread outside? In shock, Fei Rui realized that from just now, the fat man had changed to a direct communication with mental power. Without waiting for Fei Rui to reply, the fat man continued. Rumor has it, it is a great sacrifice of the evil god. As soon as the fat man finished speaking, Fei Rui was stunned at first, then slightly shocked, and finally his face became a little weird. The great sacrifice of the evil god. This is recorded in their library. The great sacrifice is a specification. The so-called great sacrifice of the evil god is the highest level of sacrifice held by the evil god church under the auspices of the evil god. For other sacrifices, the evil god may not take a second look. But the great sacrifice of the evil god will not only inevitably cause the evil god to react, but also must have the active cooperation of the evil god. The great sacrifice of the evil god held by a regular evil god church, or even an evil god, is rare. It is often carried out in the form of massacre of cities, destruction of countries, bloody wars between countries, large-scale spread of plague, large-scale killing games, etc. There are many ways to do it, but one of the core purposes is to attract worldwide attention. And the scope of spread and influence is extremely terrifying. And death is often used as the source of influence, which can often have a great impact on their relatives and acquaintances. And the purpose of such a grand sacrifice is often the evil god's ascension to God, the evil god's promotion, the formation of the kingdom of God, the power war, the expansion of power, etc., all of which will cause great changes. And this is unacceptable to the order camp. Therefore, as long as this kind of grand sacrifice shows a trace of signs, the order camp, with the major churches as the theme and the major kingdoms as the auxiliary, will go all out to destroy it. If it goes well, it can even lock the evil god through the close connection between the evil god and the grand sacrifice, and kill the gods. So although the grand sacrifice needs to cause a great and profound impact, It is after it is officially launched, and it is almost irreversible. Before launching, they dare not reveal any wind at all. And now looking at the fat man's appearance, it is clear that he was known by the judge of the Church of Light during the preparation stage. This is because the Church of Light is worried that it is not safe enough to go alone. So it is ready to gather masters and crush them directly with absolute advantage. Thinking of this, Fei Rui was completely tempted. The evil god's sacrifice was fine. Although the evil god might send down an evil weapon comparable to legendary equipment to preside over the sacrifice. But he was unwilling to send down a semi-divine weapon. Let's not talk about whether he could snatch this legendary evil weapon. Even if he snatched it, even if this evil weapon happened to be modified and cleaned, it would be a 4th level equipment at best after being cleaned. And he really didn't like ordinary 4th level equipment. He could get it from Fong Bai or his master. Except for his own staff, which was a top quality 4th level equipment that legendary mages would be jealous of. He had ways to find other things. This was not enough to tempt him. But after this, there might be the fall of the evil god. The evil god was also a god. The baptism of heaven that was reflected back to the world after the fall was simply a precious opportunity that could not be bought with any money. This was true even for Fei Rui, even though he had a master comparable to a demigod. But we can't let the master die. Right? But even if the master died, there would be no baptism from heaven. The legendary wizard is comparable to a demigod. But he is not a demigod after all. And if there is a chance for a baptism from heaven, I ask Fong Bai if he wants to come with us. Fei Rui muttered in his heart. He was completely tempted. Immediately asked again, when is the grand ceremony? According to the exact information, it should be scheduled in 2 months. However, in order to avoid serious consequences and casualties, under the pressure of the court, the grand ceremony should be open between 1 month and 1.5 months. After all, although they have accumulated more than a year, they are still limited in preparation due to the layers of blockade by the court. Chapter 565. Follow me. Fei Rui's young face showed a bit of hesitation. His master told him not to rush and to speak slowly, so that he would be more calm and in tune. So after thinking for a while, Fei Rui spoke. There are still 2 months. At least 1 month. That's enough time. Did you call Fong Bai? After Fei Rui finished speaking, the fat man's expression immediately twisted, showing a very reluctant expression. No, he doesn't need it. Fei Rui frowned and began to look at the fat man again. He thought the fat man and Fong Bai were quite familiar with each other. But in this case, maybe they were not very familiar? Fei Rui did not hide anything. The fat man immediately noticed a bit of alienation, and immediately reacted and spoke out. It's not that I don't want to call him. Okay, I just don't want to call him. The fat man said in self-abandonment. You can call me, but don't tell him I'm here. I don't want him to know that I'm trying so hard to find the heaven and earth baptism. No, absolutely not. The fat man reacted very strongly, but then continued. But even if you call me, I don't think he will come. At most, he will send a few subordinates to participate and use the heaven and earth baptism. He doesn't need it. Speaking of this, the fat man still couldn't stop regretting. He will regret this for the rest of his life. What's wrong? Fei Rui's young face was full of confusion. He looked at the fat man with complicated eyes, and looked at the white-clothed prophet next to him in confusion. I don't know. I haven't heard of it. But from what Fatty said, Fong Bai probably knew where there was an opportunity for a heavenly baptism and asked him to go. He was very stubborn and refused to go. And then Fong Bai did use the heavenly baptism. Fatty, is that right? Oh, it's not a big deal. We have been preparing for so long this time. When the time comes, we will give the evil god a hard blow. We will fight for the core position. Each person will occupy a few square meters, and the heavenly baptism will be used freely. By the way, what position did Fong Bai have the heavenly baptism at the beginning? And how large was it? The white-clothed prophet asked casually, and the fat man was silent. Just silently raised a finger. 1 square meter? The core position? That's pretty good. This time we will fight for 2 square meters. No. Before the white-clothed prophet finished speaking, the fat man interrupted him. He was stunned and asked, how much is that? 100 square meters? The white-clothed prophet couldn't help but make a bold guess, which made the fat man regret it so much. That must be a lot. Right? 1 evil god, the fat man said faintly, before the two of them could react. The next moment, Fei Rui's eyes widened. What the hell? 1. Evil god. The fat man continued. And the simple word made the two of them a little confused. Wait. You mean Fong Bai enjoyed the baptism of the death of an evil god? Yes. The fat man nodded. And the white-clothed prophet grasped the point and said quickly. No. 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 To be precise, Fong Bai asked you to go, but you didn't go. And you gave up the baptism of half an evil god. At this moment, the white-clothed prophet and Fei Rui were stunned. The white-clothed prophet patted the fat man sympathetically. And Fei Rui also said with emotion, I understand why you don't want to be called Fong Bai. I don't want to be called Fong Bai. Half-evil god. As Fei Rui spoke, the corners of his mouth curled up. But his pride didn't allow him to laugh at the fat man. So he suppressed it again. But as he spoke, the corners of his mouth curled up again. Although he had his pride. But this? You can laugh if you want, the fat man said faintly. And after the words fell, the two of them finally couldn't help laughing. At this time, Fei Rui suddenly thought of something, and suddenly spoke out. Wait, you are not talking about the time in the trial space, right? I remember there was a baptism from heaven at that time. Fei Rui reacted. Although he didn't know what the green raindrops were at the time. He checked it afterwards, and found that it was an external manifestation of the baptism from heaven. But he couldn't be sure before. Now after hearing what the fat man said, he immediately reacted and confirmed this point. But how could you miss it? Since you know this, you must have been not far from Fong Bai at that time. Fei Rui wondered. And the white-robed prophet next to him said subconsciously, You didn't run away before the evil god fell. And left Fong Bai behind? The white-robed prophet's words were groundless. Just a flash of inspiration. But as a master prophet, this flash of inspiration itself is a basis. The two of them stared at the fat man in unison, making the fat man a little autistic. The next moment, there was a burst of laughter. However, in the laughter, the relationship between the few people was slightly closer. It was just that the fat man felt a little noisy. Fei Rui looked at the two of them for a few times. And then he raised his chin slightly. Yes, you have won my approval. And you will be like Fong Bai in the future. Come, be my follower. The fat man and the white-robed prophet were stunned. And suddenly a rumor came to their minds. Just when they were about to refuse, they watched Fei Rui grab 2 high-level spell scrolls and stuff them into their hands. Come! Don't be too timid to be my follower. Take these first. Don't save them. I ask my master for them later. What equipment do you want? I send a letter to Fong Bai later and ask him to customize it for you. You have to cultivate the legendary equipment yourself. But you have to get a set of 4th level equipment from head to toe. As Fei Rui said, he was muttering in his heart. After thinking for a while, he immediately thought of the 5th level material in the treasure house. Well, Fong Bai can't suffer a loss. He will give the forging materials to Fong Bai later. And then send him the 5th level material. Fong Bai should be willing to help. Right? Well, it just happened that I haven't given Fong Bai anything for a long time. And I haven't returned the gift of the staff. Fei Rui thought so. He didn't think it was natural for Fong Bai to give him this staff. This was the staff that his master coveted. And the legendary elemental life crystal core he had helped to obtain would definitely not be exchanged for this. As we all know, the 4th level material is already comparable to the legendary. As for the 5th level, as for the fat man and the white-clothed prophet, they listened to Fei Rui's words at this moment and looked down at the scroll in their hands. A dozen master-level spell scrolls that are regarded as a kind of foundation by many families and forces. That's all. There are even extremely rare 4th level spell scrolls, which are legendary spell scrolls that they have only heard of but never seen. And what does Fei Rui say? Take it first? Take it after you use it? Fuck. The fat man and the prophet in white had already said no. But at this moment, they looked at each other and swallowed it. Follow? Why not follow such a wizard for a lifetime? It's just a waste of time. Oh, by the way, I will prepare a place for you to live and some regular cultivation resources. You just need to live here, and you can go out and travel at any time. If you need help, come back and call me. I'll be there at your call. If you need to break through and lack any skills or resources, tell me. I help you get it. Fei Rui patted his chest and said, making the fat man and the prophet in white stunned. What do you mean by wasting time? No need to waste time. You are always available. Wait, who is the follower of whom? Who is following whom? Also, I should have agreed a long time ago. At this moment, the fat man and the prophet in white had a buzzing in their heads. They no longer wanted to be followers. Now they just wanted to call him Godfather. It's not that they don't want freedom, dignity, and independence. He really gave them. Wait, aren't freedom, dignity, and independence still there? What did they lose? Poverty? Suddenly, the fat man and the prophet in white began to think about what to give Fei Rui. Freedom? Dignity? Independence? Loyalty? If I don't give you something, I won't feel at ease with these things. But just when they were about to say something, the fat man suddenly felt something was wrong and took out a divine emblem of the Church of Light. The eyes of the three people were all focused on the divine emblem, which was flashing regularly at this moment. The light flashing pattern obviously contains information. Fei Rui, who has no way to decode it. And the white-robed prophet looked at the fat man. The fat man stared at the divine emblem, recording and interpreting it at the same time. When the divine emblem flashing pattern began the second cycle, the fat man's face immediately became serious. Something has changed. What's wrong? The white-robed prophet and Fei Rui's faces immediately became more serious. And the fat man spoke. They all started to move. And it seems that they are going to start the sacrifice in advance. What? In advance? Are they all ready? If they are not ready, how can they start the sacrifice without enough sacrifices? Because the specifications of the sacrifice are too large. A sacrifice is required just to start it. This sacrifice is called the opening sacrifice. If the specifications of the sacrifices for the opening sacrifice are not enough, then the evil god's sacrifice cannot be carried out at all, and it can only be reduced to an ordinary sacrifice in the end. I don't know. This church may have played a dirty trick, but it's impossible. The Church of Light has secretly entered a state of war with gods for some time. There are believers even at the village level. Missionaries pray in real time to ensure attention to the state of the gathering place, without large-scale disappearances. They simply can't prepare all the materials. Is it possible that it was accumulated in the past? Or support from other cults? Or have they accumulated enough flesh and blood resources with the help of Warcraft? Other cults? It's unlikely. Cults fight each other very fiercely, fighting for missionary territory, believers, and resources. They are just fighting with their brains out. There is basically no possibility of support. The previous accumulation is not realistic. This cult has been targeted for a long time. If there is any, it is impossible not to reveal the slightest clue. And Warcraft. Warcraft is not like humans living in groups. And it is not so easy to slaughter. If you really want to massacre a large area, even the evil god may not be big enough. It is impossible. The fat man accidentally revealed some secrets while muttering, which surprised Fei Rui and the white-robed prophet. Some of the things that the fat man just said were things they had never heard of or known. But they did broaden their horizons. The fat man was puzzled. The scale of the evil god's sacrifice was extremely large. And even the sacrifices required for the opening of the sacrifice were very terrifying. It was impossible to prepare sacrificial materials of this specification silently, unless extraordinary means were used to extend this process to several decades, so as to distract the attention caused by the preparation. But this often requires the active cooperation of the evil god. But this cult could not use this method at all. They did not have such means in time. If you can't figure it out, don't think about it for the time being. Relax your mind. Maybe you will figure it out later. In addition, is there any other information? When and where will the great sacrifice of the evil god be held? The fat man shook his head in annoyance. He was a little troubled by the fact that he couldn't figure it out. But he still spoke out. The location is not known yet, and we are tracking it down. Once it is confirmed, the coordinates will be sent to me. As for the time, it should be midnight 2 days later. That is the closest intersection of the end of the month and the beginning of the month. That is the smallest and darkest moment of the moon. And it is also the foggy position that best corresponds to their evil god in the dark moon position. If the sacrifice is held at this time, it will be twice the result with half the effort. I originally thought it would be in the dark moon foggy position 1 month later, or the dark moon foggy position 2 months later. I didn't expect that these cult members were stimulated by something, and were ready to start the sacrifice now. Are they crazy? What made this group of cult members, who are best at hiding and evading, and who attach the most importance to hiding and evading, actively expose themselves? How did they force them out? The fat man was very puzzled. If the cult church was so easy to be forced out, they would have been wiped out by the major churches long ago. Could it be that someone raided their nest? Or did some evil god lock the plane coordinates of their evil god and directly start the evil god war? And this evil god has fallen below and urgently needs the evil god's sacrifice to recover and wait for an opportunity to counterattack. Not very realistic. Right? The fat man thought this was unlikely. Could it be that they were originally planning to lock on to one evil god? But now they have a double yolk egg? The fat man still shook his head. If the evil god plane was so easy to find, then they wouldn't have to spend so much time waiting for this evil god believer to start the evil god's sacrifice and lock its coordinates until the evil god responded to the sacrifice. How could it be so easy? The fat man shook his head slightly, puzzled. Only 2 days? Fei Rui frowned slightly when he heard this. Then, there is no time to notify Fong Bai to come over. Will Fong Bai miss it? He shook his head with some regret. And the white-clothed prophet next to him said with a smile, if you miss it, you miss it. It's not a big deal. Fong Bai doesn't necessarily need this. And besides, it's not intentional on our part. Just call Fong Bai next time. That's the only way. Fei Rui also nodded. There was nothing he could do about it. Even if Fong Bai was told now, he would not be able to catch up. There was not enough time to travel. Okay. Let's go. You wait for a moment. I have to prepare first and get something. Fei Rui pondered for a moment, thought about it, and immediately walked towards the Master's laboratory. Chapter 566 Nuclear. Master. Fire arrived at the top floor of the Mage Tower and walked into the laboratory of Master Ferdinand. In the laboratory, a man was busy at the laboratory table. It is worth mentioning that he was covered with an extremely heavy shield. When Fei Rui walked in, a shield naturally covered him. The moment the shield covered him, Fei Rui felt that his mental power was restricted, which made him very uncomfortable. This shield was improved by Ferdinand based on a sealing spell. Using this shield is equivalent to being covered by a legendary seal. However, this dark silver seal is both internal and external, sealing the inside and isolating the outside. And only in this way can the powerful energy radiation in the laboratory be blocked. In this laboratory, if you walk in without any protection, as long as you are not a legend, you have the rules to protect yourself. And even if you are a master, you will collapse and die in a short time. This is not a joke. Ferdinand suffered a little loss when he first came into contact with him. You know, he is a legendary wizard who is regarded as a demigod. Fire walked in and saw a formula directly. E equals MC. And this was Ferdinand's voice. What? Are you willing to give me the staff to keep for you? Fire rolled his eyes immediately after hearing this. Impossible. Absolutely impossible. This is what my followers gave me first. If you have the ability, ask your followers to get you one too. Followers. Ferdinand couldn't help rolling his eyes when he heard these words again. Damn it. How did his apprentice find such a follower? Does he deserve it? What good things did he do in his previous life? Did he save the world? Ferdinand felt a little indignant. Only he deserved such a follower. Oh my god. Unparalleled defense. Not dying. And a legendary forging technique. And he was fucking rich. Ferdinand rolled his eyes, and could only comfort himself by saying that his apprentice's followers were his. But if Fong Bai keeps providing for Fei Rui, even the deepest feelings will fade away. For such a follower with unlimited potential, you must play the emotional card well. Fei Rui is not good now. But I am a legendary wizard after all. And my position is higher than that of a demigod. And Fong Bai is a master. Right? Although he has strong combat power, he is still a master. And there is also a wizard profession. Well, I will give Fei Rui some advice and guidance later. After thinking for a while, Ferdinand glanced at Fei Rui. Since you are not here with the staff, what are you doing here? Hee hee. Are you here to see Master? We haven't seen each other for a long time. Fei Rui's young face was full of smiles. But he was interrupted by Ferdinand's sidelong glance before he finished speaking. Stop it. We just met today. If you have something to say, just say it. Don't laugh here. The last time Fei Rui laughed, Ferdinand's treasure house was smaller. And his heart is still aching now. How can you bear this? Fire saw Ferdinand was on high alert. His eyes rolled. And when he saw the formula on the table, he asked immediately, We've met today. So we can't meet again? Hey, Master, how is your research on this formula going? Is it the same as what the player said? Ferdinand looked at Fei Rui suspiciously. thought about it and continued. It's almost the same. But something is missing. What's missing? Fire asked with real curiosity. There's a variable missing. But this should be the reason why the player's world does not have extraordinary power such as elemental power. Their formula lacks the variable of extraordinary power. So there are some problems. But? Speaking of this, Ferdinand's face showed a bit of solemnity. But there is one thing I can be sure of. That is, this formula contains enough power to destroy the world. In it, I even noticed the traces of the operation of the world's rules. Ferdinand's face was very serious. And Fei Rui couldn't help but be shocked when he heard it. Rules? What are rules? The authority held by demigods is the upper level of rules. For example, in a landslide, the rules are what directly cause the landslide to have huge power. In a tsunami, the rules are what make the tsunami have huge power. That is, the rules and the way the world works. As long as you master the authority derived from the rules, you can be called a demigod. And what about the higher level rules? Control is God. The real God. Not the God that the demigods are called nowadays. This is still a long way from Ferdinand. Let alone Fei Rui. But this rule can be contained in a formula provided by the player. Which even means, then master. Does this mean that as long as you understand this formula and master the underlying rules, you can find the way to the God of the God Mage? If I can add the new variable of supernatural power and master its underlying operating rules, then it is indeed right to say so, regardless of whether it can succeed. At least there is a glimmer of hope. Fei Rui was stunned at this moment. He did not expect that because he wanted to learn Fong by attitude of replacing accuracy with power. He actually directly led to a formula that may contain rules in the process of contacting players to study fireballs, and a divine path that may lead directly to the divine mage. At this moment, even Ferdinand was full of emotion, and was very happy about his in-depth study of this formula. Thanks to you for discovering it. Of course. Fei Rui raised his chin slightly, and showed a hint of pride when he heard this. And Ferdinand also smiled when he saw this. Tell me, what did you come to me for? Well, I am in a good mood. Tell me quickly. Fei Rui smiled, and told the story of the evil god's sacrifice. Ferdinand thought about it and nodded. If that's the case, you can indeed go and lie down. Demigod-level evil gods won't have a big problem. I have to say that in terms of locating evil gods, although the church is not as good as the magicians, they are also very professional. Ah? Fire listened okay at first, but he didn't react after hearing the latter part. What do you mean by not as good as the magicians, but also very professional? Is that what you said? Ferdinand saw Fei Rui's puzzled look and smiled. Fire, you have to remember that the evil gods are always most afraid of magicians. This is the fear engraved in their bones. Well, but the young wild evil gods may not have this inheritance. But basically, there is no evil god who can lock on to the high-level magicians with inheritance. Even the evil god church is always circumventing the magician forces like us. Ferdinand's words made Fei Rui confused. Are mages so awesome? Well, yes. At least, they were in the past. Mages have not been strong enough in recent years. Although the evil gods are circling us, we can't do anything about them either. But we can find a way to catch some evil gods for fun in the future. Ferdinand thought about it, and shook his head. Forget it. These are all off topic. Let's get back to the point. The baptism of the fallen gods is good for you. You can also go there to broaden your horizons. Ferdinand pondered for a moment, and immediately grabbed a handful of legendary spell scrolls, and threw them to Fei Rui. Since he became a legendary mage, demigod spell scrolls, or to be more precise, disposable semi-artifacts, are difficult to make. But it is relatively easy for him to copy legendary spell scrolls. It only consumes high-level materials to continue writing, which must be worthless in terms of the value of legendary spell scrolls. He really has a lot of them here, using them himself and giving them to Fei Rui. After taking a pile of scrolls, Ferdinand groaned slightly, turned his head, and looked at the two fist-sized hemispheres on the experimental table. Both hemispheres were covered by a thick dark silver seal, and the complex magic array between the seals was dazzling. Even so, it could not completely conceal the violent elemental power and an extremely strange energy radiation. Ferdinand stretched out his hand and took the sphere composed of two independent hemispheres in his hand, then took out a few spell scrolls, modified them, and then handed them to Fei Rui. A small product developed based on that formula. It's powerful, but it mainly uses the violent elemental power inside for attack. and basically doesn't use the principle of this formula. But I can't make a disposable semi-artifact in a short time. So you can just use this for now. I have set some functional spells on it for automatic search and teleportation. When you use it, unlock it with the spiritual key I gave you, and then throw it out. But there's no need not to use it. This kind of ore is not easy to get, and it feels a bit like a waste of resources to use the elemental power inside. As Ferdinand said, Fei-Rui suddenly reacted. Hey, wait, Master, have you found that kind of ore? Didn't those players say that they couldn't find it anywhere in the world and doubted whether this kind of ore existed in this world? I have found it. It should be the kind of ore they said, but it has more elemental power. According to my calculation, it is of a very high grade. It is a 5th grade elemental metal ore. The energy radiation is very strong. If you are exposed to it without protection, you will not survive for long. Fire opened his eyes wide and looked at Ferdinand with admiration. Where did you find it? Oh, in the abyss. I did not find this kind of ore in the main material world. I went to the abyss to take a look, and only after I was promoted to legend did I barely fish out a few pieces of ore from the abyss, Ferdinand said proudly. And then he saw that Fei-Rui's eyes were rolling. Suddenly, an ominous premonition came to his mind. He seems to be a man who shouldn't talk too much. He is about to be tricked by his apprentice again. Master. No way. Don't even think about it. Hey, Master. Don't you want a staff? Hey, no matter how good my staff is, can it compare to the one that Fong Bai makes for you? Ferdinand was stunned. Also, Master, how dangerous is the evil god? Master, I took so many things from Fong Bai. Do you want me to be looked down upon by Fong Bai? Is he my follower? Or am I his follower? Master, this ore is a 5th level elemental metal ore. Tell me, what can a legendary forger forge when he sees this ore? Master. Stop. 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 Ferdinand finally couldn't stand it anymore and raised his hands in surrender. What sin did I commit in my previous life that I accepted you as my disciple? Master, this must be the blessing you accumulated in your previous life. You have such a good disciple like me. Fei-Rui walked out of Ferdinand's laboratory with satisfaction. In his hands, 2 fist-sized balls wrapped in football-sized seals, and a piece of elemental metal, or the size of a human head, were shining. Well, this semi-finished product that can be exploded is given to Fong Bai. And this 5th level elemental metal, or is also given to Fong Bai. I heard that the formula has a very big influence in the player world. Fong Bai must like it. Well, there are also these legendary spell scrolls. Give Fong Bai a dozen. After Fei-Rui counted them, he immediately arranged a ceremony to send a message to Fong Bai. Little Fong Bai, reply quickly. And here, the fat man, the white-clothed prophet, saw Fei-Rui holding a large number of legendary spell scrolls, and his breathing could not help but stagnate. How many years can such a large legendary spell scroll sustain a legendary family? Is this a demigod? Is this the 2nd generation? Arrogant! Thinking like this, I saw Fei-Rui stuff several legendary spell scrolls. 2 people, for a while. Both of them were a little unresponsive, and they woke up to Fei-Rui's voice after a while. At this moment, Fei-Rui had already brought everything, and even the armor transformation device had been fully charged and entered the war state. And the crisis would be triggered at any time. Has the location not been revealed yet? Not yet. It will take some time. The fat man said this. And Fei-Rui and the white-clothed prophet nodded immediately after hearing it, and waited without saying anything else. Fei-Rui also continued to organize some of his research manuscripts. After about half a day, the fat man who closed his eyes to rest suddenly opened his eyes, stood up and said, "The location is set." Where? Huangyan City. Fei-Rui thought about it for a while, and the relevant information of this city immediately emerged in his mind. Huangyan City, located on the edge of Huangyan Desert in the north of the capital, is the bridgehead for the Yabong Kingdom to enter the Huangyan Desert. There are all kinds of people in the city, and there are few people in the Huangyan Desert, which makes it easy to hide. In addition, there are mercenaries and sand people gathered in Huangyan City, which is indeed a place where the evil god church frequently operates. However, Huangyan City is located in the Huangyan Desert on the border, far away from the capital. Even if we walk, it will take at least 15 days. How can we get there? Although Fei-Rui asked, he was not impatient. The Church of Light must have been prepared for such things. As expected, The fat man waved his hand. It doesn't matter. The Inquisition of the Church of Light has already arranged a large teleportation array in advance. We can directly teleport to the Huanyan array through the teleportation array. We can get there immediately. The fat man said so. But Fei Rui frowned slightly as soon as he finished speaking. Teleportation array? This kind of large-scale long-distance teleportation array needs to be prepared a long time in advance. Right? It is very valuable. Chapter 567 The Legend of Child. Indeed. The fat man nodded in response to Fei Rui's question. Aren't you afraid that the evil god church will divert its target? Using Huanyan City as a cover. Attract people there, and then start the ceremony in another place. As soon as Fei Rui finished speaking, he heard the fat man ask back. Fei Rui, you should not have been involved in specific management matters in the fire tower. Right? You should have just practiced. Right? Fei Rui frowned slightly. Any problem? Because of the way of thinking. The fat man said. If it is a battle between two equally matched enemies, or at least enemies of the same level, or although the overall strength is not as good, but there are unique advantages in secret arts or individual strongmen. Only in this way can they play this kind of capital to lure the tiger away from the mountain. And the evil god church is not enough. In terms of strong men, the Church of Light is absolutely ahead. In terms of secret arts, the Church of Light is absolutely ahead. In terms of numbers, the Church of Light is absolutely ahead. In terms of wealth, the Church of Light is absolutely ahead. This is the difference in absolute strength. This is a crushing difference. What if this evil god church lures the tiger away from the mountain? What if it disperses its forces? It's as if the Church of Light has come out in full force to deal with him. It would be no difficulty for the Church of Light to send 3 or 5 more troops to conquer them. And the normal maintenance of the tradition. Sending arrays also exist. We are going to push forward. The threat to the evil god church is always the evil god. Especially the evil god in its own home field. Not these so-called evil god churches. These evil god churches are dead when they are exposed. Because they can only live in the shadows. If you, Fei Rui, have been in charge of a big force, you will understand that when facing a small force, the big force's tolerance rate is really too high. It is so high that you don't need to pay attention to any fancy things at all. So high that you only need to push forward in a simple and unpretentious way, instead of playing any conspiracy and tricks. Abruptly abandoning all your advantages, lowering your level to the same level as the enemy, and then fighting the enemy inextricably. Oh, so that's it. Fei Rui suddenly realized after hearing this. It's just like as long as the power is strong enough, you don't have to care about small things like accuracy. Right? The fat man couldn't help but be slightly speechless when he heard this strange metaphor. And the reason seemed to be correct. But it feels weird. And it feels like a sense of déjà vu. He shook his head to get rid of the weird feeling in his mind. And then said seriously, let's go. Hurry up. Otherwise, if we miss the teleportation array, we can only join the reserve team and wait for luck. But the accuracy of the intelligence information of the court is still very high. And it is difficult to encounter such luck. Generally, the reserve team means sitting on the bench and getting nothing. Oh, by the way, can you fly? The fat man looked at Fei Rui subconsciously at the end. Yes, I am a master. How can a master not fly? Not to mention that I am a mage. Mage? Can a master fly? The fat man had this thought in his mind and said immediately, it's okay to fly. I asked. Then let's go. We fly directly. After the voice fell, the fat man and the white-robed prophet did not delay and took off directly. But as soon as they were in the air, they saw 2 dragon blood horses pulling a carriage flying next to them. And Fei Rui poked his head out from one of them. Together, looking at the luxurious carriage and the dense array of magic circles on it, the speed seemed to be no slower than theirs, and even faster. And the glimpse of Fei Rui lifting the curtain made them realize that the space inside was very large, which should have been stretched by space, so that there were desks, dining tables, sofas, bookshelves, etc. This, after a moment of silence, they secretly said that it was inhumane. And then they entered silently and sat down on the sofa. While they were eating, Fei Rui was still sorting out the experimental report next to them. The slight sound of turning pages in the notes made the fat man and the white-clothed prophet feel a little uneasy. As the saying goes, you can fall asleep to the sound of your roommate's green axes, but the subtle sound of turning books can make you sleep all night. although they are not in the same profession. This feeling is really tingling. It's hard to say about talent. But Fei Rui is at least richer, and has a better background than them. And he works harder than them. Sitting on pins and needles. And living a miserable life. At this moment, there was a sudden sound of horse hooves outside. The fat man and the prophet in white quickly opened the curtain and looked outside. They immediately saw a group of knights in hunting clothes coming in the air. Each of them carried a longbow on his back. And there were quivers hanging on his back, and on his horse's back. On their sleeves and chests. Longbow arrows were embroidered with silk threads of different colors. This is the emblem of the core members of the Archers Association. Different colors of silk threads, and different numbers of arrows represent different status and strength. But you don't need to look at the emblem. Just look at their longbows and quivers to know their identities. The fat man saw the archer leading the team at the front at a glance. This archer has a strong back and waist, strong arms, handsome, sharp eyes, and is extremely decisive. And just by looking at him, you can feel the unparalleled sharpness that soars to the sky. It is hard to imagine how shocking it would be if such a person bursts out with a powerful attack. Legend. This thought emerged in the minds of the two people, and they reached a consensus on this. Such momentum can only be explained by legend. The master is far from having such momentum. After a few glances, the fat man recognized this person. Child, a legendary archer, is the third disciple of Baseo, the vice president of the Archer Association. Originally, he was not very famous. Although he became a half-stepped legend and was a talented person in the capital, he was still just a talent to become a legend. He could not reach the level of decisive power. But he had an epiphany last year and completed the qualitative change from half-stepped legend to legend. He truly entered the upper echelons of the Archer Association. Afterwards, he also showed extremely high talent in the legendary stage, and was vigorously cultivated by the Archer Association, and various resources competed to supply him. It should be. He was regarded as the next generation successor of the Archer Association, and Child did not disappoint. After breaking through the legend, his strength increased rapidly. There is a saying that Child's strength may have surpassed the old legend Baseo. However, there has been no conflict between them. Even after breaking through the legend, Child still treated his master Baseo with respect and courtesy. I didn't expect that Child would lead the Archer Association this time. The fat man looked at Child and the team behind him. There were more than a dozen people, all masters, and even 2 half-stepped legends. Their strength should not be underestimated. When the fat man saw them, they had already seen the luxurious carriage. The next moment, the fat man saw Child slightly bow to him and the white-robed prophet. As a legend, he took the initiative to bow to the fat man and the white-robed prophet. The two of them did not dare to delay and return the greeting. Then they nodded slightly and separated. But they were still moving in roughly the same direction. This direction. Child should also be leading people to cause trouble for the evil god church. It seems that the competition for the baptism of the evil god will be fierce. Indeed. The white-robed prophet nodded slightly, still looking at the direction they left. The fat man also took a look and said with a smile, "By the way, Child is indeed just like the rumors say. A gentleman, noble and approachable. Obviously, Child's behavior just now, as a legend, made the fat man feel a little good. However, the white-robed prophet frowned and looked ahead, which made the fat man slightly stunned. He immediately became cautious and asked, "Is there something wrong with this expression?" After more contact during this period, the fat man felt how strong the white-robed prophet's prediction ability was, especially when combined with the star tracker. It simply surpassed all the prophet the fat man had seen. Fatty even thought that the prophet's ability to predict, with the help of the star tracker, was very likely to be no less than that of a normal legendary prophet in the prediction of the master level and below. There was no way. The prophet was like a profession that cost one's life. The only difference was that one could use his own money, or he could use the money of others with the consent of others. Under normal circumstances, the prophet's prediction was used cautiously and carefully, and one mistake could cost one's life. But the skill of prediction was often more experienced, more skilled, and stronger in prediction. So generally, the prophet with strong prediction skills were the prophet of big forces. However, big forces were not fools, and it was impossible for them to use their lives to contact the prophet with the prediction. They would only be more cautious when using the prophet, and would not use it arbitrarily. Only the prophet in white was an exception. And only this kind of wild prophet would have such an accident. But the average wild prophet would have died long ago if he played like this. So it was not uncommon to play like this. But it was uncommon to play like this without dying. Which was powerful. Of course, this is not completely immortal. At least now, the white-robed prophet is following the fat man to frantically find ways and things to prolong his life. Happiness. Madness always has to pay a price. However, in this case, the white-robed prophet's intuition and feelings are extremely accurate, and can surpass the predictions of ordinary prophets. So now that he sees that the white-robed prophet feels wrong, he immediately asks. Hearing this, the white-robed prophet still looks at the direction where Child left, and shakes his head slightly. Nothing. It just feels a bit fake. Fake? Is he pretending all this? Is he actually a hypocrite? The fat man couldn't help but mutter, and then looked at the white-robed prophet. How about making a prediction? The fat man raised his eyebrows and encouraged. The white-robed prophet rolled his eyes when he heard this. What kind of prediction is that? Do you know what I learned after I predicted Fong Bai? What? Hearing the word Fong Bai, the fat man immediately became interested, and Fei Rui next to him couldn't help but look over. The white-robed prophet said lightly, Don't commit suicide. You won't die. For this, I even faintly awakened a kind of ability. An ability to sense whether I will die. What do you mean? It means that although Child is just a legend, my prediction will at most be backfired. In fact, I will die. At this point, the white-robed prophet rolled his eyes. If I listen to you, my life will be gone. Completely gone. Hee. The fat man smiled embarrassedly. Archers do seem to be able to cultivate their mental strength. But the mental strength of a legendary archer shouldn't be able to kill you. Maybe Child is carrying a token from an old monster in the Archer Association. The white-robed prophet rolled his eyes. I predict. And you can directly lock onto me beyond visual range through mental power. And then shoot an arrow at me. Right? Hee. The two of them didn't talk anymore. And before long, they had arrived outside a large, pure white church in the capital. A soft ball of light was suspended on the top of the magnificent church, and the golden and white light shone down, illuminating the entire church with golden splendor. Within the range of the light, it was quiet and peaceful, and the people living here were free of disease and disaster, and lived long and safe. And all the power of the shadow. The profession of the shadow has nowhere to hide here. Approaching this area, the fat man felt much more comfortable, stepping straight into the church gate. The moment he stepped past, the whole world seemed to have become bigger. The space stretched, and the ball of light in the sky turned into a big sun hanging in the sky. The church seemed to have turned into the residence of gods in the mortal world, and the temple of gods in the mortal world. Anyone who came in could not help but sigh for this church, and the bright white light naturally emanating from it made people feel as if they were baptized. In such an environment, the evil thoughts in the heart seemed to be suppressed, and the body and mind were unobstructed. At this moment, even Fei Rui, who did not believe in gods, maintained his inner awe, because the righteous gods in this world are not the same as the gods in the conventional sense. This is what his master Ferdinand told him. Although he did not know the reason, Ferdinand told Fei Rui, other gods can be regarded as evil gods, but the righteous gods in the world need to be respected even if they do not believe in them. And even mages can participate in the churches of these righteous gods, even if they do not believe in them. They are special, not traditional gods of faith. Thinking about these things in his mind, Fei Rui walked solemnly through the halls and believers towards the depths of the church. This church occupies a large area, and at this moment, it looks almost like a small town independent of the capital. On the way, they met Child and his group from the Archer Association. They nodded to each other, and then walked together for a short time, and then came to the gathering place, a barracks, where Fei Rui, Child and others walked in together. Here, Fei Rui noticed the violent space fluctuations as soon as he came in, and the space seemed to be distorted. However, the sunlight was shining, and all the space fluctuations were completely suppressed within the scope of the barracks, without leaking out at all. At the same time, a ray of light shone on the space array of the teleportation array, stabilizing the array, and the ray of light continued to penetrate deeper into the torn space. The soft light condensed, as if each root had substance, interwoven with each other, and continuously extended towards the depths of the void. Chapter 568 Judge Knights. Fatty, where is Fong Bai? Why didn't Fong Bai come? Edissa, who appeared out of nowhere, looked around them for a few times, and was slightly puzzled when he saw that familiar figure. When the fat man saw Adisa, his body trembled subconsciously, and his hand directly touched the brick on his waist. When Adisa saw the brick, he felt a slight pain in the back of his head. But seeing the fat man's alert look, he still spoke out. "Don't panic. If I don't beat you this time, do I look like the kind of villain who will take advantage of the terrain to beat you?" The fat man nodded. "You can't beat me if you don't take advantage of the terrain. Adisa, that was completely a sneak attack by you. Forget it. Since you said it was, then I am it." In an instant, the light on Adisa's body gathered, and the fat man immediately became timid and raised his hands to surrender. This church is not the small church in Red Maple City, and Adisa was not an ordinary person, but a saint of the Inquisition who had enough authority to mobilize the power of the church. Fatty had not lost his mind when he challenged her here. Or rather, he had regained his mind after being beaten one after another. How could he not be rational when he was beaten without any ability to fight back? Of course, the consequence was that Adisa did not dare to go out during that period. She had to knock people unconscious and throw them back when she went out. And her back of the head was swollen. So every time she went out beautifully, she was carried back by the maid with messy hair. Fatty admitted his defeat and said hurriedly, "This time, the evil god church launched the attack too hastily, and there was no time to notify Fong Bai. He will not come, and Hongfeng City is far away from Huangyan City, so he cannot appear in Huangyan City. So it is impossible to meet by chance." I said, "My saint, if you want to find Fong Bai, just go find him. Why are you making trouble here?" Adisa used the power of the church to suppress the fat man, with a slight disappointment in her eyes and muttering in her mouth. "Go find him. Go find him. Isn't it asking for a fight if I come to the church to find him? Forget it. Next time if there is such an action, I will notify you. And you must call Fong Bai over. Do you understand?" The fat man rolled his eyes. At that time, Fong Bai crystal core was exchanged, but the feud was also taken over. Okay. But next time, with Fong Bai progress, are you sure that you can suppress him with the power of the church alone when Fong Bai comes next time? Of course, you will never know how one-sided and thin your understanding of the church is. The church, especially this church, is... Adisa thought about it and stopped, and didn't say anything more, which made the fat man who was listening with his ears perked up roll his eyes. I thought I could hear some secrets of the church, but I didn't expect Adisa to be so strict. The annoyed fat man looked at Adisa again, but saw that she was slightly proud and raised her eyebrows provocatively. "How about it? Want to know? As long as you join the church and the court, I will tell you." The fat man rolled his eyes. "It's not impossible, but I'm afraid that the God of Light will clean up the mess." Adisa muttered a few words, and at this time, the space channel was completely connected. The fat man looked around and found that there were not many participating teams, a total of 5 or 6, but the quality of each team was quite high, at least legendary or equivalent. Even in the fat man's team, there was a master mage named Fei Rui, a legendary existence. As for the fat man himself, he was harmless and mixed in the crowd. Anyone who looked at him laughed happily. The master level strength was not worth mentioning. Here, the master level was lost in the crowd, and the lowest was the master. Of course, this was only in this courtyard, only in the context of the struggle for interests. No matter which force it was, it would not bring elites to embarrass itself. When it comes to the real encirclement and suppression battlefield, everyone here will be a high-end combat force. At this moment, the ground shook slightly, and everyone turned their heads to see a row of knights walking in neatly at the entrance of the barracks. Horses and men in armor. Both the knights and horses were wearing heavy dark steel armor, holding a long-handled hammer in one hand and a heavy book with steel corners in the other. Only a pair of eyes were exposed from head to toe, and an endless murderous aura permeated wildly. This equipment style is completely different from the normal equipment style of the Church of Light. Normal speaking, the knights of the Church of Light often wear white fish scale armor on their mounts, and the knights wear white armor with gold edges, holding scriptures in their hands, which are elegant and powerful. They are called the Paladins of Light, and are also called Paladins. But this sense of murderousness, and their strength, legend, master, 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 man, horse, all masters, without exception. At this time, someone couldn't help but murmur subconsciously. Judgment. Knights. So powerful. The fat man couldn't help but exclaim at the sight of this knights. Edissa beside him raised her small chin slightly when she heard the words. This is the Judge Knights, who are used to conquer evil gods and use killing instead of defense. They are elites who have truly participated in the war of gods and survived in human form. If you or Fong Bai dare to disrespect me again in the future, I will directly dispatch a team of Judge Knights to show off to you. Edissa recalled Fong Bai and said angrily. The fat man had no intention of paying attention to her at all. In his opinion, this Judge Knights, this armor is much more beautiful and attractive than Edissa. This is a true reflection of part of the heritage of the huge Church of Light. Whether it is people, horses, or uniform 4th level armor. And it is said that the Church of Light has 3 major knights. And each knight has the ability to conquer evil gods alone. And the Judge Knights is one of them. I just don't know if this knight group has come together. And I don't know if this knight group has a top-level heritage. Although the fat man was curious, he didn't ask. Even though Edissa was next to him. Even though Edissa might know. But this is already a secret of the Church of Light. It is difficult for Edissa to answer. Rather than being embarrassed, it is better not to ask. The fat man looked and thought, looking at the mysterious patterns on the surface of the armor. An idea suddenly emerged in his mind. If Fong Bai could see this kind of armor and the divine patterns engraved on it, he would not be able to walk. Right? The fat man muttered, and counted carefully, and found a total of 100 horses. A legendary horse king. A legendary Judge Armored Knight. 99 Master-level Peak War Horses. 99 Master-level Peak Judge Armored Knights. At the same time, 100 sets of 4th-level armors connected by chi and surrounded by the power of faith, based on the fat man's many years of experience in tombs. No. Exploring historical traces. This batch of armors is obviously old, with orderly inheritance and surrounded by the power of faith. If it is raised from generation to generation, all of them may transform into legendary armor. The value of these 100 sets of human and horse equipment even exceeds these people. I can't take my eyes away. I really can't take my eyes away. The fat man turned his head and saw that the eyes of the others were the same as his. Full of shock. No need to give orders. When the Judge Knight stepped into the space channel, the others followed closely. And the fat man, Fei Rui, and the white-robed prophet also set off. At this time, the fat man saw that Edissa also walked into the space channel, and was a little surprised. Once the Saint of the Court completes the qualification selection, she will receive the core inheritance in the court and receive concentrated high-level training, so that she has the knowledge, temperament, and corresponding combat power that a saint should have. This process will be very long. If the standard is not met, the old immortals in the court will not let the saint leave the church at all. They said they can't afford to lose this person. The fat man was slightly angry, and then calmed down, thinking that if he wanted to go out in this situation, unless, Edissa, you gave up your status as a saint? Huh? Edissa tilted her head and almost didn't react. But after reacting, she looked at the fat man with surprise. You even know this? Who are you? The fat man grinned and muttered. The more historical traces you have seen, the more you know. Don't worry about this. You really don't want to be a saint. Historical traces? A question mark appeared on Edissa's little head. And then she shook her head, pursed her lips, and said in annoyance, Not a saint? I want to. But my grandparents won't let me. And almost beat me. Edissa swallowed her words back. And seeing that the fat man was still full of doubts, she thought about it and said immediately, Anyway, the saint you said must not leave the church has been changed. Now it's change. How could it be changed? That group of old stubborn people actually changed the rules? How is it possible? Before Edissa finished speaking, the fat man couldn't help but speak out. And his appearance was a little out of control, which attracted a lot of attention. Why are you so excited? Edissa looked at the fat man in confusion, and suddenly recalled the secret that the fat man knew when she was thrown into a forbidden area to help her break through. What exactly are you? Edissa's question made the fat man realize his loss of composure, took a deep breath, and calmed down again. Do you know when the rules were changed? Why were they changed? I don't know, but I should be able to find it if I go back and check the files. Can you help me check it? The fat man, owe you a favor. It doesn't matter. I tell you when I check it later. Well, can you tell me about the new rules? Okay. The new rules are still that you can't leave the church. And you must meet all the assessment conditions of the grandparents before you can go out. But in this process, the saint can follow the knights who are carrying out the mission. And the monks can leave for a short time and accompany them throughout the journey. As long as I don't act as a saint, I can go back to the church with the knights and monks after they complete their tasks. During this process, grandparents will not assign any team. And there are no specifications or time limits. Everything is up to me to choose. In this way, the saint can relax and relieve the fatigue of long-term study and practice, and can see the true face of this world and feel more realistic, and can initially practice her own path. So, I follow the judge knights whenever they go out. As long as I don't leave the judge knights and accompany them throughout the journey, I can go wherever they go. Of course, I can't interfere with the mission of the judge knights. The fat man was silent for a long time, and didn't say a word until he walked out of the space channel. And Edie Shaw looked at the judge knights in front of him and muttered, "Why didn't Fongbai come? If Fongbai came, it would be so much. I beat him to death." Edissa was quite disappointed and walked out of the space channel. After coming out, they were still in a church. There were churches at both ends of this space channel. This transmission method is exclusive to major churches, with churches providing positioning and faith providing energy. This is also one of the reliances of major churches to resist cult invasions. As long as there is a church, when a cult invasion is discovered, the church can provide certain combat power and defense capabilities in the early stage. When it is found that the church cannot resist it with its own power, it will immediately notify the large church as the core hub of the region. The paladins and monks in the church can directly descend through the space channel. If the regional core church cannot win, it may even go straight to the capital church. The saint, the major knights, and the monks may directly suppress it. If this evil cult is really outrageous to this extent, the church cannot suppress it even if it comes out in full force. And even summoning demigods cannot suppress it. Then even the Pope can come and use the divine descent technique. The gods come and show their miracles. Wherever they pass, they turn into the kingdom of God on earth, and beat all those who do not obey. Therefore, as long as the church exists, and as long as the local faith is enough to maintain the normal operation of the church, the evil god church will not easily invade. Because even if a few people are killed successfully, it will be useless. It will expose their tracks in front of the strong men of the church. Then it is destined to be hunted down to death. The reason for the existence of the evil god church is not strength, but shadow and concealment. Exposure generally means death, and fame means the countdown to death. So generally speaking, the church is regarded as a church's direct belief area and directly occupied area. If a war of gods is launched, demolishing the opponent's church is the most effective and direct way to attack. Otherwise, all occupation is false. Of course, to activate this kind of transmission, it takes a lot of faith power, a long time, and the accumulation of many people. Generally speaking, even if it is a legacy for many years and has countless believers, the old and righteous gods will not abuse the power of faith structure. Space channel. Because the power of faith itself is one of the foundations of the existence of gods. And it is also the source of power for gods to become stronger. This is also the source of divine power used by many monks and paladins. So it will only be opened at important moments, and when a church is in crisis. Just like now. Idisa looked up. The church in Huangyan City is not luxurious, but looks a bit simple. The bright church, which maintains a consistent style no matter where it is, seems a bit out of place in the architectural pattern of thick walls and small windows in Huangyan City. Then looking up, the sky is gray and full of yellow dust. Even the air is extremely dry. Whoosh! Whoosh! In my ears, the strong wind is like a ghost's howl. Chapter 569. The price. Whoosh whoosh. The wind howled, and the overwhelming sand and dust swept in. When they were about to fall into the church area, they were blocked by a layer of white light that appeared out of thin air. The people who came out of the space channel did not hesitate at all, and rushed out directly under the leadership of the judge knights. In their eyes, a dazzling white light column had already risen to the sky in the distance. That was the mark of the Church of Light. The early personnel had already determined the location of the grand ceremony by means. However, they suffered a shock the moment they left the church. At the same time, a feeling of suffocation came to their hearts. What's going on? Someone's face slightly changed. And the elements between heaven and earth were slightly sluggish. And immediately someone familiar spoke up. This is the dust and gravel blown out from the depths of the Huangyan desert. And the power of the silent elements. His voice was loud. But it was almost drowned and torn apart in the dust wind. Everyone's face changed slightly when they heard the words. In the Huangyan desert, the reaction of all elements is extremely slow. The interior is like the end of the law. Everything is suppressed. And the deepest part is said to be a land of no spirits. Without any active elemental forces. Anyone who enters it will lose his extraordinary body and become ordinary. And at this moment, the dust blown from the depths of the Huangyan desert was blown in the city. Can such a ghost place still be built? Someone couldn't help but curse. I have been to Huangyan City before. And it is not like this under normal circumstances. Although Huangyan City is extremely desolate. And occasionally there are aftermath of the Huangyan storm. It is absolutely impossible to have such intensity. And it is definitely not like this. Otherwise, mortals can't survive at all. Let alone engage in productivity. In this case, someone is definitely playing tricks. Damn it. At this moment, no one needs to say. And no evidence is needed. Even a 3-year-old child knows who caused this. This must be caused by the Church of the Evil God to cover up the movement when the grand sacrifice was launched. If the Church had not targeted this church in advance and knew what they were doing, if they had not followed them, would this grand ceremony be successfully held? A voice sounded. And suddenly, everyone shuddered. Even legends. Even masters. If the grand ceremony is really successful, then within a certain range, the evil gods can send down power to interfere with the main material world. And don't think that the grand ceremony is difficult to endanger legends unless they are targeted. But in fact, within the impression range of the grand ceremony, the most dangerous are legends. Just like the righteous gods also like legendary believers, and will communicate with legends on a slightly equal footing. The evil gods also have a special liking for legends. Legends have already involved the rules. They are not only a good choice for incarnation refining, but also the best breeding bed for the evil gods' followers. The evil gods' followers cultivated with legends as their mother bed are legends since their birth. This is an extremely important component of the combat power for the evil gods. So once a legend appears within the scope of the grand ceremony, or a legend is included in the scope of the grand ceremony, it basically means death. On the contrary, if the master escapes fast enough, there may be a way out. So when they heard this possibility, they felt a chill on their backs. But at this time, Idisa spoke directly. No. Any large-scale gathering place has our or other churches. If the evil god's sacrifice is to be carried out, we will discover and suppress it before the preliminary material preparation is completed. Flesh and blood. Soul. These are all necessary materials for the evil god's sacrifice. Without the participation of these two, without a large amount of flesh and blood and soul, the sacrifice cannot begin. Even if it starts, before the power of the sacrifice expands enough to cause the evil god's power to descend, our church will directly stop it. As long as there are people in the area, as long as they want to attack people, they will definitely not be able to bypass our churches one by one. Everyone breathed a sigh of relief when they heard this. And then, they respected the Church of Light and other churches. Because the church did this. And this kind of thing has been going on for hundreds of years. Thousands of years. Or even thousands of years. Each church member seemed to have some kind of faith. And they threw themselves into the battle against the evil god one after another. And they would not retreat even if they died. Oh no. They did have faith. They believed in the gods. And believed in the righteous gods of the world. From this perspective, even if some people think that they are a group of fools, they have to respect them from the bottom of their hearts. But at this moment, Idisa was also slightly confused. The Church of Shadow Touch did not collect enough materials this time. This is absolute. She did not participate in this action on a whim, but had made sufficient preparations. At least she understood the corresponding situation. Although the church's exploration monks could not capture the main force of Shadow Touch, they knew that Shadow Touch must not have collected enough flesh and blood souls to start the great sacrifice by exchanging information with major churches and counting the missing personnel. This is the case when all the disappearances are attributed to the Shadow Touch. In fact, the Shadow Touch's preparations will be less than they expected, which is impossible. But in this case, why do they still force the opening of the great sacrifice? If forcing it to open is useful, then it will not just be angry for a moment. Unless the shadow touch really found a precious treasure that is worth more than a large amount of flesh and soul, and is ready to use this treasure to replace the flesh and soul and start the great sacrifice directly. Idisa's mind was full of doubts. Flesh and soul, especially the latter, are extremely important in the ritual field. So heavy that some demons in the abyss cross the border to obtain some souls. This kind of soul can even become hard currency in the abyss. Want to replace a large number of souls? A treasure close to the level of gods? Idisa frowned, then shook her head, thinking it shouldn't be. In addition, there is another thing that makes her a little worried. That is the wind and sand all over the sky. This wind and sand comes from the depths of the Yuanling desert, which is not a problem in itself. The choice of shadow touch to use the Yuanling desert storm with the power of silence to cover up the fluctuations when the evil god festival is opened is also reasonable and well-founded. But after reading the archives, Idisa knew that the power of this evil god is fog and tentacles. Let's not talk about the tentacles for now. Fog. Can the wind and sand that obscures the vision be regarded as a kind of fog? Can it be regarded as an extension of power? If this evil god can really use power to mobilize the power of the Yuanling desert, what variables will it lead to? Although he couldn't get a definite answer while thinking, Idisa still transmitted this information to the head of the Judge Knight through his mental power. The Judge Knight didn't say anything, but turned around and nodded slightly to Idisa, and then continued to move forward. Perhaps the Judge Knight had already thought of these things and noticed them. After all, it was only the first time for Idisa. But the Judge Knights had participated in countless god wars. Even if their predecessors participated, they would still leave behind a legacy of experience for future generations to learn from. After all, they are professionals in fighting against evil gods. With a little peace of mind, they continued to move forward. As they moved forward, they supported their strength and carried the wind and sand to rush towards the slightly flickering light column. Not long after they rushed, the shield they had raised was blown out by the wind and sand, and they had to support it again, and then it was blown out. In the end, they had no choice but to cover their faces with cloth or armor to cover their faces and rush forward. Among them, Fei Rui, who transformed and dubbed brilliantly, attracted everyone's attention. For the first time, Fei Rui felt that this voice was a bit redundant. He originally thought it was quite cool, but Fei Rui was silent. But everyone could see his face under the mask of the armor. As the group rushed forward, under the white light column, in a small canyon, corpses were carried by the cult and thrown into the canyon. The canyon was already full of corpses and blood, and everything fell into deathly silence. On both sides of the canyon, old followers of the evil god arranged one ritual after another. During the ritual, the soul left the body, turned into sand and flew away bit by bit, and turned into gray weapons above the canyon. It's just that there seem to be many corpses here, but there are few souls. The mist formed by the souls turning into sand can't be compared with the canyon of flesh and blood below. However, the yellow rock storm in the sky is faintly integrated into it, echoing the canyon of flesh and blood below. Below, corpses are everywhere, and flesh and blood are like carpets spreading and growing on the cliffs on both sides of the canyon. The flesh and blood on the top are squirming, and the broken bones are surging in it. From time to time, tentacles extend out and wave in the air. The flesh and blood at the bottom are squirming and surging, like a hideous big mouth, and the broken bones are the fine fangs in it. Even at this time, they are still throwing corpses in a steady stream. The strange thing is that these corpses have neither traces of battle nor a single piece of cloth, and there is no soul rising when they are thrown in. But the quality of their flesh and blood is not bad at all. Throwing them in makes the big mouth of flesh and blood swell more and more. What is even more surprising is that many of these corpses look similar, like twins. It makes people curious about their origin. However, no matter what the source is, the continuous input of corpses makes the whole ceremony progress very smoothly. And even a field is formed. And this field formed by fog and tentacles, coupled with the misunderstanding of flesh and blood, directly leads to the atmosphere centered on the flesh and blood canyon, becoming more and more weird and distorted. So many evil god believers, who are weak-willed and deeply eroded, go crazy directly, and jump forward while walking, jumping towards the evil god's kingdom, and turning into a member of the twisted flesh and blood. And other evil god believers saw nothing. The evil god believers who can appear here must be fanatics, and their thinking must have been completely distorted by the evil god. Even if they were not distorted, they would have already sunk into such filth. At this moment, this place is a huge source of pollution. Even normal people who come here will quickly degenerate and become a new evil god believer. Their bodies will also be polluted in the process, giving birth to tentacles, and then collapse or jump down, merging with the flesh and blood. And in this situation, there is a pure light column rising up to the sky next to them, which is extremely eye-catching. This pure light column is extremely eye-catching in this flesh and blood world. And this is really disgusting to all the evil god believers. Relative energy. It's like someone throws filth directly in your face. What's more important is that this light column can't be removed at all. No matter what method is used, it can't interfere at all, as if it is not on the same level. This seemingly simple pure light column is actually of a very high level. This is a beacon from God, which descends directly from the rule level and guides the arrival of other people in the Church of Light. Unless it is erased at the same level of rules, there is no way to affect it, although the amount is extremely small. So small that it is almost non-existent. The evil gods are bullied because they are of low level and are used as beacons for spies. Are you kidding? My dignified Church of the Righteous God, which all living beings believe in, can still be bullied by you evil god believers who hide from place to place. So from ordinary believers to legendary high priests, they are all numb to this, and can only force themselves to ignore the light column and continue to accelerate the start of the grand sacrifice. If it is not started, the army of the Church of Light will really come. At this moment, the corpses have been thrown down in piles. As if to fill the rift, the flesh and blood piled on it rippled slightly, like space, like a bloody face. At this moment, the judge knights and others who were walking through the wind and sand have already come to the foot of the light column and have been covered by the distorted field. The armor on the judge knights glowed automatically, sweeping away the wisps of twisted breath. In the back, a legend also opened his own domain and sheltered his people. The fat man also took out a small sculpture. Although the sculpture was not big, it also radiated a ray of light to shelter several people. And then, he was ready for battle. They already had a mature plan to deal with the cult. After entering the polluted area, the first barrier was the crazy evil god believers and the twisted monsters and monsters. After being twisted by the evil god, they would ignore the difference in strength and charge without thinking. Even if they self-destructed, they would splash blood to buy time for the grand sacrifice. If there were many evil god believers, or the grand sacrifice was held in a densely populated area, the terrifying crowd would become a difficult hurdle. However, when everyone was ready for battle, they did not suffer any attack. Only a faint mist and the yellow rock storm mixed together to shake people's hearts. However, when the armor of the 100 Judges' Knights was connected, the light emitted directly swept away the mist, and was not affected by it at all. We already know which evil god we are facing, but we are still affected by his signature moves. This is really a slap in the face. The group of people entered the core area of this distorted field with unstoppable force, and came close to the flesh and blood rift. When they saw this distorted flesh and blood, except for the Judge Knights, everyone was shocked. Their faces flushed, and the blood vessels on their foreheads swelled and twisted one by one, like tentacles under the skin. Then the muscles tightened. Chapter 570 Usurping God. Buzz. The body was distorted and twisted, and every part and every piece of flesh and blood seemed to have its own life. And conflicts broke out between them, trying to tear the whole person apart alive. But it was suppressed immediately, and the body regained control again. The feeling just now seemed like an illusion. After all, the lowest here are masters. But the pollution was too strong at the beginning, and it suffered a certain impact. It will be fine after a while, as long as you don't stay in such a field for a long time. The flesh and blood will not be easily distorted. However, the body calmed down, but the mental shock could not be calmed for a long time. The impact of this twisted flesh and blood rift was too strong. And at this moment, the fat man quickly searched around the rift. Idisa did the same as him. The next moment, they saw the scene of the carloads of corpses falling down at the same time, and also saw the appearance of the corpses. The next moment, the pupils of the two suddenly shrank. Players? The two looked at each other after hearing the voice, and then looked to the back of the Rift Valley, especially the fat man. The gold coins in the bag turned into light and sank into his eyes. The dazzling golden pupils bloomed, and the pupils and eyes turned into the sky and the earth. In an instant, they saw through the disguise and saw everything behind. In the back, Thousands of players were laughing and laughing, and their mouths seemed to say words like commission, getting rich, and buying something. While talking and laughing, they all died like wheat falling to the ground. Then, under the effect of a layer of magic circle, the bodies remained in place, and were loaded and transported by a group of cultists into the flesh and blood Rift Valley. And the player who was talking and laughing was resurrected in place, and then died again, leaving the body again and again, again and again. And the cycle repeats. 1,000 people died in 1 second and lived in 1 second. 2 seconds would be 1,000 bodies, and 1 minute would be 30,000. 1 hour would be 1,800,000. And the number of players here is already more than 2,000. And 1 hour would be nearly 4 million. Even if the transportation is limited, and there are various delays, there is no problem with 1 or 2 million corpses per hour. How long has it been since the grand sacrifice? Or, how long has this strange magic circle been running? Why are there still corpses left after they are resurrected? How many corpses are there? A simple calculation made the two of them feel like they were falling into an ice cave, and they didn't dare to think about the subsequent questions. Is there no price for their resurrection? Idissa murmured. And the fat man recalled the player resurrection rules he had learned about. In the early stage, there is, and the death penalty will become heavier. But when they are directly under the punishment to the most primitive state, to the state when they enter the game, death has no designated driver, and resurrection has no restrictions. Obviously, these players are currently in this state. Even in the initial state, they are still healthy and full of blood, which seems to correspond to their actual physical condition. At this moment, others also discovered this situation, and for the first time, they were no longer calm and composed. The judge knights did not hesitate at all, and ran away directly. A white light turned into a rainbow and crossed the canyon directly, and started the most peak charge towards the magic circle. The fat man turned his head to look at Idissa and suddenly asked, "Has there been a case in the history of the Church of Light where millions, no, tens of millions of bodies were sacrificed at one time in the great sacrifice of the evil god? Is this just the opening ceremony?" Idissa's body was cold, and she shook her head slightly. Never before. The highest was only hundreds of thousands. As she spoke, a beacon in her hand was also activated. The next moment, a pillar of light rose from the sky. The god of light's eyes were about to fall. This was the authority of the saint to summon the gods. But no matter how much compensation was made, it could not cover up a fact. That is, under the influence of the player's troublemaker, the experience accumulated by the Church of Light against the Church of the Evil God over hundreds of years has already appeared flawed. There was something unexpected here. The great sacrifice here is already irreversible. Of course, when the God of Light's eyes fell, it didn't matter whether the great sacrifice was open normally. It is nothing more than the God of Light crossing the endless distance, descending his mighty power from the kingdom of God, and then penetrating his plane through the connection of the great sacrifice, beheading the evil god, and wiping out the evil god's believers through the faith channel. And then the church erases his doctrines, fundamentally cutting off the possibility of his revival from silence. In this process, there will not be even one casualty increase, and the Church of Light has once again successfully flattened the great sacrifice of the evil god. But if the Pope is not here in person, if it is not in the church, the God of Light crossing the endless distance in the kingdom of God and descending his mighty power will have to pay a price. And this price must be paid by the medium. This price is so heavy that the Saint Idissa is not qualified to bear it. She is not a real saint yet, although she has the qualifications of a saint. Her abilities in all aspects, including strength, have not yet reached the standards of a saint. Here, only the Judgment Knights have the qualifications because the price they may have to pay for this unexpected event is too heavy. At this moment, Idissa bit her lips until they turned white. If she had to bear the descent of the God of Light, she would not have done so. But it was the Judgment Knights who actually accepted it. What they may face is the destruction of the entire Judgment Knights. The gaze of the God of Light will not affect anything. Every believer is his eye, and an extension of him. The gaze is just his attention shifting over, which will not cause anything. But when she simply calculated the number of corpses that had been thrown in, she understood that although this had not happened yet, it was inevitable. The great sacrifice of tens of millions, or even tens of millions, is enough to make the tentacles of the evil god change qualitatively. Under such a qualitative change, the evil god has even stepped half a foot on the ladder of the true God. and it is no longer something that the Judgment Knights can suppress and conquer. If they retreat and let it continue to ferment, or if they just hold on here, the great sacrifice will sweep away Yuanling City and even several nearby cities. Don't forget that if you make up for the soul gap in this process, the power of the mist will also change. The great sacrifice of the evil god has the function of promoting the evil god. If a true god-level evil god is really born, then the world will definitely be in turmoil. So, Fei Rui took a ball, and the fat man next to him jumped 3 feet high, and Adisa also turned her head suddenly. The devil in her body, that had been quiet for a long time, was in turmoil again, and she was madly eager. Fei Rui, what the hell did you take? The fat man was shocked. A disposable semi-artifact? It can be thrown like a fireball. The fat man's face turned pale when he heard this, and his eyes widened immediately. If one is not enough, I have another one. At this moment, Fei Rui took out both of them. When he saw the second one, Fei Rui and the fat man's eyes began to shine with golden light. This is fucking awesome. One is not enough. There are two. At this moment, Adisa couldn't help but be moved. If 2 disposable semi-artifacts could interrupt the grand ceremony, the God of Light would not have to come. But after the fat man next to him regained his composure, he felt the breath of the semi-artifact and immediately stopped him. No. I feel my body is going to be deformed next to your semi-artifact. If it really explodes, if it doesn't kill me, the terrifying deformed power will be integrated into this twisted flesh and blood. Thinking of this possibility, the fat man shuddered and said immediately, I'm afraid it will create a god, and the God of Light will have a headache when he sees it. This kind of power is too evil. Fei Rui, where did you get it? At this moment, Adisa was also splashed with cold water by the veil, and once again noticed the struggle and desire of the demon in his body. The next moment, he heard Fei Rui say, Abyss. Leave the world a way out. Even if this evil god descends, it is impossible for him to become a god in one step. It is still possible to deal with it. But this thing of yours, I am afraid that in the end, the other party will ascend to heaven in one step, which will make everyone scalp numb. The fat man looked at Fei Rui with a complicated expression. Okay. Fei Rui still listened to the advice, put away the 2 balls, and took out a dozen legendary spell scrolls and unfolded them. Boom, 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 storm, fireball, meteorite, earthquake, ice, vitality extraction. One legendary spell after another fell. If it was a normal rift, it would collapse even if it was not flattened. But these attacks fell on the twisted flesh and blood, seemingly leaving one terrifying pit after another. But compared with the overall size of this twisted flesh and blood, this kind of damage is like scraping. On the other side, the Knights of the Judgment have destroyed the special magic circle, and the player will not leave a corpse even if he commits suicide and resurrects. The endless supply of corpses finally stopped, and under the hunting of the Judge Knights and other powerful people, all the cultists could not resist, but they all jumped into the rift. Their bodies merged, but the face remained on the surface of the flesh and blood, smiling at them ferociously, and the expression seemed to be full of mockery. Only the legendary high priest was suspended above the rift, invincible under the protection of flesh and blood. The accumulation, fusion and distortion of billions of corpses have made the field here reach the level of demigods, even close to the level of gods. This is a qualitative change caused by absolute quantitative change. This made the high priest laugh triumphantly, and the smile on his wrinkled face was extremely ugly and ferocious. Looking at the helpless Judge Knights on the shore and feeling evil gods responding, the high priest was very excited. The idea of opening the high sacrifice at the cost of the player's corpse was proposed by him. After proposing it, in order to implement this plan, he even gave up and stopped the arrangement on the legendary disciple of the Archer Association, Baseo, in order to avoid alerting the enemy and causing other problems. The high priest even decided to give up the huge amount of resources invested in this person in the early stage, and did not try to make up for it. In his opinion, this was such a wise move. If a legendary believer could use some tricks to seduce a group of legends to come and sacrifice together, it would indeed be possible to revive the evil god and start the great sacrifice. But how many variables are there in a group of legends? How many resources would it take for the early preparations? Wouldn't it be better to use these resources to invite some newly joined players? A little money, a little extraordinary path, or the temptation of beauty, and the huge resources to cultivate that person to become a legend. Do you really think that after the blackening, there will be no resources, and the strength will explode? How is that possible? That is the result of the huge investment of resources. Where did these resources come from? They were all saved bit by the evil god church under the impetus of faith, by cutting back on food and clothing. In the end, they were all supplied to others. They let people take advantage of the breakthrough to the legend for nothing. But fortunately it was stopped. And a resource, that is, money, was left behind. This batch of money was used to hire players. And the high priest discovered a new world at that time. With the help of the magic circle that he got by accident. The corpses came too fast. 10,000 corpses made him extremely excited. 100,000 corpses made him almost crazy. When there were 1,000,000 corpses, he was numb. When there were billions of corpses, he felt that he could do this evil god. Isn't this better than a legend? Let alone one. Even if there are 10. What's wrong? Can it be better than billions of mortal corpses? And this is a fair trade. There is no risk at all. It's so cool. This is just the result of more than 2,000 players in 2 days. And the number of players is more than 1 million. The time is more than 2 days? If there are 1 million players, 2 days will be tens of billions? What kind of righteous god? In the future, this world will be called the evil god. What evil god plane? One is called the evil god main material world. What righteous gods? All roll to the outer plane. The high priest was almost crazy. Looking at the outside, trying all kinds of methods to stop the high priest. And laughed. He. Give up. No one can stop me. You should feel honored. You can witness the emergence of the new god here. I will become a god. And you will become my loyal followers. He. In addition to being a ceremony for the promotion of the evil god, the great sacrifice of the evil god also has the function of ascending to the god and announcing its existence to the world. This is not a ceremony for the promotion of the evil god, but a ceremony for the ascension of the evil god. Or in other words, it is a ceremony of usurping the god. This is the high priest of the evil god church who betrayed the evil god of faith and used this unprecedented grand sacrifice to seduce the authority of the evil god at this critical juncture of the death of the evil god, and even promoted him to the true god together. Recognizing this, everyone fell into a long silence. But they still did not give up trying for a moment. Although they had already had a god descending to cover them. Although they had already made all preparations for the god's descent, and could start the god's descent at any time. But they still tried to interrupt this great sacrifice with their own strength. Avoid the hasty descent of the god in this emergency situation. But the ritual made up of billions of corpses is too strong. As the evil god's sacrifice progressed, the sky gradually twisted, and some images gradually emerged. That was another plane. The evil god plane. This was the precursor of the channel between the evil god plane and the main material world. In just a blink of an eye, a broken sculpture appeared in front of everyone. Evil god. This thought emerged in everyone's mind. Just as the judge knights looked indifferent and prepared to start the descent, another figure was reflected at the foot of the evil god sculpture. This person seemed to be just a legend, but he was holding a gun in his hand and was about to fire. Chapter 571 Authority. It's just a legend. Fortunately, it's just a legend. The high priest, who had taken a deep breath, suddenly relaxed. The sacrifice on his side has already started. At the energy level close to God, he is inherently invincible. The only loophole is in the evil god plane, in the authority. But even if it is a loophole, it is not something that a legend can touch. If you want to move the authority, you have to be a demigod at the beginning. In other words, demigod is the minimum condition for touching and controlling authority. This is just a legend. At this time, the figure in the reflection raised the gun in his hand. Fong Bai? Fong Bai? The fat man. Fei Rui and Idisa shouted in unison. They looked at each other, and everyone could see the surprise in their eyes. Who else is that figure but Fong Bai? Fong Bai has broken through the legend? How come Fong Bai is in the evil god plane? What happened when he fell to the ground? Didn't Fong Bai come? And even if he came, he wouldn't have gone directly to the evil god plane. Right? When everyone was surprised, the gun in Fong Bai hand fired. Others were confused. Only the prophet in white suddenly shuddered. A current rushed to his head, and his scalp was numb. Although he didn't know what Fong Bai was going to do, he knew it was coming. Fong Bai is not a legend. He is a demigod. As soon as the thought came up, A rainbow light shot out from Fong Bai's gun. At this moment, the eyes of the god of light fell. Swoosh! The rainbow light shot out from the gun fell to the ground with a whistling sound, spinning and rolling, leaving a circular mark on the ground in a blink of an eye. The circular chip that turned into rainbow light rolled quickly in it, and the hexagram and three-dimensional mysterious runes quickly took shape. During this process, the passionate music always echoed in the evil god plane, echoing between heaven and earth. It made people's blood boil. As a beam of light rose into the sky, another corresponding magic circle was unfolded in the air, rotating in the opposite direction. In this way, the music between heaven and earth gradually reached the climax, leading people's emotions to the highest point, as if all difficulties would be solved at this moment. The next moment, the six-pointed star magic circle turned into a shadow, and a huge mechanical giant slowly rose. In just a moment, the shadow of the Titan appeared. Roar! Dusk! Titan! The sonorous mechanical sound echoed between heaven and earth, and it could not be calmed for a long time. Under the attention of everyone, Fong Bai rotated in a beam of light and floated towards the mechanical giant and entered it. At this moment, everyone watching this scene couldn't help but be stunned, and their throats moved slightly. The white-robed prophet saw it and trembled all over. Even the god of light was silent after seeing it. 6. The god of light retracted his gaze. The next moment, under the gaze of everyone, this mecha giant burst out with legendary strength. But before they could say anything, a voice sounded. It was Fong Bai's voice. First limiter. Open! Clang! The golden light on the dust titan burst out and shattered, and its momentum became much stronger. Second limiter. Open! Third limiter. Fully open. Clang! Clang! 3 clanging sounds in succession, and the gods appeared in the world in an instant. God? Demigod? Impossible. Is this a demigod? Everyone was stunned, but some were terrified, while others were excited and happy. Delighted, Edissa opened her mouth wide as she looked at the reflection in the sky. Fong Bai. The demigod Fong Bai doesn't need to be forced to descend. No need to be forced to descend. For a moment, Edissa's heart surged, and her heart was turbulent. And the next moment, the demigod-level mechanical giant grabbed the broken evil god sculpture with one hand. No! The high priest opened his eyes wide, stared at the projection, and roared unwillingly. In the evil god plane, Fong Bai twisted his neck in the space inside the mecha. Oh! It's more fun to play background music and turn on the summoning sound effects. What's the point of summoning a mecha if there is no sound effect? Fong Bai muttered excitedly. He was just tinkering with a super big toy. He was in high spirits. He is still the innocent boy who can watch the excavator work all day long. But there is only one person here. It is not good to play like this outside in the future, especially in front of acquaintances. Otherwise my mature and stable personality will collapse in a minute. No. No. Absolutely not. Forget it. I will not play so many fancy games in the future. I will still play the cool style of mecha summoning route. Like the black rhino armor walking and transforming. Well, in the future, I will take off, and the mecha will somersault in the air to catch me. This is also fun. Fong Bai thought wantonly in his mind. And then he set his eyes on the broken evil god statue again. Such a close contact and direct view of the evil god statue. Distorted information instantly rushed over. However, the distorted part of the flesh and blood was directly blocked by the mecha, and the distorted part of the information was directly borne by the mecha's spiritual sea and the meaning of the dust titan inside it. If the mecha is not broken, Fong Bai will not be hurt. When driving the mecha, before the mecha is broken, Fong Bai will only be corroded by the mecha itself, and will not be affected by anything else. And with the amount of spiritual power of the artificial spiritual sea and the quality of the will of the Twilight Titan, the two are combined into one, with both quality and quality. The distorted information that comes with the incomplete evil god sculpture is not enough to tickle. The mechanical hand of the Twilight Titan is clasped on the head of the incomplete evil god sculpture. Fong Bai can sense the distorted will in it, and even sense his fear. However, it is obvious that the evil god who has just revived has no room for resistance and can only stand here as a broken sculpture. It is estimated that at most he can only send messages to believers frantically. Has the Church of Light not wiped out all the followers of this evil god? It really revived. And I came in time. If I had come a little later, wouldn't this evil god be alive and kicking again? Wouldn't it have been killed in vain? In the main material world, listening to Fong Bai muttering, a group of referee knights blushed and wanted to argue. But after looking at themselves and the mechanical giants that were conquering the evil god plane, they finally lowered their heads in shame and anger. Facts are facts. And no excuse is more convincing than facts. The next moment, in the eyes of the high priest, the head of the incomplete evil god sculpture was completely crushed by the mechanical palm. The next moment, the entire evil god sculpture was turned into powder under the short spear of the dust titan. And even the twisted consciousness in it was directly annihilated under the spear. The sculpture symbolizing the resurrection of this evil god was directly annihilated. And this evil god fell into silence again just after it was attached. And in the sculpture, there is only one thing left. This thing is tangible, but it seems to be immaterial. But Fong Bai can clearly sense its existence. This seems to be the root of distortion, the source of everything. Fong Bai looked closely and saw a black and red diamond crystal wrapped in a ball of white light. The crystal exudes the pressure of a god, or more accurately, the pressure of a demigod. This crystal did not break even under the spear of dusk, and was intact. In perception, this crystal continuously emits distorted information to the outside world. If ordinary people come into contact with it, their bodies and wills will be distorted in an instant. From the body to the soul, they will directly become the followers of the evil god. In this distorted information, Fong Bai tried to distinguish and eliminate interference, and gradually found two breaths, mist and tentacles. The distorted information is clearly the information of two powers. In perception, Fong Bai discovered that power is actually not substantial, and its essence is just like a string of information, which echoes the hyperlink represented by this string of information. Click to obtain the corresponding power. But it seems to be different. This piece of information also carries other things, mysterious and wonderful. How can Fong Bai see it clearly at once? This is a dangerous item. Otherwise, this evil god may be revived again. Once revived, well, it seems that revived can baptize from the sky. Raise it to baptize from the sky? Fong Bai muttered, looking up, and suddenly realized that this evil god is indeed dead. But why is there no baptism from the sky? This evil god is too weak, and the power fed back to the heaven and earth is not enough to baptize? Can't breed it? No, it's not impossible. As long as the evil god is given some time. Then with the efforts of the evil god church, the evil god can definitely recover to the point where he can baptize from the sky. But Fong Bai shook his head slightly. The baptism from heaven is good. But if the evil god wants to restore his power, countless people will suffer. Countless people will lose their lives. And countless people will have their lives ruined. After all, with the degree of distortion of the evil god, just knowing it will cause a certain distortion, not to mention faith. While the evil god's believers contribute the power of faith, they will also be directly distorted and alienated by the information transmitted by the evil god. The evil god is a disaster, and you want to cultivate it, unless there is a completely harmless and cheap offering in the world. Otherwise, everything is piled up by other people's flesh and blood, and it is all exploiting other people's flesh and blood souls, which is extremely dirty. But how is this possible? Fong Bai said silently in his heart. It's better to take this dangerous item back and suppress it. And it can also be used for research. Fong Bai thoughts moved, and the field swept. This crystal looks like a diamond crystal. But Fong Bai has tried it, and it only looks like it. In fact, this crystal has a shape, but it has no substance. And matter and energy cannot interfere. However, Fong Bai is also a demigod. So naturally there is no way to collect it and take it away. Field is the best choice. Or for Fong Bai, this is a magnetic field. Fong Bai controlled his own body magnetic field to wrap this diamond-shaped crystal, grab it, and seal it up. Just after grabbing it, before Fong Bai could explore this plane properly, he suddenly felt a connection and a pull. This connection and this attraction are all transmitted from that crystal core. Or, this crystal core is the core of the connection and the coordinates. And this crystal originally belonged to the evil god. So, is someone summoning the evil god? No. To be precise, it should be the evil god's believers who are summoning the evil god and offering sacrifices to the evil god? What a coincidence. Well, it may also be that the frequency of sacrifice is relatively high. After all, this evil god has just revived after being silent. It is also possible that the evil god really sent a distress message through the faith channel, and this group of people came to help. Well, It just happened to go over and wipe them out. So that the Church of Light will not be slow to do things. And this group of people will continue to jump around. For a while. Fong Bai became interested and had a lot of fun. He shook his body. And his soul waved his sleeves directly. Carrying the spiritual sea of the Dust Titan and descending directly along the channel. Who is summoning this evil god? As Fong Bai will descended. His second-year voice echoed above the flesh and blood rift. The next moment Fong Bai saw the flesh and blood rift, and the high priest suspended in the air. So old. So ugly. Fong Bai had just finished speaking when he found a group of people next to the flesh and blood rift. Judging from their armor, they seemed to be from the Church of Light. Fong Bai's expression froze. Are there other people? Are there other people besides the evil god believers? Fong Bai was silent. It seems that he can't kill them after the game is over. Forget it. Forget it. Fortunately, there are no acquaintances. They just heard my voice and didn't recognize me. Fong Bai thoughts just came up when he saw the fat man with a strange face. Fei Rui, the white-robed prophet, and the saint of the Inquisition of the Church of Light. Idisa? Forget it. It's just a sentence. It doesn't count. Wait. What is the sky? Fong Bai suddenly found the projection in the sky and was stunned. Subconsciously asked. When did this projection appear? When did you come? At the beginning? The fat man shrugged his shoulders with his neck shrunk. Fong Bai was silent. 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 An unprecedented embarrassing situation appeared. And an unprecedented desire to kill people echoed in his heart. The fat man and others who reacted trembled. In the silence, the suspended high priest suddenly shouted with a distorted face. Give me back the power. Give me back the power. Give it back to me. With a crazy shout and look, the irreversible ritual rushed directly into the sky with the will of the high priest. The people of the Church of Light could not reverse and stop the ritual. And the high priest naturally had no way. The ritual itself had entered an irreversible stage. So, amid the high priest's terrified shouts, the ritual rushed up with his will. The evil god's high priest. Usurping gods and promotion are not much different. At first it was promotion. But later, because of the high priest's integration and hosting, promotion became ascension to gods. Or usurpation of gods. But facing the power without a master and the power with a master. Facing the distorted consciousness that had just revived and was extremely weak and Fong Bai demigod level while wrapped in the Dust Titan are completely different things. When Fong Bai was almost unconscious, the high priest's will was pressed on Fong Bai will. Puff. The high priest was gone. This evil god's sacrifice also changed from a usurpation ceremony to a normal promotion ceremony. In the ritual field of the evil god's sacrifice, the mists transformed by souls were few and far between, and only the yellow rock storm barely supported it. But the qualitative change of the flesh and blood field caused by billions of corpses was real. And this near-god level flesh and blood tentacles power was integrated into the tentacle authority without any hindrance. Promotion begins. At this moment, the world is quiet. At this moment, only the power fluctuations that surpassed the demigod and approached the true god level echoed. Chapter 572. He gave too much. The sacrifice is continuing. Just like what was said before. This sacrifice is irreversible. And it is still the same now. The only change is that the sacrifice target was the evil god at the beginning. And then it was almost changed to the high priest. And now it is Fong Bai again. To be precise, it should be the power combination in Fong Bai hand. The huge energy generated by the high sacrifice is constantly pouring into this combination. Into the tentacle power. Making it stronger and trying to sublimate it. But this has nothing to do with Fong Bai. And Fong Bai does not need to control him. At this moment, there is only silence. Fong Bai really doesn't want to talk. And he doesn't want to show up. The fat man who feels a little embarrassed and Edie Shah who feels that he can't beat Fong Bai are also very quiet. The judge knights responsible for conquering the evil god saw that Fong Bai killed the evil god. And they had no intention of intervening. Since Fong Bai killed him, the spoil should belong to Fong Bai. And it has nothing to do with them. Their Church of Light is not so overbearing that everyone gets a share. They are even very happy to see others gain huge profits from hunting evil gods. This is very beneficial to their overall environment of clearing out evil gods and reducing the number of evil gods. If the evil gods become a hot commodity that everyone fights for, then they won't be so tired and sacrifice so many people. And this is one of the reasons why they will ask other forces to join in the hunt for evil gods. Just a few legends. They are all going to hunt evil gods. Are they really short of these legendary combat power? Besides, even if they are short, their church really can't take them out? It's just to let others see the benefits. Let them be baptized. And see the gold everywhere in the evil god plane. So as to stimulate their initiative to hunt evil gods. Their church really doesn't need this little bit. Naturally, I won't say anything. As for the fact that Fong Bai said bad things about them behind their backs before. This is a private matter. Go back and find a few brothers to find a way to beat them back. Now you may not be able to beat them. So just stay still. After all, the God of Light will not descend for such a trivial matter. Let alone the God of Light. Even the Pope said, in their words, if you look down on me, it means you are weak or you didn't do it well. Just do both things well in the future. Besides, what they said does make sense. This time, they did save their lives. This is a real life-saving grace. And they must remember it. You have to be patient even if you have a temper. Not only do you have to be patient, but you also have to bring a thank you gift when you go back to take revenge. Otherwise, others will say that the believers taught by the God of Light have incorrect values. No education. And no quality. This is not okay. If the incident gets out of hand, and the God of Light and other gods are teased and laughed at because of this incident when they gather together, then they will definitely be refined to death, beaten to death, and hung in the doctrine to be infamous for thousands of years. The Knights of the Judgment did not speak, and some other legends did not dare to speak, but just looked at the mechanical giant in the projection with surprise. This mechanical giant actually made a legend directly possess the combat power of a demigod, and possessed the combat power to kill the evil god. What is this? Who is this person? What force is he from? Can this mechanical giant be built a second time? Can they use it? Amidst the excitement in his heart, he was also very calm. Are you kidding? In front of a demigod. No matter how curious or excited he is, he will not commit suicide. At least not in front of him. Just when Fong Bai breathed a sigh of relief and thought that things would pass quietly like this, a voice sounded. Hey, Fong Bai. Why don't you come down? I remember that after the sacrifice channel was formed, people from the outer planes could descend along the sacrifice channel. The evil god can also descend. And the specifications of this evil god sacrifice are so high that it must be enough for you to descend. Come down quickly. Come down. I have something for you. As soon as Fei Rui's voice fell, Fong Bai had not had time to reply, and the others looked over in unison, full of horror. The closest legend immediately moved away and asked with his mouth, how do you talk to a demigod like this? How many dishes? Fei Rui glanced at them strangely and urged them immediately. Come down. Come down quickly. Fei Rui glanced again after saying that. What are you looking at? What's wrong with me talking to my followers? The moment the voice fell, the screen was full of question marks, and the people around him all dodged in an instant, fearing that they would be affected by Fei Rui. But at this moment, a beam of light fell from the sky, and in the distortion of space, a 60-meter-high mechanical giant slowly appeared. The people around him hid further away in an instant, but the next moment they saw the mechanical giant squatting down, and Fong Bai, who looked helpless, slowly appeared. Here it comes. Stop shouting, Fong Bai said helplessly. And seeing this look, the others looked at him, and then at Fei Rui. He looked at him, then at Fei Rui. Isn't what he said true? Demigod? Master Mage? Follower? Everyone's brain stopped working. No matter how they turned, they felt a little confused. Fei Rui noticed these eyes, looked around, and said proudly, what are you looking at? What are you looking at? Fong Bai is the follower I exchanged for a piece of earth vein fragment, Fei Rui said proudly, and then took out a bunch of legendary spell scrolls from his arms, and threw them to Fong Bai. Hey, my master drew them. You can have as many as you want. I give you a dozen to play with. I asked my master to draw a few dozen for you later. If you don't need them yourself, just give them away. Anyway, I think everyone seems to like this thing. And this. After Fei Rui took out a bunch of scrolls, he threw 2 balls to Fong Bai. Fong Bai immediately sensed the radiation in them as soon as he caught them. Wait, what is this? Fong Bai sensed it a little, but didn't react for a moment. The next moment, he heard Fei Rui casually say, oh, what should you players call it? Uranium? Well, a 5th level elemental metal. My master simply made a small thing that can explode. You can blow it up for fun. Fong Bai eyebrows jumped wildly. Warning signs? And he didn't even need warning signs. He knew it just by relying on his common sense. If this thing explodes, he can't guarantee that he can withstand it now. This thing can really kill him. Fong Bai's throat moved slightly, and Fei Rui continued to speak without noticing. But I guess you are more interested in its raw materials, so you can dismantle it for fun. But this thing is produced in the abyss, which is relatively rare, so you should use it sparingly. My master can't afford much. Oh. Fong Bai nodded subconsciously, turned around and reacted, and asked, Hey, don't you keep one for yourself? If I'm not mistaken, this should be given to you by your master for self-defense. Right? It's okay. It's okay. You can take them all. If I don't have one, won't my master make me another one? Fong Bai thought about this logic, but he couldn't think of anything wrong. He mourned for Ferdinand for a moment, and then put away the 2 balls against his conscience. He didn't want to. But? Uranium. There was really no way to refuse this word. Fong Bai couldn't even say those 2 words. And Fei Rui continued. Oh, by the way, I just accepted 2 followers. Take a look. You know them too. Fei Rui pointed at the fat man and the white-clothed prophet and said. Fong Bai took a look, and looked at the fat man and the white-clothed prophet with a little surprise. Followers? The white-clothed prophet lowered his head embarrassedly, and the fat man looked at Fong Bai and smiled. No way. He gave too much. Fong Bai was silent after hearing this, recalling the things that Fei Rui gave him unconditionally along the way, as well as a bunch of legendary spell scrolls, and 2 5th-level elemental metal uranium this time. To be honest, you can say that Fei Rui is a big loser. You can say that Fei Rui is stupid and rich. You can say that Fei Rui has a pure heart. And you can also say that Fei Rui only knows how to use money and treasures to buy people's hearts. It must be said that Fei Rui's way of collecting followers is simply too vulgar and too direct. He will definitely send a bunch of ungrateful people and giant babies. And he will definitely send a lot of losers. But there is one thing everyone has to admit. That is, he gave too much. And he has a pure heart. Fong Bai has a lot of thoughts. But for Fei Rui, I can only say that Fei Rui is a fool with good luck. With him, even if Fei Rui does this kind of thing for a lifetime, he will never lose money. Fong Bai envies this kind of luck. So, hearing what the fat man said, Fong Bai nodded with emotion. Yeah, he gave me too much. This sentence immediately made the others' minds fly, and they continued to rack their brains to think about what the earth vein fragments were. The quasi-3rd level thing? Impossible. Absolutely impossible. Using quasi-3rd level materials to recruit demigods. Isn't it like lighting a lamp in the toilet? Looking for death? Absolutely impossible. What level is it? Why have I never heard of it? After Fei Rui introduced the 2 people, he immediately said, Fong Bai, I see they are so poor. And I shudder. So, you helped me get 2 sets of 4th level equipment. From head to toe. Preferably teeth. As for the properties and functions, you asked them and customized 2 sets for me. In addition, there is my master. He has always wanted to snatch the staff you gave me last time. You get him one and watch him do it. Okay. I know. Fong Bai looked up and down at the fat man and the white-clothed prophet, and briefly understood their needs, and immediately had a rough draft in his mind. These 2 people are like wild boars that cannot bear fine bran, so they can just use 2 similar sets to deal with them. But what about the staff of Ferdinand? The master of Fei Rui? How to fix it? What materials are used? What specific level? What functions do you want? Look at the whole? Fong Bai recalled the 2 5th-level elemental metal uraniums he had just received. But the word uranium is extremely valuable. Plus the 5th-level elemental metal. The 5th level is equivalent to the demigod level. Just a better 4th level equipment? Fong Bai felt embarrassed when this thought came to his mind. Is this worthwhile? Fei Rui was so generous to him. But he is so stingy? No. It's all looked at. Then the value of this staff must not be lower than what Fei Rui gave him. What's wrong? Can he lose to this big fool? Fong Bai was ruthless in his heart, recalling the last evil god wreckage he saw in the evil god plane, and nodded fiercely. Okay. I know. Fei Rui, who had not yet realized the problem, nodded, and at this time, Edissa next to him spoke. Fong Bai. Long time no see. I didn't expect to see you again in this occasion. I'm very grateful that you can save the situation. Thank you. Fong Bai also glanced at Edissa after hearing this. They looked the same, but their temperament seemed to have changed. He nodded immediately. Save? Seeing that Fong Bai didn't understand, the fat man immediately explained the whole story to Fong Bai. Fong Bai suddenly understood. Oh, it's okay. It just happened. Besides, I still have to thank you for what happened before. Without you in the church, I would still be short of that crystal core. I would not be able to enter this evil god plane. In other words, this is the cause planted that day. And the result today. Fong Bai's words made Edissa slightly stunned. Crystal core? Recalling the assessment of the crystal core, and looking at Fong Bai who was so close, Fong Bai's heart suddenly moved. Thinking of this, Fong Bai suddenly felt that it was quite interesting and laughed. Edissa stood still. Fong Bai turned his head to look at the fat man, pointing at the flesh and blood rift valley, and asked curiously, Hey, fatty, so many people died here? The whole rift is almost full. How many cities must have been massacred? But why? Fong Bai frowned slightly as he looked at the flesh and blood rift. The flesh and blood rift was twisted and evil, but he just didn't sense any remnants of will in it. For example, resentment, unwillingness, and other emotional will. It stands to reason that this should happen. With so many people dead, the power of will alone may slightly interfere with matter. And with Fong Bai will's strength, he should be able to sense it. But this didn't happen. So Fong Bai felt something was wrong. Why is there no resentment? These corpses are really like a pile of meat. It is indeed a pile of meat, the fat man said. And the next moment what he said made Fong Bai open his mouth wide, unable to accept it for a while. You mean all this flesh and blood are the corpses of players? All of them are the remains of more than 2,000 people who have been resurrected continuously. No. Resurrection can be explained. As long as you hit the bottom, you can't fall any further. It's not difficult to find a group of weak players who haven't changed their jobs and spend some money to recruit them. There are always strange people who are willing to do this kind of thing. There is always a lack of people who want to make quick money. But when players are resurrected, the original corpses will disappear. How could there be so many corpses like this bug? Fong Bai's face was extremely strange. He had been playing this game for so long, and he had never heard anyone say that a bug was found. Even if there was, it was finally refuted. But in the end, it turned out to be an aboriginal, an NPC-like character who found the bug, and used this bug to swipe tens of millions or even hundreds of millions of corpses, successfully launching a super evil god festival that had never appeared in the history of cults. Oh no! In the entire history of gods. Awesome. But just as this thought came up, Fong Bai suddenly remembered something the next moment. Wait! That magic circle. The elite magician in Red Maple City who used players as experiments. Chapter 573. I want BGM too. That mage. That mage is definitely dead. There is no doubt about that. Fong Bai was very sure about this. Standing at his current height and looking down, he knew very well that the elite mage was dead. There was definitely no problem with this. And there was no such thing as a resurrection. But I didn't know whether he had any allies or whether the magic array he developed had any external stories at that time. Fong Bai's face was gloomy. From a neutral point of view, that mage was simply a genius. Through the research on the death and resurrection of some players, a magic array was successfully developed. Although this magic array could not achieve the original design goal of preventing players from resurrecting, but it successfully achieved the function of retaining the player's corpse. Well, at least it could retain professional players and still resurrect as usual. This magic array could not bypass the operating mechanism of the ancient mage territory, but it blocked the process of the player's corpse turning into energy. That is, the process of turning into white light and disappearing. Normal. When the player is resurrected, the corpse will turn into energy and return to the mage tower. This part of energy will be used as energy to revive players. In this process, due to loss and some penalty mechanisms of the mage tower, the strength of the player after resurrection will be reduced to a certain extent. If this energy is intercepted, the player will be resurrected at the initial level when entering the game. That is, there is nothing left to lose. Although the level is still there, the energy is gone and needs to be accumulated again. This energy can be regarded as experience value. Maybe it is because the energy guidance intensity of different levels and qualities is different. Or maybe it is other reasons. Master level does not know that the body of the elite player can no longer be intercepted. This is the level that the elite mage did at the beginning. Based on this staff, while intercepting the body, the initial template was resurrected, and the bug was successfully stuck, resulting in infinite corpses. Fong Bai did not know what the components of these corpses were, and did not know whether this would cause the Mage Tower to lose money again and again, thus causing other changes. In this regard, Fong Bai subconsciously wanted to ban this kind of array forever, because he suspected that if this array was used as a basis and continued to develop, it would be possible that in the future, players at the Master, Legendary, or even Demigod level would lose everything if they died once. If it really evolved to this situation, then this game would really evolve from normal mode to nightmare difficulty, from being able to save repeatedly to facing life directly without saving. Fong Bai took a deep breath and had an unprecedented killing intent towards the mage at the time. This stern killing intent made everyone shrink their necks subconsciously. And the next moment Fong Bai walked to the side of the white-robed prophet. Are there any other arrangements after this? The white-robed prophet shuddered when he heard this, and immediately reacted and said hurriedly, No. I have time anytime. Oh. Okay. Come back to Hongfeng City and help me predict someone. After Fong Bai finished speaking, he looked at the remains of the array at the grand sacrifice site and wanted the white-robed prophet to try to predict it. But after carefully calculating the legendary, demigod, and near god-level grand sacrifices that appeared here, he immediately gave up the idea. Predicting this magic circle here, this is not asking people to predict. This is asking people to die. Fong Bai shook his head slightly, with a gloomy face, and strode directly to the squatting Mecha, and returned to the inside of the Mecha under the cover of a beam of light. Smash! The Mecha's eyes lit up, and the revived mechanical giant stood up. Seeing Fong Bai was about to leave, Fei Rui suddenly shouted, Fong Bai, what is the name of this machine you are driving? Fong Bai turned into a white light and disappeared in the main material world. Only the overlapping voices of him and the machine sounded. Mecha! The overlapping of human voices and mechanical sounds, like the sound echoing between heaven and earth, made everyone present feel slightly numb. At this moment, the word Mecha was deeply imprinted in their hearts, and the heroic figure of the Dust Titan was also deeply imprinted in their hearts. And the excited heart could not calm down for a long time. No matter in which era, metal, machinery, and hugeness are full of infinite charm, which makes people feel thrilling. Perhaps, this is because metal has meant weapons and currency since ancient times. Machinery means skills. Hugeness means power, and high position in the food chain. A huge machinery made of metal. This means having wealth, skills, power, and a high position in the food chain. How can this not make people obsessed? After the Mecha disappeared, they were still immersed in a long aftertaste. Only the crystal core containing authority in the sky was still absorbing the power of the evil god festival. And going up, Fong Bai, who had already figured out a certain skill, gradually faded the picture, and finally disappeared directly in the sky, leaving only the interdimensional space channel. After a long time, at this moment, a legendary warrior who had been racking his brains for a long time came to Fei Rui and said respectfully, Master Fei Rui, I would like to ask you, what exactly is the Earth Vein Fragment that you hired Fong Baiman for? Is this some newly discovered quasi-6th level or even 6th level treasure? Why have I only heard of the quasi-3rd level Earth Vein Fragment of the same name, but never heard of such a divine object as the Earth Vein Fragment? What? Fei Rui did not respond for a moment, looking at the legendary warrior who was asking for advice, scratched his head. It is the quasi-3rd level Earth Vein Fragment. Ah? I said. It is the quasi-3rd level Earth Vein Fragment. Huh? Forget it. No, the legend said angrily. But just halfway through the words, he remembered that the other party had a master who was equivalent to a demigod, and a follower who was directly a demigod, and his tone softened a bit. No, it's not a big deal. But he was still a little unhappy. And so were the other legends who were listening, until they heard Fei Rui say lightly, it is indeed a quasi-3rd level Earth Vein Fragment. Seeing that they still didn't believe it, Fei Rui smiled. As long as you give it to him for free when he is still at the professional level. The moment the voice fell, a pair of eyes looked over. What do you mean by giving it to him when he is at the first level? Literally. After Fei Rui finished speaking, a group of people pondered carefully, and their teeth began to ache immediately. Hiss. Damn. Shit luck. In the dark, Someone cursed with red eyes and sour mouth. Now, everyone really had nothing to say. Even the fat man, Idissa, and the white-clothed prophet looked at Fei Rui with complicated expressions. What good luck? Oh, there is no such thing as good luck. Just send more people. Anyway, I will send all the ones I like. And I have money. Fei Rui was speechless for a moment. And the others were even more envious. And their hearts could not calm down for a long time. After a long time, in the Evil God Festival, the power of the Flesh and Blood Canyon was finally drained. And all the flesh and blood turned into ashes, leaving only deep white bones piled up in it, broken into pieces, and turned into a sea of bones. In addition to the angle and depth of the rift, this sea of bones happened to be located in an area that would never be illuminated by the sun. And it was gloomy. Maybe in the future, this place will turn into a world of the dead, giving birth to some natural treasures that can only be nurtured in the land of the dead. And everyone present just took a look and left immediately. Even the Knights of Judgment were the same, although they were the Knights of Judgment of the Church of Light, the most murderous Knights of Judgment. Although there was a pile of bones below, it was a sea of bones that could turn into the land of the dead. But they still didn't react, and the others didn't show any abnormality. Obviously, this is not surprising. The target of the Inquisition is the evil god, the evil god believers, and the evil of the gods. It is not other living beings or dead spirits in this world. The birth of the dead spirit is a kind of rule of the world. And the dead spirit is also one of the components of this world, belonging to the side of the world. As the bright side of the world, the Church of Light will naturally not shout and kill the other side of the world. Even if they don't like it, they won't do it. At most, they will condemn and despise it, and then retreat. The Knights of the Inquisition led everyone back to Huangyan City with the Huangyan storm again. Although this trip was fruitless, they saw the demigod Mecha, the near-god-level evil god festival, the infinite resurrection of players, and the super-rich European emperor. The growth of their knowledge made them quite excited. After all, they didn't have any casualties. It was just like a vacation. Vacations are not as interesting as usual. Along the way, people began to surround Fei Rui, and their enthusiasm made Fei Rui a little uncomfortable. It was completely different from the beginning. Just when they returned to Huangyan City, the Pope who was praying suddenly received an oracle. But the content of the oracle: give me the whole background music, and then the whole summoning action and slogan. In the future, there will be no background music, no summoning action, no slogan, or the summoning action is not standard, and the slogan is not loud enough. The descent of God will not respond. Just follow this standard. The oracle attached a video at the end. The Pope was stunned. What the hell? The Pope, who had not yet reacted, subconsciously opened the video that came with the oracle. The next moment, the BGM sounded in his mind. Until the end. Dusk. Titan. The Pope couldn't help but purse his lips after watching it. For the oracle of His Majesty the God of Light, who was not doing his job. He said, "It seems pretty handsome." The Pope watched the summoning video over and over again. And after a long time, he immediately slapped the table. Someone come and convene a red robe meeting. The meeting will officially begin in an hour. Those who are not present will participate via projection. Soon, the meeting was held. First, the first topic is about the latest oracle issued by His Majesty the God of Light. What Fong Bai didn't know was that under his silent influence, the originally very serious Church of Light had quietly changed a little bit. But Fong Bai would not care if he knew it. Just kidding. He is so serious. Even if the Church of Light becomes unserious, it is none of his business. At this moment, Fong Bai is driving the Dust Titan around the mountains in the core area of the Evil God Plain. This place looked like a mountain range before, and it still looks like a mountain range now. But after controlling the tentacles and the power of the mist, it was discovered that this is not a mountain range, but the real remains of this evil god. The body like a mountain range is the remains of this evil god. Fong Bai looked at the deformed tentacles, each of which seemed to challenge the limits of human thought. The distribution of the tentacles alone can cause the surface texture to be distorted. If this small section of the tentacle falls into the wild, it can directly pollute an entire fallen forest. The source of these tentacles is a deformed meat ball with countless tentacles twisted together. Fong Bai looked at the teeth on the meat ball and the tentacles that were tens of meters thick, and suddenly found that, apart from IQ and rationality, this evil god is really strong in terms of hard power. Although body size cannot represent everything, such a body size must mean strong power and rich energy. Adding these two together, it is not weak at all. If the structure of this body is optimized and more efficient, the strength will be even more terrifying. But, talking about structure and order with the evil god, if you can talk about these, is it still an evil god? This is an evil god who indiscriminately erodes even his own believers. They don't have brains at all. Fong Bai muttered. It is the lack of a brain that allows him to break through all restrictions and grow to such a terrifying body. But it is also the lack of a brain that has no structural framework. Although it has grown a terrifying body, it is driven by instinct. If it can be controlled, an idea gradually emerged in Fong Bai's mind. With a slight movement in his heart, he immediately deduced it in his mind. While deducing and exploring in his mind, he did not delay either. As he walked, he suddenly came to the side of a tianqing. The diameter of the tianqing was hundreds of meters, and the cliffs were straight and smooth. Judging from the location, it seemed to be just in the center of the entire wreckage. It seemed that there was nothing in the tianqing, and Fong Bai felt palpitations just by looking at it. Obviously, it was not as empty as it seemed. And looking down, it was even more incomparably deep darkness. And I didn't know how deep it was. Looking up, the first thing that came into view was the torn sky, with space fragments flying. But it could not heal for a long time. And then, there was the sky full of soldiers on the ancient battlefield. Fong Bai now knew what this tianqing was. This is not a sinkhole. This is clearly the arrow hole left by the crossbow arrow. After locking onto the evil god, the arrow shot through the air, directly blasted the plane barrier, and hit the evil god's core. Not only did it kill the evil god here, but it also nailed the evil god's corpse, making it impossible for the revived evil god to use it. And it could only turn into a mountain here. The revived evil god could only use his authority to construct a statue sculpture, repair it bit by bit, and attach it bit by bit. Standing next to the sinkhole, feeling the death-like crisis, Fong Bai immediately knew that it was still nailed. After thinking for a moment, Fong Bai took out an iron ingot and threw it in. Silently, the deadly sharpness had penetrated into the iron ingot, and the iron ingot was reduced to ashes. Fong Bai was startled at first, but the next moment his eyes suddenly brightened. Chapter 574 Colonial System. So powerful. Fong Bai's eyes lit up when he saw the pervasive wind of gold, and when it showed the slightest trace, Fong Bai became even more excited when he saw a glimpse of its edge. That's right. Black Spring. It's Black Spring. But it's a higher level Black Spring. Death Chi. Soldier Chi. This Soldier Chi has a higher proportion, and the quality is also stronger. Fong Bai's eyes lit up. The composition of this invisible and intangible sharpness is highly similar to that of the Black Spring, and the form of expression is also very similar. Could it be that the crossbow arrow actually uses the dead air and the evil spirit of the ancient battlefield as the crossbow arrow to launch the attack? Using dead air and evil spirit of the ancient battlefield. Is this crossbow arrow connected to the field of the ancient battlefield? Directly mobilize the power of the ancient battlefield field, and use the crossbow arrow to turn this power into a sharp edge. Is it the god-killing crossbow? Using field against field. Authority against authority. It seems there is a hint of flavor. And after the evil god was killed, the evil god plane was also pulled into the ancient battlefield. The field, and nailed the corpse of the evil god here, became part of the ancient battlefield. After all, what kind of death is more terrifying than the death emitted after the death of the gods? Killing while growing stronger. This is not only self-sufficient, but also can continuously become stronger and accumulate foundation. No wonder this trial space can be directly extended from ancient times to the present. This design is really wonderful. Fong Bai used pupil technique to check the nearby field. The world that is difficult to see with the naked eye appears extremely clear in the pupil technique. The field in the tianqing soared into the sky, and the terminal was connected to the ancient battlefield like a chain. It was like a chain connected to a hook, nailing this evil god plane and pulling it down, locking it, and the field of the ancient battlefield continued to cover it, assimilating and covering it bit by bit. The originally independent evil god plane gradually merged with this ancient battlefield. The design in it made Fong Bai slightly moved. This design, Fong Bai pondered in his heart, and couldn't help but have some ideas in his mind. After thinking for a while, and slightly deducing, Fong Bai pulled his mind out, and looked at the sinkhole again. If the design of the god-killing crossbow brought Fong Bai a new inspiration, Then the sinkhole in front of him was a real benefit for Fong Bai. For others, just a touch of it was enough to turn them into ashes. But for Fong Bai couldn't help but recall the time when he tempered his body on the black spring. And the corners of his mouth couldn't help but curl up slightly. During that time, the density of his body was greatly improved at a very fast speed. And he completed a very important transformation. But the problem is that when his body's strength reaches a certain level, the body's holes are getting fewer and fewer. And his body is getting closer and closer to a leak-free body. The black spring water will no longer be effective for Fong Bai. Fong Bai can even jump in and take a bath directly. Of course, he had tried the black spring water in the outer nodes, and low-level nodes before, and didn't explore inside. Maybe the black springs born in the inner area and high-level nodes will be effective for him. But that is a shadow after all. And Fong Bai dare not guarantee it. But this arrow energy is different. This arrow energy is at least directly in front of him, and is absolutely effective. Fong Bai is no longer worried about its ineffectiveness, but is worried about it being too effective. What if he died here? He survived the fog erosion, the evil god, and the evil god sacrifice, and conquered the world. But he died because of tempering his body? Fong Bai wanted to laugh when he thought about it. The Whisperer stood on the top of the evil god's wreckage. Fong Bai looked at the chariots, armors, and skeletons below. Looking around, a piece of iron-blooded murderous aura rose to the sky. In front of them was the slowly receding fog and the tentacle frenzy. They just fought their way out of the frenzy under the fog. And it was only until just now, until Fong Bai crushed the sculpture and mastered the two powers of tentacles and fog, that he forced back the fog and the monster tide. However, this made Fong Bai discover something that was very absurd and ridiculous, but also slightly reasonable. That is, the evil god can control the mist through the power of the mist, but has no way to control the tentacle monsters that were twisted by the power of the tentacles. At most, they can scare them away, because these tentacle monsters don't have any brains at all. The only thing that drives them to act is the instinctive desire to eat, and the instinctive possibility of growth. That's all. In Fong Bai imagination, the evil god should be able to fully control his creation. Otherwise, how can it be called a creation? Otherwise, how can it be called an evil god? This discovery instantly made Fong Bai feel quite disappointed. And he felt it was outrageous. He could distort creation, and the source of power came from the power of the tentacles. But he did not have absolute control over them. But why did it feel outrageous, but also a little reasonable? Because Fong Bai suddenly discovered, it seems that I can't control the Mecha Master. Although I am the pioneer of the Mecha Master, I can only let the Mecha Master beat me, and not exert any strength. Apart from this, there is no way to control its thinking or body. Well, thinking about it this way, it is indeed a little reasonable. After thinking it through, Fong Bai shook his head slightly. But then, if these tentacle monsters really only have the instinctive desire to eat, without any brain, without any emotions, and can only act according to instinct, then can these tentacle monsters be used? Fong Bai thought. It was like the mouth of an ant could be used to suture wounds. For this kind of creature, if you can find a suitable field, it may not be impossible to play its unique advantages. After all, although they have no brains, their strength and power are real. Masters are all rookies, and legends are no longer rare. So for strength, the brain is really a burden. Right? Fong Bai unconsciously popped up this thought in his mind. And then he made himself laugh. He smiled at the neatly arranged people below, with a slight curl of his mouth. I declare that the tentacles and the plane of the mist evil god have been successfully captured. Our first plane exploration has been a complete success. After the voice fell, there was no cheering. But Fong Bai saw one chin after another slightly raised. They are proud. Fong Bai's chin was slightly raised. He was also proud. It was not because of strength, not because of status, but at this moment they have successfully proved it. Even if they are not involuted in the main material world and snatch food, they are open to the outside world and kind to others. And they still have a broad road to growth. Whether in terms of sense of achievement or efficiency, they are far beyond the inner circle in the main material world. Fighting! With this pride, Fong Bai announced immediately, I declare that this evil god plane is named the #1 evil god plane. I declare that the #1 evil god plane research and development project team is officially established. And I will temporarily serve as the team leader. Let's start a new chapter in our Tiandong Pavilion's research and development of the evil god plane. We are committed to studying the plane structure, summarizing and creating plane exploration methods, and designing plane-specific exploration equipment. In addition, Fong Bai mouth curled up slightly, recalling the Sea of Stars promised when he spoke in Tiandong Pavilion before. His words sounded very far away and empty. Very, very much like painting a pie in the sky. Painting a pie to fill hunger. No, it can't be said to be very similar. At that time, in the eyes of anyone, this was just a pie in the sky. But some people chose to believe it, and some people chose to doubt it. But Fong Bai wanted to say no to this. He didn't like bragging or painting pie in the sky in his life. This is boring and uncultured. Of course, whether you have the ability to complete it after the promise, and whether you are willing to complete it are two different things. But if you can complete it, Fong Bai will definitely go all out. Although this will inevitably lead to the strengthening of the independence, strength and status of the major project teams, and directly lead to the direct weakening of the control of the Tiandong Pavilion over the project teams and members, resulting in the branches and trunks gradually tending to an equal state, rather than the main trunk being weaker than the branches. Once this is achieved, the one whose power will be weakened the most is Fong Bai. The one who is most affected is Fong Bai. Except for him, everyone else is an undiscriminating beneficiary. Just more or less. In this regard, Fong Bai can actually just hold it in his hands. With Fong Bai ability and prestige, no one dares to say anything. And no one will say anything. Everyone is convinced that Fong Bai is destined to be passed down through the ages. But at this moment, Fong Bai still smiled and said proudly, Fong Bai, don't like to draw cakes. And I won't draw cakes. The Sea of Stars I promised will be realized step by step. In addition, I announce that this project team will simultaneously develop the colonization armor system. After the voice fell, everyone was silent. And only Fong Bai's voice sounded. Tentacle authority. Tentacle monsters. All of them transform their bodies into powerful tentacles to achieve higher flexibility, stronger strength, and more tenacious vitality. At the same time, our mecha technician profession has the strongest metallized muscles in the world. Although our muscles are metallized, they still have the nature of flesh and blood. In other words, they have the possibility of transforming into tentacles. And once transformed, they are metal. Compared to the gold armor, this has stronger adaptability, vitality and flexibility. It can be transformed flexibly. And this tentacle can also be transformed into a spear, a long sword, a shield, etc. This will be a brand new track. And this is just one of them. Fong Bai's mouth curled up slightly. While developing small-scale colonization equipment, it is also a process of accumulating experience. We need to accumulate experience in turning metal into tentacles. How to make tentacles more resilient. How to make them more stable in structure. And how to make them more powerful. And whether tentacles can form runes. Whether they can form magic arrays. Etc. And after the accumulation is completed, Fong Bai's thoughts moved. And the power of the tentacles controlled by him took effect. A tentacle of the remains of the evil god nailed to his feet twisted, split, grew, and twisted quickly. In an instant, a tentacle turned into a muscle giant tens of meters high. The surface of the terrifying muscle flashed with a metallic luster, and the flat splicing and twisting and combining of the giant just right gave it the feeling of a fierce killing machine. Just like the creatures in nature that have evolved for countless years and are born for killing, they have a strong sense of impact. At this moment, Fong Bai's faint voice sounded. Tentacle authority, combined with a body, is a demigod-level combat power. And this is just the basics. If runes, arrays, weapons and equipment, computing units, etc. are all installed. Mecha? The second mecha? For a moment, everyone held their breath. That's a mecha. They just saw enough of Fong Bai driving a mecha. Although it's handsome. And handsome. But also handsome. Handsome and has demigod-level strength. This is simply amazing. There was only one mecha before. And Fong Bai was the pavilion master. With a very high contribution. The best in the whole pavilion. In addition, Fong Bai is currently the only mecha master who has formed a unique field. So it can only be driven by Fong Bai. But now Fong Bai has a mecha. And they have entered this evil god plane, which can also be regarded as an ancient battlefield entering the trial space, where they can further temper their bodies. This mecha. This will be the second mecha of our Tiandong Pavilion. because it is made of flesh and blood. There are ready-made evil god wreckage here. We can make full use of it and bypass the problem of our current lack of high-level elemental metals. Continue to design and manufacture the Mecha, which will be another Mecha that is very different from the Dust Titan. The destination. This must belong to Tiangong Pavilion. There is no doubt about it. But the specific driver. Fong Bai looked at everyone and said lightly, "Remember what I just said? Everyone has a Mecha. And then each establishes a project team to go to the Sea of Stars. Everyone's project team controls several worlds. Or even several star fields. This is difficult. But we start with the second Mecha. The right to use this Mecha belongs to this project team." Fong Bai pointed down and said, "It belongs to the number 1 Evil God Plane Research and Development Project Team. It will be used for the next Evil God Plane development, new plane exploration, and conquest, so that we can continue to open up new areas." And the project team has set up separate sub-accounts, sub-treasure houses, and sub-technology libraries. The developed technology and the materials and treasures harvested from the exploration will be assigned to the project team in proportion. The specific proportion will be discussed later. But the project team will have a certain degree of autonomy in the future. As Fong Bai spoke, he looked around, and everyone listened quietly. Because this is crucial. Because in the exploration of this evil god plane, I and Tiangong Pavilion played an important role and made contributions as a whole. So this model is just a temporary pilot. And the share ratio and autonomy will be very, very low. In this regard, new project teams established in the future will also refer to this standard. The greater the proportion of Tiangong Pavilion's help, the greater the investment of Tiangong Pavilion, and the greater the proportion of Tiangong Pavilion, the less autonomy it has. On the contrary, the greater the autonomy, the more you can explore in the areas you want to explore. You don't have to be restricted by the approval system within the pavilion. So, everyone, come on! I look forward to the day when Tiangong Pavilion crosses the Star Sea. Chapter 575, The Road to Yunqi Promotion. I won't say anything more now. This plane can only be considered conquered now. It is still a long way from real development. Whether it is the tentacle monster, the fog monster, or some active fields, they are still factors that prevent us from developing this plane and must be eliminated. But now the power of the fog is in our hands and can be ignored. The main problems we are facing now are the tentacle monsters and some special active fields. Zhang Zong, Xiao Ling, you two lead the team and divide into 4 groups. With our current location as the core, build a permanent artillery fort and gradually advance. At the same time, conduct special terrain along the way. Statistics and collation. Do a simple investigation of the mineral veins and resources. I don't ask for speed. We have the strength and qualifications to occupy this plane. And time is on our side. So don't rush. My requirements are simple. Stable. I require the range of the permanent turret to cover every corner of the entire plane. And more than 1 artillery array. At least 3 artillery arrays cross bombardment. In addition, I also require the reconnaissance range of the high-altitude reconnaissance drone to cover the entire plane. And I require that any disturbance can be detected immediately. Is there a problem? Zhang Zhong and Zhao Ling were shocked when they heard the words, and shouted in unison. No problem. Okay. Let's go! Fong Bai gave an order, and everyone immediately moved, and quickly divided into teams under the dispatch of Zhang Zhong and Zhao Ling. Zhang Zong, who controls the world's first extraordinary army, is very strong in both his own strength and the strength of the army, with the armor and equipment armed to the teeth. It takes only a flip of the hand to suppress ordinary single-lane legends. If they could raise the clouds, even demigods can fight a few times. However, there are still too few people, and the cloud is not thick enough to suppress the field of the demigod. The quality of the cloud is also unable to boost the field of the demigod. If there is another breakthrough in the cloud level, or Zhang Zhong directly unifies the cloud of 100,000 regular troops, then there may be the strength to face the demigod. It is still a little short now. As for Zhao Ling, he is the only player with talent besides Fong Bai so far, and compared with Fong Bai research talent, his talent is a bit biased towards the combat side. Under his development, countless undead auras gradually connected into one, turning into a behemoth crawling over the sea of undead. The specific strength has not been tested, but the survivability and defense capabilities are definitely unique to Tiangong Pavilion. With the undead soldiers wearing armor, and a series of large-scale weapons and equipment of Tiangong Pavilion. If you are really swept into the sea of undead, it will not be much better than being under the cloud. And legends will not be able to escape. In this case, with the assistance of heavy artillery or other weapons. The killing ability is not low. And you have to know that Zhao Ling is the first to use the defensive strength of his own bones as the core material to build an undead mecha. Although the previous undead mechas were only in shape and looked scary. They were basically the same as flower pots. But now Zhao Ling is deeply involved in the research, development, manufacturing, and experiments of mechas, mastering extremely advanced rune knowledge and various advanced mecha technologies. He has now begun to try to engrave runes on the bones of some undead, engrave different runes on a large number of undead bones, and build a rune array by piecing together bones. Because when he develops his talent, the undead auras of all his undead are unified, which solves the partial rejection problem caused by the different auras between different array bases, making this movable type printing have a foundation for success. This idea made Fong Bai look sideways and think that it has the possibility of success. And once it succeeds, Zhao Ling and his undead sea will be another mecha. And it will be a mecha that can continue to grow. With the two leading the team, it is naturally no problem for the highest monsters in this plane to be legendary. And Fong Bai is very relieved. In terms of pure potential, Zhao Ling is still a little higher. After all, the gifted are so special. And Zhao Ling talent is too shameless. Originally, it was only the undead who helped him to bear the damage. As long as all the undead were killed, he could be killed. But now he actually uses this connection and tries to reverse it, so that he can also help the undead to resist damage. I'm so shameless just thinking about it. If you can't kill the undead, you can't kill Zhao Ling. If you can't kill Zhao Ling, you can't kill the undead. When Fong Bai first heard about this concept, he was speechless. That is to say, the proportion of Zhao Ling helping the undead to resist damage has not reached 100%. And there is still a certain possibility of killing them. Once it reaches 100%, it's over. And there is really no way to fight. Let's not talk about the killing. At least the defense and survival must be maxed out. In combination with the high defense strength of the Mecha Master profession, all the undead can be put on the Mecha Master, or directly by the Mecha Master body that has completed the tempering of the player and transform it into an undead. Which is a bit outrageous. But Fong Bai suddenly frowned. Why does it feel a little wrong? Here comes another one hiding? Why hide? What's the point of hiding? Fong Bai, who has focused on defense from professional level to legendary level, asked a soul-searching question. He felt ashamed of these cowards. It's too embarrassing for players. Pooh! Alas, it's the same inside Tiangong Pavilion. This atmosphere is really bad. I don't know who led it astray. Fong Bai shook his head slightly, then looked at Zhang Zhong, and pondered slightly. In terms of quantity, Tiangong Pavilion is definitely not able to meet the needs of 100,000 troops. It is impossible to develop in this direction. Tiangong Pavilion cannot support 100,000 players. Unless the Servant Legion is developed in the future. One player soldier will lead 10 or 100 Servant Legions to serve as the regular army to expand the cloud. Otherwise, it is impossible to have such a large number. Fong Bai thought about the necessity and existence of the Servant Corps for a while, and then temporarily gathered his thoughts. Let's not talk about the Servant Corps for now. The quality of the cloud should be improved. Zhang Zhong Army is the first extraordinary army in history. The significance in the extraordinary world is extraordinary. The more extraordinary armies there are in the future, the more extraordinary it will be. This is absolutely true. The potential of such an army should not be limited here. As for the quality of the cloud, there are two aspects. One is the battle. When it was formed, a master was killed as a sacrifice, which strengthened the foundation of the cloud. From the integration of Zhang Zhong Army and Hao Wei's army data, the more battles they experienced, and the more enemies they killed, the cloud will also change and grow subtly. So, Fong Bai looked into the distance, as if he saw a legendary tentacle monster with a twisted body. This is the best prey. Strangling the monster tide and killing all the legends. This will definitely breed the most ferocious cloud. A real army of hundreds and thousands of battles. This is the first. The second is the people. The soldiers themselves. The principle of the cloud is to integrate the consciousness of every soldier in the entire army. And the quantitative change will affect the reality after the qualitative change. and use the strong fighting spirit to penetrate the blood and the elements of heaven and earth, so as to form talents in cloud. If the cloud wants to break through the level, the degree and strength of the soldier's consciousness integration are absolutely crucial. If the consciousness is not integrated enough, it will be scattered. And no matter who the consciousness is, it will not be enough to interfere with reality. If the individual consciousness is not strong enough, it will not be too strong even if it is integrated. So it is necessary to strengthen the consciousness and strengthen their sense of identity with the collective. However, Fong Bai is a little annoyed about this. After all, compared with the hard struggle of Hao Wei and his group, Tiangong Pavilion can't compare with them in this field. After all, it's all a smooth and crushing game. How to fight bloody battles. How to exercise will. It's still comfortable for Hao Wei and his group. They often have adverse games. They have to fight hard and fight bloody battles. Fong Bai smacked his lips. He could only brag about a disadvantageous situation once in a while. Otherwise, he would have few topics to talk about. Every time Hao Wei boasted that they won a disadvantageous situation, he could only stand by and envy him. Every time Fong Bai said that he envied Hao Wei was so excited that he was almost speechless. Why has he never played in disadvantageous situation? No. Even if there are no conditions, we have to create them. We must let Zhang Zhong play in disadvantageous situation. Otherwise it will be difficult for Yunqi to be promoted. After all, he is the pioneer of the extraordinary army. If he doesn't open the way for others, how can others go? Fong Bai muttered. He thought he was a man of noble sentiments. He directly opened up the Mecha master profession to the demigod level. Well, although it can only be considered as the legendary level, but with the combat power of the demigod, isn't it equivalent to the demigod level? This extraordinary army can be considered as opened up by him. How can it stagnate? Let's make Zhang Zhong suffer. This road of the extraordinary army is of extraordinary significance. It is the road of the masses to counter the high-level civilization. It is the final situation of overturning the table. If the high-level civilization does not want to face the powerful extraordinary army of millions, or even tens of millions of unified talents, if you don't want to taste the taste of mortals killing gods, you will never ignore this problem. If there is no such means, or the upper limit is too low, then there will be problems. Let's make Zhang Zhong suffer. Fong Bai mind turned, and he immediately had an idea in his mind. What? No disadvantage? No. As long as there is an idea, how can there be no disadvantage? Well, let Zhang Zhong suffer a little. And let Zhang Zhong take down the next evil god plane for me. Fong Bai's voice fell, and he just passed by Zhang Zhong and stopped. What did he hear? Me? Evil god? Zhang Zhong pointed at himself and asked in confusion. Ah. Yes. Me. Master. Evil god. Demigod? Yeah. Yeah. Fong Bai nodded in Zhang Zhong's unbelievable eyes. And then Zhang Zhong's eyes suddenly changed, and he almost jumped up, but was held down by Fong Bai with one hand. Oh! Don't panic. Don't panic. What is the evil god plane? It is the evil god plane where the strongest are mostly demigods. The enemies you need to face in the early stage are at most a group of legends. If you can't beat the demigods, can you beat the legends? What about the demigods? What about the demigods? In the early stage, you have to fight the legends. And after the legends, you have to face the demigods. Right? How to fight? Do you want me to wear the mecha? It's like you can wear it if I give it to you. Fong Bai curled his lips and said immediately, don't you just fight directly? If you can't beat it, don't you die? It's so simple. Players. You are players. And players are afraid of death. If you die and resurrect, then don't you fight again. Zhang Zhong was silent and said faintly, what if you keep dying? Then die. As long as you can't break through your own limits. Then die. Fong Bai said cruelly, and then changed his tone and tempted. But if you can lead the extraordinary army to open up a new path based on the existing foundation, then the evil god may not be invincible. Wait. Breakthrough? New path? Zhang Zhong suddenly reacted and looked at Fong Bai in surprise. You have created a new path for the extraordinary army to continue to break through? Fong Bai faced Zhang Zhong's question, as if he was insulted, and said immediately, of course. You don't believe in my ability? Believe. 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 I believe. Then will you fight or not? Fight. I will fight. When will I go? Fong Bai's expression relaxed and said lightly, "That's almost right. I said if you don't fight, I will give the opportunity to the extraordinary army under Hao Wei." Zhang Zhong immediately became anxious when Fong Bai said that. No. No. We have to do it. Who else but me? Okay. I give it to you. But you have to catch it. So, go and clear this plane first. I tell you, the legends you kill now are your breakthrough. If you don't succeed in breaking through, don't blame me for not telling you in advance. Okay. I got it. Leave me the chance. I will definitely take down that evil god plane. Well, okay. Go. Fong Bai said indifferently. And Zhang Zhong left in a hurry, as if he had been injected with chicken blood. When they said it to the army, the group of people rushed out immediately. And Fong Bai could vaguely hear what they shouted. Legend. 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 Fong Bai smiled when he heard it. But then, he was a little confused. Is what I deduced correct? Don't let them be slaughtered by the evil god and beaten over and over again. That would be bad. Fong Bai hesitated slightly and muttered. Theoretically, there should be no problem. At this moment, Fong Bai had completely forgotten the firmness and confidence when he spoke to Zhang Zhong just now. Forget it. There will definitely be no problem. And it's okay if there is a problem. Isn't it just a few deaths? As long as they believe that there is no problem. After all, isn't Yunqi what it wants? Isn't Yunqi relying on confidence? As long as they are confident enough and have enough faith. What can't be done? If you don't tell them firmly, they may not be able to do it. Fong Bai muttered. Yes, that's it. Under the Yunqi system, if the army can win every battle, fight thousands of gods, and kill gods with a flat attack, I believe it. Yunqi plays with confidence. Well, there will be absolutely no problem. At most the process will be a little bumpy. Fong Bai looked at Zhang Zhong back with some pity. When he looked back with a feeling, his eyes suddenly turned into determination, and he made a fist gesture. Come on! Zhang Zhong immediately hammered his breastplate with confidence. Full of confidence. Look! Watch me. Chapter 576 The Talent of the General? There is still hope. Fong Bai looked at Zhang Zhong, who was full of confidence, and whispered softly. The so-called authority is nothing more than a field. And isn't the cloud a field? How can the talent nurtured by the cloud not be authority? Killing legends to accumulate foundation. Can't this also be regarded as strengthening the energy of the field with the status of legends? If the field is strong, won't the authority also increase accordingly? Fong Bai said softly. He was able to deduce the results, so he was naturally confident. From his perspective at this moment, many things have already come to the same conclusion. Thinking from a bird's eye view, you can see one or two similarities and get some inspiration. Kill enough enemies. Kill enough legends. The cloud field is strong enough. Strong enough to the level of a demigod. Then what's wrong with going head-on with a demigod field? The only problem is that now this authority is transformed into talent and is scattered among the individuals in the army. If it is on one person, then this is unquestionable authority. But if the talent is only given to one person, it means that this person can not only support the cloud, but the strength of the cloud is also equivalent to that of a demigod. Then this person himself is a demigod, not a so-called extraordinary army. But as long as there are more people, the talent must be distributed to everyone. And this authority is destined to fall on everyone. The more people there are, the more dispersed the power. Fong Bai pondered slightly. If you want to truly demonstrate the power of authority, you must integrate the talents of all people. Use your personal will to integrate the collective talents of the army. And use your personal will to fulfill the power of the talents of the entire army. This should be the only way to demonstrate the true power of authority. And this, if nothing unexpected happens, can only fall on Zhang Zhong. Use your own will to integrate the talents of the army, and hold the power of the entire army in your own hands. And in this way, Zhang Zhong can become the only irreplaceable existence in the army. Unlike before, I was the leader of the army at the beginning, and when I had no time and energy, I handed it over to Zhang Zhong to lead. If I am not satisfied with Zhang Zhong, then he can promote other people to be the commander at any time. And other people can still influence the blood and chi cloud, as long as the army obeys his orders. However, if it really penetrates the talent of the army, it will inevitably form something that belongs to Zhang Zhong himself. With this thing, Zhang Zhong will have the combat power of the semi-god level army. Once Zhang Zhong is removed, Even the semi-god level army can only spontaneously burst out the power to suppress the legend. Facing the semi-god, it can only resist a few more times. There is a qualitative difference between them. And this thing should be the absolute core of the extraordinary army system. The place of Tao. Fong Bai thought. Of course, there is actually another possibility. That is, this is a dead end. A dead end that cannot be walked through. And Zhang Zhong can only hit the wall hard. But Fong Bai believes that 99% of the so-called dead ends are due to insufficient strength and wisdom. How can you say it is not possible before the matter is done? If you say it is not possible before doing it, it is not the matter that is not possible, but the person. Perhaps the unintentional pursuit of quality without the massive expansion of the extraordinary army may have provided Zhang Zhong with some convenience. A strong army makes a famous general. And a famous general also makes a strong army. After all, the difficulty of transforming power into the talents of 200 people is much lower than that of 1,000 people. Quality has higher potential and advantages in this route. But then again, 1 or 2,000 people is fine. If someone can penetrate 1,000,000 troops with his own will, the more the better. The power of 1,000,000 troops gathered in one person most likely can be called a living god. Right? Such a general will rule the world. And the gods have to behave themselves and dare not go down to the world. Otherwise they will have to be beaten by a few big bags. But this kind of person. Fong Bai shook his head slightly. He didn't think there was such a person. Because the extraordinary army is like a person. The soldiers are the cells, and the generals are the soul. Every additional soldier means one more consciousness fighting for control. And 100 people have 100 faces. And more people mean more ideas. Let alone 1,000,000 troops. Even 100,000 troops have 100,000 ideas. Just like a body with 100,000 personalities fighting for control of the body. The split personality of two personalities can be regarded as mental illness. And 100,000 mental illnesses have to avoid it. So the path of the extraordinary army seems to be able to gather the power of ordinary people to suppress the strong. But if you want to succeed and become a military god, it is still not easier than a mortal becoming a god. The only advantage is that there is less demand for resources. Or the unity of the people during the change of dynasties. If the ruling class really helps to achieve unity of the people, it is not easy for them to melt 10,000 ideas into one. Fong Bai laughed out loud and shook his head slightly. You're thinking a little too far. Well, I hope Zhang Zhong can make this path work. After all, he has spent a lot of energy on this army. And Zhang Zhong's spearmanship itself has an unstoppable edge. In the past, I just overshadowed him beside me. Now he has the opportunity to challenge an evil god alone. A chance to break through himself and prove himself. I'm afraid he will be the first one who doesn't want to change the plan now. Fong Bai retracted his thoughts and raised his hand. A basketball-sized ball of light appeared in his hand. On the palm of the Mecha, the basketball-sized ball of light was insignificant. But Fong Bai stared at it. It looked like a ball of light. But it was actually the manifestation of a multidimensional information. It takes two numbers to point out a coordinate on a two-dimensional plane, which is the longitude and latitude. In a three-dimensional space, if you want to point out a point, you need 3 numbers. An extra height. And in different planes of the same world, if you want to mark a point, there is another variable. The depth variable of the space. This is the plane coordinate. The multidimensional coordinates of 4 numbers. This information is expressed in the form of a light ball. It is said that the 5th data is needed for cross-world positioning. For this, if the strength cannot reach a certain level, the coordinates cannot be known. Coordinates have power. The light ball in his hand at this moment is the exact coordinate of Fong Bai position at this moment, which is condensed by the coordinate perception array on the Mecha. With just a thought, a light ball slowly emerged in Fong Bai projection hand in the Tiangong Pavilion. In front of him, teams of mages and armored vehicles were ready to go. The development of the number 1 evil god plane has become the absolute central work of the Tiangong Pavilion in the near future. Most people and most project teams are working hard around the development of this plane. Under the gaze of everyone, the light ball in Fong Bai hand slowly floated towards the mage tower. And the next moment, a brand new space door slowly opened. The moment the door opened, armored vehicles drove into it with the roar of the engine. Just a moment later, a large high-altitude reconnaissance drone was launched. And the long-wave mental power enveloped the land that had just been freed from the fog without anyone noticing. And at the same time completed the network with a dedicated base station on the ground. On the ground, accompanied by the surging of molten iron and the imprint of the magic circle, a flat metal ground was unfolded in a short while. In a blink of an eye, the steel fortress was formed and was still expanding rapidly. And every corner of this fortress is exquisitely forged by 3 refinements. In other words, it is comparable to the extraordinary equipment in the hands of a master, when it has enough thickness, combined with the magic circle and runes. This steel fortress basically means that it is invincible after it is formed. It can only be said that the ordinary metal warming technology and the special fuel derived from the fire tower have completely unlocked the development potential of this organization that combines forgers and mages at a speed visible to the naked eye. Artillery batteries were erected one after another, and fortresses extended forward. A continuous stream of magic lights fell, and the magic of turning rocks into mud and mud into rocks changed alternately, in a blink of an eye, for roads led to the southeast, northwest, and northeast respectively, and the rugged terrain was turned into a thoroughfare in an instant. Engineering equipment with less passing ability than armored vehicles drove over it at high speed. From time to time, vehicles stopped and turned into spiritual medicine collection vehicles, continuously identifying various spiritual medicines and automatically collecting them. And the mining vehicle integrated the advanced technology and experience of magnetic crystal veins, and it would start a mine when it arrived at a vein. Detection, digging, collection, crushing, sorting, smelting, etc. A vehicle is an automated mine, and after completion, it will continuously provide various elemental stones and various elemental metals. And these elemental metals entered the Tiangong Pavilion and turned into engineering vehicles and drove out. At this moment, after the Tiangong Pavilion organization got serious, a real behemoth appeared, although there are not many people compared to other guilds. In fact, both the strength and the transformation production capacity are absolutely huge, in front of the continuous semi-automatic machinery. When the mining vehicles are completed and start to output various raw materials, these automatic and semi-automatic machines will complete their own responsibilities at the fastest speed, except that they are a bit fragile in comparison because they have not experienced forging. But as long as they are not used in battle, and as long as they are not attacked, these self-replicating engineering machinery are gods. At this moment, the fact that technology is the first productive force is fully demonstrated. This is even far beyond the present world. There are no conveniences of some spells in reality. Turning fossils into mud and mud into stone is the best example. I don't know how many engineering equipment, cement, steel bars, and manpower used for road construction have been banned. 2 spells fell and completed easily. In reality, the construction period of several months can be completed in a few minutes under the spell. What a huge gap. Gradually, the number 1 evil god plane became self-sufficient. Gradually, the treasure house of Tiangong Pavilion began to have a steady stream of elemental metals, elemental stones, or other spiritual medicines flowing into it, turning into the accumulation of Tiangong Pavilion. And outside Huangyan City, the diamond-shaped crystal core was still absorbing the power of the evil god's great sacrifice. This power was so huge that even the evil god's godhood took a long time to absorb it. And it was not until this moment that it was gradually absorbed. The original flesh and blood valley also turned into a skull valley. Perhaps Xiaoling would like this style? Fong Bai muttered in his heart, stretched out his hand and took it. And a crystal core drew an arc and fell into his hand. The crystal core has no substance, or its essence is like this space, this field. It exists, but it belongs to a higher dimension and cannot be directly touched. Fong Bai stared at the crystal core quietly, which should be called Godhead. Godhead is the qualification of God. If you don't consider the consequences, don't consider the failure rate of fusion, then basically as long as it is fused, it will be another god. Well, an evil god, Fong Bai thought, and couldn't help but sneer at it. In the perception of spiritual power, the main body of this godhead is composed of 2 major frameworks, tentacles and mist. It contains the consciousness of gods and the faith channel between believers. It can be said that this is the foundation of gods. As long as the godhead is not lost, everything else can be lost and started over. But if there is a problem with the godhead, everything else is false. And at this moment, there are only a few faith channels left in the godhead. This is within Fong Bai expectations. In this evil god sacrifice, the evil god believers have basically died, and the few left can only be said to be fish that have slipped through the net. But suddenly Fong Bai found a thicker faith channel, in which there is still a steady stream of pure faith power flowing out. This purity of faith power, this speed of transmission, based on Fong Bai's current mastery of the knowledge of the gods. This is at least a very devout believer. And if he works harder, he may even have the potential to advance to fanaticism. And looking at the thickness of this faith channel, it is clear that his strength is not low. Although he has not yet broken through the legendary level, he is also at the peak of the master level. Is there still a fish that slipped through the net? Fong Bai did not hesitate at all, and his consciousness traced back along the faith channel directly. As the saying goes, believers are the eyes of the gods. After Fong Bai's consciousness descended, he immediately found that this evil god was in a church. And opposite him, Judge Knight? Is he caught? But this position, this atmosphere, why does it feel like it? Fong Bai just had a question in his mind. And the next moment, he found that the church emblem engraved on the armor of the Judge Knight was shining, which immediately aroused the knight's vigilance. Evil god? But the next moment, the Judge Knight reacted. It turned out to be Mr. Fong Bai. The Judge Knight bowed slightly, immediately put down his vigilance, and continued the next ceremony. Then, as Fong Bai watched, as the ritual progressed, he saw that in his consciousness, the power of faith from the evil god believer gradually changed. After a while, it was like shedding a layer of shell, turning into a strong power of faith to build a new faith channel and flow towards the void. This power of faith, this faith channel has completely reached a new level. Fanatical believer? The moment this faith channel was formed, Fong Bai's faith channel was directly disconnected, and the perception was directly disconnected. But Fong Bai recognized the breath of the power of faith just now. Fuck. A fanatic believer of the Church of Light. What the hell? Can the power of faith of a god be disguised as another person? Fong Bai was stunned. Is this guy a traitor? Chapter 577. Group attack? This. Fong Bai was stunned. This faith can also be disguised? And not only ordinary people can't see it. Even the evil god himself can't tell it apart. This faith power is also the real faith power. And it can be used. I wonder how these people came so timely. There are spies inside the evil god church. This is hard to guard against. Fong Bai thought for a long time before slowly recovering. But even if he recovered, he was still full of amazement. This Church of Light is so coquettish. They even forged faith. Did the God of Light do this? Fong Bai sighed and applauded. And only after a long time did he look at the evil god's remnant in the Godhead. The evil god's remnant is full of blood, evil, resentment, greed and other information, which directly led to the evil god's existence only instinctively, without wisdom. This evil god is like a fool. It would be a ghost if he was not fooled to death by the Church of Light. Isn't the Church of Light deceiving fools? Fong Bai couldn't help muttering, and then shook his head. No. How can the evil god's affairs be called deceiving fools? It doesn't count. However, the evil god's situation should be caused by too much blood sacrifice and blood food. And the power of faith is too chaotic. And the evil gods do not purify, restrain, and isolate it. Otherwise, as gods, they would never end up like beasts, controlled by instinct. Normal gods, even evil gods, will be affected by authority, doctrine, and the power of faith. At most, they have flaws in their personalities, and it is impossible for them to fall into ignorance and become like beasts, controlled by instinct. It is not wrong to call them evil gods. Fong Bai also quietly raised his vigilance while thinking. The operation of these gods is more coquettish than he imagined. In this case, they cannot be viewed with the stereotype of medieval gods. We can ignore it strategically, but we must pay 120% attention to it tactically. Otherwise, it might fall into their hands one day. He shook his head slightly, and set his eyes on this demigod godhood again. In addition to the two powers, the rest is the chaotic power of faith, and the remnant of the evil god, which made Fong Bai a little silent. After the enhancement of this great sacrifice, this tentacle power should be much stronger than the ordinary demigod power. With this as a carrier, combined with the remnant of the evil god, the potential of this mecha will be very high. At least it will surpass ordinary demigods. But this power has been distorted by the evil god, coupled with the remnant of the evil god and the power of faith. The spiritual power of the mecha forged with these will be extremely strong, and the ability to counterattack will also be extremely strong. It can even achieve consciousness attack and mental attack to a certain extent. Whether it is impeccable in terms of material or consciousness, this mecha is strong in many aspects. However, the requirements for mecha masters, the demand will probably be unprecedentedly high. The evil god pollution in this spiritual sea is not just a little bit. Not only do you have to actively contact things that others avoid, you even have to open your mind and actively integrate them. This means suicide for most people. Wearing a mecha means death. If it is spread out, this mecha will probably be immediately vilified as the armor of the evil god or the armor of the devil. Well, it's not vilification. After all, it's just telling the truth. And this seems to be conducive to its promotion to a legendary mecha. Fong Bai smacked his lips. And it seemed that he accidentally discovered something interesting. He immediately wrote down this idea and continued to think. This is off topic. Let's talk about it later. As far as this mecha is concerned, the consciousness of ordinary people should not be able to withstand the fusion with the spirit of an evil god. Ordinary people should not be able to withstand it. And their consciousness will be distorted, and they will die immediately. Unless you find a way to anchor your consciousness. It is difficult to distort your consciousness before the anchor is broken. And even if it is distorted, it is easy to restore it to the anchored state. Only those with anchors are qualified to control this mecha. Fong Bai didn't even think about it. And 4 words appeared in his mind. Fantasy space. Now that there is the extraordinary city of Red Maple City, pure mental power is gradually sufficient. Rune technology with mental power, as the core, is developing rapidly. And a lot of computing power arrays, as the core, have been built in recent days. And the use of computing power resources in major project teams has become increasingly common. Based on computing power, fantasy space has already had a certain learning foundation. It only needs to fill in the link of world cognition. The world is naturally the next link of the field. The continent, the ocean, the sky, the sun, the stars, the shadow world, the elemental world, and other endless fields together constitute this colorful world. The fantasy space is the world. Slightly stunned, he shook his head, retracted his thoughts, and set his eyes on this godhead again. There are 2 powers in the godhead: mist and tentacles. Originally, these 2 powers should be equal or not much different. However, in the face of this great sacrifice, the power of the tentacles increased dramatically, while the mist received little nourishment. There is already a gap between the strength of the 2 powers. If the evil god is still alive, there will be changes in divine power and functions. The power of the tentacles will compress the presence of the power of the mist, and will gain a larger share. For this, the evil god has to spend a lot of effort to mediate. Fortunately, the evil god is lucky. He is dead, and does not need to face this trouble. For this, he has to thank Fong Bai. Without the evil god's mediation, this demigod godhood composed of the 2 powers of tentacles and mist is slightly distorted. And the godhood has traces of being torn from the inside. Fong Bai watched this step quietly. After thinking for a while, he not only did not try to stop it, but instead used his own magnetic field as a basis to pry this demigod godhood bit by bit. He exerted his strength little by little. And suddenly, bang! It was like a crisp sound. The sound seemed to echo in the ears. And it seemed to echo in the entire plane, making many people look up in confusion and look around. But Fong Bai was quietly looking at the broken godhead in front of him. After the shattering, the tentacle authority part was naturally restored, wrapping the original evil god's remnant and the power of faith into it, forming a brand new demigod godhead. With the current strength of the tentacle authority, it is already qualified to form a new independent godhead. However, the mist authority is not optimistic. After the shattering, if Fong Bai had not wrapped it with his own magnetic field, it would probably have dissipated at the shattering point and returned to the mist field. Obviously, compared with the strengthened tentacle authority, the mist authority is not enough to form a demigod godhead alone. It is not enough to maintain such a special existence, and has become invisible. However, it is worth noting that the pollution of the evil god on this group of mist authority is still there like a maggot attached to the bone. The distortion and pollution of the evil god is like a drop of paint that spreads rapidly in water. Once it is stained, it is difficult to purify. Fong Bai pondered for a moment. Just when the godhead was broken and the authority of the mist was about to return to the field, he seemed to have caught a glimpse of the composition of the godhead. The composition of the godhead is very important. But there is another very important part. These 2 parts together form the godhead and the priesthood. Yes, that's the word. Priesthood? The field is an enterprise. And authority is the right born in this enterprise. And how to exercise this right? Position. Get a management position. As long as it is a management position, you have rights. This is the priesthood and authority. Faintly, Fong Bai couldn't help but recall what Kaming said to him at the beginning. All of these clergymen have the world's organization and hold different powers. Among them, the gods hold the greatest power. And the relationship between them is just that. So, Kaming had already explained it to me clearly at the beginning? So, is this the Orthodox Church? A power called light. Analogous to the word transportation. It can be divided into water transportation, land transportation, air transportation, and then there are further subdivisions. With light as the power, or obligations, are continuously divided. This forms a huge church of light. So that's it. At this moment, Fong Bai suddenly realized and understood something immediately. So, according to the field, that is, the size of the authority, there are also different positions. Some positions may be legendary. Some may be master. And above them, there are demigods and gods. Theoretically, if the authority is large enough, there may be more above the gods. If the authority is not large enough, it is just a subdivided authority. Then it may be the top of demigods. I see. After understanding it, Fong Bai let out a long breath, threw the tentacle godhood out, and landed in the center of a protective array. Around this array, dense perception arrays are aimed at this demigod godhood, monitoring all data in real time, although they have not yet realized their dream of moving the gods onto the dissection table. Although this is only a demigod godhood left after the death of a demigod evil god. Although, this is at least the core of the demigod. The godhood. These two words are still exciting. Obviously, a new round of research storm is about to unfold. The core lies in the tentacle armor, the tentacle godhood, and the colonization system extended from it. Fong Bai was in high spirits. And at this moment, Tangwen had a message. Master, Hallyu Group has finally collected enough points to exchange for the training methods of the extraordinary army. What? What group? Fong Bai was slightly stunned, and didn't react for a moment. Hallyu Group? The one that had been interested in us before, and was warned by Hao Wei. Oh, this Hallyu Group. Fong Bai has been so busy lately that he has no time to think about anything else. In addition, there has been no movement for so long that he has forgotten about it. At this moment, he couldn't help asking. They just collected enough points? How long has it been? You blocked them? It's unfair. Pavilion Master. How could I block them? I can't help them in time. It's really none of my business. It's them. Pavilion Master. You underestimate the difficulty of real capital acquiring extraordinary resources. Now the better developed player forces are basically gradually intervened by capital. Even if they don't, they are favored by capital. And the speed of converting their real assets into game assets is very slow. Slow until now. Fong Bai couldn't help rubbing his head. Buying the technology is not the end. This is just the beginning. It has not been trained yet. Although it is not difficult to form a talent, it is necessary to use the collective will to penetrate the elements of heaven and earth and blood. Can the Hallyu Group succeed? When will they attack the Tiandong Pavilion? Fong Bai couldn't help but express his doubts. And when he was talking, he suddenly saw Tangwen couldn't help laughing. Now. What? Now. Tangwen said again. Fong Bai still couldn't react. Or reacted. But didn't dare to believe it. What now? I mean, the time for the Hallyu Group to attack our Tiandong Pavilion is now. Tangwen said again. And laughed again. But I have to say that they are capable. After all, they did organize tens of thousands of people, and did support the Blood and Chi Cloud. Pavilion Master. You didn't see it. My goodness. The Blood and Chi Cloud is so large and so thick. It's incredible. How do you read that line of poetry? Black clouds are pressing down on the city, and the city is about to be destroyed. The Blood and Chi Cloud is so red. So red that it is black. When the Blood and Chi Cloud covers it, it will be like a doomsday scene. Which is simply spectacular. If the Blood and Chi power is mobilized and gathered on one person, even a legend can be beaten to death. Fong Bai was completely speechless after hearing this. A body that can withstand so much blood and Chi can beat a legend to death without the Blood and Chi. I said, are these people really stupid? Blood and Chi Cloud? Fuck Blood and Chi Cloud. This guy is insulting us. Doesn't he know that blood and chi cloud can only partially suppress the elemental force? But not absolutely. Doesn't he know that because there is no will to penetrate the elemental force, blood and chi cloud cannot be immune to the attack of elemental force, like cloud gas, and can completely suppress it? Fuck him. How can there be such a level of idiot? How did he build such a big family business in reality? Who gave them the courage? Well, is it possible that the family business in reality really hit the wind or has a great relationship? Or both? Tangwen said jokingly. Seeing Tangwen like this, Fong Bai suddenly narrowed his eyes, looked at him suspiciously, and said immediately, Tangwen, you must have had a hand in this. What tricks are you doing out there? Instigating others to attack our Tiangong pavilion. As soon as Fong Bai finished speaking, Chi Peng, who was passing by, was startled, and then his eyes lit up. What? Tangwen is a traitor. Are you going to clean up the mess? Seeing Chi Peng's excitement, Tangwen was full of black lines, and Fong Bai also pushed him with disdain. Look at your godhood. Don't interrupt. Oh, okay. If you want to attack Tangwen, you must call me, Chi Peng said regretfully, leaving reluctantly, and Tangwen looked at Fong Bai and smiled. Watching the fun. I'm not the only one who joins in the fun. I can only be regarded as a help at most. Chapter 578 Boom Boom Boom. What are you doing? Fong Bai mouth twitched slightly. Tangwen, this damn kid, actually encouraged others to attack his home. Is this how you play? Is this how you play? You didn't even call me. Who else could you say? No one else. Just Hao Wei and his group of unlucky people. They are also having fun. I knew it. None of them are easy to deal with. Hao Wei. Hao Wei. Fong Bai kept muttering, and his heart moved for no reason. Wait. Who provided all the extraordinary materials that Hao Yu group bought during this period? Fong Bai stared at Tangwen, and Tangwen's eyes rolled around. But he couldn't stand Fong Bai staring at him, and felt a little embarrassed. So he spoke out. Well, it may have something to do with Hao Wei. I felt something was wrong with the materials they submitted. Later, I spent some time to check, and found that the source of the goods was indeed from a mine in Hongfeng City. Well, how should I put it? We have some too. Fong Bai mouth twitched when he heard this. It's a pity that Hao Yu group is not played to death by you guys. You play with them like this. I said how could they be so reckless? Before Fong Bai finished speaking, Tangwen immediately disagreed and interrupted him. Hey. Pavilion Master. What you said is wrong. What do you mean you said how could they be so reckless? At most, we just added fuel to the fire. This is their real idea. And it is a very firm and heartfelt idea. The more they investigate, the bigger this idea becomes. At this point, Tangwen, who was joking, suddenly said seriously, Pavilion Master, don't think it's me who caused it. The source of all this is you. And all of this is caused by you. Fong Bai was slightly puzzled. And then he looked at Tangwen curiously to see how he was going to put the blame on himself. Pavilion Master, our Tiangong Pavilion is making too much money. Whether it's the iron ingots used for cultivation or the armor transformer, as well as the various weapons and equipment chips used in the armor transformer, and even the external version of the magnetocrystalline engine, etc. Each item can be said to be making a fortune every day, and each one is a mountain of gold. As the saying goes, money can move people's hearts. In reality, such wealth can cause fatal disasters. Not to mention this game world of swords and blood, where strength is supreme. Of course, one thing is right. Our Tiangong Pavilion is very strong. Whether it is technical or violent means, we have overwhelming strength. But who knows? We count ourselves as one. Hao Wei counts as half. And they know a little bit at most. And more people only know that we are rich. We have strong R&D capabilities. And we have strong technology. That's all. Tangwen said softly. Pavilion Master. There is an outer pavilion between the inner cabinet and the outside world to block the disturbance outside. Of course, this is necessary. And the endless variety of technologies are enough to prove this. But you yourself have overlooked that wealth needs to be matched with strength. Otherwise, he will be redistributed, and the amount of money will be based on the strength. What is the strength of our Tiangong Pavilion that is exposed to the outside world? It is just the master-level armor that the outer pavilion caravan escorts the players. Wherever they go, they are strong and can deter others. But this is enough to deal with ordinary thieves and robbers. For those guilds that have gradually dominated one side and have begun to train full-time soldiers and professional armies, the master level is not enough. Now, what is the reason that it remains stable today? It is you, the mechanic pioneer, who selflessly spread the mechanic pioneer and provided the invincible golden body formed in the process of practicing iron ingots at a fair price. According to our understanding, among the players who have the conditions to obtain the iron ingots for practice, whether they have changed their jobs or not, almost 100% of them are part-time mecha masters. In the outside world, Tiangong Pavilion is like a holy land. No force that can get on the stage dares to take action against Tiangong Pavilion in public, and they dare not face the pressure of public opinion. But the small forces that ignore public opinion are different. Hallyu Group is a typical small force. Speaking of this, Tangwen shook his head disdainfully. It's really that anyone dares to have ideas about us. So, within my authority, I fan the flames. It can't be considered fanning the flames. I just acquiesce to these things happening. And I hinted to Hao Wei and others. But I guess Hao Wei and others didn't expect the effect to be so good. This Hallyu Group really jumped out all of a sudden. Fong Bai pondered for a moment. He understood what Tangwen wanted to do, and spoke after thinking for a moment. Then teach them a lesson. I support them from behind. Okay. Tangwen nodded. Then it depends on how many rounds this Hallyu Group can hold out. If they give in too quickly, it will be no fun. How can it be enough to just let them and their forces hang in a state of death to deal with such people? No. I have to think of a way to stimulate them. Otherwise it will be really uncomfortable if they run away. At least they will die 3 or 4 times on average, which is enough to seriously damage the vitality of Hallyu Group. Tangwen was interrupted before he finished speaking. And then Fong Bai handed him a magic circle. Don't be so ruthless. Leave a way out, so that we can meet again in the future. Killing once is enough. Tangwen looked at Fong Bai in confusion, and his eyes were as surprised as if he was looking at an alien. Fong Bai actually has a day to repay evil with kindness? The Virgin Mary is possessed? As soon as this thought came up, Tangwen saw the description of the magic circle, and the next moment, he turned his head to look at Fong Bai. Fong Bai's face was still gentle, but Tangwen still silently gave a thumbs up after seeing it. Sorry, Pavilion Master. I was too soft-hearted. Okay. Go. Go. Fong Bai waved his hand, and Tangwen immediately took the magic circle and ran out excitedly. After a while, a team of engineers ran out excitedly. At the same time, have you investigated everything clearly? Don't worry, Mr. Zhu. Everything has been investigated clearly. There are no city walls, no strongholds, and no defense lines around Tiangong Pavilion. It is just like an industrial town in reality. There are no defensive measures. Our people didn't even find a sentry on guard, nor a magic circle on guard. Then Hu lowered his voice and said excitedly, So outrageous? There is not even a city wall? Do they think it is a modern war? Don't they know that under the clouds, the battle will directly become a cold weapon war? Don't they know how important the city wall is during the cold weapon war, and how good the effect is? They invented the extraordinary army. How could they not know? It's just that they never thought that someone would dare to attack them. They think it is a holy land. Only pilgrimage. No swords. Well, this is exactly the same as the Node's thinking. Well, that's good. This is the only way we have a chance. Otherwise, why would Tiangong Pavilion let us rob it? Originally, I thought we needed to disguise ourselves as a caravan and approach it. But a chamber of commerce with so many people would easily attract attention. It's better to go in the wild. In this way, we will follow the route planned before and surprise attack Tiangong Pavilion. After arriving at Tiangong Pavilion, 1 hour to eliminate resistance and 5 hours to plunder. Once the 6 hours are up, everyone must evacuate. The fat Zhu Dong's eyes were full of greed, and a sly smile appeared at the corner of his mouth. He was very excited at this moment. It was so smooth that he couldn't help but imagine how much he would gain after taking over Tiangong Pavilion. In any case, this must be a key turning point in his life. Extraordinary? God? Why can't he be extraordinary? Why can't he become a god? Why can't he live forever? His heart was pounding. After robbing the wealth of Tiangong Pavilion, the people of Tiangong Pavilion just thought of this. And Zhu Dong suddenly became alert. Don't be greedy. The reputation of Tiangong Pavilion is here. After the robbery, the first step is to abandon everything you have. Change your appearance, and quietly develop with the best things of Tiandong Pavilion. It must not be exposed in the open. Otherwise you will die. You can't think of anything else. This time, just get the core technology of Tiandong Pavilion and the top batch of wealth. Director Zhu didn't even plan to retreat with the others. Wouldn't it be better if he just ran away after he got the most precious thing? What did he care about these people? They were just a bunch of rabble that could be gathered together with small favors. What's the point of taking them? They could just be used to attract firepower to calm the impact of the incident. Director Zhu was calculating silently in his heart. But on the surface, he was talking and laughing with Fan, who had a group of middle-level players. Very friendly. And the distribution of benefits he promised made everyone's heart surge and their faces blushed. Seeing this effect, Director Zhu was proud in his heart, but couldn't help sneering. Over the years, he didn't know how many people he had managed. Do these people really think that they can turn the world upside down with a little strength? After all, this world still listens to the brain. No matter how strong your hands and feet are, they are still controlled by the brain. But, Director Zhu said in his heart, I heard that the real essence of Tiandong Pavilion is in a cave. And the passage to the cave is sealed tightly. It will probably take a lot of time to attack. But, Director Zhu recalled his hidden weapons, and a trace of cruelty appeared at the corner of his mouth. Fong Bai. Fong Bai. I heard that you live with your parents. Very good. Very good. This way, you have 2 opportunities to make wrong decisions. I hope you can recognize yourself. As he spoke, Fan Hu led the army directly into a barren forest. This is a walking route to Tiandong Pavilion that they accidentally learned. This route is relatively rugged, but basically there is no danger. It is also far away from the main road leading to Tiandong Pavilion, and is particularly hidden. The last exit is even more amazing. It is simply specially selected for sneak attacks. After they said people to repeatedly explore several times and confirmed that it was passable and there was nothing unusual, they immediately used this road as the second alternative route besides the fake caravan approaching. However, he thought that this alternative route was extremely hidden. I gave it to him. It took me a lot of effort to find a hidden road without any dangerous monsters, Tang Wen said proudly. Fong Bai's mouth twitched slightly. And at this moment, in front of them was a 3-dimensional virtual projection sand table. The most important thing about the sand table is a regular town. The ground of the town is black and frosted, full of steel, with faint runes flashing on it. But it disappeared in the steel in an instant. This steel town is located on a red ore deposit. Although it is regular, it has no walls or any military buildings. There are only various houses, offices and small factories. Zooming out further, a mountain range came into view. The endless mountains were like a green sea, with a gentle breeze blowing, leaves moving slowly, and all kinds of monsters shuttled through them, hunting, fleeing, and vigilantly looking for food. In this projection, everything is dynamic. Everything is alive. And if the houses in the town are used as a reference, this projection sand table covers hundreds of kilometers. At the edge of the sand table, a small dot entered the mountain range, and an early warning message popped up on the side. Ding! A large number of extraordinary people were found entering the mountain range. Please verify their identities as soon as possible. The lowest level of early warning information. Click to see the content inside. When Tang Wen clicked again, a new projection extended from this black dot. In the new projection, a large number of heads appeared, but the picture was a little blurry. However, with Tang Wen's several taps, a cloud in the sky of the mountain was blown by the wind and slowly floated, just floating over the large crowd. Silently, the clarity instantly improved, and the face was also extremely clear. Hey, this is Fan Hu. This is Zhu Ping'an, their chairman. This is... After Tang Wen enlarged the screen again, he introduced these people one by one. It was obvious that he had done a lot of homework. After talking for a while, he stopped controlling it with his hands and channeled his mental power into it. After a while, densely packed faces, breath characteristics, and personal belongings characteristics emerged. And then all were stored in databases. Even the walking posture was recorded by shooting a video. Of course, this was not recorded by the intelligent AI. Although they have a project team developing in this direction, they want to reproduce the real AI in the game world, and try to use the fuzzy calculation of the computing unit to make it break through again to form a real artificial intelligence. But it is not yet completed. Even if some of them have done it in reality, They are two systems after all. And they still need time to polish. Not only AI, but also the technology of face recognition has not been completely broken through. However, this does not affect their storage of data in advance and recording each of them in the database. After all, a mage with high computing power can be regarded as an artificial intelligence. This is not difficult. Later, when the database is established, face recognition technology, breath recognition technology, step posture recognition technology, and personal belongings recognition technology are put into use. After accessing this database, it will be possible to achieve real-time recognition and vigilance of specific people and objects. At this moment, this huge crowd is still walking forward without knowing anything. At the forefront of their road, an engineering team is busy setting up a magic circle. They are walking towards this magic circle. Chapter 579. Kill him! It's ready. Everyone, retreat! Okay. With the order from the captain of the construction team, all members of the construction team immediately fled, leaving no trace on the spot. All the arrays were hidden in the environment, and even the elemental fluctuations caused by the arrays were directly smoothed and restored to their original state by the special arrays. There was no difference between the places where the arrays were arranged and other places. Fong Bai looked at this scene, watching this group of people walking strictly according to the dotted line marked on the projection, and was slightly silent. If the Hallyu group really took down the Tiangong Pavilion, Yu and Hao Wei would be the biggest contributors. Hee. Loki. Fong Bai had a headache, and he suddenly found that the atmosphere of the Tiangong Pavilion was gradually problematic. It's a bit crooked. Is it because it's too pure? Is it because they pay too much attention to the atmosphere and despise the interests? Why do I feel that there are more and more people having fun in the Tiangong Pavilion? Fong Bai frowned. It seemed as if he was the only normal person left around. This conclusion made him silent. He could only look at the people of Hallyu group in the projection. After thinking for a while, he shook his head slightly. A little self-destructive. Forget it. Only the strong have the opportunity to be a fun person. As long as you are strong enough. It's okay to be a fun person. There's nothing wrong with it. After figuring this out, Fong Bai let out a long sigh. He was so worried just now. There are so many fun people around. What if they are led astray? In the projection, seeing Hallyu group step by step into the range of the magic circle, watching Tang would activate several 4th level yuanling rune cannons, Fong Bai shook his head slightly, walked forward and took over the control directly. Then, under Tang Wen's gaze, he directly clicked on the location of Hallyu group and entered the parameters. At this moment, it was like playing a game. A circle of 4th level yuanling rune cannons around him entered the preheating state. A glance showed that there were 33. Under Tang Wen's gaze, Fong Bai punched the projection sand table. Information was transmitted, and the muzzle of the preheated 4th level yuanling rune cannon burst into dazzling light. In the words of Hallyu group, Tiangong Pavilion thought it was still a modern war, and the training town didn't even build a city wall, and there was no defense at all. Don't you know that it is a cold weapon war now? In this regard, Fong Bai just wanted to express. Cold weapon war. You are? When did Tiangong Pavilion also start? JPG Tiangong Pavilion has not been established yet. Fong Bai is fighting with a pistol. Okay. When did Tiangong Pavilion enter the cold weapon era? Fong Bai quietly stared at the projection sand table, watching the dazzling beam of light cut through the sky. Attacking Tiangong Pavilion? There is no wall outside the Tiangong Pavilion? It's so funny. Let's get closer to Tiangong Pavilion first. Do you know what the value of Tiangong Pavilion is? Do you know how many simulated high-altitude drones are flying over the area where Tiangong Pavilion is located? Do you know how many 4th level yuanling rune cannons capable of beyond visual range have been deployed within 100 miles of Tiangong Pavilion? You dare to approach this area after clearly expressing hostility without knowing anything? Fong Bai shook his head slightly, his eyes shining. In the wilderness mountains, Fan Hu, who was advancing, suddenly realized something was wrong. He looked up and found that beams of light were breaking through the air. His eyes widened instantly. At the same time, Zhu Dong also looked up. But he was not surprised. He smiled. Humph. I knew it wouldn't be so smooth. Qi and blood cloud. Rise. Before the words fell, the qi and blood cloud that had been held back for a long time suddenly appeared. The qi and blood of tens of thousands of professionals rose into the sky like mercury columns. gathered in the sky, and instantly formed a red and black cloud. It was so overwhelming that the sky was a little darker, and the activity of the elemental power quickly became silent, just like the dimming of the light. Standing under the majestic chi and blood cloud, Zhu Ping'an stood still. This moment showed the spirit of a rich man. I want to see if you can break the blood and chi cloud of tens of thousands of people. Then Hu looked at the blood and chi cloud in the sky with some doubts, and felt relieved. But in fact, it was only a moment, and the light column had already broken through the air. When the light column really came in front of him, the horrifying scene still made him stagnate. The next moment, these light columns directly hit the thick and black blood and chi cloud. Boom! 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 The light column seemed to be greatly suppressed under the influence of the blood and chi cloud. But the remaining power still fell on the thick blood and chi cloud. The blood and chi cloud was weakened by one bombing. And it was weakened by one bombing. And the light columns were all over the sky. More than one or two. It was just a moment. The thick blood and chi cloud only blocked it for a moment. And the next moment the light column fell down. Boom, boom, boom. The endless flames engulfed everyone. And the dark red mushroom cloud slowly rose. Fan Hu's mind was completely shrouded in fear. In a trance, the last thought in his mind was, fortunately it's just a game. Fortunately I can be resurrected. I just died once. It will take 10 or half a month to recover. This thought emerged in his mind. And the next moment, he fell into complete silence and endless darkness. Zhu Ping'an was the same. And the destructive power and terrifying shock spread in the original place. Spreading in just a moment, forming a lake in the original place. And the shock wave completely flattened the area nearby and dug 3 feet into the ground. The power of destroying the world made all the nearby monsters fall into a state of panic. Professional, elite, and master-level monsters were like frightened cattle and horses, fleeing frantically in the opposite direction of the explosion. In a flash, a mighty tide of fleeing beasts was formed, and they were about to rush towards the towns and villages outside. But at this moment, 2 beams of light fell in succession. It was also the beam of light emitted by the yuanling rune cannon. But the effect when it fell was completely different from the previous fiery red beam of light. The green light column fell, as if the goddess of life had stopped, as if the goddess of agriculture had forbidden the technique. The flowers and trees planted in the surrounding forests grew rapidly, blossomed and bore fruit, and in the blink of an eye, seeds grew and floated towards the barren scorched earth. Under the entanglement of the green light column, the black and red mushrooms seemed to be torn apart and slowly dissipated. The seeds floating around fell to the ground, took root and sprouted quickly in the green light, and grew vigorously. In a blink of an eye, flowers, trees, and green land were covered with green. And it was a vibrant scene again. As the silver light fell, the strange mental power fluctuations unfolded, and the originally panicked monsters suddenly became calm in their hearts. In the calm, they stopped and looked around in confusion. Herbivores, carnivores, predators and prey gathered together at this moment, and even stood next to each other. However, in the calm, they did not have the slightest killing intention, no desire to attack, and they gradually dispersed in the calm. The mountains returned to calm again, as if nothing had happened. Only the big pit with spring water gushing out from the ground, and the lake being formed proved that everything is happening. In addition, there is no difference. This is the reason why Fong Bai dares to casually fire cannons in his own home. There is nothing wrong with the mountains, and it is very easy for the vegetation and animals on it to recover. The essence of the yuanling rune cannon is a device that infinitely amplifies a certain spell and uses absolute quantitative change to cause qualitative change. The principle is very simple, but it is a little difficult to pursue absolute quantitative change. This technology is relatively easy to break through spells that are originally used for attack. The qualitative change caused by quantitative change is relatively rough and violent. This directly leads to the fact that the yuanling rune cannon in the attack direction is more convenient to develop, because the functional one needs to consider stability and the problem of functional qualitative change. It is slower to develop. But now, of course, there have been considerable achievements. Just now is just a partial display. As this side calms down, on the other side, the foothold of how you group. One by one, players were resurrected here, including Zhu Ping'an, who had a gloomy face, and Fan Hu, who still had some fear. Mr. Zhu? It's okay. I had guessed that it wouldn't be so smooth. This was just a test of mine. If we win, We can immediately plunder Tiangong Pavilion and gain precious development time. Although we didn't succeed, it's no big deal. We have the training manual of the extraordinary army in hand. With so many players in hand, why should we panic? Change the territory. Change the name. And train the army first. What the blood cloud can't bear, the cloud can. It has to be said that this Tiangong Pavilion does have some confidence. But we will take it slowly. Although Mr. Zhu's face was gloomy, he was not in a hurry. He even thought of something, and a faint sneer appeared at the corner of his mouth. Fong Bai. Fong Bai. Since I am not your opponent in the game, don't blame me for using some tricks. You can be resurrected in the game. Can you and your parents be resurrected in real life? Can you be so strong in real life? Can your parents be so strong in real life? Zhu Ping'an's mouth curled up slightly. But at this moment Fan, who was still terrified and his face was dull, which made him very unhappy. What a mess. Isn't it just one death? It will take at most 10 days or half a month to train back. It's not a big deal, Zhu Ping'an said disdainfully. But Fan, whose lips trembled slightly, opened and closed, and he seemed unable to speak. After a while, Fan Hu said tremblingly, Mr. Zhu. Mr. Zhu. It's not level 1. Not level 1. Not dying once means death. What do you mean? Zhu Ping'an frowned slightly. And before he understood, Fan Hu said hoarsely, not once. It means death. 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 What do you mean? A strong sense of foreboding surged into Zhu Ping'an's heart, and he couldn't help asking questions one after another. However, the next moment, a piece of news was like a bolt from the blue. It means that everything is cleared up. The level is equal to 0. And everything is equal to 0. All in all, I am now equivalent to an absolute newcomer who has just entered the game. Not to mention transferring money. And even has no level, Fan Hu said tremblingly. And Zhu Ping'an was stunned when he heard it. As if a nuclear bomb exploded in his head. He stood there in a daze. His mind was blank. And he couldn't speak for a long time. And the first thing he said when he reacted was, is it you or everyone? I go ask. Fan Hu had just said this. And before he finished, the others exploded. And the atmosphere was boiling. And everyone was indignant. Then they questioned. And when the questioning didn't produce any results, they vented their dissatisfaction manically, and continued to question what was going on. When he heard these voices, Fan Hu, who was about to turn around and ask, stopped immediately. Ask? What else to ask? No need to ask anything. This has explained everything. Everyone has nothing. They hired you to do something. And then everything is gone. This analogy is like working in a company. The company pays you, and you work for the company. During a collective activity of the company, the house, car, and money you bought with great effort are all gone. Nothing is left. And they don't even know what the company is going to do, who they have offended, and they have attracted such a terrible attack. At this moment, they did not mean to ask the attacker for confirmation, and all of them pointed their spearheads at Zhu Ping'an at the same time. Zhu Ping'an, who realized this, widened his eyes. His face was controlled. His head was dizzy. His legs were weak. And he almost fell here. Who is still here? What is just one death? What will take 10 days or half a month? You still want to restore your strength with others? Will anyone listen to him? Because you have lost all your property. You still expect them to continue to listen to you for a little salary? Follow you without complaint? Dream on. At this moment, Zhu Ping'an completely realized what it meant to lose everything. Without enough manpower. What does it matter even if you have the training methods of the extraordinary army? It's not as good as a pile of waste paper. So, the team he built with all the group's property. Brother Chong, who was won over with a lot of extraordinary materials, etc., all disappeared in an instant. Zhu Ping'an, who gradually reacted, suddenly widened his eyes full of distortion and resentment. Fong Bai. I want you to die. I want you to die. It's all because of you. Die? Yes. Kill him. Kill him. No. You can't kill him. I want Fong Bai to hand over everything to make up for my losses. Yes. That's it. That's it. The crazy Zhu Ping'an didn't hesitate at all, and went offline and made a phone call. Zhu Ping'an answered the phone with twisted eyes and resentment, but didn't say much. Just spit out one word. Go. The other end of the phone didn't say anything. Just hung up the phone directly, and staying in the office of Hallyu Group, standing in front of the French window overlooking the city. His eyes were full of greed and distortion. At this moment, he couldn't help calculating again. If Fong Bai was in his hands. Nothing else. Just eat this once. Zhu Ping'an's heart beat up. His eyes were full of greed. On the other side, a repairman with repair parts and a pickup truck drove towards Zhujian town. Along the way, there were not many vehicles. Then they were stopped. Hello. Routine check. Chapter 580 end. Facial recognition successful. No criminal record or bad record. License plate comparison successful. No fake license plate. Person car comparison failed. No connection found. Heightened alert. Mobile phone data retrieval successful. Entering database comparison program. No overlapping data found. Non-town phone invitation. Network account data query. No town intersection found. Road forward route analysis. No route found. Base station trajectory reappeared. Stayed for a long time, and then rushed directly to the town after answering a call. Phone tracing started. Long distance fixed point scanning begins. Scanning is completed. A homemade pistol and 10 pistol bullets were found. Anti-material sniper rifle parts were found. And 3 large caliber sniper bullets were found. Identity verification is completed. The ID card is a false photo. And the real identity is being identified. The phone traceback is successful. And the information query is successful. Suspected fake phone card. Base station positioning is carried out. Base station positioning is successful. Hallyu Group building. A small house. Seemingly ordinary. But there is a different world under it. On a large screen. One piece of information after another appeared on it. And in a blink of an eye, all the information about Zhu Ping'an of Hallyu Group has appeared on the desktop. And his conflict with Fong Bai was also marked on it. When the 2 words Fong Bai appeared, a piece of warning information was sent to different departments. Not far away, all members of the 2 mechanized troops left the game and assembled in an instant with the whistle. The missile vehicle behind them slowly rose. And the helicopter next to it entered the preheating state. At the same time, a team of people had already arrived downstairs of Hallyu Group. At this time, the man pretending to be a maintenance worker had just parked the car and heard the uncle in the hat next to him shout politely. Hello. Routine inspection. Please turn off the engine and get out of the car. The man just got out of the car and found that the uncle in the hat was holding him down with one hand. Humph. I am. Bang. The uncle in the hat was covered with a fiery red aura. And he was directly pressed to the ground. Crack. Several bones were broken. Supernatural power? Chi and blood? The man was stunned. Isn't this reality? Where does the supernatural power come from in reality? He is also a player. Why does he only have the physical strength and skills that are synchronized? Why? The man lost consciousness while still being angry. After a while, the man and the car left here silently. The place was calm again. The uncle in the hat, who was just full of fiery red aura, returned to his harmless appearance. When he saw a familiar car coming, he shouted immediately, Hey! Hey! Hello! Routine inspection. Are you not drunk? No. No. You are here for inspection every day. How dare I drink? Hey! Not drinking is also responsible for my own safety. Besides, I can't help it. I haven't been home for several days because of the civilized city construction recently. Thank you for your hard work. I go first. Okay. Take care. The uncle in the hat smiled harmlessly in the small house behind him. The scanning security check that was the same as before was also carried out normally. But the information matched was a green light. Almost at the same time, the door of the chairman's office of Hallyu Group was knocked. Hello. I'm reading the meter. Please open the door. It's over. It's meaningless. Fong Bai muttered. And Tang Wen shrugged his shoulders when he heard it. Can it not be over? Dozens of 4th level cannons. And the magic circle that cuts off the descendants. Originally, he just wanted to kill them a few more times, so that they would learn a painful lesson and need several months to recover. But who would have thought that the master of his own pavilion was so cruel? He just wiped it out, and nothing was left. Can this not end? There are still people who can still follow Hallyu Group, and Tang Wen will accept it. Let's go. After thinking about it, the evil god is still fun and interesting. These jumping clowns are boring. Fong Bai shook his head, and the projection dissipated and gathered again in front of his desk. He began to use the 1,000 times of time to hang up a small account to handle the official business of Tiandong Pavilion, when his main attention was about to be withdrawn to the number 1 evil god plane. Fong Bai was slightly stunned and his attention returned to reality. There was an acquaintance approaching the door of the real house. Although he was an acquaintance, Fong Bai did not know his name, but he had seen him many times during this period, and his breath was familiar, and judging from their temperament, he roughly knew their identities. It's just that this group of people used to stay around without a sense of existence, and never came to the door. Why did they come today? Did something happen? Fong Bai thought. He cleared this group of people specifically to protect him and his family. And he also knew that there were more than just a few of them. The total number was estimated to be hundreds. With weapons and equipment, it would be easy for them to fight a small battle. Most likely they also have these weapons and equipment. And they are all players themselves. And they also have the power of chi and blood in reality. And they are all very strong. In addition, there are countless high-tech equipments arranged around. Anyway, Fong Bai knows that all the small thieves in their town have been caught in this period of time. Not to mention that they don't lock their doors at night, and don't pick up things on the road. But it's not much different. He was a little surprised at the beginning of this group of people. But it was just surprise. Not the slightest surprise. Because he knows why he deserves such protection. Let alone officials and academicians. Let alone one. 10 people are not as important as one of him. It's not because he is so talented, nor because he is so good in character, or he is so liked. It has nothing to do with these. What is the most important thing? The most important thing is that he is the owner of the gifted fantasy space. Because this means that he can cooperate with the Magician Tower, which can allow people to use 1,000 times the time flow rate at no cost. This person can be an ordinary martial arts player who goes in to practice martial arts. But it can also be a carefully researched project. If one academician goes in, the time will be extended by 1,000 times. That is 1,000 academicians. If 10 go in at the same time, that is 10,000 academicians. It can directly increase the number of academicians by 9,990. Or it can magnify the research life of 10 academicians by 1,000 times, which is equivalent to extending the life of the gray-haired academician to 1,000 times. 1 year becomes 1,000 years. 10 years become 10,000 years. And this is just the current development level of Fong Bai talent. What if he wants to develop it further? With such a talent, how can 1 or 2, 10 or 8 academicians compare? In order to protect Fong Bai, who is so valuable, let alone these 100 people. Even if there are 2 armies squatting next to him, what's the harm? Fong Bai thought so, and opened the door while thinking, looking at the ordinary courier boy in front of him, feeling the blood and chi he exudes, and feeling the blood and chi of several people around him. I don't know if they can build a blood and chi cloud. In reality, it should be okay. Right? After all, the blood and chi power is allowed to exist in reality. No, the word allow should not be used. In reality, any extraordinary path is allowed to exist. When Fong Bai thought of this, he looked at the 4th level armor he forged. The extraordinary power of this 4th level armor is not the blood and chi power. That is the extraordinary power that he forged from heaven and earth by melting the power of heaven and earth into it. In fact, this is the real use of the 4th refining. Mastering this move can be called a true forging master in reality. And the task of opening a school, and each piece of the 4th level equipment forged in this way is truly rare in the world. And each piece is enough to be passed down from generation to generation. So in fact, every kind of extraordinary power can exist in reality. However, the blood and chi power is the most common and the easiest to be discovered by people. So can it form a blood cloud? Fong Bai was curious, but he didn't show it. Instead, he looked at the man quietly, sensing the fiery red flame. The courier didn't say much, but just opened a heavy laptop and played some photos, videos and route maps. Fong Bai was a little confused at first, but when he saw the assembled anti-material sniper rifle and the car heading to the town, the smile on his face disappeared without a trace. His eyes were cold, and a murderous intent slowly overflowed. The moment he felt this murderous intent, the expressionless courier suddenly turned pale, as if he fell into an ice cellar. This made him shudder, and he hurriedly said, not intending to speak, "The man has been caught. Don't worry. You will never see him again in this life. If he is not sentenced to death, he will be sentenced to life imprisonment. There is no possibility of commutation. And the killer has killed someone before. He will be shot after the sentence is passed. And don't worry. Anyone with ulterior motives who wants to come in will be stopped by us. Don't worry about the safety of uncles and aunts. The courier boy said a series of words, as if he was afraid that Fong Bai would do something extreme in a moment of excitement. He suddenly realized what kind of great god he was protecting. He couldn't even move when he got angry. It seemed that there was no blood overflowing at ordinary times. But the aura that just leaked out made him feel as small and helpless as standing in front of a giant. He seriously suspected that even if the auras of several of them were connected, they would be suppressed by Fong Bai alone. What is the origin of this Fong Bai? The courier boy couldn't help but have this question in his mind. Then he shook his head slightly and warned himself to restrain his curiosity. And Fong Bai aura flashed and disappeared, like an illusion. Okay. Thank you. If you have any questions about qi and blood cultivation or the composition of qi and blood clouds, you can ask me. Ah? The courier was slightly stunned, looking at Fong Bai in surprise. What exactly is Fong Bai identity? For some reason, he actually believed what Fong Bai said at this moment. But? Fong Bai? Why does this name sound familiar? I've seen it on the internet? No. I must check it when I get my phone next time I'm on vacation. The courier thought of this and waved his hand at Fong Bai. No. This is our mission. In addition, we show you this in the hope that you and your parents can be more vigilant. It's best not to leave the town if nothing happens. As long as you don't go out. In a relatively simple environment, the people are relatively simple. And there are not so many floating populations. Our work will be much simpler. Okay. I know. But thank you for everyone for me. The courier nodded slightly and turned to leave. When he walked out of the door and was blown by the wind, the boy realized that at the moment when Fong Bai released the air machine, his back was already wet with cold sweat. Fong Bai. What happened? Fong's father and mother woke up and asked after hearing the noise. Fong Bai briefly explained what happened just now. And Fong's father frowned slightly. Fong Bai. You have to pay attention to your own safety in the future. Well, you don't have to worry too much. Although the conditions in reality are not as good as in the game. But the qi and blood power to temper the body still has a good effect. My current body has long been extraordinary. The strength of the body combined with the extraordinary power of qi and blood is no longer a damage that ordinary firearms can cause. Anti-material sniper rifles are not good either. I have calculated the attack strength, and it is not good. This is just pure physical body plus extraordinary power. If I were that set of 4th level armor, I can stand and shoot the main gun of the tank. So you really don't have to worry about my safety. On the contrary, you don't forget to temper your qi and blood every day. In addition, Dad, see if you can find some meteorite iron from outer space. I will use qi and blood to warm and temper it for a while. And then try to forge 2 sets of 4th level armor. If nothing else, at least even if this house is gone, we won't be hurt at all. Fong Bai said lightly. And Fong's father and mother nodded without any doubt. Not for any reason. Mainly. Other things are another matter. But in terms of defense, they can absolutely trust Fong Bai. Fong Bai smiled helplessly, lying on the sofa and entering the game. The moment he entered the game, the smile on Fong Bai's face disappeared without a trace, leaving only a solemn murderous intent. Although it was just a projection, the murderous intent still broke through the clouds. And as if sensing Fong Bai's murderous intent, in an instant, the spiritual power in Tiangong Pavilion revived one after another, and the momentum soared into the sky, turning into a phantom looking over. If there were outsiders here, they would be horrified to find that master. 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 All of them are masters. If the nobles of Hongfeng City came in, their legs would probably be scared to death. Weak. This is called weak? Which good family has a large number of masters hidden in their home? And they stay at home all day, not stealing things or occupying territory. Don't your masters need resources? Don't you know that people usually evaluate the strength of a faction based on its sphere of influence and the amount of resources it has? Your territory is so small. What are you going to do? Those who know it are fine. But those who don't know it will get their heads blown up if they suddenly come over. But at this moment, Fong Bai's eyes were full of indifference. Facing everyone, he simply reported the matter. The next moment, murderous aura filled the sky. In just a moment, the entire Tiangong Pavilion was in operation. After a while, the gate of Tiangong Pavilion opened. Tap, tap, tap. One by one, 7 or 8 meter high armor stepped out in unison, and a steel chariot like a prehistoric beast rushed out of the gate with a roar. At the top, holes opened one by one, and the matte black helicopters soared into the sky with fierce momentum. In just a moment, the group set out,